Hello everyone, welcome to part 5. First, let's briefly recap the previous episode. The story began with Zhao Qin's fleet quietly passing through the Stargate and arriving at the Dark Reef sector, setting the stage for an epic battle. Queen Medusa had just claimed a victory but now faced an even greater crisis. Zhao Qin proposed an alliance, but his terms were harsh, demanding 70 of the post-war control and profits. Medusa, after much internal struggle, ultimately succumbed to Zhao Qin's pressure and agreed. The tide of battle shifted dramatically as 60,000 enemy ships charged towards the Serpent star system, plunging Medusa and her people into unprecedented peril. Just when all seemed lost, Zhao Qin's fleet descended like a divine force, obliterating the enemy with unstoppable might. The T3 class warships, like the scythes of death, reaped the lives of enemy vessels. Zhao Qin's superior tactics turned the tide, achieving victory against overwhelming odds. As the battle raged on, Zhao Qin's fleet grew stronger, and his reputation and influence expanded. Not only was he invincible on the battlefield, but he also displayed exceptional political acumen. In his clashes with the Xingyao Empire, Zhao Qin skillfully exploited internal conflicts within the empire, steadily consolidating his position. However, Zhao Qin's ambitions extended far beyond this. His gaze was set on even broader star domains, with the Dark Reef sector merely the starting point of his grand conquest. He planned to leverage the internal strife within the Warhammer Empire to support his own forces, ensuring a continuous flow of resources for the Xiaolong Legion. Every move Zhao Qin made was calculated with precision, each decision reflecting his remarkable strategic vision. Under Zhao Qin's leadership, the Xiaolong Legion achieved one victory after another, each battle becoming a part of their legendary saga. Whether defending the Serpent King Fortress or launching offensives against the Warhammer Interstellar Confederation, Zhao Qin's extraordinary military prowess led his fleet to overwhelming victories. In Zhao Qin's fleet, T3 class warships were the mainstay, while T4 class warships served as his secret weapon. At critical moments, these ships demonstrated astonishing combat power, becoming decisive forces on the battlefield. Zhao Qin's fleet not only led in terms of equipment, but also surpassed opponents in tactics and command. As the story progressed, Zhao Qin's influence gradually reached the core of the empire. He engaged in thrilling confrontations with the imperial faction, showcasing not only his military talent, but also his political wisdom. Zhao Qin consistently found opportunities in crises, turning peril into safety and even transforming defeat into victory. That's the recap of part 4. If this is your first time following the story and you're interested, you can start from part 1 in the comments section or playlist below. Now, let's dive into the plot of part 5. T3 Silver Eden class starship. Annie's eyes lit up instantly at the mention, like a dog catching the scent of meat. Although the Bronze Eden and Silver Eden belong to the same class, their capabilities are worlds apart. The Silver Eden not only produces far more resources than the Bronze class, but the quality of its products is also astonishingly high. Even the same seeds yield bigger, sweeter, and juicier apples on a Silver Eden. The meat from cattle, sheep, pigs, and chickens is also more tender and flavorful. Serving the commander and the Xiaolong Legion is Nana's honor. Nothing else matters, Nana said firmly, her eyes shining with admiration. Annie couldn't help but cover her eyes at her sister's display, thinking, good grief, has this girl been hit on the head by a starship? Zhao Qin gently stroked Nana's hair and said warmly, work hard. If you become the best employee of the Xiaolong Legion this year, I will reward you with the use of a T3 Silver Eden class starship for 3 years. 3 years. Annie's eyes widened as she watched the close interaction between the commander and Nana, suddenly feeling that her T2 Bronze Eden had lost its appeal. Zhao Qin glanced at the dejected Annie, thinking to himself, Annie's abilities surpass Nana's, but she lacks a bit of drive. Using Nana as a model employee might just motivate her. Nana will complete all the tasks assigned by the commander, Nana promised unwaveringly. Zhao Qin nodded in satisfaction and then took out the technical blueprints for the T4 Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile frigate, assigning Nana to oversee the related production tasks. This time, Annie volunteered to share the workload with Nana. Zhao Qin was secretly pleased. With 2 T4 combat starships soon to be in service, the Xiaolong Legion's combat capabilities would be greatly enhanced. Just then, Lilith reminded, Commander, the hardware is all set, but we still have unresolved software issues. Software? Zhao Qin was puzzled. Lilith explained, managing so many unclaimed star systems, massive industrial mining zones, and supporting facilities requires a lot of manpower. We can train mid and low-level employees, but top-tier talent can't be cultivated overnight. Zhao Qin understood Lilith's point. They needed someone to manage the mining operations in these unclaimed star systems, and it couldn't all be handled by him and Lilith personally. Do you have any candidates? Zhao Qin asked. Lilith summoned 2 holographic images, Li Yaqi from the Bayan Starship Technology Group and Red Rose from the Thorns Free Trade Group. Both worked under Zhao Qin and were experts in interstellar trade. Although this task involved interstellar mining, it still fell within the realm of interstellar commerce. making them the perfect candidates. Zhao Chen pondered. Li Yaqi had been with him the longest, was highly capable and trustworthy, but she was already burdened with the affairs of the Beiyin group. Red Rose was bold and decisive and had experience in the Reef Star region, making her more familiar with unclaimed star systems. Are you deciding between the two? Lilith asked. Zhao Chen rubbed his chin, looking a bit troubled. Lilith suggested, since it's hard to choose, why not let both of them handle it? Split the task in two and see who does better. It's also a form of internal motivation. Zhao Chen's eyes lit up at the idea and immediately contacted Li Yaqi and Red Rose to ask for their opinions. Both women were taken aback when they learned that Zhao Chun was entrusting them with a task worth nearly 1,000,000,000,000 star coins per month. Red Rose was the first to accept, showing her courage and decisiveness. Li Yaqi followed suit, assuring that it wouldn't interfere with her other responsibilities at the Beiyin Group. To differentiate the mining sectors, Zhao Chen established two new corporations, Beilong Mining Group and Roser Dragon Mining Group, headed by Li Yaqi and Red Rose, respectively. Zhao Chen promised that if they met their targets within the next 30 years, they would each receive a 5 equity stake. This stake would be enough to catapult them into the top 10 richest individuals in the galaxy, making them prominent cosmic tycoons. With this, Zhao Chen's 3 major mining groups were officially formed, becoming key pillars of his wealth empire. After settling his affairs, Zhao Chen stretched and opened his contact list, sending a communication request to one of the contacts. Soon, an elderly man appeared on the video screen. I heard you've taken on the mining operations in those outer star systems, Governor Zhu of the Beifeng Star region said with interest, looking at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen feigned a pitiful look. That's still up in the air. I had no choice. My fiancé's grandfather is going to war, and as his future grandson-in-law, I have to step up. Then he shifted the topic. Governor, how are things in the Beifeng Star region? Have those troublemakers been dealt with? Don't keep calling me governor. My surname is Zhu, and Chu Xian is my granddaughter. Just call me Old Zhu, the governor said kindly. Then I'll respectfully call you Old Zhu, Zhao Chen said earnestly. Old Zhu continued, based on our previous list. When the prince's party targeted Old Chu, I immediately took action. I ordered my trusted aides and relevant fleets to eliminate those troublemakers. The 5 Imperial legions stationed in the Beifeng Star region are now under our family's control. Although I'm not as capable as Chu Changhe, I still have some influence in the Beifeng Star region. Zhao Chen nodded. This way, the Chu River Star region and the Beifeng Star region are united, and we only need to prepare for the prince's party's attack without worrying about internal issues. Old Zhu said solemnly, things are stable on my end, but I suspect Old Chu will see some bloodshed. Zhao Chen looked at Old Zhu in confusion. I don't believe Old Chu tried to assassinate the emperor, but the dagger found in Chu Changhe's collection is real. It's the only piece of evidence the prince's party has, Old Zhu explained. Old Chu loved collecting daggers, and he particularly cherished that one. He would wear it to important events and keep it in his residence the rest of the time. Such a dagger somehow ended up as the weapon used to assassinate the emperor and appeared in the imperial capital without anyone noticing. The Chu family must have a mole. Old Zhu sighed and shook his head. At this moment, in the Chu family's main star system, Chu Changhe had returned to his residence, but the atmosphere was tense. A military officer stepped forward to report, Marshal, all the individuals on the list are under surveillance. Chu Changhe said coldly, bring them all to me now. Upon hearing the news of her grandfather's return, Chu Xian quickly wrapped up her affairs in the Chu River Starfield and rushed back to the Chu family estate. However, as soon as she arrived at the entrance, she sensed something was off. A squad of soldiers in plain clothes stood guard at the gate, and Chu Xian immediately recognized them as the Chu family's secret guards. The presence of this mysterious unit signaled that something significant was happening inside the estate. Where is my grandfather? Chu Xian asked urgently. The marshal is at the training ground, came the reply. Frowning, Chu Xian hurried through the gate. The training ground was an ancient concept, rarely used in this era of mechs and enhancement serums. Yet, the Chu family maintained this tradition, even forbidding direct descendants from receiving genetic enhancement injections for reasons unknown. Entering the training ground, Chu Xian was startled to see 5 people kneeling in the middle. One person stood out, Xiao Song, her former bodyguard, now a 2-star major general. Reaching such a rank at the age of 30 was rare even in the Chu family's ranks. Xiao Song glanced up at Chu Xian, then quickly looked down in shame. Chu Xian's eyes swept over the other 4. A 3-star lieutenant general, a 2-star major general, and 3 1-star brigadier generals, their ages ranging from 30 to 60 or 70. Uncle Guan, Chu Xian exclaimed, recognizing the 3-star general who had watched her grow up. Miss, Uncle Guan might not be able to see you in your wedding dress, Uncle Guan said with a guilty expression. A sense of foreboding washed over Chu Xian as she quickly ascended the steps. In the stone pavilion at the front of the training ground, Chu Changhe was playing a game of Go with an elderly man whose hand trembled as he placed his pieces. Grandpa Song, Chu Xian called out, her voice shaking. Xiao Xian, you've grown more beautiful, Grandpa Song said kindly, looking at her. He wore a faded military uniform, but the 4 stars and the golden Chu character were polished to a shine. Song Shoqing, Chu Changha's close friend, had been inseparable from him since their days at the Northern Star Military Academy and throughout their service in the Frontier Army. All right, I give up. Decades have passed, and I still can't beat you, Song Shoqing said, setting down his piece and waving his hand. Chu Changha also set down his black piece, gazing at his old friend. Shoqing, we've known each other for 60 years, right? You've saved my life 6 times, including once when you took 7 bullets for me during an assassination attempt, and you've saved me 5 times. We've spent our lives saving each other. It's a fair trade, Song Shoqing replied with a gentle shake of his head. Chu Changha stood up, hands behind his back, and looked at the 5 kneeling men. We've known each other for over 60 years, 69 years. Next year, when the Northern Star Military Academy opens, it will be 70, Song Shoqing corrected. Why? Chu Changha suddenly asked. Song Shoqing sighed. Is there any point in asking that? I just want to know why. After 69 years, I thought you had forgotten your allegiance. But it turns out you still carried out the mission given to you by the royal family. You even involved Xiao Song. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to switch my dagger unnoticed, Chu Changha said, staring at Song Shoqing. Song Shoqing's eyes dimmed. I owe the Qin family a life. I had to do something for them. For 69 years, I almost forgot about it, thinking of myself as part of the Chu family. Until a year ago, someone contacted me. I'm sorry, Brother Chu. How did you convince Xiao Song? He was born and raised in the Chu River Starfield. I don't believe he would betray the Chu family just because of you, Chu Changha pressed. One word, love. He fell in love with a woman he shouldn't have, Song Shoqing said with a bitter smile. Chu Xian suddenly remembered that Xiao Song had indeed been rumored to be in a relationship with a student 6 months ago. It confirmed the saying, a hero is no match for a beauty. Do you have nothing else to say? Chu Changha asked, his voice intense. Betrayal is betrayal. There's no need to sugarcoat it, Song Shoqing replied, shaking his head. What about your grandson? He's your only living relative. Are you not going to plead for his life? Chu Changha demanded. Song Shoqing looked at Xiao Song. He's like me. If I die, he won't seek revenge, but he won't live on either. Chu Changha clenched his fists. Fine. Take them away and execute them all, he ordered. A squad of the Chu family's secret guards appeared to escort the 6 men away. Before leaving, they saluted Chu Changha one last time. Marshal, take care. If there's a next life, we hope to truly serve under you. Despite their identities, they had long been part of the Chu family's spirit. Grandfather, are you really going to kill Grandpa Song? Chu Xian asked, her voice filled with anguish. Chu Changha sat down, lost in thought. Xianer, you might not know this. When you were born, someone tried to assassinate you. Xiao Song's parents were in charge of your care. Xiao Song had a sister. To protect you, his parents fled with his sister. The assassins mistook her for you and killed the entire family, leaving only Xiao Song and his grandfather. Chu Xian staggered back, shocked. I don't understand. If Grandpa Song was loyal to the royal family, why did his children save me? I don't get it. I don't understand. Chu Changha took a deep breath. This is the stubbornness of people like us. Even if the royal family betrayed us, the Chu family would never invade their lands. Song Shoqing owed the royal family a life and a promise, and he fulfilled it. Except for this incident, he was the most loyal soldier of the Chu family. I've saved him 5 times, and he saved me 6. This time, let it be my repayment. Chu Changha looked at the go board. On the surface, the black pieces had surrounded the white, but there was still a way out for the white. If Song Shoqing had placed his piece there, the game could have continued. Chu Changha picked up the white piece and gently placed it down. In the Xiaolong Galaxy, within the farm of AT-3's Silver Eden-class starship, Qin Xiaolei gazed at her mother with eyes full of sadness and guilt. It had been over 6 months since they last met, and her mother seemed to have aged considerably. Nevertheless, the recent days of recuperation on the starship farm appeared to have improved her mother's complexion. Footsteps sounded behind her, and Qin Xiaolei turned to see Zhao Chen approaching slowly. He was the only one who could enter without prior notice. How is your mother doing? Zhao Chen asked with concern. Qin Xiaolei sighed. The doctors have checked her. Physically, she's fine, but it's her mental state. She still can't accept that my brother is gone. Zhao Chen looked at the noticeably aged woman. Losing a son is a devastating blow for any mother. Even in this advanced technological era, emotional wounds are not easily healed. Let her rest here on the farm, Zhao Chen suggested. I've arranged for people to take care of her. If you're worried, you can also assign some of your own people. This kind of thing. It just takes time. As they spoke, the woman's gaze shifted to Zhao Chen, and their eyes met. Zhao Chen was taken aback, just about to introduce himself, when the woman suddenly rushed forward and hugged him tightly. Chener, you're finally back. Where have you been all this time? I've been so worried. The woman affectionately held Zhao Chun, caressing his face with love in her eyes. Zhao Chun looked bewildered and turned to Qin Xiaolei. The woman continued speaking, like a mother reunited with her long-lost son. Your Majesty, my name is Zhao Chun. I'm not your son, Zhao Chun tried to clarify, but the woman seemed not to hear him. What's going on? Zhao Chun asked Qin Xiaolei. After a moment of thought, Qin Xiaolei suddenly realized, your eyes look a lot like my brother's. I had that feeling before. It seems my mother has mistaken you for him. Then why is she calling me Chun'er? Zhao Chun asked, puzzled. Have you forgotten my brother's name? The Crown Prince, Qin Chun. Well, I see the resemblance now. The woman held Zhao Chun's hand, speaking incessantly. You've had a hard time out there, and your father too, insisting on sending you away. You look so thin. I'll have someone prepare a meal for us right away. Although Zhao Chun had the strength to break free, he couldn't bring himself to shatter the woman's illusion as she reminisced about her lost son. My mother is very happy now, and she seems to be in good spirits. Could you just pretend, just this once? Qin Xiaolei pleaded, her hands clasped together. Reluctantly, Zhao Chun agreed. Soon, food was served at his command. The three of them sat around a stone table in the courtyard, surrounded by a pleasant environment, creating a warm atmosphere. During the meal, the woman kept serving Zhao Chun, and they showed mutual concern, like a real mother and son. It wasn't until Zhao Chun's communicator rang, reminding him of pending matters, that he excused himself. Mother, I have some business to attend to. I'll come back to see you soon. Please take care of yourself, Zhao Chun said apologetically. I know you're busy, go ahead. Take care. The woman waved goodbye, her eyes filled with reluctance. Zhao Chun left the farm and boarded a shuttle back to his T4 Vermilion Bird-class ship. As he entered the bridge, he saw Charlotte and Lilith waiting for him. Is it the Crown Prince faction mobilizing the Imperial Army for an attack? Zhao Chun asked. Lilith shook her head. No, it's not the Crown Prince faction. It's the Warhammer group. Charlotte added. According to the intelligence from my father's operatives in the Warhammer Galactic Federation, they are secretly assembling a fleet to launch a military operation against the Starshine Empire. Their plan is to first seize the unclaimed star systems controlled by the Starshine Empire, then advance to the Chuha starfield. Their goal isn't to annihilate the Starshine Empire, but to take advantage of the situation, forcing the Starshine Empire to cede one or two starfields. Zhao Chun frowned, not surprised by Warhammer's military strategy. Taking advantage of internal strife to force territorial concessions was a scenario he was all too familiar with. They want starfields? Let's see if Warhammer can bite into this tough bone, Zhao Chun said with a cold smile. Upon receiving intelligence that the Warhammer Interstellar Federation was preparing to use force against the Stellar Empire, Zhao Chun immediately ordered his flagship to head for the Lionheart system. He knew well that with the current strength of the Xiaolong Legion, a direct confrontation with the Warhammer Interstellar Federation was not feasible. However, Zhao Chun had already planned his next move. Seated in the captain's chair on his flagship, Zhao Chun forced himself to calm his excitement. There were numerous urgent matters to address, with the primary task being the preparation of necessary technologies for the development of unclaimed resource systems. The most critical of these technologies was the Stargate technology. Although Zhao Chun already possessed a T3 Huiyue-class Stargate, its high cost, moderate capacity, and long construction period made it unsuitable for the current situation. It was more suited for deployment on major routes, while Zhao Chun needed a Stargate with branch attribute short distance, high efficiency, and low cost. This would not only meet the immediate needs for resource extraction, but also lay the groundwork for a comprehensive Stargate network for the Xiaolong Legion in the future. Zhao Chun closed his eyes and brought up the system interface. Host, Zhao Chun. Profession, top starship engineer. Special attributes, fleet luck boost, eye of insight. System points, 650,000. Monthly fleet earnings, 31,000 points. Mission points, 430. Number of starships, 5,327. Mission, annual mission incomplete. Inventory, T5 Hades-class Interstellar Dreadnought, Hades Matrix Module, T4 Paladin-class Heavy Interstellar Missile Frigate, T3 Storm Fortress-class Large Starport Blueprint, T4 Suzuka-class Medium Interstellar Cruiser Blueprint. Confirming that he had sufficient system points, Zhao Chun opted for the T4 series Stargate technology. He wasn't seeking the highest specifications this time, but rather the most cost-effective branch Stargate. Soon, he found an option that perfectly met his needs, the T4 Voyager-class Medium Stargate. This Stargate was not only inexpensive, costing only 10 billion star coins, half the price of the T3 Huiyue class, but also had a daily maximum traffic capacity several times that of the Huiyue class, and a very short construction period. If undertaken by a T3 Furnace-class Heavy Interstellar Industrial Ship, it could be completed within a month. Without hesitation, Zhao Chun confirmed the exchange. Would you like to spend 600,000 system points and 50 mission points to exchange for the T4 Voyager-class Medium Stargate? Confirm. System notification. Congratulations on obtaining the T4 Voyager-class medium Stargate blueprint. Current system points, 50,000. Current mission points, 380. Zhao Chun opened his eyes and quickly brought up several technical code windows, editing the T4 Voyager-class medium Stargate's technical data into them. Several hours later, he finished his work and turned to his secretary, Lilith. Send this document to Nana. Tell her this is the Stargate technology she needs. Lilith looked at the important document in surprise, thinking how quickly the commander had managed to secure this crucial technology. However, recalling his past feats, she felt it was not so surprising after all. Have we arrived at the Lionheart system? Where is Chief Ted? Zhao Chen asked. We've arrived. Chief Ted is boarding the ship. As per your instructions, he will meet with you and General Charlotte in the conference room, Lilith replied. Zhao Chen nodded and headed to the conference room. In the conference room, Charlotte and Chief Ted stood as Zhao Chen entered. Chief Ted, in particular, showed great respect. During his time in the Lionheart system, he had witnessed the remarkable prowess of the Xiaolong commander firsthand and held him in high esteem. Please, have a seat. Zhao Chen gestured for everyone to sit. First, I want to thank Chief Ted's intelligence personnel for providing critical information. Chief Ted humbly replied. It's all thanks to the T3 Interstellar Stealth Recon ships you left behind in the Warhammer Interstellar Federation. Without them facilitating the transmission, it would have been impossible to relay intelligence from such a distance. During a previous mission to rescue the White Tiger clan, Zhao Chun had left several T3 Silver Mouse-class light interstellar stealth recon ships to carry out reconnaissance tasks. Chief Ted had been relying on these ships to maintain contact with the revolutionary forces. Since Warhammer has made a move, we need to make our own preparations. Chief Ted, how has your training been going? Zhao Chen asked. Chief Ted confidently replied, no problems at all. Even if faced with a major fleet from the Warhammer Interstellar Federation, I dare say we can stand our ground. He then detailed their training progress. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Prepare yourselves. In 3 days, I'll arrange for AT-4 Huigang-class interstellar warp ship to take you back to Warhammer territory. Additionally, I've allocated 30 billion star coins worth of strategic supplies for you, which should cover your combat needs for a while. General Charlotte will accompany you as the highest-ranking commander of your fleet. Her decisions represent mine in every way. She has full authority over our operations there. Zhao Chun then turned to Chief Ted. Please convey my words to the other leaders of the revolutionary forces. The revolutionary forces included not only the White Tiger clan but also several other clans, with nearly a dozen significant leaders. Zhao Chen worried that Chief Ted alone might not hold enough sway, so he dispatched Charlotte as his representative. Though reluctant to part with such a capable aide, it was a necessary move for the greater good. Besides, there were no major battles expected on this front in the short term, and Zhao Chun had other competent commanders to lead operations. Commander. Charlotte hesitated, torn between leaving Zhao Chun and returning to help her people and father. Chief Ted tactfully excused himself. I'll go make preparations now. Only Zhao Chun and Charlotte remained in the conference room. Charlotte's tail drooped, clearly unhappy. Zhao Chun approached and gently patted her head, stroking her white fur. Don't worry about me here. I'll be fine. I'll arrange for 3 T4 Suzaku-class medium interstellar cruisers to accompany you. You can choose one as your flagship. Remember, no matter what happens over there, your safety is the top priority. Even if the Warhammer plan fails, it doesn't matter to me. I just want you to come back safe and sound. If anything happens to you, not even 10 Warhammer Interstellar Federations would be enough to compensate. Zhao Chen's voice was firm. Suddenly, Charlotte stood on her tiptoes and bit Zhao Chen's lip. Zhao Chen's eyes widened in shock. Oh no, it's bleeding. Charlotte took a step back, traces of fresh blood still visible on her fangs. Instinctively, she licked her teeth, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. What are you doing? Zhao Chun was startled by Charlotte's sudden action, unconsciously touching his lips. He could feel 4 small wounds on his lips, though they had already healed thanks to his rapid recovery. The bloodstains remained. Charlotte hung her head low, her ears drooping, looking as if she had done something wrong. I saw on the TV show and shared with me that when people like each other, they would kiss, she explained softly. I got nervous and bit you by accident. Zhao Chen couldn't help but chuckle, thinking about how Anne's influence seemed to be everywhere. I'm sorry. Charlotte's voice grew smaller, her worried look making her seem like a child who had done something wrong. Looking at the adorable big white cat, Zhao Chen's heart softened. He stepped forward and hugged her. Charlotte stiffened instantly, her tail straightening, her cheeks turning visibly red. Come back safely, and I'll teach you, Zhao Chen whispered in her ear. The warm breath sent tingles down Charlotte's spine, and by the time she came to her senses, Zhao Chun had already let go of her. Summoning her courage, Charlotte looked into Zhao Chen's eyes and shouted, Commander, you have to keep your word. Before the words had fully left her mouth, she turned and sprinted away. Zhao Chen touched the spot where he had been bitten, thinking to himself that she had quite a strong bite for such a little girl. Just then, Lilith's communication window popped up. "Commander, I have some data to report. I'll be back on the bridge shortly," Xiaochen replied, then added, "By the way, it seems like our chief engineer and has been quite idle lately. Assign her some more tasks." Lilith was taken aback, wondering when and had offended the commander. 3 days later, in a remote and desolate star system within the Warhammer Interstellar Federation, several interstellar fleets were secretly gathering. The fleet commanders communicated via video. "What's the deal with Ted calling us to this godforsaken place?" A ramhead commander grumbled impatiently. "Who knows?" replied the Minotaur revolutionary commander. "He's been acting all mysterious lately. His entire White Tiger clan has vanished." Their last battle with the Black Wolf tribe stirred up quite a bit of attention. They blew up the Black Wolf tribe's main star system and the Wolf King starport fortress. The Black Wolf tribe has been scouring the universe for them for over 6 months, but haven't found a single White Tiger hair. That battle really put the Revolutionary Army on the map. The pig-headed revolutionary commander chimed in. "Honestly, I still can't believe the White Tiger clan pulled that off. Their starships aren't even as strong as my fleet." The ramhead commander spoke in a conspiratorial tone. "I heard that General Charlotte, Ted's daughter, is still alive, and she found a powerful ally who led a fleet to rescue Ted. Ted has been recuperating with this mysterious ally. He's back now to launch a counterattack." The pig-headed commander snorted dismissively. "I've heard those rumors too, but I doubt their truth. Counterattack? Our revolutionary army is too weak. Forget counterattacks, survival is a challenge. If Ted's ally is so strong, why not send a fleet directly?" The Minotaur commander glanced at the pig-headed commander, knowing that he didn't get along well with Ted. Despite being part of the revolutionary army, internal conflicts over interest were common. "Then how do you explain the attack on the Black Wolf tribe's main star system?" he retorted. The pig-headed commander was at a loss for words, but remained defiant. "I don't believe anything I haven't seen with my own eyes." At that moment, the bridge of all 3 revolutionary commanders received an urgent radar report. "Report. We have detected a large number of starships in the starfield ahead. The numbers are still increasing, currently over 10,000. 10,000? Could it be the Warhammer Legion fleet has found us?" the pig-headed commander worriedly asked. "Order all fleets to prepare for battle." The calm Minotaur commander immediately issued the command. But they all knew that their combined revolutionary fleet only had about 3,000 starships. If the Warhammer Legion fleet was indeed there, their forces were vastly outmatched. Just then, their communication systems received a scrambled message. The 3 revolutionary commanders were stunned. It was an internal revolutionary army code for identifying friend from foe. Could it be? The ramhead commander quickly ordered, "Activate the deep space telescope. I want a clear view of the situation ahead." As time passed, tiny points of light appeared in the distant, silent space. The glow from starship engines. They were densely packed, like a constellation of stars. Soon, the true nature of the starships became clear. A massive fleet was advancing in perfect formation, most of them T2 class starships, models never before seen in the Warhammer Interstellar Federation. "That's T3 class starships." The Minotaur commander pointed at some of the brightest ships in awe. They were familiar with T3 class starships, having once possessed them during the Revolutionary Army's peak, but the sheer number was staggering. "Report. The radar now shows over 20,000 starships. Scans confirm more than 200 T3 class starships among them," an officer reported. Suddenly, another officer exclaimed, "Report. Detecting 3 extremely strong energy signals from starships. They are rapidly moving through the fleet towards our position." The 3 revolutionary commanders immediately focused on the Deep Space Telescope's feed. They saw 3 crimson streaks approaching at high speed. Upon closer inspection, they realized these were 3 crimson-hulled starships. "Those are T4 class interstellar cruisers," the pig-headed commander said, his voice trembling. They also noticed that these starships bore a dragon tiger emblem on their hulls. The video call was established, and suddenly, 2 windows appeared on the screen. One displayed the imposing face of Chief Ted, while the other showed General Charlotte, who was rumored to have died years ago. Her cold gaze swept over the few Revolutionary Army commanders present. "Just you few?" Charlotte asked disdainfully, her tone dripping with contempt. Chief Ted frowned slightly. He had notified 7 commanders, but only 3 had shown up. The other 4 were absent, likely because they were unwilling to attend. The Minotaur commander swallowed hard and pointed to the radar screen, which was filled with countless blips. Stammering, he asked, "Chief Ted, are these all starships?" The radar displayed nearly 30,000 ships, including 3 suspected T4 class behemoths. The sight left them utterly stunned. "These are all part of Charlotte's fleet. Over 30,000 ships in total," Chief Ted answered proudly. Even when the White Tiger tribe was one of the top 20 tribes, it had never possessed such a massive fleet. The Pigman commander couldn't believe it. Are those 3 Crimson starships T4 class? Charlotte and Chief Ted remained silent. Instead, Charlotte asked, why didn't the other 4 commanders come? The 2 commanders were at a loss for words, but finally, the honest Minotaur commander explained, those commanders, they don't trust the White Tiger tribe. There are even rumors that you've joined forces with Warhammer. They were afraid this might be a trap, so they refused to come. Charlotte snorted, clearly unimpressed with the absent commanders. What a waste of time, she said impatiently. The Minotaur commander cautiously asked again, so, what's the situation? Charlotte replied coldly, there are things I can't disclose right now. Just know that this Dragon Tiger Legion fleet is under my command. We're here for revenge. Dragon Tiger Legion? The Pigman commander mused over the new name, noting that it matched the Dragon Tiger emblem well. He tried to downplay their strength. Charlotte, even with your 30,000 ships and those 3 T4 class vessels, revenge isn't a simple matter. Charlotte shot back icily. So, you want to keep hiding and living like cowards? If that's the case, you should never have joined the Revolutionary Army. You should have stayed in your little corner, being exploited by the aristocratic beastmen. Just as the Pigman commander was about to retort, Charlotte received an urgent message. Ignoring the ongoing call, she checked the intel, further aggravating the Pigman commander. Fools, Charlotte suddenly said, sensing something was wrong. Chief Ted asked quickly, Charlotte, what's happened? A murderous glint flashed in Charlotte's eyes as she coldly stated, we've received intel that one of the 4 absent Revolutionary Army leaders has betrayed us, revealing the locations of the other 3. The Warhammer Interstellar Federation has ordered the Golden Eagle Tribe, Pig King Tribe, and Giant Ape Tribe to attack these bases. The battle is underway, with each of the Warhammer tribes commanding 5 fleet legions, totaling nearly 50,000 ships. The 3 commanders were instantly plunged into shock and panic. The Minotaur commander roared in anger, who betrayed us? Chief of the Horned Wolf tribe, Charlotte replied icily. Hearing the name, the commanders weren't too surprised. They cursed angrily, recalling the chief's previous suspicious behavior advocating for peace with Warhammer. What do we do now? They realized in despair that the combined fleet of the 3 attacked leaders amounted to only about 10,000 ships, most of which were battered T2 class vessels, unable to mount a defense. Chief Ted looked to his daughter for guidance. Not only was Charlotte the highest-ranking commander appointed by Zhao Chun, but her military prowess also far surpassed his own. After a moment of contemplation, Charlotte spoke firmly, the Revolutionary Army is already in a precarious position. If we lose more forces, it will be hard to recover. We can't just watch those 3 commanders sacrifice themselves. She quickly issued an order, prepare the entire fleet for level 2 battle readiness. The Pigman commander shook his head repeatedly. Hey, are you planning a rescue? It's impossible. We can't use the Stargate. The battle site is too far, taking 3 days by normal travel. By then, it'll be too late. Charlotte smirked and retorted. Who says it's too late? She continued, in a moment, your ships can follow us if you wish. If not, go wherever you like. With that, she decisively ended the call. Simultaneously, Charlotte issued a new command. Order T4 Hui Guang class Starship 06 to prepare the Stargate for jump. Target coordinates are provided by the T3 Silver Mouse class light stealth reconnaissance ship. Understood, came the synchronized response from the bridge. Charlotte sat upright in the captain's chair, her gaze fixed on the Stargate control panel ahead. The engines of the T4 Huigang class interstellar jump ship number 06 hummed softly, waiting for the Stargate to open. This military operation was unprecedented in scale. In addition to 3 T4 Suzaku-class medium interstellar cruisers, the commander had specifically equipped her with 4 T4 Huigang-class interstellar jump ships. This lineup was sufficient to handle any unexpected situations, even if a single ship required a week to reset its core program after using the Stargate. If necessary, she could even return to the Lion King star system to seek support. Charlotte's eyes swept over the fleet array diagram as she calculated in her mind. She had brought a total of 30,000 Xialong series interstellar warships, most of which were T2 grade. But among them were elite forces like the T2 Lion King-class heavy interstellar missile ships. This massive fleet was not a gift from Zhao Chun, but was assembled with all the resources of clan leader Ted, along with Zhao Chen's half-sell, half-give arrangement, specifically for Charlotte. The name Longhu Corps was a suggestion she had personally made. However, what the other commanders of the Revolutionary Army didn't know was that in a hidden corner of this starfield stood a dimly lit T3 Hue-class Stargate. This Stargate was secretly established by several interstellar industrial ships arranged by Zhao Chun when he returned to the Lion King star system 6 months ago. This hidden Stargate not only facilitated the movement of Charlotte's Longhu Corps between the two locations, but could also be used for strategic material supplies in emergencies. If Charlotte could establish a foothold in the Warhammer Interstellar Confederation in the future, this place might develop into an important base. At that moment, in the distant Lion King star system, Zhao Chun stared at the Hue-class Stargate in front of him, as if he could see Charlotte far away through the void. Lilith, his secretary, stood beside him and asked softly, "Are you still worried about General Charlotte?" Zhao Chen sighed. "I'd be lying if I said I wasn't. It's been over 2 years, and this is the first time my big white cat has been so far away from me. It feels like a father watching his daughter go on a long journey." Lilith covered her mouth and laughed lightly, blinking her eyes. "So, Commander, if it were me on such a mission, would you worry about me too?" "Of course I would," Zhao Chen replied without hesitation. Lilith didn't say anything more, but her little tail happily twirled in circles. Just then, she received a message and turned to Zhao Chen. "Commander, Medusa requests to see you." "Let her in." Zhao Chen assumed it was a video call. "No," Lilith clarified. "She's already outside in a shuttle and wants to meet you in person." Zhao Chen was a bit surprised but agreed. "Since she's here, let her in." Soon, Medusa arrived at the bridge. As soon as she saw Zhao Chen, she knelt down directly. "Commander, I have an impolite request, and I hope you will agree." Zhao Chen was startled by the sudden action. "What are you doing? Get up." Medusa slowly stood up, her snake-like eyes shining with determination. "I want to join the Xiaolong Corps." Zhao Chen was taken aback. "You want to join the Xiaolong Corps? Why this sudden decision? You are currently the ruler of the Dark Reef Starfield." Medusa replied firmly, "I am willing to give up my current status, including being the ruler of the Dark Reef Starfield and the leader of the Snake People. I just hope to join the Xiaolong Corps, even if I start as a low-ranking interstellar soldier." Zhao Chen could see there was more to Medusa's request. "Tell me your reasons." Medusa took a deep breath and began to tell her story. The Snake People once lived in a small star system on the border of the Holy Radiant Empire and established their own Snake Kingdom. Initially, they maintained good diplomatic relations with the Holy Radiant Empire. But one day, after a special raw material was discovered in the Snake Kingdom star system, the Holy Radiant Empire found a flimsy excuse to launch an attack. In just 3 days, all interstellar warships of the Snake Kingdom were destroyed. One planet, due to the fierce resistance of the Snake People, endured a whole day of orbital bombardment by the Holy Radiant Empire fleet. Nearly 3 billion Snake People were massacred, and the planet would be uninhabitable for thousands of years. Medusa clenched her fists, the tiny snakes on her head hissing in anger. Her pupils turned a menacing red. "My parents were royalty of the Snake People, akin to princes here. They led a small fleet and a group of Snake People to escape to the Dark Reef Starfield, where they established a new home. My parents passed away over a decade ago, with my father cursing the Holy Radiant Empire till his last breath and my mother gazing longingly in the direction of the Snake Kingdom every day. I will never forget the scenes of my people and kingdom being slaughtered." Zhao Chen asked, puzzled. "And how does this relate to you joining the Xiaolong Corps?" Medusa looked Zhao Chen straight in the eye. "I heard you intend to intervene in those unclaimed star systems, and I guess the Holy Radiant Empire will not miss this opportunity. I know that with my own abilities, I could never avenge the Holy Radiant Empire in this lifetime. So, I want to join the Xiaolong Corps. If one day, you go to war with the Holy Radiant Empire, I hope you will place me on the front lines." At that moment, Zhao Chen saw not just a Snake People queen, but a little girl who had witnessed her home being destroyed as a child. Medusa's eyes were filled with killing intent, but Zhao Chen seemed to see the confusion, fear, and helplessness in the eyes of that little snake girl. Zhao Chen stared at Medusa, the former serpent queen, standing before him. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. "I can grant your request. However, the necessary procedures cannot be skipped. You will be assigned to the T3 Goddess Academy class starship for training. Only after passing all assessments can you join the Xiaolong Legion. As for your revenge, that will depend on your own abilities." His tone grew serious. "Remember, the moment you step onto the Xiaolong Legion's interstellar warship, you are no longer the Serpent Queen but one of our star warriors." Medusa straightened and gave Zhao Chen a standard military salute. "Thank you for your permission," she said with determination in her voice. Zhao Chen then directed a crew member to arrange Medusa's training on the T3 Goddess Academy class starship. He watched her leave the bridge, a glimmer of deep thought in his eyes. The Sacred Radiance Empire has no idea that this woman will become their nightmare, utterly destroying their faith. Zhao Chen muttered to himself. Standing nearby, Lilith couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you concerned about her identity as the Serpent Queen? Even though she can step down, some facts cannot be changed." Zhao Chen responded calmly. "The Xiaolong Legion is expanding rapidly. In the future, we won't be able to manage such a vast system on our own. We need to establish a pyramid structure, with us at the top. We need capable and trustworthy individuals or forces to help us govern. The White Tiger clan, the Dwarf clan, and even the Sioux family from the Morton star system are all candidates we can cultivate." He continued, "I understand that Medusa's connection to the Serpent clan is more than just a title, but it is precisely this connection that can strengthen the bond between the Serpent clan and the Xiaolong Legion. Additionally, we currently lack top-tier talent. The fleet's rapid expansion has left us with a shortage of high-level command personnel. Even though basic manpower is temporarily sufficient, Lilith nodded thoughtfully. The Xiaolong Legion's stringent recruitment criteria, coupled with the fact that we only recruit women, indeed make finding suitable senior commanders challenging. Zhao Chun shifted the topic. Lilith, deploy our T3 Silver Mouse-class light, interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship. Besides the Starshine Empire and the Warhammer Interstellar Federation, we also need to closely monitor the Sacred Radiance Empire. Understood, Lilith replied. How is the progress on taking over the unclaimed star systems? Zhao Chen inquired about the current priority task. Lilith reported, the deployment has begun. Due to the distance and lack of stargates in some systems, it's expected that the takeover of all unclaimed star systems will be completed within half a month at the latest. Zhao Chen rubbed his temples. We'll be very busy during this period. The Starshine Empire's civil war, the Warhammer Interstellar Federation's spies, and guarding those unclaimed star systems. A grand scheme was unfolding before Zhao Chun and the Xiaolong Legion. Meanwhile, the Warhammer Interstellar Federation's 3 tribal fleet commanders were advancing their front lines, systematically destroying the rebel interstellar warships. A half-beast commander with an eagle's head and a human body, named Golden Eagle, sneered at the battlefield display. Rebels? They're just a ragtag bunch. With these amateurs, even if we didn't deploy nearly 50,000 starships, I could handle them alone. Through a video window, a giant ape half-beast cautioned, don't get complacent. Remember what happened to the Black Wolf clan's home planet and their destroyed military starport. Golden Eagle scoffed. That was the Black Wolf clan's stupidity. Honestly, they don't deserve to be a major clan. If not for their significant role in overthrowing the White Tiger clan, they wouldn't have made it into the top 20 clans. The Pig King commander cut their argument short. Enough? Regardless, once we complete this mission, we might still catch up with the main fleet for the Starshine Empire expedition. The Beast Emperor ordered us to clear out these rebel remnants to prevent another incident like the Black Wolf clans. No one wants trouble in the rear during an external campaign. These 3 were the highest-ranking commanders responsible for the rebel cleanup operation, each leading their own clan's fleet. In the Warhammer Interstellar Federation, even during joint operations, each clan's fleet only took orders from their respective commanders. Suddenly, a smaller video window popped up, featuring a horned wolf-faced half-beast grinning obsequiously. My lords, the rebel fleets will soon be annihilated. About the promises you made earlier, the Pig King commander looked at the traitor with disdain. Don't worry. Since you betrayed your allies, we'll deliver what you want. Golden Eagle commander added mockingly, if it weren't for the Horned Wolf clan's intelligence, we wouldn't have taken down these rebels so easily. The Horned Wolf half-beast chuckled awkwardly. The Pig King commander, slightly irritated, remarked, unfortunately, this only accounts for half of the rebel forces. 3 other rebel fleets have escaped. Golden Eagle was unfazed. Don't worry. Cleaning up this trash is a piece of cake. At that moment, a crew member suddenly reported, we've detected a fleet of approximately 5,000 ships at coordinates behind our fleet. They seem to be observing us. Based on reconnaissance drone footage, these appear to be other rebel clan starships. The 3 Warhammer commanders immediately perked up, verifying the intelligence and asking the Horned Wolf half-beast to confirm if they were former allies. The Horned Wolf commander excitedly confirmed, yes, these are indeed our revolutionary, rebel starships. That one is the flagship of the Minotaur commander. The Pig King commander made a decisive call. It looks like they're scouting us. Since they're here, let's wipe them out. Relay my orders. Deploy 30,000 starships, split into 3 fleets. One will advance from the front, and the other 2 will flank from the sides. Ensure complete annihilation of this rebel fleet. Golden Eagle and the giant ape commanders agreed without hesitation, immediately directing this dual-front operation. To them, it was just another routine mission, as effortless as their regular drills. The besieged Revolutionary Army's interstellar fleet found themselves in a desperate situation. On the bridge, bad news came one after another, bombarding everyone's nerves like cannon fire. Report, another small fleet of 30 T2-class interstellar battleships has been completely destroyed. Report, our T3 Porcupine-class medium destroyer, K-887, has been taken out. Sitting in the captain's chair was a middle-aged man with antlers, his face etched with worry. This commander, known as the Deer King, was the most respected figure in the Revolutionary Army and the chieftain of the Snow Deer Beastmen. Turning to a video window in front of him, the Deer King addressed a dark-skinned foxwoman. Black Fox, what's the status on our breakout attempt? Black Fox responded gravely, all 3 breakout attempts have failed. The enemy knows our layout well and has blocked several of our escape routes. It seems that Zhao Lang has sold out all our intel. No sooner had she finished speaking than a hysterical voice shouted, that damned Zhao Lang, the wolf tribe traitor. The voice belonged to a white-furred wolf beast man with an eye patch and noticeable burn scars on his face. This one-eyed white wolf was the current leader of the wolf tribe. and Zhao Lang's faction had theoretically been a part of their clan. The Deer King spoke solemnly. Now is not the time for blame. Given the current situation, preserving our fleet is impossible. Our only option is to protect the core members of our revolutionary army. My suggestion is to gather the elite from each tribe and make one final attempt to get them out. Both the Black Fox and the Wolf tribe leader agreed. Just then, a crew member urgently reported, a portion of the Warhammer Legion's fleet is retreating. It appears that another interstellar fleet has appeared in the outer region, possibly our own Revolutionary Army's fleet. The three Revolutionary Army leaders immediately checked the details. The Wolf tribe leader murmured, could it be Lao Nyo and his forces returning? Black Fox sighed, even if Lao Nyo is back, it won't change our current predicament. The enemy has dispatched too many ships this time, and we have a traitor among us. After a moment of contemplation, the Deer King decisively ordered, this might be the opportunity we've been waiting for. Start organizing the breakout fleet immediately. If a chance arises, provide cover for the breakout fleet and ensure our survival at all costs. With unanimous agreement from the leaders, preparations began in earnest. Black Fox sighed deeply and turned to a young foxwoman beside her. Sheener, get ready to board the shuttle and join the breakout fleet. Tears welled up in Sheener's eyes as she stubbornly said, I won't go. I want to stay with you. I don't want to leave my mother. Gripping her daughter's hand tightly, Black Fox said, remember our duty. You will be the hope of the Black Fox tribe. We cannot let our tribe perish here. Supported by two other foxwomen, Sheener reluctantly left the bridge. Black Fox discreetly wiped away her tears and continued her work. As the strategic mind of the Revolutionary Army, she was responsible for devising various plans for the fleet's movements. Meanwhile, in the outer sector, Golden Eagle Commander led the central fleet towards the detected Revolutionary Army fleet, while two other Warhammer fleets moved in from the flanks. The Revolutionary Army fleet, hidden within a small asteroid belt, had their ships scattered among the asteroids. Golden Eagle Commander smirked and ordered, let the hunt begin. He relished the feeling of hunting others, especially the despair it brought them. He was confident that the Revolutionary Army fleet was now in a state of panic and confusion. However, Golden Eagle was only half right. The Revolutionary Army's command was indeed tense, and some were scared, but they were not acting recklessly. The Pigman commander swallowed nervously. Gulp, they're really coming for us. A total of 30,000 ships, splitting into 3 groups. It looks like they're planning to encircle us. The Minotaur commander watched the distance closely, shouting, they're getting closer, closer. In 5 minutes, they'll be within firing range. At this moment, the Revolutionary Army leaders held their breath, their palms sweaty. We're within firing range, shouted the Goatman commander. However, the Warhammer fleet seemed to want to toy with them, not attacking immediately but continuing to close in. The flanking fleets formed a crescent shape, about to complete their encirclement of the asteroid belt. The Pigman commander, frantic, shouted, why aren't they attacking yet? Get me in touch with General Charlotte immediately. We can't reach General Charlotte at the moment, but her orders were to continue with the original plan, a crew member reported. Suddenly, the Warhammer fleet began a sporadic attack, their cannons targeting the Revolutionary Army ships. The Pigman commander clutched his head. When will Charlotte give the order? We shouldn't have come back here. Trusting her was a mistake. She's dragging us into hell. The Minotaur and Goatman commanders clenched their fists, choosing to believe in the White Tiger female general of the Revolutionary Army. At that moment, Charlotte's orders reached the interstellar missile ships of the Dragon Tiger fleet. T2 Lion King-class heavy interstellar missile ships, fire the missiles. Hidden behind asteroids, the interstellar missile ships moved out, their missile launch units activating. One after another, the interstellar missiles launched, heading towards their targets. Report. We've detected several interstellar missile ships and unidentified warships within the meteorite field. The crew member's voice echoed through the command center, tense and urgent. The deputy commander turned to the Golden Eagle commander, his brow furrowed. Sir, this is likely a trap set by the enemy to lure us in. The Golden Eagle commander sat in the captain's chair, a disdainful smile playing at his lips. A trap? You overestimate those fools. Even if it is a trap, what can the rebels possibly do to me? I could put my head on their cannons, and they wouldn't dare fire. He waved his hand dismissively. All fleets, continue advancing. Escort ships, intercept enemy missiles. Let's see how many missiles these paupers can afford to fire. The Golden Eagle commander's question was quickly answered. Hidden within the meteorite field were 300 T2 Lion-class heavy interstellar missile ships, each loaded with 500 interstellar missiles, totaling 150,000 missiles. Each missile cost 600 star coins, making the total battlefield expenditure nearly 1 billion star coins. This was Zhao Qin's trump card for Charlotte. The missile ships didn't unleash their firepower all at once, but employed a tiered coverage attack, launching 10,000 missiles per minute for 15 minutes of sustained bombardment. General Charlotte's tactical intent was clear. Let's not scare those little darlings too much. We'll take it slow. 1 minute passed, and the Golden Eagle commander remained unfazed, ordering a full-speed advance. After 3 minutes, minor damage had appeared on some of the 10,000 interstellar warships. By the 8th minute, the Golden Eagle commander's expression had shifted from arrogance to grim determination. In just 8 minutes, over 3,000 warships had been destroyed, far exceeding previous losses against the rebels. The deputy commander urgently reported, "Commander, the enemy's missile attack is too intense. We're suffering heavy losses." Gritting his teeth, the Golden Eagle commander barked, "Keep charging. Contact the flank fleets, accelerate the encirclement, and break through the meteorite field to annihilate the enemy." He had no other choice. Retreating would only invite more bombardment. He believed that victory would be theirs once they engaged in close to mid-range combat. However, reality cruelly shattered his illusion. Another 7 minutes passed, and only less than 5,000 of the original 10,000 warships remained, most of them damaged. The Golden Eagle commander's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "Advance! I want to crush the enemy commander's skull with my own hands." At that moment, alarming news came from the flank fleets. They had each encountered at least 10,000 powerful, unknown enemy ships, suspected to be T2 class. "Support! We need support!" The communications channel was filled with desperate cries. Before the Golden Eagle commander could recover from his shock, an even greater nightmare unfolded. Near the seemingly unprotected missile ships, nearly 3,000 unidentified warships bearing dragon and tiger emblems suddenly appeared. They formed an impenetrable wall before the Golden Eagle's fleet, showcasing terrifying combat prowess. A T2 escort ship with massive black horns charged into the Golden Eagle's fleet like a demon, unstoppable. Other T2 warships displayed combat strength comparable to T3 class. The rebel fleet, initially serving as bait, now shivered at the edges of the battlefield, like children watching an adult fight. In the command center, the pig-headed commander was speechless with shock. The bull-headed commander was so excited his eyes were bloodshot, steam puffing from his nostrils, eager to join the fray. The sheephead commander, however, calmly monitored the other two battlefronts, where the Warhammer fleet was being swallowed up like it was caught in a landslide. Reports poured into Charlotte's command room like a tidal wave. The first battlefield saw over 6,000 enemy ships destroyed, with around 4,000 remaining, including just over 50 T3 class interstellar battleships. The T3 Blizzard squad has been dispatched to finish them off. Good news came from the second battlefield, where more than 2,000 enemy ships were annihilated, and the enemy fleet formation was disrupted. The third battlefield was progressing smoothly, with our side having gained control of interstellar airspace, and it is estimated that the enemy fleet group will be completely destroyed within 2 hours. Charlotte's eyes were sharp as she gazed at the massive interstellar map before her. The map clearly displayed the battlefield situation in 3 directions around the asteroid cluster. To annihilate the fleet of the Warhammer Interstellar Legion besieging the Revolutionary Army base, she had meticulously set up this trap, using the fleets of 3 Revolutionary Army commanders as bait. The asteroid cluster became the key to this interstellar chess game. Exploiting the limitations of Starship radar, Charlotte had hidden 300 T2 Lion King-class heavy interstellar missile ships and 3,000 interstellar ships of the Dragon Tiger Legion within the cluster. These hidden forces would deliver a fatal blow once the enemy ships approached. Although the number of interstellar warships on both sides appeared to be equal, the 3,000 ships deployed by Charlotte would descend like celestial warriors, overwhelming the Warhammer interstellar battleships. Even more strategically, 2 additional fleets of 10,000 Dragon Tiger Legion interstellar ships each waited behind the asteroid cluster, ready to strike. Once the enemy fleet entered the ambush zone, these undetected ships would swarm from behind, executing tasks such as division and encirclement. "Sister, your command is simply perfect." Mitty looked at Charlotte with admiration. "In just half an hour, we've destroyed nearly 10,000 enemy ships while losing fewer than 300 T2 interstellar warships. Our T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruisers remain unscathed." Charlotte responded calmly. "This is mainly thanks to the advanced Xialong series interstellar warships provided by the commander. Their performance far surpasses others in the same class, giving us such a significant advantage." Mitty nodded in agreement, her eyes shifting to the control panel displaying warship data. The panel detailed the number and status of each type of warship. T4 Vermilion Bird-class medium interstellar cruisers, 3. T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruisers, 300. T2 Queen Bee-class heavy aircraft carriers, 100. T2 Lion King-class heavy interstellar missile ships, 300. T2 Snow Mastiff-class heavy interstellar battleships, 1,000. T2 Black Rhino-class heavy assault frigates, 20,000. T2 Bull Demon King-class medium interstellar destroyers, 5,000. T2 Wind Whisperer-class medium interstellar cruisers, 2,000. T2 Eagle Knight-class medium interstellar battlecruisers, 1,500. Though this fleet's composition wasn't entirely conventional, it was meticulously designed by Charlotte, Zhao Chun, and others based on the actual situation of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation. The T2 Queen Bee, T2 Snow Mastiff, T2 Black Rhino, and T2 Lion King warships formed the backbone of the Xiaolong Legion, creating an effective combat system. The T2 Bull Demon King, T2 Wind Whisperer, and T2 Eagle Knight ships were added to fill gaps, and their combat power also far exceeded the Warhammer series of the same class. Additionally, a support fleet of 300 ships, composed of interstellar supply ships, interstellar transport ships, and T2 Iron Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ships, was available for wartime supply and on-site repairs, significantly reducing unnecessary attrition. However, the unexpected turn of events in the asteroid cluster battle alarmed the other two Warhammer tribe commanders. What on earth is that damned eagle doing? Commander Pig King glared at the loss report, his face dark. In a short time, he had lost 10,000 out of the 30,000 interstellar warships under his command. Damn it, there are ships from our tribe in his legion. Commander Giant Ape pounded his chest in anger. They immediately ordered their crew to contact Commander Golden Eagle. As soon as the video communication was established, Golden Eagle preemptively accused the Wolf tribe leader. How much have you kept from us? How do the rebels have 30,000 interstellar warships and 300 interstellar missile ships? Those bastards fired missiles worth tens of billions of star coins at me. 30,000 interstellar warships? 300 interstellar missile ships? Tens of billions of star coins and missiles? The Wolf tribe leader looked bewildered, clearly knowing nothing about it. The current situation left the three Warhammer commanders in an awkward position. The Pig King commander cast a sharp glance at the Golden Eagle commander, silently inquiring about the enemy's strength. The Golden Eagle commander took a deep breath and said gravely, "The enemy's interstellar warships outperform ours in every aspect, with a fleet size of at least 20,000 ships. But the real challenge is their interstellar missile ships, the number of which is unknown. Coupled with their formidable T2 interstellar frigates, breaking through their defense will be extremely difficult." As soon as he finished speaking, the Pig King and the Giant Ape commanders sensed the evasiveness in his tone. However, given the urgent situation, assigning blame was futile. The Giant Ape commander eagerly suggested, "If we mobilize our 20,000 interstellar warships, can we defeat this suspicious fleet?" The Pig King commander fell into deep thought, while the Golden Eagle commander immediately agreed, "Absolutely. I don't believe they have more interstellar missiles." "You're gambling," the Pig King commander retorted coldly. The Golden Eagle commander was at a loss for words, fumbling to explain. "Interstellar missiles are so expensive. How could they possible? They just used missiles worth billions of star coins," the Pig King commander interrupted. "What makes you so sure they won't launch another round? You're risking our warships." The Golden Eagle commander was speechless, realizing he was indeed gambling, struggling to believe the enemy had such deep resources. Finally, the Pig King commander issued the order, "Order all corps to retreat from the battlefield immediately and regroup at the designated coordinates. Report the battle situation to higher-ups and request reinforcements." "Retreat?" The Golden Eagle commander protested in discontent. "This will disgrace us." "Is your pride more important than thousands of warships?" The Pig King commander snapped. "Engaging without knowing the enemy's full strength is already a grave mistake. If you're determined to fight, take your Golden Eagle tribe with you. The Pig King tribe will fully retreat." After a moment of hesitation, the Giant Ape commander also agreed to retreat. The Golden Eagle commander, though unwilling, eventually conceded. Subsequently, the Warhammer Corps began to withdraw from the battlefield in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, the command levels of the revolutionary forces erupted in cheers. "Report. The enemy fleet is retreating." This unexpected turn of events thrilled everyone, especially the elite warships preparing to break through. "Fantastic. We don't have to flee anymore." The revolutionary forces, feeling reborn, immersed themselves in joy. Hushiner's eyes sparkled with joy, and her black fox maidens wept with happiness. However, Hushiner's gaze remained fixed on the distant asteroid field, knowing this turnaround was due to the godlike fleet that had appeared. Soon, a voice came through. "Quick, tune into the interstellar public channel. The commanding officer of the reinforcements is speaking." Everyone sprang into action. Hushiner received the public signal on her handheld terminal. The video window displayed a female half-beast officer in a sharp military uniform, with the advanced interstellar warship bridge as the background. "Isn't that General Charlotte?" one of the Black Fox maidens exclaimed. Hushiner was intrigued by the name. She had heard tales of General Charlotte, but had never seen her in person. The general briefly summarized the current battle situation over the public channel, announcing her arrival and reassuring the revolutionary forces. Hushiner found herself unable to look away from the White Tiger female general, feeling a surge of excitement. "So cool. So impressive. How I wish I could meet her." She quickly captured the video frame, her eyes gleaming as she admired it. On the bridge of the T4 class medium interstellar cruiser Suzaku, General Charlotte let out a long sigh of relief and slowly sank back into the captain's chair. Her eyes scanned the busy crew around her, and she couldn't help but marvel at how she had somehow gained a little admirer. This feeling of being idolized was something she still wasn't quite used to. "Big sis, didn't you often attend scenes like this when you were with the Revolutionary Army?" asked Middle, who stood nearby, looking puzzled. She had keenly noticed that the Charlotte she met again seemed like a completely different person. The once cold and rigid face now often bore a smile. The tail that had always been stiff now wagged occasionally. Charlotte even engaged in casual conversations about the starship's dining menu during her leisure to me, a stark contrast to the general who once seemed born solely for war. Charlotte was taken aback by Middle's question. She suddenly realized that she was no longer the lonely figure standing under the spotlight. A man had entered her life, offering her a shoulder to lean on and shielding her from the storms when she needed it. It was from that moment she dared to show her softer side, indulging in food, being playful, and even forgetting who she used to be. Thinking about this, Charlotte couldn't help but break into a silly smile. She recalled the promise the commander had made to her, and her cheeks turned a rosy red. Realizing her lapse, she quickly slapped herself twice in an attempt to hide her flustered emotions. Middle was stunned by this series of actions. She cautiously asked, "Sis, are you all right?" Charlotte shook her head, forcing herself to be composed. "I'm fine. Let's not talk about that. What's the current situation on the battlefield?" Middle immediately reported, "The Warhammer Interstellar Legion is beginning to retreat. There are approximately 30,000 starships left. About 20,000 are retreating from the Revolutionary Army's front, and around 10,000 are pulling back from our side. Following your orders, we are proceeding with the next phase of the operational plan." Charlotte nodded in satisfaction, her gaze fixed on the interstellar sand table, where the Warhammer Legion's ships were retreating slowly. "I didn't give them permission to leave so easily," she said coldly. "How long until the T2 Lion-class heavy interstellar missile ships complete their missile replenishment?" "Approximately 15 minutes, Middle replied. "So, we need to hold them off for at least 15 minutes. Charlotte mused for a moment before decisively ordering, "Proceed with the operation." Instantly, a fleet appeared on the sand table, moving to intercept the retreating Warhammer Legion. This was Charlotte's final move. Astute observers had already noticed something peculiar. There were over 3,000 starships on the front line at the asteroid field, with 10,000 on each flank. Charlotte's Dragon Tiger Legion had nearly 30,000 combat starships, leaving a gap of 7,000 ships unaccounted for, not to mention the 3 T4 Suzaku-class cruisers that had yet to show themselves. In fact, Charlotte had anticipated the enemy's retreat. Whether the enemy chose to retreat or engage in a direct battle, her strategy would be effective. If they retreated, it was an interception operation. If they chose to fight hidden, it was a pincer maneuver. Everything was within Charlotte's control. At that moment, the Golden Eagle commander, who was retreating despondently, slumped in his captain's chair, clutching a bottle of some unknown strong liquor. He cursed angrily, "Damn it, a fat pig. If it weren't for the dragonfolk backing them, I wouldn't give a damn. Now we're retreating, and if other tribes hear about this, they'll laugh at us. Just a bunch of revolutionaries, and we're scared of them? That fat pig has no shame, but I still have my pride." Suddenly, a crew member shouted, "Warning, warning, warning." Detecting 3 high-speed approaching T4 class starship energy signals ahead. "T4 class? Could it be our reinforcements?" the Golden Eagle commander said with surprise. He instinctively thought it was their reinforcements, as he couldn't imagine the rebels possessing T4 class starships. Their own fleet only had 5 T4 class ships, 2 near T4 Butcher class medium destroyers, 2 near T4 Dragoon class heavy cruisers, and 1 true T4 class Ankylosaurus class medium frigate. Among them, the 2 Dragoon class ships were his and another commander's flagships, while the true T4 class Ankylosaurus belonged to the Pig King commander. However, the next words from the crew member shattered the Golden Eagle commander's hopes. It seems to be the starships from the unidentified fleet supporting the rebels," the crew member said cautiously. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could they have T4 class starships?" the Golden Eagle commander screamed hysterically. The crew member quickly brought up several images just captured. The footage showed 3 Crimson T4 class starships speeding toward them, their design strikingly beautiful. Most importantly, the Dragon Tiger emblem on their hulls matched the insignia of the unidentified fleet aiding the rebels. The Golden Eagle commander stared wide-eyed, his beak agape, momentarily forgetting to issue orders. It wasn't until the Pig King commander's orders to prepare for battle came through that he snapped out of it. Even so, he continued to mumble, "How could they have T4 class starships?" 3 T4 Suzaku-class medium interstellar cruisers shot forward like arrows, leading the charge at the Warhammer fleet. Just as they were about to collide with the retreating enemy ships, the Suzaku cruisers split apart with precision, each veering off in a different direction. Simultaneously, the weapon systems on the Suzaku cruisers activated. 12 4,000mm electromagnetic railgun main cannons and 88 rapid-fire pulse laser turrets locked onto targets within their range. Despite being categorized as main and secondary weapons, these were T4 class armaments. On command, a deluge of concentrated firepower rained down. No T2 class interstellar warship could survive such an onslaught. Even T3 class ships, if struck in weak or damaged areas, would fare no better. With or without shields, surviving a few rounds of this concentrated fire was a matter of luck. If all the firepower focused on a single T3 ship, its fate was sealed complete annihilation. However, such concentrated attacks were rare. The T4 Suzaku-class cruisers, with their incredible speed, darted across the battlefield, randomly targeting enemies within range during high-speed maneuvers. To onlookers, these cruisers seemed like chaotic disruptors, firing wildly as they weaved through the fray. Against such elusive opponents, most T3 and T2 class ships struggled to respond effectively. By the time they locked onto a target, the Suzaku cruisers had already darted out of range. Attacking these agile T4 ships was almost impossible unless they charged headlong into friendly lines. Report, those 3 T4 cruisers are too fast. Most of our ships can't lock onto them. The few that can are struggling to break through their shields quickly, an officer reported anxiously to the Golden Eagle commander. The Golden Eagle commander scratched his head irritably, feathers piling up at his feet. In less than an hour, he had shed more feathers than in the past year. Have the perimeter ships maintain formation and continue the breakout. Ignore them, he ordered, suppressing his anger, following the Pig King commander's directive. Helplessly, the Golden Eagle commander watched as one by one, his ships were destroyed. The 3 Suzaku cruisers seemed to target his fleet specifically, despite the presence of 3 separate Warhammer fleets. In contrast, the Pig King and Giant Ape commanders faced far less harassment. Suddenly, a panicked officer reported, "Commander, a new fleet of over 5,000 ships has appeared ahead." The Golden Eagle commander stared in disbelief, muttering, "Another 5,000? Where are they coming from?" Despite his shock, he had to face the reality. Those he had dismissed as beggars possessed a formidable fleet. The realization was a bitter pill to swallow. "Continue the breakout," he ordered through gritted teeth. Unlike the earlier harassment by the 3 Suzaku cruisers, this was a massive fleet. Over 5,000 ships, with numbers still growing, forming a barrier across the Warhammer fleet's escape route. While this fleet was still smaller than the 30,000 Warhammer ships attempting to break out, it didn't hinder Charlotte's plan. She didn't aim to annihilate the entire Warhammer fleet. Her Dragon Tiger Corps, equipped with downgraded versions of the Xiaolong Corps' top-tier ships, wasn't capable of such a feat. Weakening the Warhammer fleet was the goal. The 7,000 Dragon Tiger ships quickly formed ranks. T2 Black Rhino heavy assault frigates took the front, with various T2 warships ready behind them, and T3 Blizzard-class light battlecruisers poised to strike. On the interstellar map, Charlotte marked the retreating Warhammer ships with a red circle. This simple mark signified a death sentence for those within it. The battle commenced as planned. The Dragon Tiger fleet's 7,000 ships clamped down on the retreating Warhammer fleet like a massive, invisible hand. Meanwhile, the 3 Suzaku cruisers on the flanks changed course, slicing into the Warhammer formation like sharp knives. "Charge! Frontline ships, attack and break their defense," the Golden Eagle commander roared. He couldn't believe his misfortune. The enemy had just one blockade, and he ran straight into it. His fleet now formed a concave shape, with the other 2 Warhammer fleets continuing forward, creating a potential encirclement risk for the 7,000 Dragon Tiger ships. The Golden Eagle commander quickly assessed the situation. Contact the other 2 commanders. Request their support. He stared at the interstellar map, urgently contacting his counterparts. His fleet alone couldn't break through, but with support, they might not only escape but also inflict heavy losses on the enemy. Unexpectedly, an officer looked confused. We can't reach the other commanders." The Golden Eagle commander felt a chill. He tried his private channels, but all attempts failed. At that moment, a radar operator reported, "Commander, 300 enemy T2 missile ships are moving into range. They're preparing for a missile barrage." Reassessing the situation, a horrifying realization dawned on the Golden Eagle commander. He and his fleet had been abandoned. The fleets commanded by Zhu Wang and the Giant Ape narrowly passed by the enemy's 7,000 interceptor ships, neither side engaging. The 2 commanders pressed forward without looking back, racing against time. The Giant Ape glanced at the video feed showing Zhu Wang, whose communication terminal was constantly flashing incoming requests. He knew it had to be Jin Diao desperately trying to reach them. "This whole mess is that fool's fault," Zhu Wang said coldly. "If he had sent reconnaissance ships first, we wouldn't have lost tens of thousands of ships in vain. Regardless of the outcome, someone has to be held accountable." The Giant Ape remained silent, his eyes fixed on the radar filled with red blips interstellar missiles heading towards Jin Diao's fleet. These missiles were the reason he agreed to abandon their comrade. One bombardment an hour ago, and now a second wave? Who knows how many more missiles they have? The giant ape thought. Rather than losing everything here, let that unlucky Jin Diao face it alone. At that moment, a crew member suddenly reported, "Sir, we've intercepted a video broadcast from the rebel territory. The commander of the suspicious fleet claims to be Charlotte of the Longhu Legion." Charlotte. Both commanders' faces changed at the name. Half a year ago, it had shaken the entire Warhammer Interstellar Union. The famed rebel general, long thought dead, had not only returned but also destroyed the home planet and starport fortress of the Black Wolf tribe. That incident had directly triggered the current crackdown. Who could have imagined that Charlotte would reappear here, commanding a massive fleet of 30,000 warships? The commanders began to envision the shockwaves this news would send through their superiors. The bigger mystery remained. Who had helped Charlotte regroup? Who had provided her with so many warships? What force was secretly supporting the rebels? Zhuang pondered for a moment before giving orders. Deploy unmanned reconnaissance drones to continue monitoring the battlefield. Record all intelligence, especially details about the Longhu Legion's warships. Compile everything and send it to Warhammer Imperial Star. In the holographic display, Jin Diao's fleet was already engulfed in a barrage of interstellar missiles. Unlike the previous staggered attacks, this was a saturation strike, resembling a grand fireworks display. Caught in the barrage, Jin Diao realized he was the sacrificial pawn. Damn it! Those bastards! He roared hysterically, eyes wide with fury, wishing he could peck those damn pig heads to death. I can't die here. Jin Diao panicked. Assemble the T3 warships immediately to cover my escape. He knew that if he delayed any longer, he'd be caught between 7,000 enemy ships ahead and over 20,000 pursuing him from behind. Under the cover of more than 30 T3 warships, Jin Diao's T4 Dragon Knight-class heavy cruiser began to break through. However, 3 red streaks of lightning were weaving through the missile barrage, approaching at incredible speed. These were 3 T4 Vermilion Bird-class medium cruisers, navigating the bombardment zone with precise trajectories like Crimson War Gods. They had one target in sight: Jin Diao's flagship. Despite the protection of over 30 T3 warships, the firepower of the T4 Vermilion Birds was overwhelming. The T3 ships were destroyed one after another, as fragile as paper. Stop them! Stop them now! Fire! Attack! Don't stop! Keep shooting! Jin Diao ordered frantically, watching the 3 T4 cruisers on the tactical display as if they were 3 vengeful spirits, filling him with dread. Jin Diao's flagship retaliated with all its might, firing secondary cannons, main cannons, interstellar missiles, and the bow cannon. Unfortunately, this near T4 ship was no match for the 3 genuine T4s. The remaining T3 ships tried to shield the flagship, buying it some time. Launch the interstellar missiles, Charlotte ordered from her own ship. Each of the 3 T4 Vermilion Birds launched 200 Vermilion Bird-class interstellar missiles. Though the number was small, it was enough to obliterate the T3 warships. In a series of explosions, the T3 ships turned into dazzling fireworks. Reporting, the 3 Vermilion Bird-class thermal cluster laser bow cannons have locked onto the target. Mid-Air reported excitedly. Charlotte stared at the T4 Dragon Knight opposite her and coldly ordered, "Tell the other 2 Vermilion Birds to fire." The 3 T4 Vermilion Birds fired their bow cannons simultaneously, 9 crimson beams striking and piercing through Jin Diao's flagship from 3 directions. It was as if a warrior had been shot through by 9 arrows at once. The interstellar battle lasted for 5 hours. The Dragon Tiger Legion launched 2 waves of interstellar missile attacks, annihilating nearly 30,000 warships from 3 tribal fleets of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation. Among them, AT-4 Dragon Knight-class heavy cruiser was destroyed. An AT-4 Butcher-class medium destroyer managed to break through but sustained severe damage, requiring major repairs. The enemy fleet had retreated far away, and our pursuit fleet began to withdraw as well. Midel reported the battle results to Charlotte. The Dragon Tiger Legion lost over 1,300 warships, including 3 T3 Blizzards. More than 600 warships were moderately to severely damaged, including 13 T3 Blizzards. Nearly 500,000 personnel were lost. Charlotte frowned slightly. We lost that many? Midel, surprised, responded. Is that a lot? Our loss ratio against the enemy is over 20-1. This means the enemy would need 600,000 warships to destroy the Dragon Tiger Legion. Although the battlefield is not a simple arithmetic problem, this at least shows we have a strong ability to defeat the superior numbers with fewer forces. Charlotte suddenly understood. She had grown accustomed to the Dragon Legion's combat style, completely annihilating the enemy fleet with minimal losses. Such a significant scale of loss was hard to accept immediately. Excitedly, Midel added, in less than 5 hours, we destroyed nearly 30,000 enemy ships, including AT-4 class warship. This is unprecedented in the history of the Revolutionary Army. Charlotte recalled her days serving in the Revolutionary Army. Commanding 3,000 warships was already impressive back then, and every battle's expenditure had to be meticulously calculated. Now, billions of star coins worth of missiles could be launched without hesitation. Suddenly, a video window popped up. Chief Ted excitedly said, "Charlotte, you fought brilliantly. This victory is a tremendous boost for the Revolutionary Army's situation. Many Revolutionary Army leaders want to meet you. You are now the new symbol of the Revolutionary Army." Charlotte replied sternly, "Father, please convey this message. All Revolutionary Army warships should prepare for long-distance travel, take any resources they can, and deal with those they can't on site. Then, gather all Revolutionary Army leaders. I will hold a meeting in the conference room of the T-4 Vermilion Bird-class medium cruiser." Chief Ted immediately agreed. Half an hour later, dozens of old shuttles gradually entered the spacious hangar of the T-4 Vermilion Bird-class medium cruiser. In stark contrast to the advanced facilities around them, these shuttles were mostly old and worn out. Exiner marveled at the hangar's enormous space, which could accommodate T-1 class and even some light T-2 class warships. The Black Fox matriarch recognized many Revolutionary Army leaders and key figures from various tribes as she disembarked. A pig-headed commander curiously reached out to touch a white battle mech in the corner of the hangar, only to be frightened into raising his hands by the mech's instant weapon targeting. Midel stepped forward to guide everyone. "Please follow me to the conference room. Do not touch any weapons or enter any unauthorized compartments." A bull-headed commander warned the pig-headed one, "Don't mess around. This is a T-4 class warship. If I had one of these, I'd turn you into roast pork if you touched anything." The group took a hover elevator and reached their destination in just a minute. The internal structure of the T-4 warship was awe-inspiring. The conference room could accommodate thousands, but this meeting was set up for a smaller group. Once everyone was seated, Charlotte arrived fashionably late. Her military boots clacked against the floor, her uniform was crisp, and her presence was commanding. Though the scars on her face had disappeared and her gaze was no longer icy, an indescribable aura of authority emanated from her, making the Revolutionary Army leaders present unable to look her in the eye. Charlotte scanned the room and slowly began, "Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a while." General Charlotte strode confidently into the meeting room, immediately drawing the attention of the revolutionary soldiers who had just been saved by her. The seasoned leader, Commander Lu Wang, was the first to express his gratitude. "If it weren't for your starship fleet arriving in time, most of us would be dead by now." Others quickly followed suit, their words of thanks filling the room. Exioner's eyes sparkled with admiration, her heart pounding as she gazed at the valiant female general. Charlotte remained composed, signaling for silence with a wave of her hand. "It's nothing. I was once a member of the Revolutionary Army myself. Now, let's get straight to business, your future plans." At these words, the room fell silent, everyone focusing intently on Charlotte, realizing the gravity of the meeting. Charlotte surveyed the room and began outlining the dire situation. "The Warhammer Galactic Union will not let us go, especially after this battle. We have become their prime target, and every tribe will want to eliminate us. Nobody wants a ticking time bomb in their territory, nor do they want to see the tragedy of the Black Wolf tribe's home planet repeated." She paused, allowing her words to sink in, then continued, "If I'm not mistaken, within the next week or two, the Warhammer Galactic Union will mobilize at least 100,000 starships to annihilate us, possibly even more. Our next move will determine the fate of everyone here." Charlotte scanned the room again, her voice resolute. "I know everyone has their own ideas, but we don't have the luxury of time for our usual discussions and votes. I will lay out my plan, and those willing to follow me, I will consider comrades. Those who aren't, we part ways here." Taking a deep breath, she went on, "My plan is simple. We can't stay in one place. We must keep moving. We need to leverage our small but elite force and restore the Revolutionary Army's prestige." A woman with fox-like features frowned and asked, "General Charlotte, are you suggesting we go on the run?" Charlotte shook her head, her eyes sharp. "No, I prefer to call it sustaining ourselves through battle. Our fleet will roam through various tribal territories. By exploiting the conflicts within the Warhammer Galactic Union, we can conduct guerrilla warfare, seize opportunities to weaken the enemy, and even incite conflicts among the major tribes." This bold plan left everyone stunned. Someone voiced their concern. "But how will we sustain such a large fleet and personnel? The daily resources required are astronomical. Even with a base, we struggled. This guerrilla warfare could leave us without supplies." Charlotte, confident, replied, "As for food, I assure you that those who follow me will not go hungry. Regarding the ammunition and materials for our ships, we can quickly resupply by attacking key resource hubs of the Warhammer Galactic Union. This is the essence of sustaining ourselves through battle. Even if we face a shortage of strategic resources, I have solutions." "What solutions?" someone eagerly asked, all eyes now on Charlotte, speculating about the mysterious forces backing her. Charlotte remained unfazed, continuing, I know what you're thinking. There are some things I can't fully disclose right now, but I can swear by my name, Charlotte, and the honor of the White Tiger clan, that I will never act against the Revolutionary Army's interests. If you don't trust me, you can leave with your starships. Charlotte's unwavering stance took everyone by surprise. The Pigman commander tried to ease the tension. General Charlotte, this is too important. Can we have a few days to consider? Charlotte shook her head firmly. We don't have that much time. I'm giving you 3 hours. In 3 hours, my Dragon Tiger Corps will depart. Those willing to follow can join us. This tight deadline put immense pressure on everyone. Charlotte added, I've prepared some food. You can eat while you decide. Several food carts were wheeled into the room, laden with fragrant bread and jam. These rare natural foods brightened the eyes of the revolutionary leaders. Well, I won't be polite then, the Pigman commander said, grabbing the bread with both hands. Others followed suit, savoring the rare treat. This jam is delicious, Huexiner exclaimed, stars in her eyes as she tasted it. At that moment, Commander Lu Wang approached Charlotte and asked quietly, Charlotte, can you really not tell us who you're fighting for now? Charlotte looked at the elder she deeply respected and said sincerely, Grandpa Lu, no matter who I fight for, Charlotte is Charlotte. My intentions have never changed. Commander Lu Wang gazed at Charlotte for a long time before finally smiling warmly. As long as you're alive, that's all that matters. When we heard you had sacrificed yourself, Little Deer was heartbroken for a long time. Charlotte earnestly looked at Commander Lu Wang and said, Grandpa Lu, come with me. He was one of the few people she genuinely wanted to take with her from the Revolutionary Army. Charlotte clapped her hands, announcing a special surprise for everyone. A trolley was wheeled in, and muffled sounds of whimpering and struggle emanated from beneath a black cloth. All eyes were drawn to the mysterious trolley, curiosity thick in the air. Charlotte slowly approached the trolley and dramatically unveiled it. Gasps of shock filled the room. It was a half-beast, with sharp horns and a face covered in brown fur, none other than the traitorous Horned Wolf King. Angry murmurs erupted among the crowd. If it weren't for this traitor, their sentries on the base's perimeter wouldn't have been silently eliminated, and they wouldn't have faced an unprepared ambush by the Warhammer Intergalactic Legion. Charlotte explained, I captured him during our recent interstellar battle. Consider this a gift to everyone. As for what to do with him, that's up to you. With that, she pressed a button, and the trolley's gate slowly opened. The Horned Wolf King appeared, hands and feet shackled, a small ball gag in his mouth, only able to make muffled noises. He looked around in terror, seemingly aware of his impending fate. A white-furred male werewolf stepped forward. He was the highest leader of the Revolutionary Army's Wolf Clan, and the Horned Wolf King had once been his deputy. The White Wolf King stared coldly at the Horned Wolf King on the ground and asked, Why did you betray us? The Horned Wolf King's eyes pleaded, as if he wanted to explain. The White Wolf King reached for the gag in his mouth, but abruptly stopped. Forget it. I don't want to hear your damn voice. He then crushed the Horned Wolf King's jaw in one swift move. Blood splattered onto the floor. Charlotte frowned slightly, evidently displeased by the mess. The other Revolutionary Army leaders stepped forward, venting their anger on the traitor. After all, their already beleaguered forces had suffered even more due to his betrayal. Eventually, the mangled body of the Horned Wolf King was unceremoniously thrown out of the starship. The crowd resumed their meal as if nothing had happened. 3 hours flew by, and the atmosphere in the meeting room grew tense. Charlotte surveyed the room with a stern expression and said, All right, it's time to make your choice. Those who wish to join us, come to my side. The Revolutionary Army leaders exchanged hesitant glances. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. The Black Fox clan is willing to join General Charlotte. A Black Fox matriarch, accompanied by her entourage, stepped forward and respectfully bowed. Charlotte returned the gesture. The Black Fox clan, being a significant force and think tank within the Revolutionary Army, undoubtedly influenced others' decisions. Following her mother, Fox Sheener stood close to Charlotte, the closest she had ever been. She could see the pale skin of Charlotte's neck and her soft white fur. Despite the proximity, the atmosphere remained heavy, and the other leaders were still indecisive. All eyes turned to the Deer King, the leader with the highest prestige. However, the Deer King surprised everyone by saying, Don't look at me. This concerns each of your tribe's futures. This old man can't decide for you. I won't express my stance until you've made your choices. At that moment, Charlotte seemed to remember something and turned to the White Wolf King. Almost forgot. I have a video message for you. The White Wolf King looked puzzled but soon received the file. As he watched the brief video, his expression turned to one of disbelief. Though the video lasted only a few seconds, its importance to the White Wolf King surpassed the victory they had just achieved. The White Wolf King looked at Charlotte in astonishment. She smiled and said, If I made it back alive, what else isn't possible? The White Wolf King smiled, a rare sight for the usually stoic leader. Our wolf clan will join, he declared, striding over to Charlotte. As he passed her, he lowered his voice and asked, Is she all right? She's in a very safe place and doing well. As long as things go smoothly here, you'll see her soon, Charlotte replied softly. Thank you. The White Wolf King gave Charlotte a grateful look and then stood beside the Black Fox matriarch. The Black Fox matriarch looked at the White Wolf King in surprise and then at Charlotte's back. She knew how stubborn and proud the White Wolf King was and had expected him to resent Charlotte's secretive yet demanding approach. She hadn't expected him to agree so swiftly. With the Wolf Clan's commitment, other Revolutionary Army leaders began to follow suit. I'm in, the Minotaur leader said with a hearty laugh, stepping forward. Count me in too, the Ram leader added, following closely. Soon, more than half of the Revolutionary Army leaders stood behind Charlotte. The Deer King, who had remained silent, now seemed particularly conspicuous. Grandpa Deer King, Charlotte addressed him. The Deer King smiled kindly and looked at those leaders who hadn't yet made a decision. Are you all unwilling to follow Charlotte? One leader spoke up. I do appreciate her saving us, but I can't fully trust her without knowing the power behind her. And General Charlotte's strategy of fighting and sustaining through war is too risky and aggressive. The Deer King didn't listen to the reasons, but turned to Charlotte with a loving gaze. He reached out and gently patted her head. The little white cat has grown up into a big white cat. Lead them well. This old man can't keep up with you all anymore. Ultimately, 2/3 of the main tribes within the Revolutionary Army chose to follow Charlotte, while the remaining third sided with the Deer King. Charlotte surveyed the group and issued a firm command. Take what you can according to my previous instructions. Anything that can't be moved, especially heavily damaged starships that affect our speed, must be dealt with on site. If your starships lack sufficient accommodation, I have extra interstellar transport ships available. Be ready. We depart within a day. Someone hesitated and said, a day? We can't take everything with us. This was, after all, their accumulated wealth. Charlotte responded coldly. If I'm not mistaken, the Warhammer Interstellar Union is already mobilizing their fleet. Next time, it won't be just tens of thousands of starships. It will be hundreds of thousands. You all know the consequences if we don't leave immediately. Though reluctant, everyone understood the urgency. They began boarding their shuttles to prepare for departure. The Deer King didn't leave immediately. Leaning against the shuttle's hull, he pulled out a pipe-like object. He looked at Charlotte as she approached and smiled. Mind if I smoke here? Charlotte silently took the lighter and lit it for him. The Deer King took a deep draw, exhaled a plume of white smoke, and reminisced. You were with me for over 6 months back then. You were so rebellious. Even your father couldn't handle you and had to send you to me. Charlotte nodded. The Deer King had been like a mentor to her, teaching her much about battlefield command. Are you really not coming with me? Charlotte asked again. I actually want to go with you, the Deer King admitted. Charlotte was about to question him further, but then understood. She looked at the remaining third of the Revolutionary Army. Is it for them? She asked. The Deer King nodded and smiled. You have the power to force us to go, but you allowed them to choose for themselves. This prevents future disobedience. Instead of forcing them, it's better to let them go. You can leave them, but I can't. The Revolutionary Army has been my life's work, and most of them are connected to me. Rather than letting them scatter, I'd rather stay behind. Charlotte looked at the elder who had dedicated his life to the cause, feeling a pang of sorrow. The Deer King continued, Charlotte, I believe in your strategies and the people you lead. These remaining comrades may not trust you now, but once you achieve success, they will know whom to follow. When that time comes, I'll personally bring them back to you. I hope you'll still welcome us then. Charlotte nodded solemnly. I will. There will always be a place for you here. I have one more request. The Deer King took out a pocket watch containing a photo of a half-human, half-deer girl. My granddaughter Zyla, you know her. Her parents died a few years ago. She'll be safer with you than with me. Please take her with you. I'll take good care of her, Charlotte promised. Thank you. Now, I'll wait for you, the great white cat, to strike a blow against the decaying Warhammer Interstellar Union. No matter where I am, I'll be proud of you. The Deer King smiled and boarded the shuttle. Charlotte watched the shuttle depart, giving it a final salute. A day later, Charlotte led the Revolutionary Army into a life of wandering. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the T4 Suzuki-class medium interstellar cruiser in the Xiaolong star system, Secretary Lilith reported to Zhao Chun. All Xiaolong Legion starships are ready and can depart at any time. Zhao Chun instinctively said, Charlotte, prepare the next. He stopped mid-sentence, realizing that the great white cat was now miles away. Lilith, you plan the route. We'll head directly to the border area near the Holy Radiance Empire's control zone and take over those star systems from the outside in, Zhao Chun ordered. Understood. Lilith began the deployment. Although this task was usually handled by Charlotte, Lilith, as the full-time caretaker of the Xiaolong Legion, was capable of anything. This time, the Xiaolong Legion's mission was to take over star systems controlled by Starshine nobles, laying the groundwork for subsequent interstellar mining and industrial operations. Once preparations were complete, AT-4 Huigang-class interstellar jump ship opened a stargate. Over 3,000 Xiaolong Legion starships passed through in sequence, disappearing into the cosmos, with the glowing stargate vanishing behind them. In a distant star system, the sudden appearance of 3,000 Xiaolong Legion starships alarmed its developers. Warning! Warning! The system outpost has detected energy signals from over 3,000 suddenly appearing starships heading our way. A soldier urgently reported to a noble. The noble wiped the sweat from his forehead, a look of anxiety in his eyes. It was bound to happen eventually, he murmured. 3,000 interstellar battleships, and not just any battleships, but T3 class or higher, were arrayed before the Marquis's second son. At that moment, he truly felt the terror of being watched by over 3,000 giant beasts. Those massive ships seemed poised to swarm him at any second and tear him apart. The Marquis's second son swallowed hard, his voice trembling with anxiety. He turned to his subordinate and reiterated, "Repeat after me. Without my command, not a single ship is to make a move. Anyone who disobeys, I will personally crush their skull." "Yes, sir," the subordinate stammered, his face etched with fear. Rebellion? The thought was quickly crushed by harsh reality. In this star system, they had brought fewer than 300 ships, 2/3 of which were various support vessels. The number of actual combat-ready ships was barely over 100, and T3 class ships were even scarcer, with only 3 or 4. Such strength was laughable in the eyes of their opponent. The Marquis's second son's gaze was drawn to a massive crimson battleship in the opposing fleet. He had heard of this legendary ship, the T4 class Zhuke medium cruiser, the third T4 class battleship of the Xingyao Empire. Undoubtedly, this was the flagship of the opposing commander. Recalling the past events, the Marquis's second son couldn't help but smile bitterly. After the mechanical tribe retreated, these unclaimed outer star systems were supposed to be a lucrative opportunity. Nobles like them had rushed in, eager to occupy and develop the territory. But before they could reap any rewards, civil war broke out in the empire. When the news arrived, every noble expanding their territory on the empire's outskirts cursed inwardly. Due to its location, the Chu River star system lay between them and the Xingyao Empire. Now that the Chu River star system was embroiled in a civil war with the prince's faction, their connection to the empire was severed. If the Chu River star system ignored them, it would be bad enough. But the real fear was that they might become targets. This made the noble heirs extremely dissatisfied with the prince's faction. If there had to be a war, they could have at least given them a heads-up, allowing them to retreat first. Now, they were abandoned, their situation perilous. At that moment, a subordinate nervously reported, "We've received a communication request from the opposing fleet." The Marquis's second son took a deep breath, trying to appear calm. "Patch it through." The video feed opened, revealing a young man seated in the captain's chair. His face wasn't as fierce as expected, but his eyes radiated an undeniable authority that made it hard to look directly at him. "My name is Zhao Chun, acting under the orders of the governor of Chu River, here to take control of these outer star systems," Zhao Chun stated bluntly. He was evidently sharp, using the governor's name to lend more weight to his actions, even if they served his own interests. The Marquis's second son cautiously introduced himself. I am from the Zhou family, lords of the K766 system in the Pegasus constellation. My father is a Marquis of the Empire, and I am his second son. My father has had good relations with the governor of Chu River." Zhao Chun narrowed his eyes, a hint of amusement in his voice. "So, what are you trying to say?" The Marquis's second son's voice grew quieter. "Well, according to the development agreement we signed with the Empire, we were responsible for developing this system. We prepaid the Empire 5 million star coins." Zhao Chun smiled knowingly. "So, you want us to compensate you for that?" No, we wouldn't dare, we." The Marquis's second son was nearly in tears, cursing the second prince Qin Ming countless times in his mind. Zhao Chun's tone suddenly became cold. "You have 3 days to take whatever you want from your investments here. After 3 days, this place officially belongs to us. We won't compensate you a single coin. Any agreement we didn't approve of is as worthless as toilet paper." "Yais," the Marquis's second son replied meekly. When under someone else's roof, one had to lower their head. Seeing the submissive attitude, Zhao Chun abruptly changed his tone. "However, we do sympathize with your situation. If you are willing to cooperate with us, you can still gain considerable benefits." Zhao Chun was in need of manpower, especially non-combat administrative personnel. The resources of the Jiaolong system alone were insufficient to cultivate enough talent to manage such a vast interstellar domain. Even the leaders of the Bayin Group, Liyaki and Red Rose of the Jigging Group, were worried about this matter. Earlier, Zhao Chun had instructed Lilith to conduct a detailed background check on the nobles, expanding their territories in the outer regions, categorizing them. Those closely tied to the prince's faction were excluded, while those with potential for cooperation were prioritized. Tentatively, the Marquis's second son asked, "What do you mean by cooperation?" Zhao Chun explained, "We will also be developing these star systems. While we are fully capable of handling this task, we hope to have partners to share the workload." Sensing an opportunity, the Marquis's second son immediately inquired, "Cooperate in exploiting star system resources?" Zhao Chun squinted, speaking slowly, "If you wish to cooperate with us, you don't need to worry about resource extraction. I have people for that. Your main responsibility would be security, logistics, public welfare, and the construction and maintenance of basic infrastructure in this star system. While it might not be as lucrative as resource extraction, it's still quite substantial." The resource extraction would be handled by the two mining groups Zhao Chun had established. This crucial industry was not something he would let others meddle in, at least not for now. However, he didn't mind external involvement in related auxiliary industries to ease his burden. The Marquis's second son wore a contemplative expression, his brow slightly furrowed. Zhao Chun keenly noticed his hesitation and said calmly, "I know what you're worried about. You're afraid that if we lose, you'll find it difficult to explain to the prince's faction, right?" He continued, "Actually, you just need to take on these tasks. In the future, the prince's faction won't punish you. On the contrary, if we fail, you can hand over all the data of this star system to them and continue developing it. This cooperation poses no harm to you." The Marquis's second son's eyes lit up, clearly intrigued. But he was still worried. "But I'm concerned about my family's reaction, and I don't have the funds right now." Zhao Chun hit the nail on the head. "I can't help you with the first issue. But do you really want to rely on your family forever?" This question was like a sharp blade, piercing the heart of the Marquis's second son. As the second son, he was well aware of his standing and future within the family. Noticing the change in his expression, Zhao Chun pressed on, "As for the funds, I can't provide a loan initially. I have the equipment and technology. What I lack are people to manage this place. Not just now, but perhaps for generations to come." The Marquis's second son looked conflicted, still undecided. Zhao Chun gave him time. "Take your time to consider. Within 3 days, either give me an answer or leave." With that, he ended the video call. Lilith, who was beside him, spoke softly, "This one will choose to stay." Zhao Chun looked at her curiously. "Why?" Lilith smiled slightly. "Commander, you forget that our kind, the succubi, excel at reading people. Our judgments are usually quite accurate." Zhao Chun nodded with a smile and then opened the star map. He began planning the next steps. "Let's proceed as planned. Divide our 3,000 starships into 2 parts. 1,000 will serve as the border defense fleet, stationed at key points along the border with the Holy Radiance Empire. The remaining 2,000 will be divided into 200 fleets, each with 10 ships, to take control of various star systems." Lilith responded quickly, "Understood. I've already assigned leaders for each small fleet. They can all depart within a day and reach all the star systems within half a month. Within a month, these systems will be under our control. In 2 months, we will establish 10 primary Stargate hubs. The rest will be completed by the end of the year." Zhao Chun instructed, "You will oversee this. Notify me immediately of any issues. Pay special attention to the Holy Radiance Empire. Deploy T3 Silver Mouse-class light stealth reconnaissance ships to monitor their movements, especially the deployment of border transport fleets and large combat starships." At that moment, both Zhao Chun and Lilith's handheld terminals rang simultaneously. They exchanged glances and opened the message windows. "It's finally begun," Zhao Chun murmured. The message indicated that a day earlier, the prince's faction had launched an attack. They had deployed 100 Legion fleets, totaling 300,000 starships, to assault the Northern Wind Star region and the Chu River Star region. Zhao Chun pondered. The prince's faction is going all out from the start, but it's unclear whether they're serious or bluffing. The best strategy would be to engage the Chu River fleet in a war of attrition until their strategic resources are exhausted. The current question is whether the prince's main target is the Chu River Star region or the Northern Wind Star region. Lilith analyzed. Typically, they'd choose the weaker target. If the Chu River Star region is the tough nut to crack, then the Northern Wind Star region is the easier target. This dual-front strategy, applying pressure and then seizing the opportunity to strike hard at the Northern Wind Star region, could be effective. After all, the industrial systems of the Chu River and Northern Wind Star regions are interconnected. For example, 30 of the T4 Northern Wind God-class heavy starship production chain is in the Northern Wind Star region. Capturing it would be like cutting off Chu River's 2 hands. Zhao Chun nodded in agreement. That makes sense. But old Chu would have anticipated this. His Legion fleets have long established a cooperative combat system with the Northern Wind Star region and will surely come to its aid. The Prince's faction would also predict this, so they might feign an attack on the Northern Wind Star region while seizing a key military starport in the Chu River Star region. They exchanged a look, showing a hint of helplessness. This was the reality of interstellar warfare, far more complex than a mere skirmish. The possibilities were endless. In the galactic year 3033, on the first day of October, Zhao Chun sat in his office's high-back chair, holding a cup of milk in one hand and manipulating a floating electronic newspaper with the other. His eyes scanned the flickering holographic projections quickly, occasionally pausing at an eye-catching headline. The electronic newspaper of the Starshine Empire was filled with reports about the ongoing civil war. For the ordinary citizens of the Starshine Empire, this southern and northern civil war had been dragging on for 3 months. However, for the interstellar warriors stationed at the central star region of Starshine, bordering the Chu River and Northwind star regions, it was just another routine day of battle. Zhao Chen muttered to himself, every day. It's either an attack from one side or a counterattack from the other. They call it a grand war, but neither side has really occupied the other star regions. At most, they've destroyed a few military fortresses, sunk some starships, or conducted a successful orbital bombardment on a frontier planet. He paused and continued. The Northwind star region has suffered the most losses. I heard that Old Ju's side has a casualty rate exceeding 30. Just a few days ago, they lost 3 T4 Northwind God-class heavy star battleships within 24 hours, which left Old Ju sleepless for days. Lilith, the secretary officer, noticed that the commander's cup was empty and skillfully refilled it with warm milk. She picked up on Zhao Chen's topic and calmly analyzed. The Northwind Starfleet is only on par with the Imperial Army in quality, far inferior to the Frontier Group Army under Governor Chu and the Chu Family Legion. It's inevitable they'd be targeted as a breakthrough point. However, the Imperial Army attacking the Northwind Star region hasn't gained much advantage either, with a battle loss ratio of roughly 1-to-1. This is largely thanks to the starships sent by Governor Chu for support. Zhao Chen put down his milk cup and commanded, Lilith, pull up the total combat expenditure data for both sides. Yes, sir. Lilith quickly retrieved the daily updated data. The holographic projection clearly displayed the number of damaged starships and other related information for both sides. Zhao Chen scrutinized the data and analyzed. The Prince's faction has lost nearly 40,000 starships in the past 2 months. However, the major starship factories of the Empire are now operating at full capacity, ensuring at least 10,000 T2-class starships are produced each month, partially compensating for the losses. Additionally, the Prince's faction has spent 300 billion star coins on battlefield supplies over the past 2 months. He continued interpreting the data. Look at this disparity. The Prince's faction spent 3,000 billion star coins in 2 months, while Chu Changhe only spent 700 billion star coins, a difference of 4 times. Some might wonder why the Prince's faction hasn't gained a substantial advantage on the battlefield despite such high expenditure. It's important to note that the attacking side always incurs more costs than the defending side. Supply lines, logistics, and the repair of damaged starships are all significant expenses, Zhao Chun sighed and added, but even so, Chu Changhe's ability to hold the line despite such a disparity is due to the formidable strength of the Chu River Legion and the Frontier Group Army, as well as Chu Changhe's formidable battlefield command. No wonder he's considered the strongest marshal of the Starshine Empire. He continued his analysis, however, even the strongest forces suffer losses. Chu Changhe has lost over 20,000 starships, with battlefield expenditures amounting to 700 billion star coins. The Northwind Star region has lost over 10,000 starships, spending 300 billion star coins. The local industries of the Chu River and Northwind Star regions can only produce about 1,000 T2-class starships per month, which barely covers the losses, Lilith added. But Chu's forces also have their advantages. According to intelligence, the number of T4 Northwind God-class heavy star battleships on the front lines is nearing 100. The Prince's faction also has around 100 T4-class starships, and due to the civil war, the royal supply of T4 Northwind Gods has been cut off. Zhao Chun took out a top-secret report from his drawer and said mysteriously, just yesterday, I received news that the Prince's faction is suspected to be mass-producing a new T4-class starship, with the first batch numbering 30. They plan to deliver and deploy them by the end of this year. It seems they have been researching the T4 Northwind God for years, accumulating some technical expertise. It's uncertain how their new T4 star battleship compares to the T4 Northwind God, he remarked, as expected. While everyone seems useless in peacetime, when pushed to the brink, they show their true potential. Chu Changhe has quietly amassed 100 T4 Northwind Gods, while the Prince's faction has started mass-producing their own T4 star battleships. Zhao Chun continued analyzing the battle losses. So far, the Northwind Star region has lost 5 T4 Northwind Gods, with 2 severely damaged and needing repairs. No wonder Old Ju was furious, losing 3 T4 Northwind Gods in one go. The commanders responsible for that battle are likely in trouble. The Chu family has lost 8 T4 Northwind Gods, with 3 severely damaged and sent for repairs. The Prince's faction has lost 15 T4 Northwind Gods, with 6 severely damaged and sent for repairs, and 1 T4 Starshine Emperor-class medium carrier starship. Looking at this, Both sides are evenly matched. Significant changes might not occur until the 5th month. Lilith nodded in agreement. The Chu family's strategic reserves can only last about 6 months, which is hardly a secret. Given the current high-intensity battles, this time frame might significantly shorten. Everyone in the Prince's faction is waiting for this crucial turning point, which is key to their victory. Zhao Qin raised his hand, and a massive holographic map of the star system materialized in the air. The image displayed 5 distinct regions, each outlined with dashed lines and labeled with numbers from 1 to 5. Lilith's eyes sharpened, shedding her previous submissive maid demeanor. She pointed to the star map and began to report the latest updates. The 2 stargates in Sector 1 have been completed and successfully passed their trial runs. In Sector 2, following the completion of its stargate, a fleet of T2 Hammer-class heavy industrial ships has started constructing residential areas and related facilities. The first phase of construction will be completed within a month, ensuring the basic living needs of the staff. The remaining work is expected to be finished by the end of the year. Lilith continued, for the resource-rich sectors 2 and 3, we have dispatched the initial fleet of 4,000 T3 Prospector-class heavy mining ships to begin resource extraction. These fleets have been evenly divided between the Beilong Mining Group and the Rose-Red Dragon Mining Group. The heads of both groups, Li Yaqi and Hong Meiguei, have personally overseen the operations, promising to reach a monthly production capacity of 40 billion resources each by the end of October. Zhao Qin chuckled at the news. It seems Li Yaqi and Hong Meiguei are really going head-to-head, determined to outdo each other in this endeavor. He recalled the early days of the Beilong Mining Group and the Rose-Red Dragon Mining Group when Li Yaqi and Hong Meiguei quickly recognized each other as rivals. As the saying goes, business rivals are natural enemies. Zhao Chun was clearly stoking their competitive spirits. Li Yaqi had even delegated some of the Beiyin Group's affairs to her trusted aides to fully commit to this competition. Each with 40 billion, totaling 80 billion a month. Zhao Chun rubbed his chin. That's a decent output. It should be enough to impress the old man. Lilith added, yes, given the current development trend. Reaching a monthly output of 300 billion star coins by the end of the year is not difficult. The thought of this figure made Zhao Qin's lips curl into a smile. With that kind of money, he could easily suppress the Prince faction just by throwing cash at the problem. Any news from Charlotte? Which tribe's assets has she wreaked havoc on this time? Zhao Qin asked with keen interest. Over the past month, Charlotte had led the Dragon and Tiger Legion across several star sectors. Every report she sent back made Zhao Qin pity the Warhammer tribes. Lilith pulled up another set of data. The latest reports indicate that General Charlotte's Dragon and Tiger Legion has made a sudden turn and launched a surprise attack on the Black Tiger tribe's 3rd starport and an adjacent resource mining area. Again, the Black Tiger tribe? Zhao Qin covered his face in disbelief. That's correct, Lilith confirmed with a nod. Zhao Qin brought up the star map to scrutinize Charlotte's movements. In just over a month, the Dragon and Tiger Legion had struck the Black Tiger tribe's territory 3 times. This marked the 4th attack. Zhao Qin couldn't help but feel that Charlotte had deliberately targeted the Black Tiger tribe. Lilith detailed General Charlotte's achievements, destroying a large starport and a resource mining area with a monthly output of 10 billion star coins and looting all resources, all belonging to the Black Tiger tribe. Additionally, she damaged 4 medium starports, 2 of which were also owned by the Black Tiger tribe. She attacked 39 major planets, destroying military and research facilities and looting resources, with 12 of these planets under the Black Tiger tribe's control, including their 3rd major planet. The Dragon and Tiger Legion had eradicated over 200,000 starships, with 30,000 belonging to the Black Tiger tribe, accounting for nearly a quarter of their total starship fleet. Zhao Chun struggled to suppress his laughter, already imagining the despair within the Black Tiger tribe over the past month. Lilith added, during these operations, the Dragon and Tiger Legion lost 13,000 starships, with 4,000 self-destructing due to irreparable damage. They have received 2 reinforcements from T4 Wisdom-class star jump ships, totaling 10,000 T2 class and 500 T3 class starships, along with 10 billion star coins worth of strategic materials. What is the Warhammer Interstellar Federation's stance now? They can't just let this big white cat continue causing havoc, can they? Otherwise, this big black tiger might really get stripped bare, Zhao Qin chuckled. Lilith responded, according to our intelligence, the Black Tiger tribe has announced their withdrawal from military actions against the Starshine Empire. They are gathering their remaining 80,000 starships to encircle General Charlotte. The Black Wolf tribe has also joined the effort, with Princess Black Wolf publicly vowing to personally execute Charlotte to avenge the destruction of their home planet. Several other tribes bordering the Black Tiger tribe, also affected by Charlotte's raids, have announced their intentions to send part of their fleets. Currently, the number of enemy starships aiming to encircle Charlotte has exceeded 200,000 and may reach 300,000. Additionally, Lilith continued, due to several successful campaigns by Charlotte's Dragon and Tiger Legion, the revolutionary forces across the Warhammer Interstellar Federation have gained significant support, leading to frequent uprisings and disturbances. This has caused some tribes to consider withdrawing their troops to prioritize dealing with internal revolutionary issues. As a result, the Warhammer Interstellar Federation's original plan to invade the Starshine Empire has been postponed by 3 months. Zhao Qin clapped his hands in praise, commending Charlotte for her excellent work. He could already picture it. A sneaky big white cat setting fires in someone else's backyard, with the Black Tiger tribe's house catching fire 4 times in a row. This image made Zhao Qin laugh so hard he nearly cried. Charlotte has done a fantastic job. A 3-month delay. With this postponement, the subsequent invasion plans are likely to fall apart. Under these circumstances, canceling the invasion is inevitable, Zhao Qin said seriously. Lilith, make sure to closely monitor Charlotte's situation. If she needs anything, ensure she gets it by any means necessary. Understood, Lilith replied. Zhao Qin proudly declared, our big white cat has really made a name for herself. Give her 30,000 starships, and she can set someone else's backyard on fire. Good, good, good. His expression was that of a proud parent whose child had scored excellent grades. Zhao Qin gazed at the holographic projection before him and softly asked, how are we doing at the moment? Lilith immediately responded, a hint of pride in her voice. The development of the Xiaolong star system and the Reef Star region is going well. Everything is proceeding as planned. The T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ships of the Bayan Starship Technology Group have completed their expansion tasks, reaching a total of 10,000 ships. Production capacity is growing rapidly, fully meeting the demands for the production of T3 Prospector-class heavy interstellar mining ships and other production plans. She paused briefly before continuing. Additionally, both the Beifeng Star region and the Chuha Star region have placed large military orders with the Bayan Group, including the Chu family. As per your previous authorization, we are currently supplying 1,000 T2-class interstellar warships to these 2 regions each month. Zhao Qin nodded slightly, his brow furrowing a bit. He knew this was his directive, but supplying only 1,000 T2-class interstellar warships each month seemed somewhat stingy, considering it was less than 10 of Bayan Group's current production capacity. He sighed deeply, his thoughts shifting to broader strategic considerations. I want to fully commit to producing interstellar warships to support the front lines. But the issue can't be viewed from just one angle. Producing interstellar warships requires raw materials, which means we must first stabilize resource extraction in the 5 outer star regions. And resource extraction requires mining ships, so we need to produce those as well. Plus, to thwart the Warhammer Interstellar Federation's expedition plans, we must continuously support Charlotte's Dragon and Tiger fleet. Zhao Qin's gaze turned to the twinkling stars outside the window, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. Given all that, the current capacity allocated to the 2 star regions is really all we can manage. Old Chu doesn't know that the Bayan Group has such a massive production capacity. Under these circumstances, supplying 1,000 T2-class interstellar warships per month is already quite good. We'll have to ask Old Chu to hold on a bit longer. Once we've finished producing the T3 Prospector-class heavy interstellar mining ships and freed up that capacity, we can ramp up the production of combat interstellar warships. He gestured for Lilith to continue her report. Lilith promptly resumed. Regarding the current status of the Xiaolong Legion's interstellar warships, our combat fleet has expanded to nearly 5,000 ships, soon reaching the composition of 2 standard Legion fleets. The T4 Vermilion Bird-class medium interstellar cruisers are undergoing further expansion, expected to reach 30 ships by the end of the year. The first batch of 30 new T4 Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile frigates has been delivered and is undergoing training, expected to become combat-ready soon. A glimmer of anticipation appeared in Zhao Qin's eyes as he inquired, what about the progress on expanding the T4 Gemini-class heavy interstellar industrial ships? Lilith responded, the plan is proceeding as scheduled. The construction of the second ship is more than halfway complete. By the end of the year, the third ship will be finished without a doubt. At that point, we will have 3 operational T4 Geminis, significantly boosting our capacity to produce T4-class interstellar warships. Zhao Qin squinted slightly, calculating in his mind. While 3 T4 Geminis would indeed enhance their ability to produce T4 interstellar warships, it would still be far from enough to manufacture the T5 Hades-class dreadnought he dreamed of. He estimated that at least 10 T4 Geminis would be required, and possibly around 30 to avoid impacting other production plants. He sighed deeply, pondering, I wonder when we'll finally have a T5-class interstellar warship. He then asked, are we facing any financial difficulties at the moment? Lilith quickly replied, as of now, we still have a reserve of 100 billion star coins in funds and raw materials. With mining operations in star regions 2 and 3 normalizing, this will greatly offset our production expenses. For now, there's no issue meeting our expenditures. Hearing this, Zhao Qin felt slightly relieved. The Xiaolong Legion's rapid expansion had indeed been taxing. Not only did they need to expand their industrial fleet and maintain full production, but they also had to support Charlotte's combat operations in the Warhammer Interstellar Federation. Each aspect required financial backing, with monthly expenses exceeding 50 billion star coins. Even with Zhao Qin's financial resources, sustaining this without additional revenue would be challenging. Fortunately, he controlled those 5 resource-rich star regions. Once fully developed, they could generate a monthly income of 500 billion star coins, providing ample funds to produce his dream flagship. Zhao Chun stood up, stretching as he gazed out of the enormous porthole behind him. Although it was merely a holographic projection, the cosmic scenery outside the T4 Vermilion Bird-class medium interstellar cruiser was still breathtaking. Suddenly, he remembered something that had been on his mind: the quarterly mission. Strangely, although it was already early October, this year's final quarterly mission had yet to refresh, which puzzled Zhao Chun. With a thought, his system interface appeared before him. Quarterly mission. This quarter's mission has been delayed. Please wait. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. Zhao Chun had a feeling that there must be a reason behind the system's actions. His gaze shifted to the annual mission below. Annual mission. Requirement 1. Achieve monthly earnings of 200 billion, 300 billion, 400 billion, 500 billion, 600 billion star coins from Xiaolong Legion's direct industries. Progress. 630 billion. 5 stars completed. Requirement 2. Possess 3,000, 6,000, 9,000, 12,000, 15,000 T2 class or higher interstellar warships. Progress. Over 10,000, 3 stars. Note: the interstellar warships counted for task completion must not be sold within 6 months after completion, or the system will impose penalties. Requirement 3. Possess 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 T4 class combat interstellar warships. Progress. 2 stars. Requirement 4. Have 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 operational T4 class interstellar warships. Progress. 50, 5 stars. Requirement 5. Directly or indirectly control 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-star regions. Progress. 5 stars. Current total. 20 stars. Note: the criteria for star region division and task completion are determined by the system. Mission rewards. The 5 task requirements each have a completion level ranging from 1 star to 5 stars, with a maximum of 25 stars. Achieving 20 stars represents a passing completion level, earning a basic reward. Achieving 23 stars represents good completion, earning an additional reward. Achieving 25 stars represents excellent completion, earning a mysterious reward. Zhao Chun scanned the annual task list, a satisfied smile unconsciously curling on his lips. The substantial profits from mining development had already met the monthly revenue target for Requirement 1. The mass deployment of T4 Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile frigates directly fulfilled Requirement 4, earning a 5-star rating. 5 outer star regions had fallen under Zhao Qin's control, which the system designated as his territory, easily achieving the 5-star goal for territory control. This straightforward and efficient division was exactly based on the system's designated range. With Requirements 2 and 3 in progress, Zhao Chun had already accumulated 20 stars, meeting the minimum annual task requirement. The key now lay in the completion of Requirements 2 and 3. Initially, Zhao Chun was worried about the starship count in Requirement 2, but an unexpected surprise resolved this issue. The T3 Prospector-class heavy interstellar mining ships produced for the Beilong Mining Group and Rose Red Dragon Mining Group were counted towards the total. This pushed Zhao Qin's starship count past the 10,000 mark. Achieving the 5-star requirement of 15,000 ships by year-end now seemed within reach. The only tricky part was Requirement 3-5 T4 combat-type interstellar warships. Zhao Qin already had 3 auxiliary-type T4 interstellar warships, but the task clearly specified combat types. Currently, he only had the T4 Vermilion Bird and T4 Paladin. This meant Zhao Qian needed to acquire 3 more T4 combat-type interstellar warships by the end of the year. Zhao Qian glanced at his account balance, and the system interface unfolded before him. Host: Zhao Chun. Occupation: top-tier starship engineer. Special attributes: Fleet Luck Boost, Eye of Insight. System points: 1.69 million. Monthly fleet revenue: 940,000 points. Task points: 380. Starship count: 10,987. Tasks: annual task incomplete. Quarterly task not announced. Warehouse: T5 Hades-class interstellar dreadnought. Hades Matrix module, T4 Paladin ship. The large-scale deployment of T3 Prospector-class heavy interstellar mining ships had significantly boosted the monthly fleet revenue. Zhao Qin roughly calculated that, according to the system standards, a T3 interstellar warship could earn about 60 points per month, while a T4 interstellar warship could bring in about 6,000 points. Different types and classes of interstellar warships had varying point earnings, with interstellar battleships earning more than interstellar frigates, and higher-class warships naturally earning more points. This explained Zhao Qin's skyrocketing fleet point revenue. Most of his fleet consisted of T3 interstellar warships. Zhao Chun pondered how to acquire the technology for a few more T4 combat-type interstellar warships. He opened the system store and carefully browsed. Soon, his eyes locked onto a particular interstellar battleship. Do you want to spend 1.6 million system points and 80 task points to redeem the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship? The system prompt sounded. Confirm. Zhao Chen responded without hesitation. Congratulations on obtaining the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship blueprints. Current system points, 90,000. Current task points, 300. Zhao Chen's excitement surged. Interstellar battleships played a crucial role in large-scale battles. It was due to Chu Changhe's possession of a large number of T4 North Wind God-class heavy interstellar battleships that he could hold off the Prince's faction for over 2 months despite being outnumbered. Zhao Chun had always yearned for a T4 interstellar battleship of his own, especially after watching the T4 North Wind God flaunt its might. The newly acquired T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship was undoubtedly superior to the T4 North Wind God. The name itself suggested an exceptionally strong armored defense. Zhao Chen quickly pulled up the relevant data. Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship. Type: interstellar battleship. Star shield energy: 2 million units. Cruising speed: 360 knots. Warp engine: level 8 warp engine. Length: 12.88 kilometers. Mass: 866,000 tons. Crew: 4,800. Starship weapons: 1 Blue Eyes White Dragon type pulse laser bow cannon. Solar particle pulse laser cannon. 12 15,000 mm caliber heavy electromagnetic cannons capable of firing EMP rounds, armor-piercing rounds, proton rounds, plasma rounds, fusion rounds, and 17 other types of physical ammunition. 288 6-barrel heavy particle energy rapid-fire cannons. 888 fully automated high-density, 8-barrel energy Closian defense cannons. Compared to the T4 Northwind God, the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon exhibited overwhelming advantages in every aspect. Its length was double that of the Northwind God, and its mass was 3 times greater. Despite its massive size, its advanced starship engine and energy system ensured a cruising speed comparable to the Northwind God. In terms of armor defense, the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon far surpassed the T4 Northwind God, even slightly exceeding the newly deployed T4 Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile frigate. While its star shield defense was only marginally better than the T4 Northwind God, considering it was primarily an armored defense ship, this performance was already impressive. Most astonishing was its firepower configuration. A single T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon could challenge 5 T4 Northwind Gods. This formidable combat capability left Zhao Chen exhilarated. However, great performance often came with a hefty price tag. The T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon required a staggering 20 billion star coins for construction, enough to build several T4 Northwind Gods. If built by a T4 Gemini-class heavy interstellar industrial ship, it would take 5 months. If built solely by a T3 Furnace-class heavy interstellar industrial ship, it would take an astounding 300 months. Get me in touch with Annie. Zhao Chen suddenly turned to Lilith behind him. Lilith was taken aback, not understanding why the commander suddenly wanted to contact Annie. At that moment, Annie, who was hard at work, suddenly sneezed, shivering all over. Could I be catching a cold? Annie muttered, thinking she must have been overworked these past few days. For that big jerk of a commander, she had been tirelessly dedicated. Annie sighed to herself, grabbing a basin-sized tub of ice cream and began eating it in large scoops. Rest assured, Commander, I will definitely complete the task you assigned me, mumbled Annie, her mouth full of delicious food, resembling a gluttonous hamster. She was seated in a luxurious private room, enjoying a sumptuous feast with Zhao Chen and Lilith. These dishes were no ordinary delicacies. All the ingredients were sourced from the highest-grade rare materials of the T3 Silver Eden-class starship, which had an extremely limited supply, usually reserved for the commander or distinguished guests. The culinary team was composed of nearly 300 elite chefs, each proficient in various interstellar cuisines. Even the royal family of the Starshine Empire couldn't match Zhao Chen's level of luxury in dining. Lilith glanced at the ravenous Annie and then at the smiling Zhao Chen. Noticing Lilith's gaze, Zhao Chen made a pinching gesture with his fingers. Lilith couldn't help but chuckle, thinking how Annie, this precious little gem, was completely under the commander's control. Recalling the resentful look on Annie's face when she was first summoned, and comparing it to her current state of nearly kneeling before Zhao Chen in submission, the difference was night and day. Commander, why is this beef so delicious? It's even better than what Sister Nyo cooks, Annie exclaimed excitedly, holding a large piece of beef leg. This beef leg is more tender and has a better texture than Sister Nyo's. Zhao Chen couldn't help but cough at this odd comparison. He explained, these are meticulously selected ingredients, cooked by top-tier chefs, so the taste is naturally extraordinary. Only crew members who have contributed to the Dragon Claw Legion can enjoy such exquisite meals. Zhao Chun began to indoctrinate Annie. Since the increase in the number of T3 Silver Eden-class starships and the establishment of the Eden Food Trading Group, he had started to classify raw materials into different grades. Currently, they were divided into 3 grades: second grade, first grade, and special supply. The T2 Bronze Eden produced mostly third-grade items, occasionally second grade, and rarely first grade. The T3 Silver Eden-class starships significantly increased the production of second and first-grade items, and even introduced the exceptionally rare special supply grade. Do you have any preliminary plans for the construction of the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship? Zhao Qin inquired. Annie immediately responded, our T3 Furnace-class heavy interstellar industrial ship still has some spare capacity, so we can start building a T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon slowly. It should be completed and delivered by early next year. Zhao Qin nodded in satisfaction. Early next year should coincide with the end of the Civil War. Perfect timing. Let's proceed with that plan. Commander, can I come here for a meal again next time? Annie asked with a grin, patting her bloated stomach. Zhao Qin, smiling broadly, replied, of course, as long as you complete the tasks I assign you. Every time you come to report, I'll arrange such a feast for you, and you can eat to your heart's content. Annie nodded eagerly, thinking the commander was indeed reliable, even giving her special treatment. Watching Annie slowly leave, holding onto the wall for support, Zhao Chun wiped his mouth and smiled contentedly. At this moment, Lilith asked, Commander, Princess Qin Xiaolei has been inquiring about when her princess fleet can be deployed to the battlefield. Zhao Qin shook his head. Not yet. Although the princess fleet is equipped with our interstellar warships, they lack combat experience and are not suitable for prolonged engagements. These warships must be used as a decisive force in critical moments. Lilith nodded. I'll inform Princess Qin Xiaolei and her team to wait a bit longer. Tell them it won't be too long, Zhao Chun said calmly. For the rest of October, the situation seemed to enter a state of balance. War, mining, and shipbuilding proceeded in their respective domains, appearing calm on the surface. However, someone was bound to disrupt this apparent tranquility. In early November of Galactic Year 3033, the Holy Radiance Empire suddenly dispatched a fleet of 100,000 starships, targeting 5 resource star systems controlled by the Starshine Empire. This military action, though anticipated, instantly filled the already tenuous Galactic Alliance with the scent of war. Previously, the Warhammer Interstellar Union had postponed its expedition against the Starshine Empire due to internal rebellion. Now, with the Holy Radiance Empire joining in, the situation became even more complex. This event directly involved Zhao Chun. At this moment, a message originally intended for Governor Chu He lay before him. The sender was the Holy Radiance Empire, and the content was straightforward. They wished to negotiate with Governor Chu He. Chu Changhe yawned and rubbed his eyes wearily. Staring at the holographic screen in front of him, he said firmly, I deleted the message from the Holy Radiance Empire and the Warhammer United Stars as soon as I saw it. Even though we're in a civil war with the Xingyao royal family, I would never invite foreign forces into our territory. Zhao Qin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly said, leave this matter to me. Chu Changhe nodded. Since you have a plan, I'll let you handle it entirely. I'll reply to the Holy Radiance Empire, stating that you are my full representative. Zhao Qin then asked with concern, how's the situation on your side? It's been 4 months, hasn't it? Chu Changhe sighed. The fighting has consumed far more resources than expected. Fortunately, Shinner managed to procure a batch of strategic supplies in time. Otherwise, we'd be out of ammunition and food by now. However, we still might not last until June. I've attempted several offensives into the Xingyao Central Star region, but their defenses are too strong for us to maintain a foothold. Thankfully, our current defenses are holding steady. Zhao Qin confirmed seriously. So, you can hold out for at least another 2 months, right? Chu Changhe nodded affirmatively. Zhao Qin immediately said, all right, starting next month, I'll supply you with 50 billion star coins worth of strategic resources each month. That should alleviate some pressure. Chu Changhe looked at Zhao Chun in astonishment. 50 billion a month? You've only taken over those outer star systems for 3 months. How did you make progress so quickly? Zhao Chun smiled mysteriously. Old man, don't worry about that. Just make sure the battle doesn't turn against us. Chu Changhe smirked. You sly fox, always so secretive. Zhao Chun suddenly asked, by the way, do you have enough personnel for battle? Chu Changhe confidently replied, more than enough. We can even muster a veteran squad if needed. Zhao Chun breathed a sigh of relief. That's reassuring. Chu Changhe squinted, his tone carrying a hint of threat. You've been acting secretive lately, as if you're hiding something from me. Are we still allies? My granddaughter is supposed to be your future wife. Zhao Chun shrugged, explaining, some things need to be kept confidential until they're finalized. I've heard you have royal spies among your ranks, so I can't reveal my secrets easily. But you won't have to wait long. Chu Changhe was annoyed but couldn't argue given his own situation. He ended the conversation hastily. All right, I have a military meeting to attend. Make sure to talk to Shinner more often. She's under more pressure than I am. I heard she hasn't rested for a day and a night while planning battle strategies. After the call, Zhao Chen immediately contacted Chu Xian. As soon as the video connected, he saw her tired yet smiling face, with a projection of a star map in the background. Zhao Chen teased. An old man told me that if I don't start caring for my fiancée, she might collapse. Chu Xian blushed and muttered shyly, Who? Who's your fiancée? Zhao Chen asked seriously, You haven't rested in a while, have you? Chu Xian forced a smile. I just slept for 5 or 6 hours. I'm perfectly fine. But Zhao Chen noticed the redness in her eyes and insisted, Go to sleep right now. Hand over your tasks to your subordinates and rest in your quarters. Chu Xian tried to argue, but Zhao Chen threatened, Don't make me hack into your communication system and announce to the entire ship that I'm ordering my fiancée to rest. Chu Xian shivered and quickly agreed, No, I'll go rest right away. A few minutes later, Chu Xian returned to the captain's quarters. Zhao Chen insisted on watching her rest. Embarrassed and annoyed, she eventually lay down. Soon, the sound of her steady breathing indicated she was fast asleep. Watching Chu Xian sleep, Zhao Chen smiled softly. He minimized the video window but kept it within his sight. Then, he contacted his secretary, Lilith, schedule a meeting with the Holy Radiance Empire. Zhao Chen thought to himself, this would be his first encounter with the legendary most powerful interstellar empire in the Galactic Alliance. The Sacred Radiance Empire, the oldest and most powerful interstellar empire in the Galactic Alliance, displayed its grandeur before Zhao Chen. In the holographic video conference, several holy spirits sat with dignity. Their appearance was similar to humans, but their skin was pure white, emitting unique glimmers. These glimmers were said to reflect the emotional fluctuations of the holy spirits, adding a mysterious and artistic aura to them. Zhao Chen's gaze was inevitably drawn to the holy spirit woman opposite him. Even by his standards of beauty, she was stunning. She began speaking, Hello, I am Shankana, the representative of the Sacred Radiance Empire for this meeting. I am a member of the Elder Council of the Sacred Radiance Empire. Her tone was flat and devoid of any emotional inflection, aligning with the Sacred Radiance Empire's pursuit of a desireless existence. Zhao Chen briefly introduced himself. I am Zhao Chen, a marquis of the Xingyao Empire and the plenipotentiary representative of Governor Chu He for this occasion. A Sacred Radiance Empire official questioned, A marquis? Can a mere marquis represent Governor Chu He in discussions with us? Zhao Chen shrugged. Is there a problem? Shankana intervened, clearly holding a higher status. Governor Chu He has already informed us that you have full authority to represent him. Since the governor has said so, we will respect his arrangement. I trust that you, Lord Zhao Chen, will convey our words to Governor Chu He. Zhao Chen crossed his arms, getting straight to the point. All right, what's your purpose in contacting Governor Chu He? Shankana began outlining the Sacred Radiance Empire's stance and proposals. She expressed understanding of the current situation in the Xingyao Empire, sympathy for the injustices faced by Governor Chu He, and extended an invitation for him to join the Sacred Radiance Empire. Zhao Chen interrupted her lengthy speech. Hold on, let's cut to the chase. You want to recruit Governor Chu He, right? Shankana admitted directly, yes. She detailed the benefits Governor Chu He would receive if he joined the Sacred Radiance Empire, including retaining his current territories, acquiring additional lands, and gaining a seat in the Elder Council. Zhao Chen smiled and asked, And what if we refuse? Shankana seemed slightly surprised. I don't understand why you would refuse. From what I know, given the current situation in the Chu He Star region, Governor Chu He can hold out for at most 2 more months. By then, the prince's faction will launch a full-scale attack and gain the upper hand. Governor Chu He has no chance of winning. Joining us brings nothing but benefits. Zhao Chen pressed further. Never mind all that. I'm asking, if we refuse, what will you do? Shankana's expression turned serious. If that happens, we will intervene in the Xingyao Empire's civil war to protect the interests of the Sacred Radiance Empire. After all, we have considerable investments in the Xingyao Empire, and we must ensure our... Zhao Chen interrupted again. Stop. Enough with the fancy words. Bottom line, if we don't join you, you'll declare war on us, right? Shankana lifted her head and said calmly, This is not a declaration of war. It is the guidance of the sacred light. Saint Kana advised, Mr. Zhao Chen, I suggest you convey these words to Governor Chu He first. I believe Governor Chu He will make a wise decision. Zhao Chen shook his head and chuckled. Don't count on that old man. If it were up to him, you wouldn't even get a chance to negotiate. You should be grateful you're dealing with someone as reasonable as me. Saint Kana stared at Zhao Chen. So, what exactly do you mean, Mr. Zhao Chen? Zhao Chen crossed his arms, pretending to ponder. This is a significant matter. I need to think it over carefully. Give me a month to consider. Saint Kana's expression remained unchanged, but her tone carried a hint of threat. I can give you time to think. but the Holy Radiance Empire's interstellar fleet will not halt. In 3 days, we will enter your controlled star system. If we encounter any obstruction or resistance, the consequences will be yours to bear. Zhao Chen inwardly sighed, realizing this woman wasn't falling for his stalling tactics, but outwardly, he remained nonchalant. At this moment, strange light spots appeared on Saint Kana's face, making her look like a celestial being. She continued, I must also remind you, Mr. Zhao Chun, that I am aware of your heroic deeds in the Starshine Empire. Your Jiaolong Legion is indeed formidable, but compared to the great Holy Radiance Empire's interstellar fleet, it is insignificant. I do not wish to see unfortunate events unfold. Zhao Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, pleased that the opponent was walking into his trap. Miss Saint Kana, are you implying that my Jiaolong Legion is worthless in your eyes? An arrogant official from the Holy Radiance Empire interjected, Sir, you might not be aware of Miss Saint Kana's identity. She is the commander-in-chief of the Holy Angel Fleet, one of our 10 sacred light legions. Though Saint Kana remained silent, her demeanor spoke volumes. She clearly did not regard the Jiaolong Legion highly. Zhao Chen elongated his words, feigning relaxation as he cleaned his ear. Oh, but you see, I tend to be quite confident. In my view, whether it's the Holy Angel Fleet or the Sacred Light Legion, they are all insignificant before my Jiaolong Legion. His provocative intent was unmistakable. Saint Kana stood up, her tone firm. Since you are so obstinate, Mr. Zhao Chun, then let us see if your Jiaolong Legion can withstand our sacred light. The light shall be eternal. Wait. Zhao Chun quickly raised his hand to signal. He continued, I can see that Miss Saint Kana is also a peace advocate, not fond of conflicts and battles. Isn't the doctrine of your Holy Radiance Empire to make all interstellar civilizations follow the sacred light? Even as he said this, Zhao Chen found himself feeling hypocritical. Peace advocates? A group that brings interstellar warships to someone's doorstep and forces their way in if the door isn't opened? Saint Kana asked, what are you trying to say? Zhao Chen pondered for a moment and said, I actually have a good impression of the Holy Radiance Empire and have studied your culture. I heard about your holy war duel. Would Miss Saint Kana be willing to engage in one with me? Using your esteemed Holy Angel Fleet against my Jiaolong Legion. This statement surprised all the Holy Radiance officials present. The Holy War Duel was the highest form of honor in their civilization. Saint Kana sat back down, scrutinizing Zhao Chun, perhaps for the first time truly observing this man. You actually know about the Holy War Duel? Zhao Chun nodded, his eyes gleaming. I've always admired the Holy Radiance Empire, especially your culture. The sacred light shall be eternal. He even put on a look of fascination. Saint Kana replied calmly, since you are a devout believer, Mr. Zhao Chun, why do you not agree to our demands? Because I have a bad habit of only following those who defeat me, Zhao Chun said with a smile. Saint Kana stared at him, and Zhao Chun threw out another lure. He raised his hand to summon a holographic image of an interstellar warship. You should recognize this warship. The T4 Suzaku-class medium interstellar cruiser, the third T4 class warship of our Starshine Empire. I have the complete set of technology. If Miss Saint Kana's Holy Angel Fleet wins in the Holy War Duel, I will unconditionally hand over this technology to you. This statement visibly stirred the Holy Radiance officials. After all, a T4 class warship was something they deeply coveted. You truly possess the complete technology for the T4 Suzaku-class medium interstellar cruiser? Saint Kana questioned. Zhao Chen smiled and tapped the holographic image, revealing a series of brief data. Seeing this, Saint Kana was convinced of Zhao Chen's claim. Although it wasn't the entire set of information, it was enough to prove he had the complete technology. Fine, I agree to your Holy War Duel, Saint Kana declared. Zhao Chen smiled. In the Holy War Duel, if I win, the Holy Radiance Empire will unconditionally retreat and promise not to enter the current star map of the Starshine Empire for 3 years. He made sure to highlight the map, including 5 resource-rich star regions under construction. If I win, Governor Chu he will unconditionally join our Holy Radiance Empire, and the T4 Suzaku-class medium interstellar cruiser technology will be handed over to me, Saint Kana stated. Deal. Zhao Chen looked at the Holy Radiance woman. Deal. Saint Kana's sharp gaze fixed on Zhao Chen, her tone calm yet laced with a hint of provocation. Since you proposed the Holy Duel, you should be aware of its specifics, right? Zhao Chen nodded steadily in response. I have a good understanding. He then elaborated. The Holy Duel is the most revered form of combat in the Holy Radiance Empire. Outwardly, the Empire champions pacifism, presenting itself as a society of enlightened sages. However, conflicts are inevitable, and large-scale ones could undermine their civilizational beliefs. Thus, the Holy Duel was created to resolve significant disputes or wagers. It is the Empire's highest form of ritual, and its outcome cannot be altered even by the Senate, lest they be seen as betraying the holy light. Saint Kana replied indifferently, then let's set the time and place. Zhao Chen suggested, 1 month from now, within the first half of December. You can choose the location. St. Kana frowned. 1 month? That's too long of a delay. Zhao Chen explained. According to the tacit rules, a 1-month delay is entirely acceptable. I need to mobilize warships from my interstellar territory, prepare logistical supplies, and strategic materials. Unlike you, Miss Kana, who has the backing of the Senate and commands one of the 10 Holy Light Legions, I am merely a small marquis. St. Kana said sternly, fine. But if you breach the agreement, the Holy Light will obliterate everything you hold dear. Zhao Chen shrugged, maintaining a serious expression. I also hold the spirit of the contract in high regard. St. Kana provided coordinates situated at the border between the two nations. Zhao Chen confirmed and agreed. St. Kana allowed herself a rare smile. I look forward to seeing what surprises the legendary Jiaolong Legion will bring, Lord Zhao Chen. Her ethereal companion beside her recognized this smile as one reserved for intriguing challenges. Zhao Chen smiled back. Miss Kana, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. The video conference ended, and both parties exited the virtual meeting room. St. Kana opened her eyes, standing on the massive, pristine white bridge. Everything around her, from the decor to the crew's uniforms, was predominantly white, exuding a sense of purity. She was aboard the renowned T4 Retribution Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship, stretching 8.68 kilometers long, equipped with the latest T4 armor and weapon systems, symbolizing the might of the Holy Radiance Empire. Her deputy, puzzled, asked, Lady Kana, why agree to Zhao Chen's holy duel? He's clearly trying to buy time. St. Kana explained. Whether he stalls or not, it doesn't change our goal of annexing those 5 resource-rich star systems. More importantly, if we intend to eventually dominate the Starlight Empire, we need to build our prestige. Defeating the renowned Jiaolong Legion will establish our strength, making the factions within the Starlight Empire recognize our power. This paves the way for future military actions. The deputy suddenly understood. You plan to use the Jiaolong Legion to build our reputation? St. Kana confidently added. If they adhere to the duel agreement, we can effortlessly gain control of those 5 resource systems. The Chu River Star region and the North Wind Star region will also fall under our domain. It's a win-win situation. Some might ask, what if they lose? To St. Kana and her subordinates, this was a laughable notion. The Holy Angel Legion ranked among the top of the 10 Holy Light Legions, and they hardly knew the meaning of the word defeat. On the bridge of the T4 Vermilion-class medium interstellar cruiser, Zhao Chen stared at the date displayed on the holographic projection early to mid-December, the time set for the Holy War duel with the opposing side. He turned to his secretary, Lilith, who was frowning slightly as she reported, Commander, I just reviewed the rules of the Holy War duel. It's not a single battle, but 3 different forms of duels. The side that wins the most matches will be the victor. Zhao Chen nodded, as this was information he already knew. He hadn't proposed this Holy War duel on a whim. It was due to a delayed quarterly mission to challenge and ultimately defeat the Holy Radiance Empire in a Holy War duel. The mission rewards would be granted based on the completion level. Zhao Chen pondered silently, understanding why the quarterly mission was delayed. It was clearly a trap set by the system. Since he was already here, he might as well face it head-on. Thus, he issued the challenge to St. Kana. Lilith continued her analysis. The first duel is a single combat between interstellar battleships with no class restrictions. The Holy Radiance Empire is likely to field their strongest T4 Retribution Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship. Our best active ship is only a T3 Emperor class, making it extremely difficult to challenge a T4 Retribution Angel. A slight smile appeared on Zhao Chen's face. Who said our strongest ship is just a T3 Emperor? Don't forget, Annie is building the strongest interstellar battleship for us, the Soaring Dragon. Lilith suddenly realized, Commander, you're referring to the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship expected to be completed early next year. It does have the capability to rival the T4 Retribution Angel, but it's still under construction. Zhao Chen decisively ordered, contact Annie and request that she expedite the construction of the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon. It must be completed and delivered by the end of November. Allow delays on other projects. Prioritize this task. Also, notify Akihito to assemble an elite crew that can quickly take command of the T4 interstellar battleship. Lilith received the orders and left, feeling a moment of sympathy for Chief Engineer Annie. Another round of overtime was coming. Zhao Chen added, tell Annie that if she can deliver the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon by the end of November while ensuring quality, I will reward her with a month's supply of special provisions at the end of the year. Lilith smiled, already imagining Annie full of energy and determination. Zhao Chen continued, order the Soaring Dragon Legion's interstellar fleet to gather at these coordinates. He pointed to the nearest star sector to the duel's location, and bring enough strategic resources. Prepare for everything. Lilith acknowledged and left, while Zhao Chen closed his eyes to rest, his mind filled with the details of the Holy War duel. 3 duels, the first being the strongest interstellar battleship face-off. the second a random draw of 2 ship types, with no more than 100 ships total, one type comprising at least 30, conducting an offensive and defensive battle, and the third a full-scale interstellar legion battle with a limit of 3,000 ships. As Zhao Chun calculated, this holy war duel was not just to protect the Chu River Star Sector from being attacked from both sides, but also to deter the Holy Radiance Empire and the Warhammer Interstellar Federation, making them aware of the formidable power within the Star Glory Empire. This way, he could confidently develop the 5 resource star sectors. Holy War Duel. Zhao Chun chuckled to himself. This kind of Star War mode is really exciting. I wonder what expression that woman named Saint Kana will have at that time. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. There can only be one victor in this Holy War Duel. No exceptions. Meanwhile, in the production command room of the number 1 ship of the T4 Gemini-class heavy interstellar industrial ship, a flurry of hurried footsteps broke the tranquility. All eyes focused on the petite figure at the door. Chief Engineer Annie. The person in charge asked in surprise, "Chief Engineer, why are you here suddenly? Isn't it your rest shift?" Annie's expression was unusually serious. "Summon all department heads immediately. I need to hold an emergency production meeting." Soon, the network meeting platform was set up, and all department heads gathered. Annie got straight to the point. "I am announcing an important matter. The construction plan for the first ship of Project 04 QIBL is being moved up from early next year to the end of this month." The news left everyone stunned. Annie continued, "I know the timeline is tight, but this is currently the most critical construction task for the Soaring Dragon Legion. If we have a chance, we must complete it. If we don't have a chance, we must create one. Next, I need everyone to draft a brand new production plan. I will allocate all T3 Furnace-class heavy interstellar industrial ships to assist you. Other production tasks can be postponed. In short, at any cost, I must see this interstellar battleship completed by the end of this month." Annie's determined words ignited everyone's passion. Her eyes were blazing, but in her heart, she was thinking about that month's supply of special provisions. "I'm on it." Annie cheered silently to herself. In the final days of November 3033 in the Galactic Star Calendar, over 3,000 interstellar warships from the Zhaoqin Xiaolong Legion hovered silently near a temporary space station in the 5th star region. Not far away, an interstellar reconnaissance ship stealthily observed the massive fleet using advanced long-range equipment. The captain of the reconnaissance ship reported through an encrypted communication channel to the flagship, "Commander, we've detected over 3,000 enemy ships stationed around a temporary interstellar space station. The fleet includes 1 T4-class interstellar cruiser, with the rest being T3-class warships. Their exact combat capabilities are still unknown." In the command room of the Holy Light Legion's flagship, Lady Saint Kana listened to the report, a hint of admiration in her eyes. A fleet of 3,000 T3-class warships? The Xiaolong Legion of the Xingyao Empire has certainly made a name for itself. This kind of formation is something we've only started building in the last decade, and even 10 of our Holy Light Legions have only half achieved this. The adjutant couldn't help but interject. Even though they're all T3-class warships, they're still far inferior to the ships of our Holy Radiance Empire. Our warships have always been among the best in the Galactic Union. Ignoring the self-praise, Saint Kana continued to probe. "You mentioned only 1 T4 interstellar cruiser? No sign of their T4 battleships? Specifically, the T4 Beifengzishan-class heavy battleship?" The reconnaissance captain shook his head. "No, we focused on their battleships, but only found 1 T3 class." Saint Kana frowned slightly, lost in thought. The adjutant, seeing her expression, couldn't resist a mock. "Do they really think they can pit their T3 battleships against our T4 Punishment Angel?" Saint Kana shot him a glare, silencing him immediately. She murmured, "I expected Zhao Chun to bring out the T4 Beifengzishan-class heavy battleship for this duel. Given their close ties with Governor Chu He, borrowing a few shouldn't be a problem." The adjutant quickly reassured, "Commander, I believe we have nothing to worry about. This holy war can only end one way, with our absolute victory." Saint Kana glanced at her subordinate and sighed inwardly. Over the years, arrogance had been spreading among the upper echelons of the Holy Spirit race, especially after the retreat of the Mecha clan. When discussing the Xingyao Empire and the Warhammer Interstellar Federation, their words were often filled with disdain. Despite her confidence in their victory, Saint Kana maintained caution outwardly. "With the battle approaching, we mustn't be complacent. Relay my orders. The entire fleet will conduct a combat readiness drill over the next few days." The adjutant was puzzled. "A combat readiness drill? Commander, is that really necessary? We're just facing." He stopped mid-sentence, meeting Saint Kana's icy stare, and quickly complied, "Understood. I'll arrange it immediately." Meanwhile, aboard the command ship of the Xiaolong Legion, Zhao Chun was observing his fleet through a holographic display. Suddenly, his secretary Lilith brought good news. "Commander, we've received an update from the base. Chief Engineer Annie has personally overseen the completion of the 04 QIBL construction project. Zhao Chen glanced at the time, noting there were still over 10 hours left in November. Pleased, he remarked, I told you. Push our chief engineer a bit, and you'll see her full potential. He then ordered, don't forget to give Annie an extra month's supply of special provisions, and another half month's worth as a bonus. Also, make sure all personnel involved in this construction project are rewarded according to our merit system. Zhao Chen continued, now that it's completed, when can we expect this new warship to arrive? Lilith replied, Red Eye is handling it over there. She had already arranged for the crew to start trial runs. Red Eye promised that the warship would join us within a week. Zhao Chen nodded with satisfaction. Perfect timing. The Holy Angel Legion has been pushing for a battle date. Let's set it for December 10th. In the Chu River Starfield, inside Chu Chang'e's office, the atmosphere was tense. Chu Xian pushed open the door and immediately noticed the rare serious expression on her grandfather Chu Chang'e's face. She had only seen this look a handful of times in her life, each time signaling a major event. Grandpa, is something wrong? Chu Xian asked cautiously. Chu Chang'e shook his head with a wry smile. It's your future husband. I didn't expect him to stir up such a big commotion. A holy war duel. Who could have thought of that? Holy war duel? Chu Xian frowned, trying to recall. I think I've read about it somewhere, something related to the Holy Radiance Empire. What has Zhao Chen done this time? Suddenly, she realized something, her cheeks turning red as she glared at her grandfather in protest. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Who said Zhao Chen is my future husband? Chu Chang'e shrugged, teasing. I didn't name anyone. You brought up Zhao Chen yourself. Chu Xian rolled her eyes at her grandfather. First, explain what this holy war duel is all about. Chu Chang'e sighed and began to detail the entire event. It turned out that the large-scale mobilization of the Sky Dragon Legion had caught his attention. After inquiring with Zhao Chen, he learned about this shocking plan. What? Zhao Chen is betting on our Chu River Starfield? Chu Xian exclaimed. Despite her disbelief, she knew Zhao Chen's character well enough to know he was capable of such a thing. Chu Chang'e said helplessly, I had previously entrusted Zhao Chen to represent me in dealings with the Holy Radiance Empire. I didn't expect him to pull off something like this. This kid is always up to something. You never know when he'll cause a huge problem. Then, what are the chances of winning this holy war duel? Chu Xian asked with concern. Chu Chang'e's expression grew serious as he pulled up some data the detailed information on the Holy Angel Legion. The opponent is the Holy Angel Legion, one of the top 10 Holy Light Legions of the Holy Radiance Empire. As for their strength, he began analyzing the odds of each battle. Overall, the chances of winning are not high. Chu Xian's brow furrowed, but Chu Chang'e added, however, when I last spoke to Zhao Chen, he assured me that we would win without a doubt. He even gave me a military guarantee. Hearing this, Chu Xian pondered for a moment before saying resolutely, I believe in Zhao Chen. If he promised it himself, he must be confident. Besides, you mentioned that if Zhao Chen's Sky Dragon Legion wins, the Holy Radiance Empire won't invade our Starshine Empire for 3 years, giving us a significant amount of time. Chu Chang'e nodded in agreement, but still had reservations. I understand that, but it's very risky. I used to think I was daring with my military strategies, but compared to this kid, I realize I'm quite cautious. No matter what, I trust him. Chu Xian said firmly. Chu Chang'e chuckled and teased. Not married yet, and you're already so trusting of your future husband? Chu Xian blushed like a ripe apple and retorted, Grandpa, if you keep talking nonsense, I won't talk to you anymore. 2 days later, the moment of the duel was approaching. The warships of the Holy Angel Legion and the Sky Dragon Legion had arrived at the designated coordinates, with over 3,000 starships from each side gleaming like stars in space. Report, the opposing flagship's commander, Saint Kana, requests to speak with you, Lilith suddenly reported. Zhao Chen motioned to connect. The communication window opened, revealing Saint Kana seated on the captain's chair of the pristine white bridge, resembling a holy Valkyrie. Saint Kana got straight to the point. Mr. Zhao Chen, since both fleets are in position, why not start the holy war duel ahead of schedule? Zhao Chen smiled and replied, Miss Saint Kana, we still have 2 days until the agreed time. Why rush? Saint Kana remained expressionless. Mr. Zhao Chen, some outcomes won't change with time. What must be faced must be faced. I don't want to see unnecessary sacrifices. If you are willing to surrender, I can arrange a good position for you in the Holy Radiance Empire, and you can continue to govern your current territory. Zhao Chen looked at Saint Kana, his tone carrying hidden meaning. I also don't want to see unnecessary casualties. So I hope Miss Saint Kana will also consider her crew's well-being in the duel. Saint Kana sighed. Since Mr. Zhao Chen insists on being obstinate, I will have to show you in the duel what futile efforts are. The holy light does not favor foolishness. I don't favor foolishness either, Zhao Chen responded calmly. After the communication ended, Zhao Chen leaned back in his captain's chair. He wasn't delaying the duel. He was waiting for a crucial warship. Report, Commander, General Qidong is expected to arrive in 3 hours. Lilith brought good news. Zhao Chen exhaled a long breath. Finally, 3 hours later, under the eager eyes of the Sky Dragon Legion and the surprised gazes of the Holy Angel Legion, a massive silver-white interstellar battleship slowly approached. It was imposing, like a giant dragon soaring through the starry sea. What is that? A T4 interstellar battleship? St. Kana stood up from her captain's chair in shock, staring at the screen displaying the warship bearing the Sky Dragon emblem. She finally understood Zhao Chen's intention wasn't stalling for time, but waiting for this crucial warship to arrive. Report to the commander, sir. The T4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship, Ship 1, is here to report. Akame's voice came through the video window. She looked a bit tense. We were delayed due to some issues on the way. Please, commander, punish me. Zhao Chen frowned and asked directly, what caused the delay? Akame's eyes flickered as she glanced off-screen. Suddenly, a hand reached into the frame, followed by a timid voice, it's my fault. On the way here, I insisted on conducting a few more main cannon test fires. We overdid it, causing the energy system to overload. Zhao Chen was taken aback by the voice and exclaimed, Shui Xiaoxiao? Shui Xiaoxiao peeked her head into the frame, grinning sheepishly at Zhao Chen. She was dressed in the Xiaolong Legion uniform, hands behind her back, looking every bit like a child caught misbehaving. Zhao Chen's mind raced, and a possibility dawned on him. He looked at Akame, waiting for an explanation. Taking a deep breath, Akame began her report. After carefully evaluating our Xiaolong Legion's officers, I concluded that Captain Shui Xiaoxiao is the ideal candidate to command the T4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship. She previously commanded a T3 Emperor-class heavy interstellar battleship and quickly mastered its operations, showing exceptional performance in combat. She even improved our interstellar battleship training procedures. Captain Shui Xiaoxiao has shown extraordinary talent and extensive combat experience with interstellar battleships, which is why I chose her for this role. Shui Xiaoxiao blushed at the praise, muttering, General Akame, you're making me blush? Zhao Chen covered his face in exasperation. He knew Akame's words were true, and that Shui Xiaoxiao indeed had rich experience in interstellar battleship combat. Recalling their days at the Northern Star Starship Military Academy, Shui Xiaoxiao was a typical student with uneven grades. While her overall performance was average, she always excelled in subjects related to interstellar battleships. Her obsession with them was almost fanatical. In theory, Shui Xiaoxiao was a suitable choice for the T4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon-class battleship's captain. However, looking at her carefree demeanor, Zhao Chen found it hard to entrust such a crucial warship to her. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Zhao Chen silently repeated the maxim, if you doubt people, don't use them. If you use people, don't doubt them. Finally, he asked sternly, Shui Xiaoxiao, do you have the confidence to command the T4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship and win the upcoming duel against the Saint Angel Legion's T4 Punisher Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship? Shui Xiaoxiao immediately straightened up, eyes blazing with determination. Yes, sir. When it comes to interstellar battleships, I've never met my match. I can assure you, no one in the Xiaolong Legion knows the T4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon better than I do. She finished with a confident tilt of her head. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes and retorted, then who was it that overloaded the system during training, causing the delay? Shui Xiaoxiao rubbed her nose sheepishly and explained in a small voice, I just wanted to test the T4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon's limits. Only by doing so can I command this battleship more effectively in combat. Zhao Chen understood her reasoning. The T4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship was rushed in production, likely having some quality issues. With limited test time, only a third of the trial runs were completed, forcing Shui Xiaoxiao to push the ship to its limits, causing the delay. All right, I won't pursue this matter further, Zhao Chen said. Will the overload affect the upcoming battle? Do you need the interstellar industrial ship for repairs? Shui Xiaoxiao shook her head. No repairs needed. It was just an energy overload. Honestly, the T4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon's main cannon is incredibly powerful. The feeling, it's just exhilarating. She wore a blissful expression. Zhao Chen was speechless at her odd analogy but continued. Since you love this battleship so much, if you win the upcoming duel, you can remain its captain. Otherwise, you'll have to go back to commanding the T3 Emperor. Shui Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in horror. Go back to the T3 Emperor? No way. After experiencing the T4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon's power, the T3 Emperor feels like a toy. Rest assured, sir, I will thoroughly defeat the T4 Punisher Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship. I'll make sure it gets a taste of our firepower. Though her words were peculiar, Zhao Chen accepted Shui Xiaoxiao's assurance. You have a little over a day. Use this time to familiarize yourselves with the battleship, he advised. Yes, sir. Shui Xiaoxiao nodded firmly. Her future happiness depended on this battle whether she would continue commanding the T3 Emperor or the T4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon hinged on her performance. Xue Xiaoxiao gazed around the grand bridge of the T4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship, her eyes landing on the dragon-engraved captain's chair. This was her dream battleship, and she swore to never be separated from Idavan in death. At that moment, Xue Xiaoxiao's eyes burned with the desire for battle. Zhao Chen had no idea that she viewed this duel as a matter of life and death. Turning his attention to the Saint Angel Legion fleet, Zhao Chen anticipated the upcoming epic duel. Only such a clash of titans could elevate a fleet's status. He firmly believed that the name Xiaolong would resound throughout the galaxy. Galactic Year 3033, December 10th, a day destined to be etched in the annals of both the Radiant Empire and the Holy Light Empire. In an unremarkable sector of space, the elite forces of these two great empires were about to engage in an epic confrontation. Aboard the flagship of the Holy Angel Corps, the bridge was abuzz with activity. The vice captain stood behind Commander Shankana, reporting, "All starships are fully prepared. Awaiting your orders, Commander Shankana." Shankana gazed intently at the opposing fleet, particularly focusing on a massive battleship. The vice captain noticed that this wasn't the first time their commander had been absorbed in staring at that ship. Ah! Shankana snapped back to reality, casting a brief glance at the Silver T4 interstellar battleship. A strange feeling stirred within her. She commanded, "Establish contact with Zhao Chen immediately and arrange the specifics of the duel." The vice captain promptly set out to execute the order. Shankana took a deep breath, placing her hand over her chest, where faint, glowing spots flickered beneath her skin. It had been a long time since she had felt such emotional turmoil. What is going on? Shankana pondered. The sacred duel hasn't even begun. Yet why am I so uneasy? She tried to steady her emotions, reaffirming her resolve. Relax, the Holy Angel Corps will surely prevail. Soon, contact was established between the two sides. Two shuttles departed from their respective flagships and docked in a designated area. As the airlock doors opened, Zhao Chun saw the legendary Shangling clan for the first time, skin as white as jade, occasionally flickering with light, white hair, golden eyes, and dressed in white attire. Zhao Chun thought, these people are like walking light bulbs, they wouldn't need lamps at night. Shankana stood at one end of the shuttle, performing a ceremonial gesture of the Holy Light Empire. "Greetings, esteemed Mr. Zhao Chun. It's an honor to meet you here." Zhao Chen returned the gesture. "The honor is mine, Miss Shankana. It is a privilege to witness such an extraordinary sacred duel. Frankly, I wish to avoid unnecessary casualties." A clear expression crossed Shankana's beautiful eyes. Zhao Chen, with a look of resigned sorrow, echoed, "I too hope to avoid unnecessary loss." Seeing Zhao Chen unmoved, Shankana sighed. Zhao Chen shrugged, speaking compassionately, "If at any point during this sacred duel you find something amiss, Miss Shankana, you have the power to end this conflict." Shankana's lips twitched slightly as she replied calmly, "I extend the same sentiment to you, Mr. Zhao Chun." Next, both sides began finalizing the specifics of the duel. Shankana's vice captain announced, "The first battle will be a duel between two battleships. We will deploy the T4 Retribution Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship." Lily, Zhao Chen's secretary, responded, "We will deploy the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon-class heavy interstellar battleship." Hearing the name Blue Eyes White Dragon, Shankana felt a moment of disorientation. The name seemed perfectly fitting for that silver interstellar battleship, resembling a silver dragon soaring through the cosmos. The vice captain suggested drawing lots for the second battle ship types, displaying the lottery system. Zhao Chen expressed his trust and declined to verify it. The result: Lily's side drew interstellar frigates and destroyers, while the opposing side drew interstellar cruisers and battlecruisers, giving them a clear advantage. Lily looked apologetic, but Zhao Chen reassured her, "It's all right, it won't affect the outcome." The third battle was set to be a fleet engagement, with a limit of no more than 3,000 starships. Finally, both sides divided the battlefield into 3 combat zones, agreeing to commence the sacred duel in 1 hour. Zhao Chen and Shankana exchanged smiles and ordered their fleets into position. The most anticipated ships were the 2 flagships, the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship of the Dragon Corps, and the T4 Retribution Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship of the Holy Angel Corps. Zhao Chun sat calmly in his shuttle seat, peering through the transparent partition to clearly see Shankana just a few meters away. As the supreme commanders of their respective fleets, they were bound to adhere to the rules of the sacred duel. Zhao Chen's gaze fixed on the 3 massive screens before him, each representing a different battlefield. The first screen showed 2 T4 interstellar battleships facing off in the vastness of space, a pure clash of steel titans. The second screen offered a broader view, encompassing a battleground with 100 starships on each side. In the center was an asteroid belt, with each side guarding a glowing blue crystalline engagement that required both offense and defense. The third screen was the most spectacular, covering an enormous battlefield with 6,000 starships, a small asteroid belt, and 3 minor planets, creating a highly complex and ever-changing environment. The countdown showed 3 minutes remaining. Zhao Chen exchanged a glance with Shang Kana, his lips moving slightly. Let the show begin. Shang Kana frowned as she read Zhao Chen's lips. A show? She thought to herself. Does he really consider this disadvantageous duel a mere show? How arrogant. Despite her thoughts, a twinge of unease surfaced as she observed Zhao Chen's calm demeanor. Shang Kana turned her attention to the screen of the second battlefield. Her lieutenant promptly reported, "We have deployed 30 T-3 light Cone-class medium interstellar battlecruisers and 70 T-3 bright Ranger-class medium interstellar cruisers. According to the rules, only T-3 class ships can be used in this battle." "And the enemy?" Shang Kana asked, her gaze sweeping over the Xiaolong Legion's fleet. The lieutenant pulled up the data: 70 Triceratops-class heavy interstellar frigates and 30 Wolverine-class heavy interstellar destroyers. These seem to be new models they've developed. Shang Kana noticed the unusual design of these ships, but didn't dwell on it. She was unaware that this was Lilith exploiting a loophole in the rules. The full names of these ships were actually Triceratops-class interstellar heavy assault frigates and Wolverine-class heavy interstellar armor destroyers, concealing their true firepower. The countdown entered the final 10 seconds. On the third battlefield, Qitong stood on the bridge of the T-4 Vermilion Bird-class medium interstellar cruiser flagship, ready to command this fleet duel. As her first opportunity to independently command, she felt a surge of excitement, as if something within her was awakening. Meanwhile, on the second battlefield, Shun Bing was stationed on the bridge of the T-3 Wolverine-class heavy interstellar armored destroyer flagship. Despite having only 100 ships, she was fully prepared. Taking a deep breath, she mentally bolstered herself. "Shun Bing, you can do this. This is the stage you've always dreamed of. Don't let him down." As the countdown hit 0, a mechanical voice resonated across all battlefields. "Sacred duel, begin." On the first battlefield, aboard the bridge of the T-4 Blue Eyes White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship flagship, Xue Xiaoxiao planted one foot on the captain's chair and pointed at the opposing T-4 Judgment Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship, shouting, "Full speed ahead. All weapon systems ready. Charge the main cannon and prepare to fire. Let's take them down." Her voice was filled with exhilaration, as if she were intoxicated. The starships from both sides of the 3 battlefields moved simultaneously, but the first skirmish erupted in the smallest battlefield, Battlefield 1, which only had 2 interstellar battleships. The 2 T-4 class battleships charged at full speed towards each other, shields fully activated, all gun positions locked on the enemy, with energy and kinetic turrets ready to fire as soon as they entered range. Lilith stood next to Zhao Chen, voicing her concern in a low tone. Does Xiao Xiao really stand a chance? She couldn't help but wonder why such a crucial battle was entrusted to a cadet who had graduated barely a year ago. If the Holy Angel Legion knew, they'd find it unbelievable. Zhao Chen raised his hand and pulled up the data on the T-4 Retribution Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship. This veteran ship had seen many battles and had once fought alongside Chu Changhe's border army against the machine race. Although they were allies then, Chu Changhe had secretly gathered detailed data on the ship. Knowing Zhao Chen was about to engage in a holy duel, he reluctantly shared this crucial information despite his disapproval of Zhao Chen's impulsive decision. The data panel displayed Retribution Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship. Shield energy, 3 million units. Cruise speed, 370 stellar knots. Warp engine, level 8. Length, 8.68 kilometers. Mass, 5.5 million tons. Crew, 4,000. Armament, 1 Retribution Angel-type pulse laser bow cannon. 8 heavy electromagnetic railgun main cannons caliber 11800, 180 quad-barrel heavy laser rapid-fire secondary cannons, 666 fully automated high-density quad-barrel point defense cannons, 300 Retribution Angel-type long-range interstellar missiles. Lilith quickly scanned the data. While core information was impossible to obtain, these surface details were enough to make a rough comparison between the T-4 Retribution Angel and the T-4 Blue Eyes White Dragon. Firstly, the T-4 Blue Eyes White Dragon was significantly larger. Generally, larger ships of the same class and type are slower, but the T-4 Blue Eyes White Dragon, with its superior energy and engine systems, was only slightly slower than the T-4 Retribution Angel. A negligible difference in a duel. The key to interstellar battleships lies in their defensive capabilities and offensive arsenal. In terms of hull armor, the T-4 Blue Eyes White Dragon, as a heavy armored battleship, far outclassed the T-4 Retribution Angel. Their weapon systems were similar, but the larger size of the T-4 Blue Eyes White Dragon allowed for more firepower. Although the T-4 Retribution Angel was equipped with 300 interstellar missiles, this alone couldn't offset its other disadvantages. Notably, the T-4 Retribution Angel did have a slight edge in shield energy. In this clearly defined duel scenario, Zhao Chen's intuition as a starship engineer told him that the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon would inevitably overpower the T4 Retribution Angel. At this moment, Zhao Chen and Saint Kana were both intently watching the live feed from Battlefield 1. Soon, the two T4 battleships entered each other's firing range. Activate the bow cannon, target the enemy ship, and fire. Xue Xiaoxiao commanded, maintaining her stance with one foot on the captain's chair, her ponytail swinging with her gestures. A silver-white energy beam shot out from the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon, its power so immense that it slowed the ship's speed. Multiple halos formed around the bow cannon, the visual effect of high-intensity energy release. Across from them, the pride of the Holy Radiance Empire, the T4 Retribution Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship, was not to be outdone. Zhao Chen knew the captain of this ship was a deputy commander of the Holy Angel Legion, holding at least a 3-star general rank in the Stellar Empire. Though smaller, the bow cannon of the T4 Retribution Angel emitted an equally formidable platinum beam. The two beams streaked through space, finally striking the shields of their respective targets. The collision of shields and beams produced such intense light that the outlines of the ships became indistinguishable. Simultaneously, the bridges of both battleships reported shield breaches and declining energy levels. The next phase depended on whose main cannon could sustain fire longer. The bow cannons couldn't maintain continuous fire indefinitely. The duration varied by model and specification. Relay my orders. All main and secondary cannons ready. As soon as we're in range, fire at will. Hit them with everything we've got and break through that turtle shell. Xue Xiaoxiao issued the next set of commands. Yes, ma'am. At this point, everyone's attention was on the duration of the bow cannon's fire. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed. The first to falter was the T4 Retribution Angel's bow cannon. The platinum beam dimmed and eventually faded. Meanwhile, the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon's silver-white beam continued to blaze. This sight darkened the faces of the Holy Angel Legion's side, with even Saint Kana looking stunned at the relentless firepower of the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon. Ha ha ha, see that? My big gun lasts longer. Keep firing. Break through that damn turtle shell. Xue Xiaoxiao cheered, bouncing on the captain's chair. As the two battleships drew closer, they entered the range of their main and secondary cannons. Both ships unleashed their full firepower, creating a dense web of energy beams and projectiles that crisscrossed space, hammering at each other with relentless fury. The main cannon of the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon-class heavy interstellar battleship entered a recharge phase after 4 minutes of continuous fire. On the battlefield, the primary and secondary cannons of both interstellar battleships exchanged relentless fire, causing the star shields to flicker with dense impacts. The Closian weapon system spewed fire, forming an impenetrable defensive barrage to intercept incoming attacks from the enemy ships. The intense exchange of fire lasted for over 10 minutes. Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm sounded on the bridge of the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon. Warning, warning, warning. Star shield energy remaining at 10. Star shield energy remaining. Captain Xue Xiaoxiao watched the opposing T4 Judgment Angel with an unflinching gaze. According to intelligence, the T4 Judgment Angel indeed had a larger star shield energy reserve. Despite the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon's more formidable firepower, it seemed insufficient to bridge the gap in star shield energy. How much energy the enemy's star shield had left was known only to their captain. Transmit my order. Deactivate the Blue Eyes White Dragon's star shield system. Await my command for when to reactivate, Xue Xiaoxiao suddenly commanded. The vice captain was shocked, but we still have 10 energy. Shutting down the star shield now. We'll be directly exposed to their attacks. I'm the captain now. Execute the order. Xue Xiaoxiao's tone was resolute. After a moment of hesitation, the vice captain relayed the order. 5 seconds later, the star shield field around the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon-class heavy interstellar battleship vanished. Immediately, the main and secondary cannon fire from the T4 Judgment Angel struck the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon's hull directly. To onlookers, it appeared as though the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon's star shield had failed first. Perfect. Break through the enemy's star shield first, then target their hull directly. The adjutant behind Shang Kana shouted excitedly, casting a triumphant glance at the Jiaolong fleet crew through the display. So what if their weapon systems are slightly more advanced and their ship is bigger? Interstellar battleships are about overall strength, and clearly, our Judgment Angel has the upper hand. Shang Kana remained silent, feeling a tinge of unease about the situation on the first battlefield, but unable to pinpoint why. She thought to herself that the duel would soon reach a conclusion. Historically, single-ship duels on the first battlefield often resolve the fastest, followed by the second battlefield. Shang Kana glanced at the second battlefield's display. The Jiaolong interstellar fleet had not initiated an attack, but had set up a defensive formation around their crystal. The Holy Angel interstellar fleet left 10 T3 interstellar cruisers to guard their crystal, while the rest of their battleships and cruisers surged toward the Jiaolong interstellar fleet's base, seemingly intending to seize the crystal in one decisive strike. Shankana showed a satisfied expression. With the advantage of their battleships and cruisers, this was undoubtedly the best strategy for the second battlefield. It looked like victory there was nearly assured. As for the third battlefield, due to its vast range, the interstellar fleets had yet to engage directly but had dispatched reconnaissance ships to locate the enemy. Currently, all attention remained focused on the first battlefield. From an external perspective, the T4 Judgment Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship appeared to hold the advantage. It used its star shield to withstand enemy attacks, while the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon, without its star shield, relied solely on its hull armor. Various alerts of hull impact sounded continuously before Xue Xiaoxiao, but she only glanced at them. These attacks were insufficient to cause substantial damage to the hull. Remember the defense zones for the Closian weapon systems. Focus on protecting the main and secondary cannon turrets. We can't let them be destroyed. Xue Xiaoxiao repeatedly instructed. Yes, the crew responded in unison. Xue Xiaoxiao turned to the Star Shield System Management team. Be ready. I need you to reactivate the Star Shield field within 10 seconds of my command. 10 seconds. The department head broke into a sweat. In previous trial runs, the Star Shield system took an average of 13 seconds to activate, with the fastest time being 9.7 seconds. Now, they were required to do it in 10 seconds, a challenging task. Is that impossible? Xue Xiaoxiao's eyes were piercing. We'll get it done. The department head straightened up and shouted. Xue Xiaoxiao looked away, continuing to monitor the combat data of the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon, particularly the cooldown time for the main cannon's recharge. 3 minutes after the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon's star shield was breached, the star shield of the T4 Judgment Angel also collapsed. The T4 Judgment Angel's hull was now exposed to enemy fire. Damn it! How can they still maintain such fierce firepower after taking so many hits? The Judgment Angel's captain raged. Ordinarily, once the star shield was down, hull damage would affect combat effectiveness and could even disable some functions. Yet, the enemy seemed unscathed. At this point, the battle damage on the enemy ship, shrouded in attack effects, was indiscernible to the naked eye. In this duel, the fire would not cease unless one side surrendered or was completely destroyed. How long until our main cannon is ready? The captain, drenched in sweat, roared. 3 more minutes, and the main cannon will be ready to fire again. A subordinate shouted back. 3 minutes. The captain gritted his teeth. In 3 minutes, fire the main cannon directly at the enemy's bow. We must deliver a crippling blow to their ship. Given the current situation, the captain of the T4 Renjian Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship is acutely aware of the severity of their predicament. The enemy's firepower remains undiminished, indicating that their previous attack was ineffective. The captain glanced at the weapon module data panel, which detailed the status of each section. 9 secondary guns and 63 Closian defense cannons were already out of commission due to enemy fire. If the next round of the bow cannon attack fails to inflict significant damage, the Renjian Angel will be in grave danger. The vice captain reminded, Captain, we still have 300 interstellar missiles at our disposal. The captain replied sternly, let's hold off on those. They are a trump card. If the second round of the bow cannon attack doesn't achieve its goal, then we'll use the missiles. Soon, the Renjian Angel's bow cannon was ready again. The responsible crew member reported loudly, bow cannon fully charged, ready to fire again. The captain immediately ordered, target the enemy's bow fire. In the distance, the platinum glow of the Renjian Angel's bow cannon gleamed as countless light particles converged. Meanwhile, the bow cannon module of the Qingyan Bailong was still being reset. Behind Shankana, her adjutant exuded confidence. Ha ha ha. So what if their bow cannon attack is prolonged? Comprehensive performance is what matters in interstellar battleships. That's the difference. Simultaneously, on the bridge of the Qingyan Bailong, Xue Xiaoxiao commanded sharply, now, activate the star shield again. The crew chief swiftly executed the command, and the star shield program was reactivated. Xue Xiaoxiao clenched her fist, holding her breath in anticipation. The vice captain realized why the captain had insisted on deactivating the shield when only 10 energy remained at it was to prepare for the enemy's bow cannon attack. In an instant, the Renjian Angel's bow cannon fired a platinum beam straight at the Qingyan Bailong's bow. Just as the beam was about to hit, a barrier suddenly unfolded, enveloping the entire Qingyan Bailong. Boom! The spectacular light effect from the impact engulfed most of the Qingyan Bailong. Everyone who witnessed it was stunned. Impossible! How do they still have the star shield? Shankana's adjutant was dumbfounded. Shankana's expression also grew serious. At this moment, the Qingyan Bailong's bow cannon began to emit a silvery white glow. The responsible crew member shouted, bow cannon reset complete, ready to fire again. Alarms blared. Warning, star shield under attack, remaining energy 9, 8, 7. Xue Xiaoxiao roared at the bow cannon module officer. Fire the bow cannon. Aim at that little turret across. They want to duel with me. I'll show them who's got the harder and stronger gun. Aim right at their face. If you miss, I'll come for you. The officer shuddered but responded firmly. Captain, rest assured, mission will be accomplished. How long until the bow cannon fires? Shui Xiaoxiao asked. 10 seconds. Shui Xiaoxiao turned to the Star Shield officer. Time it with them. When they fire, deactivate the shield. Yes, Captain. The crew chief nodded. Countdowns appeared simultaneously in front of the two department heads, starting from 5 and counting down. When the number hit 1, they issued their commands in unison. Deactivate the Star Shield. Fire. The deactivation of the Qingyan Bailong Star Shield made the Runjian Angels crew momentarily ecstatic. But the subsequent events plunged them from elation to despair. A silvery white beam shot out, colliding directly with the platinum beam. This battleship captain is insane. Shang Kana's adjutant muttered in shock. Shang Kana remained silent, her brow furrowed. The spectacle of the two bow cannons clashing was breathtaking. The energy shockwave disrupted missile attacks in the surrounding area, creating a spherical field. The Qingyan Bailong, being closer, was somewhat affected, but its bow armor was the thickest. More crucially, the critical point of the two beams was slowly moving towards the Runjian Angel. Everyone suddenly remembered a key factor. The Runjian Angel's bow cannon could only sustain fire for 3 minutes, whereas the Qingyan Bailongs could last longer. Ha ha ha, you want a gunfight? I'll blow you to kingdom come. Shui Xiaoxiao planted one foot on the captain's chair and the other on its backrest, hands on her hips, exuding sheer arrogance. Zhao Qin sat in the audience, his expression calm and composed, his gaze wandering between the 3 battlefields. His demeanor was so relaxed that he seemed like an ordinary spectator, rather than an important participant in this interstellar war. Lilith glanced at the personnel of the neighboring Holy Angel Legion and noticed the grim expressions of the Celestials on the shuttle across from her. She recalled the previously talkative adjutant. Although the sound was blocked by the light screen, she could roughly guess what he was saying from his expressions and gestures. Now, the silence of those people was undoubtedly a sign of their embarrassment. Lilith smirked coldly, her eyes fixed on the live feed of the first battlefield, waiting for the show to unfold. On the bridge of the Retribution Angel, the captain's face was dark, and the light spots on his forehead flickered like an unstable light bulb, revealing his inner turmoil. Fire the Retribution Angel T4 interstellar missiles, all of them. Target the enemy ship's bow and try to disable that damn bow cannon. He almost roared. The adjutant immediately responded. Understood. 300 interstellar missiles locked on target. Fire. Subsequently, 300 expensive interstellar missiles were launched in succession, forming a massive umbrella-shaped arc as they headed towards the target. On the bridge of the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship, the deputy captain quickly reported, warning system detects 300 T4 interstellar missiles fired from the enemy ship, estimated to hit our bow in 30 seconds. Shui Xiaoxiao remained unfazed and calmly issued orders, relay my command. All Closian weapons, secondary guns, and main guns on the bow are to aim forward and form an interception barrage. Find a way to intercept those enemy missiles. Yes, ma'am. The crew immediately sprang into action. On the hull of the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship, densely packed Closian weapon systems locked onto the incoming interstellar missiles. Continuous laser beams were fired, creating an impenetrable barrage in space. Although this reduced defense in other areas, the ship's thick armor was sufficient to withstand attacks from the enemy's secondary guns, and even the main guns could only inflict surface damage. As the 300 interstellar missiles entered the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon's defensive fire range, explosions erupted continuously. The captain of the Retribution Angel stared intently at the data panel, which showed the status of each missile. As more and more missile signals turned gray, his anxiety grew. 20 missiles. If just 20 interstellar missiles hit this area, we can definitely destroy that damn cannon. The captain clenched his fists, praying under his breath. Time seemed to stretch, each second becoming excruciatingly long. Every crew member who could see the data panel held their breath, eyes glued to the changing numbers. Report, the foremost interstellar missiles are about to hit the target area, the adjutant shouted excitedly. The captain's gaze locked onto a few missiles about to strike the enemy ship. Missile number 266 reached 99 progress, almost completing its attack, but turned gray at the last moment. The captain's heart sank. Hit. Missile number 198 has completed its attack mission and hit the designated area, the adjutant suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Hope rekindled in the captain's eyes, but the glaring silver beam on the other side remained unchanged, indicating minimal damage. The number of successful hits continued to rise, 5, 10, 15, 20. Ultimately, 25 interstellar missiles successfully hit the target. However, when the captain looked up at the battlefield, he was stunned. The glaring silver beam still stood tall, meaning their attack had not achieved the desired effect. This can't be. The captain swayed, almost collapsing. He watched in despair as the remaining interstellar missiles turned gray, realizing their plan had completely failed. Meanwhile, the Retribution Angels' bow cannon had less than 30 seconds of firing time left. These mere 30 seconds felt as long as the changing of seasons to them. Every crew member had only one thought: this cannon is just too tough. Quick, turn to starboard. The captain of the Archangel's Retribution shouted the command immediately, offering a glimmer of hope. However, given their current speed, executing a turn within 30 seconds to evade the enemy's main cannon was nearly impossible. Those 30 seconds felt like an eternity for the members of the Holy Angel Legion. They watched through the portholes as the platinum energy beam diminished, ultimately consumed by the silvery white beam. The massive silvery white beam, like a divine sword, struck the bow of the T-4 Archangel-class heavy starship with precision. The bow cannon area was engulfed instantly, and the ship's armor began to collapse, cracks spreading like a spider web. Alarms blared suddenly, the piercing sound echoing throughout the bridge. Warning! 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 Bow armor compromised. Bow cannon module failure. The captain slumped heavily into the command chair, feeling the violent tremors of the bridge. His ears rang, and his heart pounded as if it would burst from his chest. His gaze was vacant. He had already seen the outcome of this duel. It's over. It's all over, he muttered, his voice filled with despair. St. Kana stood on the bridge, her eyes fixed on the destructive silvery white beam. As the T-4 Archangel-class battleship struggled to turn, the beam's impact point shifted slowly, like a sharp laser blade slicing through the head of a beast. We've lost, St. Kana whispered, a complex emotion flickering in her pale gold eyes. The adjutant beside her shouted hysterically, "Ma'am, we haven't lost yet. As long as the Archangel keeps fighting, we might still." St. Kana coldly interrupted, "Under this kind of attack, even if the T-4 Archangel's bow cannon isn't destroyed, it can't be repaired quickly. And what about the enemy's bow cannon? Even if they don't destroy us this round, what about the next? Moreover, our other weapon modules can't match that battleship. We haven't even managed to inflict significant damage on their armor." She stared into the adjutant's eyes, her tone severe. "Continuing to fight will only let us witness the fall of a T-4 Archangel-class heavy starship. Is that what you want? Do you want to see over 4,000 Holy Spirit warriors die in vain?" The adjutant was speechless, his face showing disbelief and unwillingness. St. Kana decided inwardly that after this holy war duel, she would remove this stubborn adjutant from his position. St. Kana pressed the communication button in front of her, a channel dedicated to talking with the enemy. She recalled Zhao Qin's earlier warning, now proven true. "Lord Zhao Qin, we concede this first battle," St. Kana's voice transmitted through the communicator. Zhao Qin responded nonchalantly, "Understood." With the confirmation from both commanders, the two T-4 starships ceased their attacks. The T-4 Blue Eyes White Dragon-class heavy armored battleship's main cannon powered down, and the silvery white beam dissipated. Both sides' main, secondary, and Closian defense cannons stopped firing. Maintaining their speed, the two colossal ships slowly moved out of the combat zone, leaving the smoke-filled battlefield behind. The T-4 Blue Eyes White Dragon-class heavy armored battleship exited first, all eyes on the victor. Their attention was drawn to the massive cannon that had withstood the T-4 Archangel's final barrage of 300 interstellar missiles, remaining unyielding. The cannon bore visible attack scars, with some areas showing 3-meter wide, half-meter deep dents. The armor was covered in spiderweb-like cracks, a testament to the fierce battle. Many Holy Spirit onlookers marveled at the cannon's resilience, wondering how thick its armor must be to withstand such a ferocious assault. "Just a bit more, just a bit more," the adjutant muttered angrily, clenching his fists. In his view, if they had silenced the enemy's bow cannon, victory would have been theirs. St. Kana's gaze shifted from the cannon to the ship's hull. The T-4 Blue Eyes White Dragon-class heavy armored battleship's armor was riddled with attack marks, ranging from minor scratches to nearly 1-meter craters. It looked heavily damaged, but St. Kana keenly noted that none of the attacked areas exposed the internal structure. This meant the T-4 Archangel-class heavy starship's attacks hadn't caused substantial damage to the Blue Eyes White Dragon. This realization raised St. Kana's assessment of the Blue Eyes White Dragon-class heavy armored battleship's capabilities to a new level. Meanwhile, on the T-4 Blue Eyes White Dragon's bridge, Lilith patted her chest, exclaiming, "That was close, really close. It looks like we barely made it." Zhao Qin chuckled. "Barely? Not even close." He pointed to the Blue Eyes White Dragon, explaining, "Don't be fooled by the surface damage. It's not that serious. You know, the bow cannon's armor is the thickest on the entire starship, with 12 layers of independent structure. Judging by the damage, those missiles only penetrated up to the 6th layer. There's still half left. As for the hull armor, the most damaged areas still have at least 50 strength. With the T-4 Archangel's firepower, they're nowhere near a real threat. I dare say our T-4 Blue Eyes White Dragon could handle a 2-known fight." Lilith stared at the commander in astonishment, and Zhao Chun smiled confidently. Don't be surprised. That's the strength of our heavy armored battleship. At that moment, the defeated T-4 Archangel-class heavy starship slowly emerged from the battlefield smoke. Its battered appearance made every Holy Spirit onlooker's face turn grim. The ship was severely damaged, with large sections of armor missing, exposing its internal structure. The bow cannon was completely deformed, rendered useless. The entire battleship looked as if it could fall apart at any moment. This stark contrast silently highlighted the vast gap between the two starships. The Holy Spirit warriors watched in frustration and disbelief. Their pride, the T-4 Archangel-class heavy starship, had been so easily defeated in this duel. This outcome would not only shock the entire Holy Radiance Empire, but also shake their long-held confidence and pride. This was the harsh reality of the power gap, unyielding and undeniable. At this moment, the T-03 AT-4 Punishment Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship presented a grim scene, completely devoid of its former imposing aura. The ship's armor was battered and uneven, exposing multiple internal compartments. A closer look revealed traces of blood splattered on the damaged sections. The extent of the damage to the armor alone was enough to necessitate a major overhaul at the shipyard. However, the most severe damage lay elsewhere. The bow area had suffered a catastrophic blow. The main artillery module at the bow had collapsed entirely, and the massive bow cannon was nowhere to be seen. More shockingly, a terrifying crack extended from the bow cannon area, as if a giant blade had cleaved the bow, leaving a ghastly wound. The members of the Holy Spirit race fell silent at the sight. They had initially thought the defeat was due to carelessness, believing the strength gap between the two interstellar battleships was not significant. But the brutal reality shattered that illusion. With the bow cannon destroyed, the bow armor breached, and the overall damage to the armor, it would take at least 2 to 3 months of repairs to restore the T-03 to combat readiness. Commander, I'm sorry. The captain of the T-03 looked at Shang Kana with guilt. Shang Kana stared calmly at the video screen and said, "Report the damage status of the Punishment Angel T-03. The captain hesitated for a moment, but then reported truthfully, "The overall damage to the Punishment Angel T-03's armor exceeds 50, with 5 of the armor breached. The bow armor is severely damaged, and 78 compartments have been affected and forced to close. 37 people are dead, and 135 are injured to varying degrees. Even the structural integrity of the ship's main framework has decreased by 10. Hearing these alarming figures, the officers behind Shang Kana looked grim. "Commander, this defeat is my responsibility. I request." Shang Kana interrupted, "Your responsibility will be investigated when we review this battle. For now, take your interstellar battleship and crew to rest." With that, she closed the communication channel. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the shuttle cabin. The adjutant tried to lighten the mood. "Commander, we still have a chance. There's the second and third battles, especially the second one, where our ship types have the advantage. We can't lose." "Let's hope so." Shang Kana felt a tinge of doubt about the entire Holy War duel, wondering if it had been a mistake. She turned to look at the man on the other side of the screen, who seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious aura. Meanwhile, Zhao Chun was communicating with the returning Xue Xiaoxiao, reporting, "Commander, the T-4 Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship number 1 has successfully completed the mission." Xue Xiaoxiao awaited Zhao Qin's praise with a cheerful smile. Zhao Qin responded nonchalantly, "What's there to be proud of?" Was there any doubt that the T-4 Blue Eyes White Dragon would defeat that rundown interstellar battleship? Xue Xiaoxiao's expression froze. Indeed, the victory was mainly due to the superior performance of the T-4 Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship, not her command skills. Zhao Chun then shifted his tone, however, considering the crew's excellent performance in their first battle, "Convey my orders. All crew members of the T-4 Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship will be rewarded upon return." Xue Xiaoxiao's smile reappeared but quickly faded as Zhao Chun continued. "But due to Xue Xiaoxiao's previous failure to follow orders, her reward is cancelled." Xue Xiaoxiao lowered her head in disappointment, not expecting the commander to hold such a grudge. "That's all. Xue Xiaoxiao, you better manage my T-4 Blue Eyes White Dragon well. If you're careless again, I'll remove you from your position," Zhao Qin warned. Xue Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned, then asked in surprise, "Are you assigning me as the permanent captain of this interstellar battleship?" "What? Don't want to?" Zhao Qin teased. I want. No one can separate me from this big baby now. We'll be together forever," Xue Xiaoxiao declared earnestly. Zhao Qin knew her well. She had always favored the larger, more powerful ships. She had previously been infatuated with the T-3 Emperor-class heavy interstellar battleship. "All right, enough chatter. Go and rest." Zhao Qin waved her off. "Yes." Xue Xiaoxiao officially became the captain of the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship number 1. Commander, we've won the first battle. This gives us the upper hand, Lilith said happily. Zhao Qin nodded, which was expected. However, the second battle looks less optimistic. Lilith looked at the broadcast of another battlefield, frowning. Zhao Qin also shifted his attention there. It was undoubtedly the second battlefield, where the disparity in strength was evident. At this moment, 90 interstellar battleships of the Holy Angel Fleet had arrived at the other end of the battlefield, facing the waiting Xiaolong Fleet. 100 interstellar battleships of the Xiaolong Fleet had formed a three-layered fan-shaped defense system centered around a crystal. The innermost layer consisted of 20 T3 Triceratops-class heavy interstellar assault frigates directly protecting the crystal. The middle layer was composed of 30 T3 Wolverine-class heavy interstellar armored destroyers and 30 T3 Triceratops-class heavy interstellar assault frigates. The outermost layer was formed by the remaining 20 T3 Triceratops-class heavy interstellar assault frigates. In terms of ship types, the Xiaolong Fleet was at a definite disadvantage. They faced a formidable lineup of 30 T3 Light Cone-class medium interstellar battlecruisers and 60 T4 Light Ranger-class medium interstellar cruisers. At this moment, the 90 interstellar battleships of the Holy Angel Fleet had formed an assault formation, charging towards the Xiaolong Fleet's defensive positions at an incredible speed. They were like a sharp holy spear aiming to pierce the entrenched Xiaolong. St. Kana's fleet launched its assault. Her adjutant stood beside her, a contemptuous smile on his face. Imph. A defensive formation of merely 100 star corvettes and destroyers? They stand no chance against our star battle cruisers and cruisers. Their defenses will be shattered in no time. St. Kana didn't respond, her gaze fixed on the 100 starships of the Jiaolong fleet arrayed in a defensive stance. In theory, victory should be within reach. Yet, an inexplicable sense of unease gnawed at her. Could that man's fleet pull off a miracle despite the overwhelming odds? The answer would soon be revealed. The formation of St. Angel's fleet clashed with the outermost 20 T3 Triceratops-class heavy assault corvettes. These corvettes held their ground, their point defense systems weaving a web of fire to intercept incoming attacks. Despite taking heavy hits, the T3 Triceratops showed remarkable resilience, their hulls remaining largely intact. At this moment, St. Kana and her crew marveled at the defensive capabilities of the Jiaolong fleet's corvettes, unaware of their true potential. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the Jiaolong fleet's flagship, the T3 Wolverine-class heavy destroyer, Shan Bing stood at the command console. Despite the apparent disparity in power, she believed victory was within grasp. With unwavering resolve, she issued her orders: relay my command. First echelon, Triceratops, full speed ahead. Second defense echelon, prepare for combat. What followed was a stunning display. The 20 T3 Triceratops-class corvettes, which had been enduring the enemy's onslaught, suddenly accelerated to an astonishing speed, matching that of the T3 Photon-class medium battlecruisers on the opposing side. Everyone was dumbfounded. The adjutant of the St. Angel fleet stepped forward, his golden eyes wide with shock. What are they trying to do? St. Kana said nothing. Her eyes locked on the 20 corvettes charging towards her fleet like warriors. What happened next defied all expectations. Even under the relentless bombardment of the 90 starships of the St. Angel fleet, a few T3 Triceratops-class heavy assault corvettes, their bows ablaze, pressed on undeterred, ramming into the enemy fleet. Explosions erupted. The St. Angel crew was stunned. They watched as a T3 Triceratops-class corvette, its reinforced prow, smashed through the bow of an oncoming T3 Photon-class medium battlecruiser, collapsing its front end. The impact created massive fissures throughout the battlecruiser's hull. This scene replayed across the battlefield, like comets colliding. Both sides suffered heavy losses. Though the 20 T3 Triceratops corvettes were heavily damaged and on the brink of destruction, they successfully disrupted the St. Angel fleet's attack rhythm. At that moment, an even more terrifying spectacle unfolded. 30 T3 Wolverine-class heavy destroyers and 30 T3 Triceratops-class heavy assault corvettes seized the moment, launching an offensive with unprecedented speed. Sensing the danger, the St. Angel fleet's commander ordered immediate battle preparations. A brutal fight ensued. The T3 Wolverine-class destroyers of the Jiaolong fleet faced the T3 Photon-class battlecruisers Hedon, fighting fiercely despite suffering heavy damage. The 30 T3 Triceratops corvettes continued their suicidal assaults. What was expected to be a crushing victory turned into a brutal stalemate. St. Kana's expression darkened further. Her previously boastful adjutant now stood silent, barely daring to breathe. The adjutant stared in disbelief at the live feed displaying the remaining starships. St. Angel Fleet, 79, Jiaolong Fleet, 81, St. Angel Fleet, 71, Jiaolong Fleet, 70, St. Angel Fleet, 64, Jiaolong Fleet, 64, This small-scale battle of 100 ships had turned into a gruesome struggle, with the Saint Angel fleet facing potential defeat. Adding to their despair, 20 more T-3 Triceratops-class heavy corvettes lay in wait behind the Jiaolong fleet. Saint Kana's eyes grew vacant, her mind in turmoil. She couldn't comprehend the outcome and began to question her own and her fleet's capabilities. Just then, a magnetic male voice broke the silence. "We, the Jiaolong fleet, concede the second battle. Let's end this now." The officers of the Saint Angel fleet were stunned, unable to fathom why their opponents would surrender when victory seemed within reach. "We won. Ha ha ha, we won." That man must have been terrified by the might of our Saint Angel fleet. The adjutant leapt forward in joy. But in the next moment, Saint Kana, usually composed, slapped him hard. He was sent flying, crashing into the wall. Clutching his face, he looked at her in disbelief, unable to understand why he was struck. They had won the second battle, hadn't they? Saint Kana's expression was complex, her usual radiance gone. She spoke softly, he could have won. He surrendered because he didn't want his crew to die needlessly. The real losers are us. The victor of the second round of the Holy War Duel was the Holy Angel Legion. After Zhao Chun conceded, both fleets ceased combat immediately. Unexpectedly, the remaining dozens of starships from the Holy Angel fleet retreated from the battlefield at an astonishing speed, as if fleeing from some terrifying threat. In contrast, the remaining starships of the Xiaolong fleet stayed put, displaying visible reluctance. A video window suddenly lit up in front of Zhao Chun, revealing Shun Bing's eyes filled with unwillingness, even through the electronic screen. She clenched her fists, her eyes shimmering with tears, and bit her lip, her voice trembling. "Commander, why? We can still fight." Zhao Chun looked at Shin Bing and offered a gentle smile. "Shin Bing, you fought brilliantly in this battle. Although it appears we've conceded, everyone knows the real winner is you." Shin Bing's emotions flared. "Then why?" Zhao Chun's expression turned serious. "I have no doubt you could secure a victory for us. But let me ask you, out of 100 starships, how many can you ensure will survive? How many ships and crew members would we lose?" Shin Bing was speechless. She had confidence in winning, but estimated that fewer than 20 ships would survive. Zhao Chun continued, "This holy war duel is important to us, but it isn't a real battlefield. If I have a choice, I can't just watch you sacrifice yourselves here. I have seen your efforts. You are the pride of the Xiaolong fleet, and that's enough. You've done well." Shin Bing choked up, her eyes reddening. Zhao Chun reminded her again, "Do as I say. I've already dispatched medical and industrial starships to assist you. Minimize personnel losses as much as possible." Shin Bing nodded firmly, "Yes, sir." After the communication ended, Lilith reported, "In this second battle, nearly half of our starships lost combat capability. 13 were directly destroyed, with few survivors except those who escaped in time. 25 were severely damaged but structurally intact, with potential survivors inside. The rest lost combat capability due to major performance damage, but the crew has a high survival probability after rescue. We estimate a final loss of 37 starships, including those beyond repair. The rest will be sent to the nearest starport for repairs after the duel. In terms of personnel, we expect around 2,300 casualties, with another 2,000 injured. With the T-3 Andromeda-class medical ships treatment, the situation is manageable." Zhao Chun nodded. These losses were within his acceptable range. Continuing the fight would have likely increased the sacrifices tenfold, even if they won. Now, with each side winning one round, the final victor would be decided in the third round. Both sides had 3,000 starships and approached a wide combat area after half an hour. It seemed neither side had many strategies left, preparing for a straightforward confrontation. Zhao Chun pressed the communication button to Saint Kana. "Miss Saint Kana, this is your last chance to concede. Don't add to the unnecessary casualties." The officers around Saint Kana were furious, seeing this as a blatant provocation. However, Saint Kana sensed something was off, with an inner voice urging her to end the battle. But as the commander of the Holy Angel Legion and a member of the Imperial Senate, she couldn't halt the fight before it began. "Commander Zhao, your Xiaolong Legion is strong. But my Holy Angel Legion is not cowardly. We will not retreat without a fight," Saint Kana stated firmly. Zhao Chun sighed. "We are not true enemies yet. I genuinely don't want to see unnecessary casualties on both sides." There was silence on the other end. Zhao Chun looked at Lilith helplessly and shrugged. "They won't listen." Lilith immediately pulled up the detailed data panel for the third battle. The Holy Angel Legion had 3,000 starships, including 2,900 combat types and 100 support types such as supply ships, reconnaissance ships, and anti-stealth ships, given the intelligence that the Xiaolong Legion was equipped with stealth bombers. Among the 2,900 combat ships, there were over 30 T-4 class ships, with the rest being T-3 class. This was the terrifying strength of the Holy Angel Legion, one of the top 10 legions of the Divine Radiance Empire, making even Governor Chu Changha unsure of defeating them. Though there were 30 T4 ships, 25 were T4 Divine Envoy-class medium destroyers. The Divine Radiance Empire had three types of T4 ships in active service: T4 Punisher Angel-class heavy battleships, T4 Divine Light-class light cruisers, and T4 Divine Envoy-class medium destroyers. The strongest was the T4 Punisher Angel, the Empire's flagship. The T4 Divine Envoy class was the most numerous, rumored to exceed 500 ships, potentially expanding to 1,000. This was the advantage of conventional ships: low cost and mass production. This was why Governor Chu Changhe was eager to acquire T4 destroyers. As for the T4 Divine Light class, it was the Empire's weakness and the reason why St. Kana wanted the Xiaolong Legion's T4 cruiser technology. Zhao Qin's gaze swept over the fleet data displayed on the screen. The remaining forces of the Holy Radiance Empire were clearly visible: 3 T4 Holy Enlightenment-class light interstellar cruisers, and Santa Kana's flagship T4 Retribution Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship. Originally, there were 2 T4 Retribution Angels, but one had been defeated in a previous Holy War duel. Rows of T3-class interstellar warship data scrolled before Zhao Qin's eyes: 10 T3 Archangel-class medium carrier starships, 30 T3 Sun God-class heavy interstellar battleships, 10 T3 Divine Spear-class medium interstellar multirole ships, 100 T3 Light Ranger-class medium interstellar cruisers, 300 T3 Apostle-class medium interstellar destroyers, 900 T3 Light Shield-class heavy interstellar frigates, 1,500 T3 Light Cone-class medium interstellar battlecruisers. Zhao Chun scrutinized these ships, each of them considered top-tier within the Galactic Alliance's equivalent classes. If not for the mechanical invasion, the Holy Radiance Empire would have had the strength to attack both the Starshine Empire and the Warhammer Interstellar United States. Lilith pointed out the unique features of the T3 Divine Spear class. This multirole ship is somewhat similar to our interstellar missile ship, but considering the high consumption of missiles, they use a configuration of 1/3 missile launchers and 2/3 energy-heavy cannons. Energy cannons are cheaper to fire and easier to resupply. Zhao Chun shook his head. It's effective against regular enemies, but it falls short against equally matched opponents. He then turned his attention to his own Xiaolong Legion, a formidable lineup. However, the Holy Angel Legion on the other side had no idea what kind of fearsome opponent they were about to face. Both fleets slowly unfolded into standard combat formations. Carriers launched their fighters first, ready for battle. As they gradually entered each other's firing range, Zhao Chun could almost smell the scent of gunpowder, even through the screen. Suddenly, the Holy Angel Legion launched the first attack. 10 T3 Divine Spear-class medium interstellar multirole ships simultaneously activated their missile launchers, and 50,000 T3-class interstellar missiles roared into the sky, clearly visible on the radar. Zhao Qin remained unfazed. That amount of missiles is just a drizzle. A single T3 Judicator-class ship can carry 25,000. He had already seen through the Holy Angel Legion strategy. First, a missile barrage to create chaos. Then, a three-pronged attack: fighters to seize air superiority, cruisers flanking from both sides, and the main fleet launching a frontal assault. This combination usually overwhelmed most opponents, but this time, they had met their match. On the bridge of the T4 Vermilion Bird-class medium interstellar cruiser, Qitong stood before the control panel, eyes fixed on the incoming missile swarm on the radar. Despite Zhao Qin entrusting her with command, she never sat in the captain's chair, a seat only that man deserved. Frontline interstellar frigates, prepare to intercept the enemy missiles, Qitong ordered calmly. Hundreds of T3 Triceratops-class heavy assault interstellar frigates stood ready, each equipped with 200 T3-class 6-barrel 600mm heavy Closian energy cannons locked onto the incoming threat. Meanwhile, the three-layer star shield system activated, forming a secondary defense line. Entering interception range, fire. At the command, all Closian cannons roared simultaneously. The energy cannon rounds were almost invisible to the naked eye, but explosions soon blossomed ahead. The explosions grew closer, and eventually, a few missiles broke through the Closian defense net, striking the star shields and frigates. 3 minutes later, the smoke cleared, and the Xiaolong Legion fleet continued to advance. Behind Santa Cana, the officers were stunned. A volley of 50,000 missiles had only heavily damaged dozens of T3 frigates, forcing them out of the front line, without sinking a single warship. Lilith reported to Zhao Chun, 65 T3 Triceratops-class star shields depleted, hulls severely damaged, withdrawn from combat. Over 100 others sustained varying degrees of damage, but remain operational. Zhao Qin's lips curled into a slight smile. Now, let's show them what a real storm looks like. Immediately, 50 T3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ships of the Xiaolong Legion began their maneuvers, missile launchers coming online. Target the designated area. Initiate saturation fire. Fire. The range of the T3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ship far exceeds that of the T3 Spear-class medium interstellar firepower output ship, which is indisputable. However, the Xiaolong Legion did not immediately launch an attack, but instead allowed their opponents to strike first. The strategy was simple: to maximize the coverage of their strike range over the enemy fleet. As the Holy Angel Legion's fleet continued to advance, the Xiaolong Legion finally unleashed a stunning counterattack. 50 T-3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ships activated simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of missiles like a downpour. In just 10 seconds, the number of missiles launched surpassed the 50,000 previously fired by the Holy Angel Legion. And this was only the beginning. The missile count kept climbing: 100,000, 200,000, 500,000, eventually breaking the 1 million mark. This terrifying firepower left the officers of the Holy Angel Legion in shock. The dense missile swarm carved spectacular trajectories in space, a stark contrast to the specs previously fired by the Holy Angel Legion. St. Kana clenched her fists, her expression grave. If these missiles couldn't be effectively intercepted, her fleet would face devastating damage. The Holy Angel Legion's interstellar frigates quickly formed defensive formations, attempting to intercept the incoming missiles. However, they soon realized this was far more challenging than anticipated. In less than 10 seconds, a T-3 Light Shield-class heavy interstellar frigate was reduced to a fireball under the intense missile barrage. Explosions erupted one after another within the fleet, affecting frigates, destroyers, and even cruisers and battlecruisers. The bridge of the Holy Angel Legion's flagship was in chaos. The deputy officer reported to the acting commander in panic, "Our fire interception system is nearly collapsing. The enemy missiles are not only numerous but also varied, including cluster submunitions, causing significant trouble for our defenses. Our interception rate is below 30, and we've lost nearly 300 warships in just a few minutes, with losses still increasing." The acting commander, sweating, quickly issued orders: full speed ahead for the entire fleet. Change the battle plan. Immediately dispatch interstellar fighters and drone swarms to create chaos and attack the enemy missile ships. T-4 Holy Radiance-class light interstellar cruisers lead the T-3 Light Cone-class medium interstellar battlecruisers and T-3 Light Ranger-class medium interstellar cruisers to break through the enemy formation. T-4 Divine-class medium interstellar destroyers lead the central forces in a full-speed assault. "We must deliver a fatal blow to the enemy and stop their missile launches," he added. "Order the T-3 Spear-class medium interstellar firepower output ships to prepare their heavy cannons. Once in range, fire a full barrage." This was the Holy Angel Legion's trump card, and if used wisely, it might still turn the tide of battle. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the Xiaolong Legion's flagship, the deputy officer reported the results to Qidong. "All our missiles have been launched. We estimate that over 500 enemy ships have been directly destroyed, more than 100 heavily damaged, and the rest affected to varying degrees. We have impacted at least one-third of the enemy fleet, including destroying one T-4 Divine-class medium interstellar destroyer, heavily damaging another, and weakening the star shield energy of nearly 10 other destroyers of the same class." Qitong coldly observed the movements of the Holy Angel Legion on the interstellar map, a cold smile curling on his lips. Let them savor the terror of domination. Akem's rapid-fire commands swept through the Xiaolong Legion like a storm. In an instant, waves of interstellar fighters and drones shot out like arrows, engaging in fierce aerial combat with the Holy Angel Legion's air forces. Although the Holy Angel Legion's T-3 Archangel-class medium carrier ships were formidable, the Xiaolong Legion's T-3 Phoenix-class heavy carriers were superior. Not only did they have nearly 3 times the number of fighters and drones, but their performance was also far ahead. This interstellar dogfight quickly escalated into a one-sided massacre. Meanwhile, 15 Crimson T-4 Vermilion Bird-class medium cruisers led the assault fleet, charging at the enemy positions with astonishing speed like fiery dragons. They soon encountered the Holy Angel Legion's T-4 Divine Radiance-class light cruisers and other battlecruisers and cruisers hidden. As the vanguard, the T-4 Vermilion Bird-class cruisers showcased breathtaking speed and maneuverability. Their weapon modules operated at full capacity, continually targeting enemy ships, executing flanking maneuvers, and launching harassing attacks. 3 T-4 Divine Radiance-class light cruisers became key targets, each besieged by 3 T-4 Vermilion Birds, caught in a relentless barrage. Although the Xiaolong Legion's T-3 Blizzard-class light battlecruisers were no longer top-tier, they still demonstrated remarkable combat capabilities. They relentlessly pursued the Holy Angel Legion's T-3 Light Cone-class medium battlecruisers, creating the spectacle of light battlecruisers pummeling medium battlecruisers. This scene seemed like retribution for the bullying the Xiaolong Legion's destroyers and frigates had suffered in the second battle, driving their ships into a frenzy. The sudden turn of events left the Holy Angel Legion in disarray. The expected support from their fighters and drones was nowhere to be found. A captain of a T-4 Divine Radiance-class light cruiser screamed for help over the command channel, but received no response. Through a deep space telescope, he witnessed the distant explosions of small fireballs his side's fighters and drones falling one by one in the interstellar dogfight. Minutes later, the Holy Angel Legion's assault fleet lay in ruins. Of the three T4 Divine Radiance-class light cruisers, one was destroyed, one heavily damaged, and the last had almost no shield energy left. The losses among other cruisers and battlecruisers exceeded 50%. If not for the timely arrival of the main fleet, the entire assault fleet might have been annihilated. The Xiaolong Legion's ships did not linger, quickly retreating to the flanks of the battlefield to continue their harassing attacks. Meanwhile, the Holy Angel Legion's T3 Divine Spear-class medium artillery ships had brought the enemy ships within heavy cannon range. The acting commander seized the moment and ordered a barrage, hoping to turn the tide. However, just as the heavy cannon beams were about to strike the enemy ships, the Xiaolong Legion suddenly fired a series of intercepting beams, accurately blocking most of the attacks. Immediately after, a massive light screen enveloped the entire Xiaolong Legion fleet. St. Kana sprang to her feet, staring in disbelief at the scene. Under the Holy Angel Legion's heavy bombardment, the Xiaolong Legion emerged unscathed. At that moment, it seemed as if the Xiaolong Legion had truly received the blessing of the Holy Light. Is this the Starshield Matrix? St. Kana stared in disbelief at the scene before her, her voice filled with astonishment. The Starshield Matrix technology had long been a focus of research for the Holy Radiance Empire, but it had never been miniaturized enough to be mounted on any starship, not even the massive T4 class starships. Currently, the technology could only be applied to large military starports and fortresses, activated in conjunction with surrounding defense installations. Even so, the Empire's research was still in the experimental stage, far from fully mastered. Yet, here on the battlefield, the Xiaolong Legion was showcasing this cutting-edge technology. "My lady, it's that star frigate," one of her subordinates exclaimed, quickly zooming in on several images. The screen clearly showed a large star frigate with modules emitting a dazzling light, undoubtedly the Starshield device. Even more shocking was that the intercepted heavy artillery beams were all the work of these star frigates. "Pull up the data on this star frigate," St. Kana ordered, her face darkening. The subordinate immediately began searching but hesitated before reporting. "My lady, we have no data on this star frigate. The only information we have is the name reported by the Xiaolong Legion before the Sacred War Duel began. Paladin-class star frigate." A name. St. Kana's lips twitched slightly. It reminded her of the situation during the Second Battle of the 100 Ships Duel when the Xiaolong Legion had only reported two names, Triceratops-class Star Frigate and Wolverine-class Star Destroyer. Subsequent analysis revealed these ships were anything but ordinary, with armor strength that was terrifying, deserving to be called heavy-armored Star Frigates and heavy-armored Star Destroyers. The Xiaolong Legion had clearly exploited the lack of intelligence, causing them to underestimate the enemy. As a rising power within the Star Empire in the past 2 to 3 years, the Xiaolong Legion had participated in few major battles, and information on their ships was scarce. Now, another star frigate with no available data had appeared, causing the Holy Angel Legion to suffer a significant setback once more. "Is this all the intelligence we have?" St. Kana glared at her subordinate, her expression terrifyingly dark. She couldn't remember the last time she had been this angry. The subordinate quickly added, "Based on the intelligence our data team has gathered, we can confirm that this star frigate is actually a star missile frigate. They intercepted our attacks by launching short-range but extremely fast star missiles, supplemented by numerous close-in defense cannons. This combination intercepted all our heavy artillery beams. More importantly, it is equipped with the Starshield Matrix defense system. We speculate this might be a T4 class star missile frigate." "T4? Humph. And now you're telling me this?" St. Kana sneered. "What were your intelligence-gathering efforts before? I can see all this with my own eyes now. You? Never mind, stand down." Feeling frustrated, St. Kana turned her gaze back to the battlefield. Scanning the Xiaolong Legion's battle formation, her expression grew even darker. There were 30 of these so-called Paladin T4 class star frigates. Combined with 20 T4 Vermilion Bird-class medium star cruisers, the Xiaolong Legion had 50 T4 class starships, far exceeding the Holy Angel Legion's 30. Worse, the Xiaolong Legion's ships outperformed theirs in every aspect, with even heavy artillery beams failing to inflict significant damage. At that moment, the opposing commander, Zhao Chun, spoke. "Miss St. Kana, you can see the situation on the battlefield. I'll be candid. With the Star Shield Matrix deployed by my T4 star frigates, your Holy Angel Legion's remaining starships could bombard it for 10 minutes without breaching it. Moreover, you've witnessed the interception defense system of my star frigates. Coupled with the harassment from other starships, it would take at least half an hour for your Holy Angel Legion to break through my Star Shield Matrix. In that half hour, my T3 Inquisitor star missile ships would complete their missile resupply and launch a bombardment on your Holy Angel Legion. After that, my starships would launch a full-scale attack, with numerous methods to annihilate your Holy Angel Legion's starships." Zhao Chen's tone was calm, yet it felt like he was declaring the fate of the Holy Angel Legion. St. Kana did not refute, as she foresaw the same outcome. The Xiaolong Legion's strength was overwhelmingly powerful. To annihilate such a fleet on the battlefield would require at least 3 Holy Light Legions, likely with significant losses. Taking a deep breath, Shang Kana mustered all her strength to utter the few words. On behalf of the Holy Angel Legion, we concede this third battle. The subordinates behind Shang Kana opened their mouths, but ultimately chose to remain silent. While conceding was a disgrace, they clearly saw the vast disparity between the two fleets. Continuing the fight would lead to the total annihilation of the Holy Angel Legion, with the Xiaolong Legion losing no more than 30 of their forces. This was unacceptable, especially considering the Holy Angel Legion's importance to internal interests within the Holy Radiance Empire, serving as the foundation of Shang Kana's faction in the Empire's Senate. Although this defeat in the Sacred War Duel would undoubtedly result in condemnation and punishment for Shang Kana's faction in the Senate, as long as the Holy Angel Legion remained, Shang Kana's position would still be secure. Otherwise, true disaster would ensue. Zhao Qin's voice sounded again, this time with a hint of concern. Miss Shang Kana has made a wise decision, saving the lives of millions of Star Warriors in the Holy Angel Legion. If the wounded in the Holy Angel Legion need treatment, our Star medical ships accompanying the fleet can provide assistance. Recalling the scene of the Xiaolong Legion immediately rescuing their wounded after the second battle, Shang Kana was impressed by their comprehensive logistical and medical system. She spoke with genuine respect in her tone. Thank you, Commander Zhao Chun. Despite the defeat, Shang Kana deeply respected Zhao Chun for building such a powerful Xiaolong Legion fleet. Additionally, she noted Zhao Qin's immediate rescue of his soldiers after the second battle, demonstrating his care for his fleet. In Shang Kana's eyes, Zhao Chun was undoubtedly a commander worthy of respect. The starships on both sides had ceased fire. Lilith, the secretary, briskly walked towards Zhao Chun, holding a battlefield data report compiled by Qitong. Zhao Qin took the report and quickly scanned the key figures. The most striking data was the combat expenditure, 12 billion star coins. Of that, 10 billion was spent on the firepower of 50 T-3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ships. Zhao Chun thought to himself that this amount could sustain a week-long tug-of-war with the Crown Prince's faction if given to Chu Changhe. Yet here, it was exhausted in just 5 minutes. Zhao Chun could imagine Chu Changhe's reaction upon seeing this number would surely scold him for being a spendthrift and remind his granddaughter to keep a close eye on the purse strings to prevent Zhao Chun from being so extravagant. However, it was precisely this 10 billion star coin missile barrage that brought this Legion confrontation to a swift conclusion. From the initial exchange of fire to St. Kana's surrender, the entire process took less than an hour. For Zhao Chun, this investment was worth every coin. Especially when comparing the casualty data of both sides, it was even more cost-effective. The losses of the Xiaolong Legion were mainly concentrated on T-3 class warships, Trihorn class heavy assault frigates, Blizzard class light battlecruisers, and Wind Eagle class medium cruisers. A total of 23 ships were lost, most of them heavily damaged beyond repair, with only a few completely destroyed. As for drones and fighters, drone losses were insignificant and fighter losses were only 5. In contrast, the Saint Angel Legion suffered a 60 loss in air superiority assets, nearly losing their air dominance. In terms of personnel, the Xiaolong Legion mourned 1,727 deaths and had over 3,000 wounded, all of whom received timely medical treatment. Despite involving more starships, this third battle resulted in fewer losses than the second battle involving 100 ships. On the other hand, the Saint Angel Legion's losses were severe, even with a rough estimate. Nearly 800 ships destroyed, including 10 T-4 class ships, and over 700 ships damaged to varying degrees. Personnel casualties were estimated to exceed 300,000. Overall, the Saint Angel Legion's casualty rate exceeded 30, while the Xiaolong Legion's was only 1. The only downside was the combat expenditure, which was 100 times that of the Saint Angel Legion. This aligned perfectly with Zhao Qin's strategic intent. Through this holy war duel, he not only demonstrated the military prowess of the Xiaolong Legion, but also sent a deterrent signal to external forces eyeing the Xingyao Empire. Despite the internal strife, the Xingyao Empire still had the capacity to deal with external threats. Even if it came to mutual destruction, they could still inflict significant damage on their opponents. This was a powerful military deterrent. Commander, it's time to proceed with the final phase of the holy war duel, Lilith whispered in Zhao Qin's ear, glancing at the light screen connection between the two shuttles. Zhao Qin stood up and walked towards the light screen. On the other side, St. Kana also stood up, walking towards him. Compared to a few hours ago, the once confident high-ranking officers of the Saint Angel Legion behind her now looked dejected and defeated. Lord Zhao Chun, we lost this holy war duel, St. Kana said solemnly. As per our agreement, we will withdraw and refrain from interfering in the Xingyao Empire's interstellar territories within the stipulated time. Zhao Qin humbly replied, it was just a stroke of luck. If we were to fight again, it wouldn't be so easy for us to win. This was true. If the Saint Angel Legion had been prepared, they wouldn't have lost so miserably. St. Kana acknowledged, A loss is a loss, there's nothing more to say. Your starships are indeed very formidable. If I get the chance, I'd love to board your ships and admire them. Despite the defeat weighing heavily on her, she genuinely admired the excellent starships of the Xiaolong Legion. Being able to command such an outstanding fleet was undoubtedly a privilege. Once we finish cleaning up the battlefield, we will leave, St. Kana said, her eyes fixed on Zhao Chen. I hope you can win the civil war in the Xingyao Empire. I look forward to the opportunity to face you again in the future. Zhao Chen thought, this woman is indeed a warrior at heart. However, such straightforwardness was worth befriending. He smiled and responded, if the opportunity arises, I would be delighted to invite Miss St. Kana aboard my starship for a tour. Of course, I would also love to visit your excellent starships. St. Kana smiled slightly but did not respond. Both of them understood that this was merely a pleasant thought. Given their respective positions, they couldn't openly board each other's ships. If St. Kana did so, she would likely face impeachment by the Imperial Senate upon her return. This holy war duel had already caused her enough trouble. It was best to stay cautious for now. We will be returning soon. St. Kana expressed her gratitude again. Thank you very much, Lord Zhao Chun, for the assistance of your interstellar medical ships. You saved many of our wounded. On behalf of those injured, I thank you. May the holy light always be with you. At that moment, Zhao Chun narrowed his eyes, revealing a meaningful expression. Speaking of treating the wounded, here's a medical bill. Would you mind settling it, Miss St. Kana? After all, I'm just a humble lord, and those medical supplies and equipment come at a cost. Unlike your Saint Angel Legion, which has vast resources and the backing of the Holy Radiance Empire. So, how would you like to settle the bill? Surely, you wouldn't leave it unpaid, would you? The Draconic Legion starships were the first to leave this star sector, embarking on their journey home. Their ships sustained minor damage and required only minimal repairs before departure. The Holy Angel Legion, however, needed to stay for 3 to 5 days for repairs and might even need to summon interstellar transport ships to carry severely damaged vessels. St. Kana stood in the command deck, gazing through the massive observation window at the thousands of light dots fading into the deep space. A smile unconsciously formed at the corner of her mouth as she thought of the Draconic Legion's commander. This man not only took great care of his crew but was also willing to provide medical aid to his opponents. However, he unexpectedly sent her a medical bill in the end, which caught her off guard. Fortunately, the amount was within her acceptable range, and she wouldn't really default on the payment. She just found this man very special, exceptionally special. Ma'am, a lieutenant cautiously approached. Should we report our defeat now? St. Kana replied calmly. Report it truthfully. The lieutenant swallowed hard, but our failure this time. The Imperial Senate might hold you accountable. Do you want to hide it? Such a significant event, can you hide it? St. Kana retorted. A loss is a loss, there's nothing more to say. How the Senate decides to deal with me is my concern. You just execute your duties. Even though the defeat in this holy duel thwarted the Holy Radiance Empire's plans to invade the Starshine Empire, St. Kana knew that while she would face punishment upon her return, it wouldn't be too severe. The lieutenant, after receiving his orders, began preparing the battle report. He meticulously reviewed every word, wiping sweat dozens of times, and finally mustered the courage to send the command. A quantum wave traversed the vast universe, heading for the Holy Radiance Empire. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Senate Sentry Building on the Holy Light Star in the Holy Radiance Empire's main star system, a grand ball was in full swing. Influential figures from across the empire gathered, with young people dancing gracefully in the ballroom or playing traditional instruments, while the elders of various families enjoyed wine and discussed how to divide the expected spoils from the Starshine Empire. The most prominent among them was the Holy Angel family, to which St. Kana belonged. As the family's heiress and future leader, St. Kana's current mission to lead the Holy Angel Legion to conquer the Starshine Empire would not only elevate her family's status, but might also pave the way for her to become the next ruling official. Guests raised their glasses in celebration to the members of the Holy Angel family, praising St. Kana as the pride of her family and the empire. However, as the crowd basked in premature victory, several high-ranking members of the Imperial Senate simultaneously received a message. The previously lively hall fell silent, with all eyes turning to the elders. Their expressions grew serious. Some frowned, while others even dropped their wine glasses. The crowd began to murmur, speculating about the outcome of the holy duel. Finally, a venerable elder slowly stood up and, with a heavy sigh, announced the unbelievable news. The holy duel, the Holy Angel Legion, has been defeated. Some are worried while others are delighted. Chu Chang's face was lit with uncontrollable excitement as he animatedly showed his granddaughter Chu Xin the battle report he had just received. Ah, well done. What a splendid victory. We've truly shown our might. Chu Chang's voice quivered with excitement. Xin'er, look at this battle report. A loss ratio of nearly 30 to 1. And it wasn't just any ordinary fleet we were up against, it was the Holy Angels Legion. Achieving such a result is simply exhilarating. Chu Changhe's elation made it seem as though he had personally taken part in the battle. His reaction caused Chu Xian to roll her eyes. Grandpa, you've been talking about this for over half an hour now. You've repeated yourself so many times that I could practically recite it, Chu Xian said with a hint of exasperation. Chu Changhe laughed heartily. Annoyed already? Xianer, let me tell you, even if it wasn't Zhao Chun, if anyone else had achieved this, I'd still be singing their praises for days. This victory means we can avoid the dilemma of being attacked from two fronts in the Stellar Empire's civil war. Zhao Chun really has some skills. He's proven to be a worthy grandson-in-law. Chu Xian was used to her grandfather's constant praise of Zhao Chun and didn't directly refute him. In fact, she had been worried about Zhao Chun's holy duel, and his outstanding performance made her feel proud of him. One could say that after this battle, the Xiaolong Legion can rank among the top 3 fleets in the Galactic Alliance. It's truly a meteoric rise. Chu Xian couldn't help but add, though she quickly showed a concerned expression, but will the Holy Radiance Empire really honor the 3-year non-aggression pact? They will, but they won't, Chu Changhe replied cryptically. Seeing her puzzled look, Chu Changhe explained, a holy duel is a sacred and inviolable ritual for the Holy Radiance Empire. Even the Imperial Senate wouldn't dare overturn the result, as their theocratic rule would collapse if they violated their own established rules. So, they won't shoot themselves in the foot. But that doesn't mean they won't interfere at all, Chu Xian pondered. But if they can't send their fleets into the Stellar Empire, what else can they do? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she exclaimed, could it be the Holy Radiance Empire will use other means to interfere in the Stellar Empire? Exactly, Chu Changhe nodded, his eyes gleaming. I can think of at least 3 ways. For instance, they could support a star power, secretly provide aid, and let it win in the civil war, or at the very least maintain chaos for 3 years. Alternatively, they could hire a large number of space pirates and mercenary fleets to wreak havoc within our borders, delaying our civil war indefinitely. Chu Changhe paused before continuing, those 2 options are less cost-effective. If it were me, I'd directly collaborate with the weaker side in the civil war, providing them with warships and other support. In return, I'd have them sign treaties, like ceding certain star regions. Chu Xian frowned. You mean if we gain the upper hand in the civil war, the Holy Radiance Empire will support the Prince's faction and have them sign treaties but ceding star regions? That's a betrayal of the nation. Would the Prince's faction really dare to do that? Wouldn't Qin Ming fear being condemned by the entire Stellar Empire and being marked in its history? Chu Changhe looked at his granddaughter with a wry smile. Xianer, you're still too naive. If the Prince's faction were pushed to that point, they might indeed do such things. After all, history is written by the victors, and only by surviving can they become the ultimate victors. If it came to that, they wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice some of the Stellar Empire's interests to gain the Holy Radiance Empire's support. Chu Xian fell silent. She suddenly realized that some people had principles, like her grandfather, but others had none. Considering Qin Ming had even dared to kill his own father, there was nothing he wouldn't do. If pushed to the brink, who knew what desperate actions he might take? So, what do we do? Chu Xian asked worriedly. Chu Changhe shrugged. There's nothing we can do. What? Chu Xian stared at her grandfather in surprise. Chu Changhe laughed. It's true. There's nothing we can do. If they indeed sign some agreement, we have no choice but to keep fighting the Prince's faction. While this situation isn't favorable to us, it's still better than directly facing the Holy Radiance Empire's fleets. If the previous difficulty was nightmare level, now it's at least just hard level. Chu Xian nodded, agreeing with her grandfather's assessment. Chu Changhe suddenly remembered something and excitedly said, oh, by the way, Zhao Chen suggested supplying us with 30 billion star coins worth of raw materials each month. I didn't expect him to manage those resource-rich star regions so well, producing such a large output in a short time. Not bad, not bad. His eyes sparkled with wisdom. With this, we don't have to worry about battle resources for now, and can continue our struggle against the Prince's faction. Initially worried about resource depletion, Chu Changhe felt a weight lifted off his shoulders with Zhao Qin's strategic plan. By the way, Chu Changhe continued, a sly glint in his eyes, I heard that in the Holy Duel, Zhao Qin used a T4 class interstellar battleship called the Blue Eyes White Dragon. That kid secretly developed a T4 class battleship on his own. No wonder he didn't want to use my T4 class North Wind. Chu Changhe stroked his beard, squinting. Xianer, I think Zhao Qin's promise to provide us with T4 destroyer blueprints by the end of the year was just to stall us. Considering his pace, he could probably give them to us right now. Go and urge him. Don't think that providing 30 billion star coins worth of battle resources each month will placate this old man. The T4 destroyer tech is something he promised. All right, I'll contact him, Chu Xian agreed. Contacting him won't work. Chu Changhe waved his hand dismissively, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Since the frontline battles have eased a bit, you should meet him in person. If he doesn't hand over the T4 destroyer blueprints, throw a tantrum right in front of him. Chu Xian looked at her grandfather in exasperation, unsure how to respond to his outrageous suggestion. Meanwhile, Zhao Chun was reviewing his quarterly task rewards, unaware that someone was already coming to collect a debt. Zhao Chun stared at the quarterly task rewards on the screen, a surge of joy welling up inside him. With an 83 task completion rate, he not only secured the much-needed 500 task points, but also obtained the precious T4 giant whale-class heavy interstellar transport ship blueprint. This reward came at the perfect time, fitting his current needs like a glove. As the Xiaolong Legion continued to grow, system points were sufficient for daily consumption, but task points had always been a shortfall. These 500 task points filled that gap precisely. As for the T4 giant whale-class transport ship, it was the auxiliary vessel urgently needed for developing 5 resource star regions. Zhao Qin's eyes gleamed as he began to plan the application prospects of this new transport ship. Compared to the currently active T3 big whale class, the T4 giant whale class not only maintained high speeds but also increased its carrying capacity by several times. More importantly, it could be equipped with an 8th level warp engine, meaning a significant leap in transport efficiency. Let's build 30 of them to form a dedicated transport fleet. Zhao Chen muttered to himself, specifically for the routes to the 5 outer resource star regions. His thoughts quickly turned to the current situation. The Holy Radiance Empire, restricted by a 3-year limitation, couldn't take military action against the Xingyao Empire. The Warhammer Interstellar Republic was tied up by the Revolutionary Army, temporarily unable to launch distant expeditions. On the front lines, with an ample supply of strategic materials, the 6-month war lifespan that had once troubled Chu Changhe was no longer an issue. A faint smile played on Zhao Qin's lips, a sharp glint in his eyes. The civil war within the Xingyao Empire was about to enter a fever pitch, and his Xiaolong Legion, both in quality and quantity, was now vastly improved. The acquisition of 5 resource star regions provided him with a continuous stream of resources. However, the deadline for the annual task was fast approaching. With less than 20 days left until the end of the year, Zhao Qin needed to focus on completing the remaining task requirements. He quickly pulled up the task panel, confirming the 3 completed items and the 2 unmet ones. Owning 15,000 T2 or higher interstellar warships and 5 T4 combat-type interstellar warships. Currently, Zhao Qin's annual task had earned 23 stars, just 2 stars shy of the perfect score of 25. These 2 stars were precisely from the missing 2 T4 combat-type interstellar warships. Without hesitation, Zhao Chun opened the system store and began browsing the T4 interstellar destroyer options. Considering the upcoming agreement with Chu Changhe, he needed a model that met the old man's requirements and could be quickly put into production. After careful comparison, Zhao Chun locked in on the T4 Skeleton Legion class medium interstellar destroyer. This ship perfectly matched Chu Changhe's needs. The construction technology requirements were not high, even T3 level shipyards could handle it. The construction resources were common, and the cost per ship was only 1 billion star coins, far lower than other T4 ships. Although the individual combat power was relatively weak, the Skeleton Legion class had a unique advantage in its special combat system. This system could link all destroyers of the same model, and with a mid-level intelligent combat system, it could perform astonishingly well in large-scale Legion battles. Without any hesitation, Zhao Chun confirmed the exchange operation. The system prompt sounded, and 1 million system points and 60 task points were instantly deducted, in exchange for the precious T4 Skeleton Legion class medium interstellar destroyer blueprint. Looking at the updated system data, Zhao Qin's eyes sparkled with wisdom. Although this new destroyer wasn't suitable for his elite Xiaolong Legion, it was undoubtedly the best choice for Chu Changhe's needs. With the advantage of numbers, the fleet composed of Skeleton Legion class ships would become an unstoppable force. The year-end requirements for T4 combat starships have been upgraded to 4 stars. Zhao Qin only needs to redeem 1 more to achieve a 5-star rating. Although he doesn't have enough system points to redeem it immediately, gathering the necessary points within 20 days is not a difficult task. During the waiting period, Zhao Chen meticulously organized 2 sets of technical data for the T4 starship. In mid-December, Sector 5 received an important visitor. As a T4 Boreas-class heavy star battleship passed through the Stargate, Chu Xian stepped into this star system, which had once been occupied by the mechanoids. She expected to see desolation, given that Zhao Chun had taken over less than 3 months ago. However, the scene before her completely overturned her expectations. The first thing that caught her eye was a brand new Stargate, crafted with such precision and advanced technology that it surpassed several models currently used by the Star Glory Empire. In the surrounding space, interstellar transport ships were bustling about, and in the distance, interstellar industrial ships could be seen as scene of busy activity. Chu Xian's battleship halted in the docking area, shocked by the sight, and immediately received a communication from the T4 Voyager 05 Stargate Command Center. Please leave the docking area immediately and do not block the passage. This reminder snapped Chu Xian out of her daze, and she quickly ordered her subordinates to move the ship. As the battleship moved forward, more astonishing sights unfolded before Chu Xian. Habitable cities had been built on several nearby planets, and in the distance, a large spaceport stood majestically, surrounded by hundreds of interstellar battleships of various sizes. This prosperous scene was in stark contrast to the desolation of a few months ago, making it hard for Chu Xian to believe her eyes. Welcome to Storm Fortress 05 Spaceport. A sweet-looking half-beast female navigator appeared via hologram, guiding the battleship into the port. Even after docking, Chu Xian was still immersed in shock until her adjutant reminded her that Zhao Chun was waiting outside the ship. Just as Zhao Chun was about to greet her, Chu Xian walked straight up, her expression serious as she extended her hand. "Give it to me." The sudden demand stunned Zhao Chun, who instinctively asked, "Give what?" "The T4 Starship Destroyer technical drawings you promised," Chu Xian said bluntly. Zhao Chun couldn't help but laugh. "Miss, we just met. Shouldn't we exchange some pleasantries first?" Chu Xian narrowed her eyes. "My grandfather's orders were to obtain the Starship Destroyer technical drawings from you. Don't tell me you're not ready. After all, you're the one who defeated the Holy Angel Legion in the Sacred Battle Duel and created hundreds of billions in wealth in just a few months. I wouldn't dare waste your valuable time." Zhao Chun chuckled. "Can you speak normally? This doesn't sound like the Chu family lady who once single-handedly charged into a swarm to save people." Chu Xian punched Zhao Chun's chest. "Such an interesting event as the Sacred Battle Duel, and you didn't call me?" Zhao Chun shrugged. "Even if I did call you, given your family's current situation, could you have made it?" Chu Xian wasn't truly complaining. She was just curious. "Tell me in detail, what exactly is this Sacred Battle Duel?" Zhao Chun clapped his hands, and a subordinate handed over a black briefcase. "I've arranged a dinner for you, with people you know. Everyone will gather, and you can ask them directly about the details of the Sacred Battle Duel." Zhao Chun tapped the screen on the briefcase, and a holographic image of a black-themed starship appeared, labeled T4 Skull Legion Medium Starship Destroyer. "Aren't you looking for the T4 Starship Destroyer technical drawings? The detailed drawings are inside, fully meeting your grandfather's requirements," Zhao Chun explained. Chu Xian opened the briefcase in surprise and examined several key documents. Her expression changed from calm to shock. This T4 Starship Destroyer only requires 1 billion star coins and resources?" Zhao Chun smiled. "With mass production, the cost can be reduced by another 10 to 20%. With the existing industrial system in the Chu River Star region, you can quickly establish multiple production lines to mass-produce this T4 Skull Legion Medium Starship Destroyer. So, what do you think? Are you satisfied with my gift?" Chu Xian was absolutely thrilled with the T4 Skeleton Legion-class medium interstellar destroyer that Zhao Chun had provided. The features of this warship seemed tailor-made for the Chu family. She calculated that once she brought the technical blueprints back, they could produce 10 ships a month, and even more during wartime. Originally, Chu Xian wanted to return immediately to deliver the blueprints to her grandfather. However, at Zhao Chun's insistence, she stayed for a meal. Zhao Chun pushed her down into his seat, smiling. "Why the rush? Building interstellar warships won't be affected by a day or two. You can take this time to issue orders to integrate the industrial systems of the Chu River Star region in preparation for construction." Chu Xian reluctantly looked around and saw familiar faces. Lilith, Qitong, Annie, Zhao Wanner, Shinbing, Sulan, Shui Xiaoxiao. She suddenly noticed someone missing. "Strange. Where's Charlotte?" Zhao Chun smiled mysteriously. "Charlotte is playing with fire in someone's backyard. Don't worry about her. Let's enjoy our meal." Chu Xian didn't understand what he meant, but didn't press the issue. Zhao Chun raised his glass and announced that this was a small celebration, specifically praising Chief Engineer Annie for her contributions in the Holy War duel. He detailed how Annie had completed the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship in less than 2 months, a task that typically took 4 to 6 months, ensuring their initial victory. At first, Annie couldn't believe it and pinched her thigh. As Zhao Chun continued his praise, she went from disbelief to enjoyment, and then to modesty, waving her hands in humility. But her shifting gaze and fidgeting little legs silently said, "Don't stop. Keep going." Even after the meal officially started, Annie was still basking in the joy of being praised, a smile tugging at her lips. She promised Zhao Chun that she would continue to strive for excellence and bring more glory to the Jiaolong Legion. Zhao Chun was secretly pleased, knowing his words had successfully motivated her. While enjoying their meal, everyone discussed the recently concluded Holy War duel. As a spectator, Chu Xian was very curious about the details. However, Zhao Wanner, looking dejected, complained, "Chu Xian, don't look at me. I was just an onlooker in this duel. My interstellar stealth bomber didn't even fire a shot." Zhao Chun comforted her, saying it was her own choice and explained the special role of interstellar stealth bombers in large-scale battles and their disadvantages against the Holy Angel Legion's interstellar anti-stealth ships. Although Zhao Wanner understood the reasoning, she was still unhappy and sought solace in the food. The others excitedly shared their experiences battling the Holy Angel Legion. Chu Xian listened with envy, downing a glass of fruit wine in one gulp, and remarked, compared to fighting the Imperial faction, your Holy War duel sounds much more thrilling. Zhao Chen, how about after the Civil War ends, I join your Jiaolong Legion? Give me any position you like. Zhao Chen laughed, you're always welcome here, but I'm not sure your grandfather would let you go. Xue Xiaoxiao, puzzled, asked, that can't be right. I heard the total forces in the Civil War now exceed 400,000 interstellar warships. That's a real large-scale battle. Our few thousand ships are nothing in comparison. Chu Xian shook her head and explained, even though they say it's hundreds of thousands of ships, the actual number participating at any one time doesn't exceed 100,000. And it's often stop-and-go, with neither side fully committing. It's not satisfying at all. Your kind of battle is more enjoyable. But if it were a no-holds-barred fight to the finish, that would be truly exhilarating. She added, who knows when this damned civil war will end? Zhao Chen suddenly said, soon? Chu Xian squinted at him. Do you have some kind of inside information? Zhao Chen replied calmly, it's not that. The civil war really is about to end. It won't last beyond next March. He explained that although the Warhammer Interstellar Federation and the Holy Radiance Empire were held at bay, internal strife couldn't last forever, especially with the looming threat of the mechanized race. The civil war had to be resolved quickly, and the timing Zhao Chen had been waiting for was almost complete. It was time to end this civil war. After enjoying the feast, Chu Xian returned to the Chu River Star region. Less than half a day later, Zhao Chen's communicator buzzed with an incoming call. He didn't need to check to know who it Wei the governor of the Chu River, would contact him at this hour. You sly fox. You really pulled out all the stops with that stellar destroyer. Come on, spill it. Did you have this thing developed ages ago, and just waited until now to hand it over? Chu Changhe's voice carried a hint of playful teasing. Zhao Chen immediately put on a woeful expression. It's not like I was intentionally delaying. You know how swamped I am right now. Not only do I have to manage my own territory, but I also oversee 5 resource star regions. You saw the 30 billion units of raw materials I sent over in the first batch. Do you have any idea how much effort it takes to extract over 30 billion units in a single month? Plus, I have to prepare for a holy war against the Holy Radiance Empire and fend off the Warhammer Galactic Federation's invasion. I feel like I'm losing hair by the day. Zhao Chen's words were a mix of truth and embellishment. While he mostly just oversaw the major tasks, his system points and mission credits had other uses, making it temporarily impossible to redeem a T4 class stellar destroyer. As for the over 30 billion units of raw materials, he cleverly avoided specifying the exact figures. All right, Chu Changhe waved his hand dismissively. We'll consider this a huge favor from the Chu family. His expression grew serious, indicating the importance of what he was about to say. Chu Xian told me you believe this civil war can be wrapped up by March next year. Are you that confident? You should know the Prince's faction already has over 400,000 stellar warships, and that number is growing. Zhao Chen had anticipated this question from Chu Changhe. He replied earnestly, Old Chu, you know just as well as I do that while the Holy Radiance Empire promised not to send troops for 3 years, they won't sit idly by in secret. To prevent them from infiltrating the battlefield, we need to end this civil war as quickly as possible. Chu Changhe fixed his gaze on Zhao Chen. Stop beating around the bush. What scheme are you cooking up now? After confirming the communication channel was secure, Zhao Chen began to detail his plan. Chu Changhe's expression turned increasingly intrigued as he listened. Once the call ended, Chu Changhe immediately issued a series of military orders, publicly announcing the launch of the January offensive against the Prince's faction on January 1st. He began to mass his fleet, targeting the Prince's largest stellar fleet base outside the Chu River Star region, the Royal Stellar Main Fleet. This fleet, composed of the Empire's Central Stellar Fleet and the Royal's Imperial Fleet, boasted a total of 60,000 stellar warships, second only to the Chu River Border's main fleet. The upcoming grand battle would undoubtedly shape the Civil War's outcome. Meanwhile, aboard the bridge of the Royal Fleet's flagship, Qin Ming stared at the stellar map, questioning his adjutant. January offensive? Is this intel reliable? The adjutant confirmed, absolutely. We've detected a series of military movements by Chu Changhe. He's preparing to gather his border main fleet and the Chu family legion, totaling 60,000 stellar warships, for a full-scale assault on us. He's even ordered the reinforcement fleet dispatched to the North Wind Star region to return immediately. Another officer speculated, I suspect Chu Changhe's strategic resources are running low, which fits our previous predictions. They might be gearing up for a desperate, all-out gamble. Qin Ming's eyes lit up as he focused on the map, envisioning a path to victory. In that case, this is the opportunity we've been waiting for. The North Wind Star region's defenses will be weak, making it the perfect time for us to seize it. The adjutant quickly agreed. Exactly. We can position the Royal Stellar Main Fleet to engage Chu Changhe's forces while deploying another fleet to launch a strong offensive on the North Wind Star region. With nearly 400,000 warships, we can easily divert other fleets to reinforce the main battlefield and annihilate Chu Chang'e's fleet. A smile curled on Qin Ming's lips as he imagined himself ruling the entire stellar empire, officially crowning himself emperor. In his eyes, Chu Chang'e's January offensive was nothing more than the desperate struggle of a cornered beast. On the last day of Galactic Year 3033, Zhao Chun sat quietly in the command room, listening to Lilith's annual report. Holographic projections flickered around them, displaying detailed data on the Xiaolong Legion and its territories. Lilith began by summarizing the state of the auxiliary starships. We currently have over 13,000 auxiliary starships, she said, tapping her fingers to bring up a three-dimensional star map, not including the more than 10,000 T2 Hammer-class heavy industrial ships from the Northern Goose Group. Zhao Qin nodded slightly, his eyes scanning the dense array of ship icons. Lilith continued, auxiliary starships are the backbone of our fleet, determining the heights we can achieve. She then provided detailed information on the four major trade groups. The Earth Dragon, Northern Dragon, and Red Rose Dragon mining groups collectively own over 11,000 T3 Prospector-class heavy mining ships, many of which were just delivered at the end of this month. Starting from early next year, Lilith said with a hint of pride, our monthly total output will reach 320 billion star coins. Next, she introduced the 300 T3 Eden-class starships from the Eden Food Trading Group. In addition to meeting our own needs, we primarily supply the Northwind and Chu River star regions and have established private sales channels, Lilith explained, with a monthly income of about 30 billion star coins. Zhao Qin quickly did the math. So, starting next year, our monthly income will reach 350 billion star coins? His voice trembled slightly with astonishment. Lilith added, don't forget the military sales revenue. The Northern Goose Group sells nearly 5,000 T2 class starships each month, with a monthly revenue of 50 billion star coins. This number could double if we didn't offer discounts to the Chu River Legion. 400 billion. Zhao Qin gasped, recalling the days 2 years ago when they struggled for mere millions of star coins, feeling a wave of emotions. Lilith continued to report on territorial tax revenue, mentioning Zhao Qin's previous decision to allocate all taxes from the Xiaolong star system and other areas to local development and public welfare. She then detailed the industrial system, 3 T4 Gemini-class heavy industrial starships, 500 T3 Furnace-class heavy industrial starships, and over 10,000 T2 Hammer-class heavy industrial starships from the Northern Goose Group. This massive production capacity can manufacture an astonishing number of starships each month. When Zhao Qin inquired about the monthly production costs, Lilith provided a staggering figure, about 100 billion star coins, and that's a conservative estimate. Lilith went on to describe the transport fleet and other auxiliary starships, including the expansion to 30 T3 Goddess Academy-class starships, as well as various medical, supply, and jump ships. Finally, she summarized the main combat ships of the Xiaolong Legion. Excluding the T2 class ships allocated to local defense, there are currently over 7,000 T3 class starships and 81 T4 class starships in active service. After listening to the detailed report, Zhao Qin couldn't help but feel awe for the vast military empire he now commanded. In just a few short months, he had built a formidable fleet, and this was only the beginning. Zhao Qin scanned the fleet list before him, feeling a surge of pride. This was the meticulously assembled Xiaolong Legion he had built over the past year, more than 7,000 uniform T3 class interstellar warships. While the number might not seem vast, each ship represented formidable firepower. Lilith reported, Akihito has a suggestion regarding the structure of the Legion. She thinks our current single Legion system is too cumbersome and proposes a multi-Legion structure. Zhao Qin nodded in agreement. I've been considering that idea. Next year, we'll implement the change and establish 3 legions, Xiaolong 1st, 2nd, and 3rd legions. Each legion will have around 3,000 warships. Since we only have 7,000 ships right now, we'll fully staff the 1st legion and split the remainder between the 2nd and 3rd. Newly commissioned ships will fill in the gaps later. He continued to lay out his plan. Have Akihito and the other commanders in charge of military affairs work out the specific details, and I'll review them. Lilith quickly took notes and then asked, do you have any candidates in mind for the commanders of these 3 legions? After a brief moment of thought, Zhao Qin provided a detailed personnel arrangement. Charlotte would command the 1st Legion, with him and Akihito temporarily managing, and Ailey serving as secretary. Akihito would lead the 2nd Legion, with Zhao Wanner as deputy and Bessie as secretary. Shinbing would temporarily command the 3rd Legion, with Bai Shui, Su Lan, Shui Xiaoxiao, and Medusa as deputy commanders, and Massey as secretary. He explained that Shinbing was the ideal choice, possessing both theoretical knowledge and practical experience. The multiple deputy commanders in the 3rd Legion were to cultivate talent. He specifically mentioned Medusa's outstanding performance at the Goddess Academy, hoping she would set an example for others while being tested on her integration into the Xiaolong Legion. After hearing this, Lilith playfully said, looks like we'll have to start calling you Commander. Zhao Qin brushed it off. Whatever is convenient. Then, Lilith handed him the development plans from various departments for the coming year. As Zhao Chen quickly skimmed through them, he was generally satisfied but found Annie's production estimates significantly lower compared to Nana's. While reviewing the reports, Zhao Chen discreetly opened the system interface. The annual task was nearly complete, just short of one T4 class warship. He decisively redeemed the technology blueprint for the T4 Tyrant-class heavy interstellar missile battlecruiser, which he had long selected. With the redemption complete, the system indicated that the annual task was successfully accomplished and began calculating rewards. Zhao Chen's focus shifted back from the virtual interface, and he told Lilith, "I'll review these reports first, make some modifications, and then you can check if anything needs to be added." Lilith obediently stood by, waiting, while Zhao Chen's thoughts drifted toward the upcoming year and the even more glorious future of the Xiaolong Legion. Congratulations on completing the annual task with a 25-star rating. It's time to distribute the task rewards. Zhao Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly checked the rewards displayed on the system interface. For a 20-star completion, there's a basic reward package. For 23 stars, an additional reward package, and for 25 stars, a mysterious reward package. The icons for the three packages flickered on the screen, almost beckoning to Zhao Chen. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Chen's fingers trembled slightly as he clicked on the first package. The basic reward package opened instantly, revealing a string of data: 5 million system points, 500 mission points, an AT-4 lunar-class heavy interstellar supply ship blueprint. Although it wasn't a high-level combat starship, these rewards were enough to satisfy Zhao Chen. Especially the supply ship blueprint, which meant he could conduct logistics more efficiently in future operations, particularly for T4-level starships. Without pausing, Zhao Chen immediately clicked on the second package. The additional reward package blossomed open. An AT-4 Medusa-class heavy interstellar artillery ship blueprint appeared. Zhao Chen's pupils contracted sharply, and his heartbeat quickened. An interstellar artillery ship. This was the hallmark technology of the Sacred Radiance Empire within the Galactic Union. He quickly pulled up the data for this starship, carefully examining each parameter. The Medusa-class heavy interstellar artillery ship, with a length of 3.6 kilometers and a mass of 211,000 tons, was equipped with 400 Medusa-type particle energy heavy cannons and 200 fully automatic high-density quad-mounted energy Closian defense guns. This firepower far surpassed the 10 T3 Divine Spear-class medium interstellar comprehensive firepower ships previously equipped by the Holy Angel Legion. Zhao Chen's mind already envisioned the majestic presence of this warship on the battlefield. Its attack mode was a cross between the bow cannon of an interstellar battleship and the interstellar missiles of a missile ship. While its power and range didn't match that of interstellar missiles, its short attack intervals and low cost allowed for brief but intensive area fire coverage. However, the cost of building and refueling this starship was significant. Each ship cost 6 billion star coins, and a single refuel of the engines cost 1 billion star coins. Zhao Chen calculated silently. Although this investment was enormous, it seemed less extravagant compared to the staggering consumption rate of interstellar missiles. Taking advantage of a moment, Zhao Chen glanced at the Tyrant-class heavy interstellar missile battlecruiser he had previously exchanged. This warship, combining firepower, defense, and mobility, was equipped with various powerful weapon systems, from heavy bow cannons to interstellar missile launchers, as well as numerous energy cannons and Closian defense guns. Zhao Chen felt a surge of joy. With these formidable warships, he would be invincible in future interstellar battles. Calming his inner excitement, Zhao Chen's gaze fell on the last, unopened mysterious reward package. Given the richness of the previous rewards, this final mysterious reward was bound to be even more astonishing. With boundless anticipation, Zhao Chen slowly moved his finger towards the flashing icon, ready to unveil the final mystery. Congratulations on acquiring the T5 Creator-class starship. Zhao Chen stood frozen, his eyes glued to the virtual screen in front of him. What secrets lay behind this simple name? He couldn't wait to click on the detailed description, and a long string of data instantly filled his vision. This was no ordinary combat ship. It was an auxiliary starship capable of altering the interstellar landscape. Zhao Chen's eyes widened as he exclaimed, This is black technology. The T5 Creator-class starship, true to its name, has the power to terraform worlds. This extraordinary vessel can transform a planet's ecosystem, making it habitable even if it was previously uninhabitable or had poor ecological quality. However, it can't modify gas giants, which are beyond its capabilities. The process seems simple. The T5 Creator-class starship produces and carries vast quantities of ecological transformation nanobots. Upon reaching the target planet, the ship enters a low orbit and releases these tiny engineers onto the planet's surface. These nanobots are incredibly adaptable and capable of rapid replication, even surviving on a star's surface for a short period. Though their lifespan is short, at most a year, they use their bodies to reshape the planet's ecosystem. Starting with harsh environments, the nanobots can quickly create continents, oceans, and atmospheres. For a standardized planet, the transformation can be completed in just a year. A single T5 Creator-class starship, with sufficient resources, can terraform at least 300 planets annually. Zhao Qin couldn't help but marvel at how this technology, had it been available earlier, could have prevented the Xingyao Empire's current predicament. Overpopulation, a scarcity of habitable planets, severe ecological damage, and the threat from the mechanical races hindering expansion, all these factors had led to a rapid decline in the Empire's living conditions. However, Zhao Qin gasped when he saw the cost of this black technology. A single T5 Creator-class starship costs 500 billion star coins, and that's just the initial expense. The real financial drain comes from ongoing operations. Transforming a standard planet requires 10 billion star coins and raw materials, making a year of continuous work cost over 3 trillion star coins. Despite the high price, for Zhao Qin's Xiaolong star system, this was an incredible opportunity. The lack of habitable planets had long been a bottleneck for Xiaolong's development. Other issues Zhao Qin could find ways to solve. Resources could be mined from other star systems, single-star technology could replace stargates, money could be earned, and people could be recruited from outside. But the problem of habitable planets had always been an unsolvable dilemma. Now, the advent of the T5 Creator-class starship provided wings for Xiaolong's development. Reflecting on the gains from this annual mission, Zhao Qian felt elated. 5 million system points, 500 mission points, AT-4 Lunar-class heavy interstellar supply ship, AT-4 Medusa-class heavy interstellar artillery ship, the T5 Creator-class starship, and the T-4 Tyrant-class heavy interstellar missile battleship cruiser. He had redeemed himself. The Xiaolong Legion's technological reserves had leapt several levels, but it wasn't enough. Zhao Qin quickly brought up his personal attribute panel. Host, Zhao Qin. Occupation, top-tier starship engineer. Special attributes, fleet luck bonus, Eye of Insight. System points, 5.11 million. Monthly fleet earnings, 1.28 million points. Mission points, 1140. Number of starships, 20,678. His warehouse was filled with valuable technical blueprints. T5 Hades-class interstellar dreadnought, Hades Matrix module, T5 Creator-class starship, T4 Tyrant-class heavy interstellar missile battleship cruiser, T4 Medusa-class heavy interstellar artillery ship, T4 Lunar-class heavy interstellar supply ship, T4 Whale-class. With ample system points and mission points, Zhao Qin decided to expand his technical reserves further. He quickly confirmed 3 exchanges. T4 Magnate-class heavy interstellar mining ship blueprints, 1 million system points, 50 mission points. T4 Fallen Angel-class super heavy carrier starship, 2 million system points, 100 mission points. T4 Skeleton King-class heavy armored interstellar destroyer, 1.3 million system points, 70 mission points. After completing the exchanges, Zhao Qin's remaining assets were system points, 810,000. Mission points, 920. Now, except for the T4 missile ship, Zhao Qin had a nearly complete lineup of T4 starship classes. He took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Even the Galactic Alliance didn't have a faction with such a comprehensive T4 starship lineup. The Alliance's officially recognized T4 combat starships numbered only 8, 2 of which from the Warhammer Interstellar Federation were merely quasi-T4. But now, Zhao Qin alone controlled 7 T4 combat ships, plus 3 auxiliary starships. 10 T4 starships were enough to lay a solid foundation for the Xiaolong Legion's rise. Zhao Qin pondered. If the Holy Radiance Empire and the Warhammer Interstellar Federation knew about the technologies he possessed, they would likely launch an all-out attack on the Xiaolong Legion. But give me just one more year, and the Xiaolong Legion will fear no challenge from any faction within the Galactic Alliance. With confidence, Zhao Qin called up several electronic screens, his fingers dancing across them like a pianist. This scene caught the curious gaze of Lilith beside him. She felt that the commander exuded an indescribable aura. Lilith, this is the Xiaolong Legion's development outline for the next year. Take a look. Also, notify Chief Engineer Annie and Chief Engineer Nana to come for a meeting. I'll be drafting more detailed development plans shortly, Zhao Qin said, sending a brief electronic document to Lilith. Lilith opened the document, her eyes widening in astonishment. She looked at the still busy commander and thought, if this document fell into the hands of the various factions in the Galactic Alliance, it would shake the entire interstellar society. Commander, this document. Lilith's voice was filled with disbelief. Annie stood in front of the bridge door, sucking on a lollipop. After a moment of hesitation, she stopped, quickly wrapped the candy in some paper, and stuffed it into her pocket. Just as she was about to take a step, she paused again. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she instinctively reached into her pocket, but then she caught sight of a hidden mini-camera on the ceiling. Annie immediately put on a hurried expression and darted into the restroom around the corner. Inside the restroom, Annie took out a small box containing black ink. She initially planned to smear it around her eyes, but remembered the embarrassment from the last time the commander saw through her act. Shaking her head, she abandoned the idea and put the box away. Instead, she grabbed a small spray bottle and doused her hair until it was a mess. Checking herself in the electronic mirror, she nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Annie pulled out the ink again and smeared some stains on her clothes, making herself look like a chief engineer just off of frontline duty. She patted her cheeks and deliberately slowed her steps as she exited the restroom, adopting an exhausted demeanor. At the bridge door, the electronic robot scanned her and opened the light door. As Annie entered the bridge, she immediately saw Zhao Chen seated in the captain's chair, with Lilith beside him and her sister Nana unexpectedly present as well. A sense of unease washed over her, but she swallowed hard and maintained her feigned weak posture as she approached the commander. "Commander, Annie reporting," she said, standing up straight, though her voice was feeble. Lilith asked with concern, "Annie, what's wrong? You look exhausted." Forcing a smile, Annie replied, "Lilith, I'm fine. It's just that the construction plan for the Sky Dragon Fleet starship is quite heavy, but I understand the importance of this work. Even on the last day of the year, I'll ensure the project is completed on time and to standard." At that moment, she looked every bit the hardworking model of the Sky Dragon Fleet. Nana, puzzled, interjected, "Annie, is the construction plan really that heavy? Everything seemed normal. And weren't you at a party last night? You even said you were going to have a great lunch today." "What great lunch?" I've been working all day and only had a work meal," Annie said, trying to maintain her composure. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly hiccuped. Zhao Chen looked up, sniffing the air. "Your work meal at noon was beef hot pot?" Annie froze, her mind racing. Her hands fidgeted behind her back, her right foot tapping nervously. I passed by the Starship restaurant and caught Sister Nyo having beef hot pot. You know how enthusiastic she is. She insisted I have a bite. I just had a couple of slices of beef belly. I didn't realize the smell would linger this long." She blew out a breath, sniffed at herself, and smiled awkwardly. "And the party last night?" Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes at Annie. "There was no party. Absolutely no party." Annie waved her hands frantically. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, "Everyone, sing and dance with me. Let me see those hands waving." "I say Annie, you say superstar." "Annie, superstar." Give Annie a round of applause, and let's see her perform a special pole dance from the base region. This was followed by a round of applause. Annie's expression stiffened as she glanced sideways at the electronic window open in front of Nana. Zhao Chen also looked over and saw a short figure spinning around a pole in a private room of the Starship restaurant, colorful lights and music setting the scene. Despite the tricky camera angle, it was clear the person was Annie. "I wasn't mistaken, Annie. You even posted on social media last night," Nana said, blinking innocently at Zhao Chen. "Social media?" Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes at Annie, who looked as if she wanted to disappear into thin air. Annie stared at the ground, regretting not having built a hiding spot into the starship when she designed it. "Annie superstar, I'm also your friend. Why didn't I see your post?" Zhao Chen's calm tone made Annie feel as though a giant hand was pressing down on her head. Swallowing hard, Annie opened the Sky Dragon Fleet's internal communication network while muttering, "I almost forgot. I did have a little fun last night. How could the commander not see my post? Let me check. Oh no, I must have accidentally blocked the commander. Oh yes, it must have been Sister Nyo. She isn't familiar with these things and probably blocked you by mistake." As she spoke, she glanced at her sister, cursing herself for forgetting to block Nana. After unblocking Zhao Chun, his feed was flooded with 99 unread posts from Annie, most of them about food. Annie, hands behind her back, drew circles on the ground with her foot, looking pitiful. "I was just trying to balance work and rest. You see, I've been working so hard." "Annie, was the journey from the hangar to the bridge an arduous one? Your clothes and hair are all messed up," Zhao Chen suddenly said. Annie looked up at the commander in confusion. Zhao Chen opened a social media window and showed it to her. The post was from Nana, with the caption, "So happy to see Annie." It showed Annie in the distance, descending the starship in pristine clothing and neat hair. Annie's face twitched, her expression turning ashen as she looked at the innocent Nana beside her. "I don't want this sister anymore. Anyone can take her." Zhao Chun steered the conversation back on track, his eyes scanning and in Nana. "I've drafted a plan for the construction needs of interstellar warships for the next year. Take a look." He tapped the screen lightly, and 2 electronic documents instantly appeared on the displays in front of and in Nana. "This is just an outline. There might be revisions or additions each quarter." The document was divided into several main sections: the expansion plan for the interstellar industrial fleet, technical upgrades for auxiliary interstellar warships, and the expansion goals for the Xiaolong Legion. However, The most striking part was the smallest yet most impactful section at the end of the document, the plan for the construction of the T4 series interstellar fleet. And Nana read the document carefully, their eyes reflecting surprise. The plan listed numerous warship names they had never seen before: T4 Tyrant Class, T4 Medusa, T4 Fallen Angel, T4 Skeleton King. The auxiliary ships included T4 Magnate, T4 Moon Goddess, and an unclassified Creator-class starship. Zhaochen watched the reactions of the two chief engineers and noticed their starkly different expressions. Anne's face turned pale, her legs trembled, and she swallowed hard, looking as if she might faint at any moment. In contrast, Nana's cheeks flushed, her breathing quickened, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Commander, this construction plan is too challenging," Anne said in a trembling voice. "Commander, this construction plan is amazing," Nana exclaimed almost simultaneously, brimming with excitement. Zhaochen squinted, his gaze fixed on Anne. "Do you think we can't complete these construction plans?" Anne nodded repeatedly, her face full of concern. "You've seen my suggestion plan before. This exceeds it by a lot." Zhaochen sneered. "You have the nerve to bring up your suggestion plan. I didn't even bother to point out its flaws." He gave Anne a look that said, "I see right through you," and knew she could no longer hide and had to change her approach. Pointing at the document, she said, "But your requirements are too high. And these interstellar warship technologies I've never even heard of, let alone mass-produce them. The difficulty is," Zhaochen retorted, "you're talking as if the interstellar warship data I provided before wasn't produced right away. When has there ever been a problem?" And was stunned and scratched her head. She recalled past experiences and realized that every time the commander provided data, it was nearly perfect, making it futile for her to find faults. Suddenly, Anne had an epiphany. Funding. Yes, funding is a huge issue. She stared at Zhaochen. This construction plan requires an enormous amount of funding. This time, Zhaochen didn't immediately refute her but turned his gaze to Lilith. Lilith was already prepared and brought up 4 large screens, each displaying different types of interstellar warship expansion plans. Lilith began to explain the details and required funding for each plan. 1. Interstellar Industrial Fleet Expansion Plan. Total cost of 700 billion star coins. 2. Auxiliary Interstellar Warship Expansion Plan. Estimated investment of 500 billion star coins. 3. T4 Series Interstellar Fleet Construction Plan. Estimated cost of 500 billion star coins. 4. Xiaolong Legion Overall Expansion Plan. Requires 1.6 trillion star coins. And quickly calculated, her face growing paler. These 4 construction plans alone will require 3.3 trillion star coins next year. This doesn't even include personnel costs, warship maintenance, and the construction of starports and stargates. If a war breaks out suddenly, the expenses... Zhaochen raised an eyebrow at Anne. "You calculated that pretty fast, didn't you?" And avoided Zhaochen's gaze, feeling guilty. Lilith added, "Considering other expenses and war reserves, we'll need at least 5 trillion in revenue next year to barely maintain the Xiaolong Legion's normal operations." Zhaochen pondered and asked, "Lilith, can our finances cover this?" Lilith brought up the map of the Xiaolong star system and several other star regions, starting her analysis. "Assuming our home territory remains unscathed, the development of 5 resource-rich star regions goes smoothly, and the Eden Food Trade Group and Northern Goose Group's arms trade operations proceed without issues, our revenue next year should be at least 7 trillion. She emphasized the words "at least." Zhaochen understood that 7 trillion was just the baseline, and actual revenue could be higher. This meant that not only could all construction plans be executed smoothly, but additional production projects could also be added. And stood there as if struck by lightning, envisioning herself swamped with work in the office next year. She muttered, "It's over." And, "Owen, I want to quit." Just then, Zhaochen suddenly asked, "Anne, would you like to create a few habitable planets for your dwarf race?" "Please give the command," Annie said with unwavering determination. "Rest assured, Commander, I will definitely complete these construction plans. I won't let you down." Her face was steadfast, resembling a dedicated employee willing to give their all. Zhaochen thought to himself, if Annie learned the art of face changing, she'd be a natural. He watched as Annie quickly started making exaggerated facial expressions at him, playfully pointing at the holographic projection of the Creator-class starship. Earlier, Zhaochen had thoroughly briefed them on the advanced technology of this starship. He also promised Annie that if she successfully completed the New Year's construction plans, he would allocate several planets for the dwarves to inhabit. Although the dwarves currently had no shortage of food and drink, their living conditions were far from ideal, as they were confined to an artificial habitable zone on a single planet, not a truly habitable planet. Despite her usual carefree demeanor, Annie understood her father's dream as the dwarf tribe leader to provide a world where the dwarves could live peacefully for generations. Now, Zhaochen was offering Annie this chance. Moreover, the stronger the Xiaolong Legion became, the more secure the dwarves' living conditions would be. The dwarves were now entirely dependent on the Xiaolong Legion, so despite Annie's childlike nature, she knew her responsibilities. Remember, building this creator-class starship must be done on top of completing the already established construction plans, and everything must be of the highest quality. Zhao Chun saw the determination in Annie's eyes and reminded her sternly. Annie nodded firmly. Rest assured, Commander, we will adhere strictly to the requirements and ensure the smooth completion of these construction plans. During their earlier conversation, Lilith had mentioned that from now on, they should refer to Zhao Chun as Commander instead of Chief, and Annie naturally followed suit. Zhao Chun continued, I trust you with all this. You need to quickly draft detailed plans that align with the Xiaolong Legion's construction processes. We must ensure comprehensive development in our industrial system, our combat starships, and financial trade sectors. Zhao Chun had only outlined the general framework. Annie, Lilith, and others would need to handle the specifics. For example, what type of starship to build in the first month, what materials would be required, what to build in the second month, how to balance production capacity between industrial and combat starships. These were crucial questions, and proper planning could significantly shorten the time needed to complete the construction plans. Lilith stated, I will cooperate fully with Chief Engineer Annie and Chief Engineer Nana. New Year's is just around the corner, Zhao Chun said seriously. This year will be both the same and different from previous ones. Everyone will get about 10 days off, but work cannot stop. Arrange the shifts properly. Also, after 10 days, be ready for combat mobilization. Have Akiheim and Shunbing prepare detailed battle plans during their break. January of next year was no ordinary time. It was when Chu Changhe planned to launch his January offensive. As the mastermind behind the scenes, Zhao Chen needed to be fully prepared. To ensure the rapid development of the Xiaolong Legion next year, this civil war had to end quickly. Zhao Chen would also face new annual and quarterly tasks. On January 1st, 3034 of the Galactic Star Calendar, although the Xiaolong Legion had scheduled a rotational New Year's break, the rest of the Xingyao Empire was under a heavy atmosphere. The first major event was the governor of Beifeng ordering a full-scale mobilization of starships within the Beifeng sector. All feudal lords' fleets, except for 10 reserved for local security, were to be dispatched to the border between Beifeng and Biluo sectors. Following this, Chu Changhe issued a formal mobilization order. All fleets within the Chuhe sector were urgently deployed to the border between Chuhe and the central sector of Xingyao. Simultaneously, Chu Changhe ordered all lords within the Chuhe sector to send 90 of their starships to the border, under the command of the Chu family legion. Both the Chuhe and Beifeng sectors were fully mobilized. In the Xiaolong commander's office, Zhao Chun received the news immediately. The message, sent personally by Chu Changhe, detailed every step of his plan. After a brief review, Zhao Chun simply replied, proceed as planned. Rubbing his temples, Zhao Chun then reviewed the data for all starships under the 3 Xiaolong legions. All ships were at level 2 combat readiness, fully armed and ready for battle. This was a beast resting, but not yet time to act. Let the tension build a bit longer. Closing the data screen, Zhao Chun shut his eyes and accessed the system interface. The new year had arrived, and both quarterly and annual tasks were updated. Quarterly task: the Xiaolong Legion must annihilate at least 100,000 starships of the Prince's faction and its supporters directly. Zhao Chun frowned slightly. Destroying 100,000 starships of the Prince's faction wasn't difficult, but it had to be done by the Xiaolong Legion, which added complexity. The main concern was whether the Prince's faction could hold out until then. A supplementary combat plan would be needed for this quarterly task. Annual Task 1. Qin Ming must die. Note: subsequent tasks will be triggered upon completion of Task 1. This was the first time Zhao Chun encountered such an annual task. Previous tasks were either very difficult or numerous. Last year's annual task had 5 subtasks, completed only on the last day. This time, he had to complete the first task to unlock the second, and he had no idea how many subtasks there would be, adding significant uncertainty. However, the task itself wasn't particularly challenging for Zhao Chun. Second Prince Qin Ming had long been on his kill list. It was just a matter of timing. It looked like he would have to take things step by step. Galactic Calendar, January 3rd, 3034, Chu River Star Region Border. The assembled Chu family fleet and the border's main force fleet lined up in a majestic formation in the starry sky, with nearly 60,000 interstellar warships gleaming with a cold metallic luster. At Chu Changhe's command, this massive fleet surged forward like a sharp blade, piercing the Prince's Party's defense line. In just one day, the Chu family fleet sliced through the Prince's Party's outer defense line in the Chu River Star region like a hot knife through butter. Several patrol fleets were caught off guard and destroyed, turning into debris in the cosmos. Soon after, Chu Changhe led his fleet deeper, targeting the Royal Interstellar main fleet stationed in the boundary space between the 2 star regions. This previously obscure boundary space later became known to historians as the first battlefield of the Starshine Civil War. Both sides had 60,000 interstellar warships, evenly matched, and a protracted and brutal battle was inevitable. As the attack side, the Royal Interstellar Main Fleet immediately sent out emergency distress signals to their allies on other fronts. Well prepared, 3 of the 4 fleets, except the one attacking the Beifeng Star region, immediately set out to provide reinforcements. However, unexpected events followed one after another. A series of assassinations, raids, and harassment incidents erupted in the camps of these 3 fleets. One senior commander, a 2-star major general, was assassinated. Worse still, a war resource transit and storage space station was attacked and exploded violently, its fire stark against the dark universe. These incidents clearly indicated that Chu Changhe had deployed his family's shadow guards to create chaos. To the prince's party, it was clear that Chu Changhe was ready to burn his bridges this time. His main strategic goal remained unchanged: to annihilate the Royal Interstellar Main Fleet. He was determined to disrupt the other fleets at all costs to buy time for the main battlefield. Chu Changhe's plan was clear. If he could destroy the Royal Interstellar Main Fleet before reinforcements arrived, he would have a chance to continue this game. Otherwise, his fleet would face encirclement by multiple fleets, with dire consequences. This confrontation was starkly different from the previous months of stalemate. It was a true life-and-death battle, with interstellar war casualties far exceeding the total of the past few months. In the command center of the Royal Interstellar Main Fleet's flagship, Qin Ming stared at the massive interstellar sand table before him, listening to his subordinates' latest battle reports. "Your Highness, Chu Changhe's attack is extremely fierce. They've deployed a large number of T4 Beifeng gods at the forefront, and our lines are being suppressed," reported a trusted aide, his expression tense. Qin Ming merely glanced at the aide without responding. Instead, he turned his gaze to a middle-aged man standing nearby, the deputy commander of the Royal Interstellar Main Fleet and a general personally groomed by Qin Ming, Imperial 5-star Marshal Qin Longqing. As a collateral descendant of the Qin family, Qin Longqing had long been overlooked due to his distant bloodline until Qin Ming discovered and promoted him to his current high position. Qin Ming knew that professional matters should be left to professionals. Although he understood interstellar warfare, he was not as proficient as Qin Longqing. Therefore, at this critical moment, he preferred to rely on Qin Longqing's judgment. "Your Highness need not worry," Qin Longqing calmly analyzed. "Although Chu Changhe's offensive is fierce, he only has 60,000 interstellar warships. Even if we assume his strategic resources are sufficient and our fleet's combat power is inferior, it is still impossible for him to annihilate our royal fleet in a short time. Chu Changhe understands this, which is why he is trying every means to disrupt the other fleets from reinforcing, buying time for his attack. So, Marshal Qin, what do you suggest?" Qin Ming asked. Qin Longqing pointed to the current battlefield layout on the interstellar sand table and continued, "We should maintain a defensive posture. As long as our lines do not collapse, it is absolutely impossible for Chu Changhe to annihilate us within half a month. Meanwhile, instruct Huang Zhixiong's Blue Fleet to launch an attack on the Beifeng Star region and seize the remaining territories. The other 4 fleets should be given a strict order to reinforce within 5 days and form a siege around Chu Changhe." Qin Longqing drew several different advancing routes on the sand table, ultimately surrounding Chu Changhe's fleet in the center. Clenching his fist, he said resolutely, "In this way, Chu Changhe will be doomed. The battleground he chose will become the burial ground for him and the Chu family." Qin Ming nodded in agreement. This strategic plan, though simple, was often the most effective. Chu Changhe's obvious intention for a decisive battle was the same. However, the trusted aide still had concerns. But what if the other fleets use the incidents as an excuse to delay reinforcements? If necessary, we could fight while retreating. We can't afford to let the royal fleet be decimated here. Qin Longqing snorted, casting a disdainful glance at the aide. This young man was clearly a plant from a family supporting Qin Ming. He said sternly, "If we retreat, it will only embolden Chu Changhe's fleet. Chu Changhe excels at decisive annihilation battles. By then, it will be difficult to hold out for even half a month. As for the other fleets, all His Highness needs to do is issue a strict order with a reasonable time limit. Anyone who fails to arrive at the designated battlefield within the stipulated time will be court-martialed as deserters. I've calculated that even the fleet under Prince Yin, the farthest from us, can arrive within a week. The other fleets can arrive in 3 to 5 days. If they cannot execute our strategic plan and encircle Chu Changhe within this ample time, then this battle is not worth fighting at all." Qin Ming nodded in approval. Although Chu Changhe and his fleet were formidable, the royal fleet was no pushover. Even in an unknown battle to the end, he wasn't confident of victory, but holding out for 20 days or a month was well within their capability. "Very well. We'll proceed according to Marshal Qin's strategic plan." Qin Ming stood tall, exuding confidence. "Someone, issue my highest command to all fleets. If anyone dares to disobey, don't blame me for being ruthless." Qin Ming was confident that no one would dare to defy him. Once Chu Changhe was eliminated and the Chu River and Beifeng Star regions were under control, he would return to the capital and officially ascend the throne. Then, he would become the future Starshine Emperor. Who would dare oppose the future Emperor? Qin Ming coldly stared at the golden Chu character battle flag on the interstellar sand table, thinking to himself, Chu Changhe, I couldn't kill you in the capital. Here, this will be your burial ground. On January 5th, Chu Changhe launched his most ferocious attack yet. The battlefield was lit up by explosions, casting a stark glow against the pitch-black void of space. Debris and wreckage floated aimlessly in the vacuum. On this day alone, Chu Changhe lost 3 T4 Boreas-class battleships, with another 5 severely damaged, their hulls breached and energy shields flickering. This single day marked the most devastating loss of starships in nearly 6 months, with Chu Chang's fleet losing close to 5,000 T2 class and above starships, while the Royal Stellar Main Fleet suffered even greater losses, totaling 7 Thussanda scale equivalent to 2 fully equipped Interstellar Legion fleets. Despite the heavy losses, the Royal Stellar Main Fleet maintained strict order. Commanders calmly issued orders, constantly adjusting fleet formations to counter enemy attacks. Meanwhile, in the Boreas starfield, Huang Zhixiang led the Cerulean Stellar Main Fleet in a fierce offensive. The Boreas fleet resisted tenaciously, but was clearly being suppressed. Over the next 3 days, the battles between the Royal Main Fleet and Chu Chang's forces intensified. Each day saw more than 5,000 starships destroyed, with both sides suffering over 30 losses. This civil war had become the most brutal conflict the Starshine Empire had seen in decades. On January 9th, after arduous fighting by the Royal Stellar Main Fleet, the first reinforcement fleet finally arrived. The Northern Expedition's first main fleet, comprising 60,000 starships, joined the battle, nearly doubling the forces of the Prince's faction compared to Chu Chang's. Chu Changhe found himself battling on 2 fronts against both the Northern Expedition's first main fleet and the Royal Stellar Main Fleet. From this day, Chu Chang's forces could no longer sustain their attack intensity, which significantly decreased. Although the number of starships on the battlefield increased, the losses on both sides were lower than in previous days. This was exactly what the Prince's faction hoped for. They aimed to drag Chu Changhe into a prolonged war, ultimately achieving victory. On January 10th, the Prince's faction received 2 pieces of good news. First, on the main battlefield, the Northern Expedition's second main fleet and the Prince's joint main fleet arrived, encircling Chu Chang's forces from all sides. At this point, Qin Ming began to fantasize about ascending the throne of the Starshine Empire. Simultaneously, the Boreas starfield reported a victory. Huang Zhixiang's Cerulean Stellar Main Fleet had finally captured the first stronghold in the Boreas starfield, taking control of several star systems centered around the Wolf Star system. This area had originally been the territory of Marquis Wolf Star, which fell under the control of the Boreas governor after Chu Chang split with the Prince's faction, quickly establishing a deep defensive position. With the situation improving, preparations for Qin Ming's coronation ceremony began in the imperial capital, and even press releases for the future recapture of the Chu River starfield and the Boreas starfield were ready, awaiting the news of victory. However, fate was about to take a sharp turn. Within a few short hours, the situation drastically changed. Qin Ming and the Prince's faction, once riding high, suddenly plunged into despair, their beautiful dreams shattered mercilessly. At 2300 hours on January 10th, 3034 Galactic Standard Time, in the Xiaolong system, Zhao Chun sat calmly in the captain's chair on the bridge of the T4 Vermilion Bird-class medium interstellar cruiser. Despite his calm exterior, the tension on the bridge was palpable. With an hour left before action, Zhao Chun confirmed once more, Lilith, is everyone in standby mode? Lilith nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Commander. We have established a unified command system with all the fleet groups. All their starships are on standby, ready to commence military operations at any moment. Zhao Chun nodded with satisfaction and chuckled. Old Man Chu is holding his ground, but Governor Zhu has been quite anxious these past few days. The fall of the Boreas starfield's stronghold and several star systems had caused widespread panic within the Boreas starfield. Governor Zhu had contacted Zhao Chun several times to confirm the smooth execution of the plan. Despite Zhao Chun's repeated assurances, Governor Zhu likely hadn't slept well these days. Zhao Chun's plan was too grand. Even with limited knowledge, it was hard for Governor Zhu to believe. At this moment, the Boreas main fleet's loss rate had reached 30. Although numerous Lord fleets had been urgently mobilized, their combat effectiveness paled in comparison to the Imperial Fleet's organization. The number of starships differed by a factor of 2, and holding out until now was largely due to the increased sales of T2 Tibetan Mastiff-class medium destroyers by the Northern Goose Group over the past few months. Zhao Chun sneered as he looked at the massive interstellar map, clearly marking the positions and numbers of 6 fleet groups. Royal Stellar Main Fleet, 30,000 remaining, commanded by Qin Ming and 5-star Marshal Qin Longqing. Cerulean Stellar Main Fleet, 55,000 remaining, commanded by 5-star Marshal Huang Zhixiang. Prince's Joint Main Fleet, 56,000 remaining, commanded by 5-star Marshal Tang Xiong. Prince Yan's Stellar Main Fleet, 59,000 remaining, commanded by Prince Yin and 5-star Marshal Zhong Yin. Northern Expedition's 1st Main Fleet, 53,000 remaining, commanded by 5-star Marshal Chao Jianya. Northern Expedition's 2nd Main Fleet, 57,000 remaining, commanded by 5-star Marshal Lei Dachuan. The two 5-star marshals of the Northern Expedition's 1st and 2nd Fleets were appointed by Qin Ming just 6 months ago. Originally, the Starshine Empire had only 8 5-star marshals, now increased to 10. This civil war had directly involved 7 imperial marshals. With a playful smile, Zhao Chen thought to himself, I wonder how many of these 6 imperial stars will fall this time. In the Lion star system within the Reef Nebula, an immense starfield stretched out, with countless interstellar warships quietly floating in space, their sheer numbers leaving one in awe. This was the Imperial Princess Fleet Group that Zhao Chun had built for Princess Qin Xiaolei, led by the Princess Legion, comprising a total of 40 Legion fleets and over 120,000 interstellar warships. At the center of this massive fleet, AT-4 Suzaku-class medium interstellar cruisers stood out. This was the flagship of the Princess Legion fleet, a special gift from Zhao Chun to the young princess. On the bridge, Qin Xiaolei, dressed in a white and gold military uniform, sat in the captain's chair. She kept glancing nervously at the electronic clock beside her, having checked it dozens of times in just a few minutes. Standing next to her, Zhao Ruyue gently placed a hand on her shoulder and reassured her, Your Highness, there are still 10 minutes until the operation. There's no need to worry. Zhao Chun has arranged everything, and I've already deployed the next combat tasks. Everything will be fine. Qin Xiaolei looked up at Zhao Ruyue with eyes full of reliance. She gripped Zhao Ruyue's hand tightly, her voice trembling slightly. Sister Yu, we can win, right? Zhao Ruyue answered firmly, we will definitely win. Qin Xiaolei nodded heavily. She trusted Sister Yu, and she trusted the man who had built such a vast fleet for her. Zhao Ruyue looked at the display panel showing the 40 Legion fleets, feeling a surge of excitement. A total of 120,000 interstellar warships. Although Qin Xiaolei was the nominal supreme commander, the actual commander now was her. This realization left Zhao Ruyue feeling a mix of awe and responsibility. As seconds ticked by, the final 3-minute countdown began, the digits turning a striking red. Those 3 minutes felt especially long to Zhao Ruyue, but finally, the time arrived. Commence the plan. All fleets, prepare for warp. Zhao Ruyue commanded decisively. 8 T4 Huigang-class interstellar warp ships shone like jewels within the fleet, beginning to warp each Legion fleet to the target coordinates. The entire process took several minutes, presenting a breathtaking and magnificent sight. The interstellar warships transformed into meteors, vanishing in an instant. A few minutes later, the once vast fleet group had dwindled to just a few scattered support ships, left alone in their original position. The 120,000 interstellar warships had already headed off to the distant battlefield. Meanwhile, aboard the flagship of the Chu family Legion, Chu Changhe watched the interstellar map with a grave expression. The Chu family Legion and the Border Fleet Group were surrounded by enemy interstellar fleets several times their size. The Royal Fleet Group, the Prince's Party Joint Fleet Group, the Northern Expedition 1st Main Fleet Group, and the Northern Expedition 2nd Main Fleet Group, nearly 200,000 interstellar warships, had encircled Chu Changhe's fleet of less than 30,000. Grandfather, according to your arrangements, all interstellar fleets are maintaining a loose outer formation and a tight inner formation, ready to respond to any combat situation at any time, Chu Xian reported through a video window. Chu Changhe teased, Xianer, is your fiancé running late? It's already 3 minutes past the agreed time. Chu Xian responded with deliberate nonchalance, You're right, someone with such a poor sense of time can't marry into our Chu family. Let's cancel the engagement and call off the wedding. Chu Changhe quickly backtracked. This is too serious, too serious. Just a few minutes, no big deal, it doesn't matter. Zhao Chen is a good kid. Don't casually mention canceling the engagement, it's bad luck. Pa. At that moment, alarms suddenly blared. Warning, warning, warning. Anomalous spatial fluctuations detected nearby. Please be alert. Chu Changhe and Chu Xian's faces changed dramatically. Immediately, after a flash of light, thousands of interstellar warships appeared at the edge of the battlefield like meteors streaking across the night sky. The images transmitted back by the outer interstellar scout ships clearly showed the emblem of the Xiaolong Legion. Zhao Chen, the Xiaolong Legion had arrived. Qin Ming stared at the flickering lights on the star map, representing the sudden appearance of the Xiaolong Legion's interstellar fleet. His eyes showed no surprise, as if he had anticipated this moment. The Xiaolong Legion was renowned for its formidable firepower and outnumbered victories, with a mysterious starship capable of carrying other ships through jumps, like a mobile stargate. Qin Ming recalled the previous tug-of-war war between the 6 fleets of the Prince's faction and Chu Changhe. Despite their numerical superiority, they had made no significant breakthroughs. Besides Chu Changhe's exceptional combat skills, the presence of the Xiaolong Legion was undeniably another critical factor. To counter this, Qin Ming had already deployed a large number of spies and reconnaissance ships, with a third of them stationed around the Xiaolong star system, constantly monitoring the enemy's every move. Direct infiltration into the Xiaolong star system was challenging, but monitoring the surrounding areas was feasible. To deal with this formidable adversary, the 6 fleets of the Prince's faction maintained a 30 non-combat standby status, ensuring the shortest support time between units was strictly kept within a day. This arrangement, though limiting Qin Ming's full capabilities, was agreed upon by the fleet marshals after weighing the pros and cons. Before the decisive battle, Qin Ming had simulated possible actions by the Xiaolong Legion. If they chose to attack Huang Zhixiong's fleet in the Beifeng Star region, it would create an opportunity to take down Chu Changhe. If the Xiaolong Legion came to support Chu Changhe, Qin Ming had already instructed the marshals to be prepared. General Qin. Qin Ming turned to Qin Longqing beside him. The latter immediately began issuing a series of orders. The royal fleet and the main forces of the Prince's faction would continue to besiege Chu Changhe, while the first and second main fleets of the northern expedition would be responsible for annihilating the Xiaolong Legion. Chao Jianye, Lei Dachuan, Qin Longqing called their names with undeniable authority. At all costs, you must annihilate the Xiaolong Legion here. Understood. Chao Jianye responded firmly. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will take down the Xiaolong Legion. Lei Dachuan, on the other hand, was more arrogant. A mere few thousand ships of the Xiaolong Legion? My second fleet of the northern expedition alone is enough to bring down that traitor Zhao Chun. Based on intelligence, Qin Ming estimated the Xiaolong Legion's size to be between 5,000 to 6,000 ships, while only 3,000 had appeared. Despite the Xiaolong Legion's reputation for its T3-class ships and a significant number of T4-class ships, facing 2 fleet groups with a total of 120,000 ships, even the Holy Angel Legion of the Holy Radiance Empire would struggle to win. The 2 fleets quickly disengaged from the main battlefield, adopting a pincer formation to encircle the Xiaolong Legion. To them, this was just a tough nut to crack, at most costing them 20,000 to 30,000 ships. Qin Ming sneered and muttered to himself, Zhao Chun, I didn't expect you to really come. Since you're here, today will be your grave along with your Xiaolong Legion. His gaze swept over the star map, as if speaking to his brother Qin who in the void, watch closely, brother. Today, I'll avenge you. At this moment, the battlefield situation was clear. The Xiaolong Legion had only 3,000 ships, while the opposing side had 120,000. This 140 disparity seemed to have already sealed the battle's outcome. However, on the Xiaolong First Legion's flagship, Zhao Chen appeared calm and unperturbed, as if he wasn't facing an enemy 40 times his size. Report, Lilith reported beside him. The enemy fleet is approaching our fleet, with the lead ships expected to enter our firing range in 5 minutes. Zhao Chun raised his left hand, and a video window appeared. By Shui, he addressed the person in the video. You handle the first wave of attacks. Use the star missiles as much as you need. I don't care about the process. I just want a result. Do you understand? Bai Shui licked her red lips, revealing fangs with dripping saliva. Rest assured, Commander, she said, my 50 T3 Judicator-class heavy star missile ships are ready. Just let some of the enemy ships in, and I'll make sure they receive a warm welcome from our Xiaolong Legion. Let in as many as you see fit, Zhao Chen said. In this first phase, our First Legion will fully support you. Soon, Bai Shui submitted a battle plan, detailing the bombing zones and the range within which enemy ships were allowed to enter. The star map showed the 2 opposing fleet groups slowly moving into the bombing zones, like unsuspecting prey stepping into the jaws of a deep-sea beast. Execute according to this plan. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction and then looked at Lilith. Although he didn't speak, Lilith understood his meaning. Both tasks have been successfully completed, she reported. Everything is ready. Zhao Chun smiled as he watched the starships of the Prince's faction on the star map. The grand carnival we've prepared for the second prince is about to begin. I hope he enjoys it. Marshal Chao Jianye stared intently at the approaching fleet of the Xiaolong Legion and reminded his crew once again. Prepare to face the Xiaolong Legion's interstellar missile barrage. They had thoroughly studied the Xiaolong Legion's combat style, brutal and straightforward firepower with little to no finesse. In the adjacent video window, Marshal Lei Dachuan, commander of the Northern Expedition's second main fleet group, sneered, Marshal Chao, there's no need to be so tense. How many interstellar warships does the Xiaolong Legion have? We have over 100,000 here. Even if Zhao Chen decides to bombard us with interstellar missiles, it would take him ages to hit us all. Even if one round of bombardment destroys 10,000 of our ships, so what? Let him fire 2 or 3 more rounds. Our numerical advantage remains. 12,000 against a mere 3,000. I've never had such an easy battle in my life. Lei Dachuan's confidence was palpable, as if he could already see the Xiaolong Legion being completely annihilated. Chao Jianye glanced at his colleague and calmly said, better safe than sorry. Even if we win, the future Starlight Empire will need a large fleet. The Holy Radiance Empire and the Warhammer Interstellar Federation are still out there, eyeing us. Minimizing our losses is also a contribution to His Majesty's future. Hearing this, Lei Dachuan had nothing more to say, but his expression clearly showed he didn't take the Xiaolong Legion seriously. Report: our fleet will enter firing range in 3 minutes. Our interstellar escort ships are ready for interception. On the front lines, numerous interstellar escort ships stood ready. Although it was unusual to deploy so many escort ships at the vanguard, it was a necessary measure against the Xiaolong Legion, known for their interstellar missiles. Prepare for battle, ordered Chao Jianya. Despite the looming victory, caution was essential against the legendary Xiaolong Legion. Suddenly, a piercing alarm resonated throughout the bridge. Warning, warning, warning. Detected spatial instability. Chao Jianya and Lei Dachuan's faces turned grim. Similar to the previous spatial fluctuations, reported a crew member. Again? Chao Jianya immediately speculated that this might be reinforcements for the Xiaolong Legion. According to their estimates, the Xiaolong Legion should have at least 5,000 warships, but only 3,000 were present. Could this be their backup? Maintain steady advance. Do not panic. No matter what happens next, stick to the original plan. Chao Jianya quickly relayed orders to the fleet commanders. At this point, both fleets had entered conventional firing range, but since the vanguard consisted of short-range escort ships, the main battleships in the rear couldn't yet engage. Strangely, the Xiaolong Legion hadn't fired either, creating an eerily tense atmosphere. The spatial instability warning lasted for half a minute before 8 beams of golden light flashed. An astonishing scene unfolded before the two newly appointed marshals. Tens of thousands of meteors streaked across the sky, each leaving behind an engine glow. These glowing circles densely populated the space behind the Xiaolong Legion, their sheer number staggering. What is that? Chao Jianya couldn't help but stand up. Interstellar warships? No. Impossible. How could the Xiaolong Legion have so many ships? Quickly, use all reconnaissance methods and tell me what those things are, he shouted frantically. Various reconnaissance devices sprang into action. Interstellar reconnaissance ships, reconnaissance planes, deep space telescopes all worked to uncover the nature of these mysterious lights. Soon, images began to emerge, revealing the outlines of interstellar warships. One image captured rows upon rows of warships, evoking a suffocating sense of impending doom. Most shocking of all, these warships bore the emblem not of the Xiaolong Legion, but of the Princess Legion, an emblem they recognized but could hardly believe. The Princess Legion? Marshal Lei Dachuan murmured in disbelief. The Princess Legion had suffered heavy losses during their previous retreat. How could they now possess such a massive fleet? At that moment, the radar operator, pale and sweating, struggled to speak coherently. Chao Jianya was about to lose his temper when he saw the radar screen filled with countless blips. A rapidly increasing number indicated the new interstellar warships count. After multiple scans, the number finally settled at 6 figures, the first two being 12. T-12? 12,000 interstellar warships. Chao Jianya trembled, his eyes filled with disbelief. Simultaneously, the missile launch systems of 50 T-3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ships activated. 2 video windows popped up in front of Zhao Chun, familiar faces appearing. Commander, the Imperial Princess Fleet is in position, reported one voice. In the other window, an excited voice immediately followed. Interstellar missiles fire. 50 T-3 Judge-class heavy interstellar missile ships formed an imposing defensive line in the vast expanse of space. At the command, countless interstellar missiles rained down like a storm. These missiles, varying in size and range, traced magnificent arcs through the dark void, with some cluster munitions exploding in the distance to create an even denser web of attack. This spectacular meteor shower lasted for several minutes, resembling a colossal artillery barrage. The colorful explosions illuminated the silent cosmos, akin to a grandiose fireworks display on an astronomical scale. Report: all 50 Judge ships have completed their missile launch. The adjutant turned to Commander Bai Shui, noticing her rapid breathing and the excited gleam in her eyes. Such reactions from Bai Shui were no longer surprising to the adjutant. She silently felt relieved that this time Bai Shui's condition was much better compared to the first time she witnessed such a scene. Back then, Bai Shui's state had been almost unbearable to watch. The adjutant made a mental note to suggest to the commander that Bai Shui should see a psychologist. Commence missile resupply operations. Immediately deploy the interstellar supply ships for replenishment, Bai Shui ordered, her voice brimming with barely contained excitement. She licked her fangs, her eyes gleaming with a hunter's fervor. This huff, is far from enough. With so many delightful targets and the commander bringing ample missile supplies this time, Bai Shui felt she could hardly hold back any longer, eager to unleash her full potential. Yes, ma'am. I will arrange it immediately. The adjutant acted swiftly, though in reality, 2 T-3 Virgo-class heavy interstellar supply ships had already appeared around each Judge ship the moment the attack concluded, beginning the resupply process. This happened so swiftly, even faster than the launched missiles, showcasing the Draconic Legion's proficiency with this procedure. Behind the Draconic Legion, the Imperial Princess fleet lay in wait. Qin Xiaolei witnessed this magnificent cosmic spectacle firsthand. The sight of millions of interstellar missiles exploding one after another seemed to create a new star in space. Even from a great distance, the dazzling light made her squint. So, this is the power of Lord Zhao Chun. Qin Xiaolei swallowed hard, her admiration for Zhao Chun growing deeper. Standing beside her, Zhao Ruyue, although mentally prepared and having heard of the Draconic Legion's combat style, couldn't help but be awestruck seeing it in person. The impact far surpassed anything she had imagined. Her gaze traveled through the starry expanse to the 3,000 Draconic interstellar warships in the distance. In her mind, she pictured her brother sitting on the captain's chair, calmly enjoying the cosmic spectacle, with a faint, playful smile on his lips. Zhao Ruyue suddenly realized that she could now only look at his back from afar. In just a few short years, he had risen to heights she could no longer reach. At that moment, Lilith's voice sounded in the ears of Qin Xiaolei and Zhao Ruyue. Your Highness, General Zhao Ruyue, please execute the combat mission assigned by Commander Zhao Chun. All right, okay. Zhao Ruyue lowered her head to review the battle plan, her brow furrowing slightly. This plan differed somewhat from previous ones. Traditionally, the Imperial Princess fleet had always taken on the main assault role. She had understood then that her brother's intention in creating this fleet was to have a puppet fleet at his command, essentially cannon fodder on the battlefield. Though harsh, this strategy was common among interstellar powers. On the interstellar battlefield, the main fleet and the cannon fodder fleet had distinct roles. Using cannon fodder to deplete the enemy's main forces, then deploying one's main fleet to decide the outcome was often the winning formula in large-scale battles. However, the new combat mission required the Imperial Princess fleet to encircle and trap two enemy fleet groups, like casting a massive fishing net in space. The Draconic Legion would handle the main assault. Their role was to tighten the encirclement, ensuring the enemy couldn't escape. They were not to engage unless the enemy attempted to break out. This plan seemed less reasonable at first glance, but Zhao Ruyue followed her brother's orders without hesitation. She had developed complete trust in him. Relay my orders. Encircle the two enemy fleet groups and prevent their escape. Zhao Ruyue began commanding the largest interstellar battle of her life. Under her coordination, 120,000 interstellar warships moved into action with perfect order, showing no signs of chaos. Meanwhile, on the flagship of the Royal Fleet Group, an exclamation broke the silence of the command room. What? The Imperial Princess fleet has appeared? 120,000 interstellar warships. How is that possible? How could that woman have so many warships? Qin Ming leaped from the captain's chair, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. The adjutant, head lowered, cautiously reported. This information comes from Marshals Chao Jianye and Lei Dachuan. We've spent several minutes verifying it from multiple sources. Indeed, there are 120,000 interstellar warships, all bearing the Princess Corps' insignia, some even marked with Imperial Princess Fleet. Based on ship type recognition, they are mostly Draconic T2 class interstellar warships. They must have been built by Zhao Chun for Princess, for Qin Xiaolei. In just half a year, to build 120,000 warships, Qin Ming muttered in disbelief. Such a terrifying construction capability, even if mostly T2 class, was astonishing. Even the Star Empire could only achieve this with full military mobilization and the cooperation of all marshals and sector governors, which was extremely challenging. But Zhao Chen had done it. This realization made Qin Ming acutely aware of Zhao Chen's formidable abilities. As Qin Ming was lost in shock, Qin Longqing's voice brought him back to reality. Your Highness, do not panic. Even with these 120,000 warships, it does not entirely alter the current situation. If we first eliminate Chu Chang's fleet, then cooperate with the two northern expedition fleets to encircle the Draconic Legion, we still have a chance. Besides, the Draconic Legion's combat style is clear. They can unleash immense firepower in a short time but cannot sustain prolonged high-intensity combat. In other words, the longer the battle drags on, the weaker their combat power. This kind of interstellar missile bombardment cannot continue indefinitely. Our advantage lies in the number of warships. Hearing Qin Longqing's analysis, Qin Ming calmed down slightly. His face darkened, eyes sharp as blades as he looked at Qin Longqing. Marshal Qin, I don't care what it takes. Zhao Chun must not be allowed to live. Building 120,000 warships in half a year, such terrifying capability, is a ticking time bomb ready to explode at any moment. Chu Changhe stared in shock at the scene before him. A fleet of 120,000 interstellar warships, like a torrent of steel in the vast sea of stars, was slowly advancing toward the enemy's positions. He couldn't help but exclaim, my God, Zhao Chun really knows his stuff. When he said he was building a fleet for the princess, I thought it would be at most 20 or 30,000 ships. I never imagined he'd come up with over 100,000. Chu Xian was equally stunned. Every time she upgraded her opinion of Zhao Chun, he managed to surprise her again. At that moment, Chu Changhe leaned in close to the video window, speaking conspiratorially, "Xianer, it seems Zhao Chun has quite a few tricks up his sleeve. If he can build 120,000 warships for the little princess, you better not let him fool you when you marry him. Make sure he gets you at least a couple 100,000 ships. And it wouldn't hurt if he built a few for our Chu family fleet too. We haven't expanded in years." Chu Xian rolled her eyes at her grandfather's antics. "Are you marrying off your granddaughter or selling her? Besides, who would believe a granddaughter is worth hundreds of thousands of warships? If that rumor spreads, Zhao Qin's bridge will be trampled by suitors." Just then, Zhao Qin's video window popped up. He asked directly, "Governor Chu, is the battlefield pressure high on your end?" Chu Changhe waved his hand dismissively. "Don't underestimate the Chu family fleet. Even though we only have 30,000 warships left, taking care of those two enemy fleets over there won't require more than 10,000. Zhao Qin said mysteriously, "I'm about to do something. You might want to." He whispered something. Chu Changhe's eyes lit up, looking at Zhao Chun with admiration. "You kid, you've been prepared all along. I like this move. It suits an old man like me." Chu Xian rolled her eyes again, thinking these two were both crafty. But she had to admit, Zhao Qin's latest reveal was indeed surprising. Who would have thought that the newly risen military-industrial group was supported by the Xiaolong Corps? After finishing his conversation with Chu Changhe, Zhao Chun turned to his own battlefield situation. Lilith immediately reported, "Commander, after the first round of interstellar missile bombardment, the enemy lost 15,000 warships, with another 5,000 damaged to varying degrees. The destroyed ships include one T4 class Northwind and over 100 T3 class ships. The combined combat strength of the enemy's two fleets is now down to about 80. The next round of missile bombardment is scheduled to start in 30 minutes. The enemy intends to directly assault our positions, aiming for a quick victory." Zhao Qin smirked. "The prince has received our first gift. Now it's time to unveil the second one." Lilith understood immediately and brought up an electronic interface with a conspicuous red button, currently locked. Zhao Qin said casually, "Lilith, you handle it. The key is SB741. Lilith was momentarily stunned, not expecting the commander to entrust her with such an important task. She entered the key, and the red button was unlocked. "Hold on," Zhao Qin said calmly. "Let the enemy fleet get a bit closer." Lilith nodded, her eyes fixed on the star map, showing the remaining 100,000 enemy ships closing in. Zhao Qin's lips curled into a playful smile. "Lilith, if I remember correctly, Li Yaqi reported that the number of T2 Mastiff-class medium destroyers sold to the prince's faction was 40,000, right?" Lilith replied, "Yes, 40,000. But about 5,000 were lost in recent battles. The current number is 35,000. 35,000. Zhao Qin mused. "I wonder what expression the prince will have next." Soon, the forward positions of the Xiaolong Corps began to engage. The two enemy fleets attacked fiercely, realizing that the imperial princess's fleet was attempting to encircle them. However, under Qin Ming's orders, they ignored the encirclement and directly attacked the Xiaolong Corps' positions. They believed that although the imperial princess's fleet was large, it mostly consisted of T2 class ships and lacked interstellar missile ships. The main threat was still the 3,000 elite ships of the Xiaolong Corps. But both new marshals had no idea that a huge trap was already set. Zhao Qin issued the attack order. All ships except for the carrier, missile ships, and a few escort ships for defense, full attack. Sending a couple thousand ships against 100,000 enemy ships seemed suicidal to outsiders. But Zhao Chun was confident, relying on a trap he had long prepared. "Lilith, initiate Project Loyal Dog," Zhao Qin ordered. Lilith pressed the red button, and an invisible wave signal spread rapidly. In the Northern Expedition's main fleet, a T2 Mastiff-class medium destroyer at the front was firing at the Xiaolong Corps' ships. Although this destroyer wasn't the strongest among T2 class, it was certainly the most practical and cost-effective. Since its launch, its monthly sales had continuously broken the records of its predecessor, the T2 Hyena class. While not widely used in frontline Imperial fleets, it was popular in second-line Imperial fleets and Lord fleets. Suddenly, the entire bridge went dark. "What's happening? What's happening?" The captain frantically looked around the pitch-black bridge. The emergency power kicked in, casting a dim yellow light over the bridge. "Report, the energy system has suddenly collapsed. All power supplies have been cut off," a crew member reported in panic. "Energy system collapse? Impossible," the captain said in disbelief. "Captain, it seems several other T2 Mastiff-class destroyers nearby are experiencing similar issues," a keen crew member pointed out. The captain quickly checked the situation outside the ship. Sure enough, several nearby T2 Mastiff-class destroyers had slowed down, stopped attacking, and their engines were off. What is going on?" The captain's face showed terror, his back cold with sweat. If this wasn't an isolated incident but affected the entire fleet, the consequences would be unimaginable. He smelled a conspiracy, a sense of foreboding rising within him. At this very moment, the battlefield situation drastically changed. Not only were two of the northern expedition fleets of the Xiaolong Legion in dire straits, but even Qin Ming's fleet, which was engaged in combat with Chu Changhe, faced unexpected setbacks. Report: all our T2 Tibetan Mastiff-class medium interstellar destroyers are completely disabled. A subordinate rushed into the command room, panic etched on his face as he reported. Qin Ming's face turned ashen upon hearing the news. How is this possible? Everything was fine before, he demanded in disbelief. Qin Longqing immediately inquired, can they be brought back online? The subordinate shook his head. The engineers have started troubleshooting, but it will take at least 20 hours to repair the energy systems. During this time, all functions of the T2 Tibetan Mastiff destroyers are inoperable, including basic low-speed navigation. Qin Ming staggered slightly, suppressing his fury as he asked, how many T2 Tibetan Mastiffs are affected? All 35,000 currently in service. They all have the same issue. The subordinate's answer struck Qin Ming like a hammer blow, shattering his last hope. Qin Longqing frowned deeply and said in a grave tone, Your Highness, this is no coincidence. It is likely a trap meticulously set by Zhao Chun of the Xiaolong Legion. Think about the sudden rise of the Beiyin Group and their advanced interstellar warship technology. It bears a striking resemblance to the appearance of the Xiaolong Legion. These words struck Qin Ming like a bolt of lightning, instantly enlightening him. The Beiyin Group, Xiaolong Legion. He suddenly spat blood, his body swaying. Fortunately, a subordinate caught him in time, preventing him from falling. Zhao Chun. Qin Ming's eyes were bloodshot with rage. I will kill you. At this moment, an even more pressing issue emerged. The disabled T2 Tibetan Mastiff destroyers, mostly positioned at the front lines, had not only lost their attack capabilities but had also become massive obstacles, severely hindering the navigation and assault routes of their own forces. Seeing this, Qin Longqing quickly regained his composure. Your Highness, now is not the time for anger. We must take immediate action to address the current crisis. Gritting his teeth, Qin Ming declared, no matter what, I will see Zhao Qin utterly destroyed. Qin Longqing decisively issued orders, relay my command. Immediately deploy other models of interstellar destroyers to replace the disabled T2 Tibetan Mastiffs. Also, find a way to tow the disabled ships off the battlefield. If they pose a significant hindrance to the ongoing battle, they may be destroyed. The thought of destroying the warships he had invested so heavily in caused Qin Ming great pain. He cursed under his breath, Beiyin Group, Liyaki. So, this wretched woman has been colluding with Zhao Qin all along. Once I ascend the throne, I will erase the Beiyin Group from the Star Empire. Despite Qin Longqing's swift response, the losses were unavoidable. As an experienced general, Chu Changhe had already prepared for this scenario, especially with Zhao Qin's prior warning. Seizing the opportunity presented by the malfunctioning T2 Tibetan Mastiff destroyers, he promptly dispatched multiple fleets to launch a fierce assault, gaining the upper hand in several localized skirmishes. Meanwhile, the situation for the two northern expedition fleets worsened. Initially poised to charge at the Xiaolong Legion, their formations fell into disarray due to the disabled T2 Tibetan Mastiffs. The Xiaolong Legion seized this chance, organizing nearly 2,000 interstellar warships into multiple small echelons to launch a ferocious onslaught against the enemy fleets. Despite the numerical superiority of the enemy fleets, the Xiaolong Legion had grown accustomed to such disadvantages. The T3 Triceratops-class heavy interstellar assault frigates, with their short-range dash capabilities, followed closely behind the T3 Emperor-class heavy interstellar battleships, forming powerful tactical assault teams. The T3 Triceratops focused on attacking T2-class interstellar warships and weaker T3-class warships, while the T3 Emperor-class battleships targeted high-value enemy units, such as T3-class interstellar destroyers and T3 interstellar battlecruisers. Simultaneously, the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruisers and T3 Falcon-class medium interstellar cruisers formed intercalation and segmentation tactical teams. Their primary mission was to divide the enemy fleets, disrupting their formations and support capabilities. This created opportunities for subsequent allied fleets to annihilate the segmented enemy fleets one by one. In this scenario, the T3 Wolverine-class heavy interstellar armor destroyers thrived, launching frenzied attacks on the segmented enemy fleets. Astonishingly, there were even instances where dozens of T3 Wolverine-class heavy interstellar armored destroyers chased after enemy T3 Dragon Crocodile-class medium interstellar battlecruisers. Report: the frontline positions of our fleet groups, comprising 10,000 interstellar warships, are engaged in chaotic combat, requesting immediate support. Both fleet group marshals received this urgent call for help simultaneously. Marshal Lei Dachuan looked at Chao Jianya, hesitating. Marshal Chao, the encirclement of the Imperial Princess Fleet Group is already 50 complete. Chao Jianya's eyes were bloodshot, his tone resolute. We cannot retreat. If we withdraw now, we will not only face enemy pursuit, but also suffer heavy losses. More importantly, how will His Highness deal with us for failing to complete the mission and losing more than half of our interstellar warships? Lei Dachuan's heart sank, understanding Chao Jianya's point. Unlike other veteran marshals, they had been promoted by His Highness. Originally, this battle was an opportunity to make a name for themselves and become trusted aides of His Highness. But now, with the situation taking a drastic turn for the worse, even their positions as marshals were in jeopardy. Gritting his teeth, Chao Jianya declared, "We must fight to the death. Unless we annihilate the Xiaolong Legion, we won't escape death ourselves." The 1st and 2nd Northern Expedition fleet groups indeed fulfilled their promise to fight to the death in the initial stages of the ensuing battle. Under the command of 2 newly promoted marshals, they launched relentless attacks on the Soaring Dragon Legion's positions, only to find themselves encircled by the Imperial Princess Fleet Group. From the outset, the Soaring Dragon Legion demonstrated an astonishing ability to annihilate the enemy. In just 1 hour, they achieved the staggering feat of destroying 40,000 interstellar warships in a single day, far surpassing the combined records of the Prince's faction and Chu Changhe. The Soaring Dragon Legion first launched 2 rounds of carpet bombing with interstellar missiles, destroying 30,000 enemy ships. Following this, they sunk another 10,000 warships in direct frontal combat. The battlefield was littered with the shattered remains of interstellar warships, forming a dazzling yet harrowing debris field in the dark expanse of space. Within just 60 minutes, the enemy's loss rate soared to 30, a rate of destruction that sent chills down the spine. When asked how the Soaring Dragon Legion achieved such terrifying results, Commander Zhao Qin's answer was a single word: money. In that 1-hour battle, the Soaring Dragon Legion expended 30 billion star coins. This staggering sum equated to an entire month's battlefield expenditure for Chu Changhe's fleet. "Commander, we still have enough interstellar missiles for 8 more rounds of saturation bombardment," Lilith reminded Zhao Qian. Nodding at her words, Zhao Qin decisively ordered, "Eliminate these 2 fleet groups at all costs in the shortest time possible." "Yes, sir." Lilith immediately relayed the command. Sitting in the captain's chair, Zhao Qian watched the brilliant yet brutal interstellar battle unfold before him, each minute burning through his treasury. Long before Chu Changhe launched his month-long offensive, Zhao Qian had been stockpiling resources for this battle. To date, he had amassed combat resources worth 200 billion star coins, the entirety of his available assets without affecting production tasks. Notably, Zhao Qian had allocated half of this 200 billion star coin budget to the production of interstellar missiles. Nearly 70 of the space on those supply and transport ships was filled with various types of interstellar missiles. As the nightmarish first hour passed, and the 3rd wave of interstellar missiles from the Soaring Dragon Legion lit up the sky, Marshals Chao Jianya and Lei Dachuan were on the verge of breaking down. "Another wave! Another wave!" they roared internally. "How many interstellar missiles does the Soaring Dragon Legion have? Are they throwing them like stones?" Meanwhile, the 2 Northern Expedition fleet groups on the front lines were making no headway. The Soaring Dragon Legion employed a near-rogue tactic. Their interstellar missiles targeted slightly behind the front lines. This created a vacuum between the forward fleets and the main forces of the Northern Expedition groups. Whenever this happened, the Soaring Dragon Legion's warships would immediately launch attacks on the isolated forward fleets. Due to the vacuum, the main forces often couldn't provide timely support. By the time they arrived, the forward fleets were already annihilated. The Soaring Dragon Legion's ships would then quickly retreat, adopting a defensive stance and waiting for the next round of missile bombardment before attacking again. Under such a relentless tactic, the 2 Northern Expedition fleet groups were like 2 naked men pinned down on a beach, repeatedly battered by waves with no way to fight back. As time passed, the intervals between missile attacks lengthened, no longer occurring every half hour. While Zhao Qian was not stingy, he also did not want to waste resources excessively. The brutal battle raged on for 5 hours. Finally, the command systems of the 2 fleet groups completely collapsed, unable to maintain combat order. By this time, the originally 120,000 strong fleet groups had been reduced to less than 30,000 ships, half of which were severely damaged. In contrast, they had only destroyed around 3,000 enemy ships, with nearly 3,000 of those being from the Imperial Princess Fleet Group. The Soaring Dragon Legion's losses were a mere 100+ ships. This unbelievable loss ratio pushed the 2 new marshals to the brink of collapse. "We can't fight. We can't fight." Lei Dachuan screamed hysterically. "This battle is unwinnable. The Soaring Dragon Legion on the other side. They're monsters." He painfully described the terrifying aspects of the enemy. Not only were they fully equipped with T3 interstellar warships, but each one was overwhelmingly powerful. Their interstellar battleships could easily obliterate equivalent enemy ships, their frigates could chase down destroyers, and their destroyers even dared to engage battlecruisers hidden. More despairingly, the enemy had over 50 T4 interstellar warships, while the combined total of both fleet groups was less than 20. "Tell me, Chao Jianya, tell me, How are we supposed to fight this battle? Lei Dachuan shouted, tearing at his hair until his hands were bloody. Chao Jianya opened his mouth to speak, but found himself overwhelmed by a deep sense of helplessness. He slumped into his captain's chair, staring despondently at the interstellar map before him. The once numerically superior force was now surrounded by the Imperial Princess Fleet Group in a tight encirclement. Transmit my orders, Chao Jianya said, his spirit broken. Abandon the attack. Try to break out. But could they really break out now? Chao Jianya dared not voice the answer, knowing all too well how stark and brutal the reality was. Soaring Dragon Legion? He murmured the name, closing his eyes and feeling the tremors as his flagship endured another missile strike. Meanwhile, Lilith reported the latest battle status to Zhao Chun. Sir, the enemy's two fleet groups have approximately 20,000 surviving warships. We estimate they can be completely annihilated within an hour. The Imperial Princess Fleet Group has lost over 3,000 warships during this period. We've lost 109 warships, mostly T3 Triceratops and T3 Wolverines. Additionally, 36 ships have been severely damaged and have been abandoned as per your orders. Another 267 warships have depleted their shields and sustained over 30 structural damage and have been moved to the secondary battlefield. Zhao Chun was very pleased with these results. This was the terrifying power of the Soaring Dragon Legion he had painstakingly built, fully equipped with T3 interstellar warships. However, this power came at a tremendous financial cost. So far, the 4 rounds of missile bombardments plus conventional combat expenses had totaled 60 billion star coins. At this rate of expenditure, Zhao Chun believed no one could rival him in burning through money. As the 2 northern expedition fleets dwindled to a mere few thousand starships, Zhao Chun finally issued new orders. On the interstellar map, the markers for the Imperial Princess fleet flashed, signaling the long-awaited command to attack. Upon receiving the order, Zhao Riyue wasted no time in issuing the attack command. The battlefield situation had become clear, rendering complex battle plans and pre-battle mobilizations unnecessary. For hours, the Imperial Princess fleet had been skirting the edges of the battlefield, with only a few enemy ships straying into their firing range and getting attacked. Their main task was to steadily tighten the encirclement, watching as swathes of enemy starships were annihilated. What was initially thought to be a mere spectator role had now turned into a full-scale attack authorization. This command was like a spark, igniting the entire fleet's combat fervor. Even more exhilarating was the fact that the balance of power had completely shifted. The Imperial Princess fleet boasted 120,000 starships, while the enemy had less than 30,000 remaining. The outcome of the battle was a foregone conclusion. Devastating would be an understatement. Just then, Zhao Chun relayed an important reminder through Lilith. Don't destroy those out-of-control T2 Zheng'o ships. We can still salvage them. As it turned out, Zhao Chun had embedded a backdoor program in the T2 Zhang'e medium star destroyer sold externally. This backdoor was simple, designed to disable the energy system upon activation, requiring hours to repair. This straightforward program had caused significant losses for the Imperial Prince's fleet on the battlefield. Zhao Chun calculated that these disabled T2 Zhang'e ships were not only spoils of war, but could be resold. Even as second-hand ships, they still had a market after a price reduction. As for concerns about the backdoor program, the factions and minor lords within Zhao Chun's territory didn't mind. They knew that as long as they didn't oppose the Jiaolong Legion, the backdoor posed no threat. Besides, where else could they find such performant yet affordable starships? This time, they had captured over 30,000 T2 Zhang'e ships. At a price of 1.5 million star coins each, the total revenue approached 50 billion star coins. Zhao Chun's lips curved into a smile, thinking this deal was too good to be true. Not only did they make money twice, but they also indirectly strengthened the civilian fleet within his territory. At that moment, Lilith reported, Commander, the Imperial Prince's fleet that was engaged with the Chu family legion has begun retreating from the battlefield. Zhao Chun watched the interstellar map, where the markers for the retreating enemy fleet flickered in one corner. The communication window suddenly lit up, and Chu Changhe's image appeared. Kid, you did well. You wiped out 2 fleets and nearly 100,000 starships in such a short time. Zhao Chun didn't bask in the praise, cutting straight to the point. Let's get to business. Chu Changhe immediately reported. Qin Ming is retreating with the remaining 2 fleets, about 60,000 starships. I have less than 20,000 combat-ready ships here. Do you think we should pursue them? Zhao Chun smiled and replied, Don't worry, there's no need to chase. Just lie in wait. Chu Changhe, momentarily puzzled, asked curiously, Are you planning something again? Spill it. Zhao Chun teased, You want to know? Then get ready. Arrange for your fleet to rest here. In half an hour, take the fully operational starships and follow me. Leave the rest to continue resting and cleaning up the battlefield. You'll see what I have in mind then. Although somewhat annoyed by Zhao Chun's secrecy, Chu Changhe agreed. All right, I'll see what you've got planned. After the video call ended, Zhao Chun turned to Lilith and issued new orders. form a pursuit fleet consisting of T4 Zukla-class medium star cruisers, T3 Blizzard-class light star battleships, and T3 Wind Eagle-class medium star cruisers. Pursue the remnants of the Imperial Prince's fleet, but only harass them. Avoid direct confrontation. Return after half an hour. Zhao Chen then inquired about the situation in the Beifeng Starfield and the Yin Prince's main fleet. Lilith reported that the Yin Prince's fleet, upon learning of the situation here, had rerouted to the Bailan Starfield. In the Beifeng Starfield, with the help of 3,000 ships from the Jiaolong Second Legion, they successfully intercepted the Bailan main fleet. Commander Qidong promised to conclude the battle within 3 days, with losses not exceeding 500 ships. Zhao Chen was very pleased with the development of the battle. He had meticulously planned this campaign. The Jiaolong First Legion, armed with numerous interstellar missile ships, engaged the Imperial Prince's main force Hedon. Qitong led the Second Legion to intercept the Bailan main fleet attacking the Beifeng Starfield. Although the Second Legion's firepower was not as strong as the first, facing 60,000 enemy ships, coupled with the Beifeng fleet's support, victory was only a matter of time. As for the Jiaolong Third Legion, which had yet to make a move, Zhao Chen's smile widened. This show was far from over. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Some of the interstellar warships of the Xiaolong Legion and Chu Changhe had completed their resupply and were ready for action. On the battlefield, tens of thousands of wreckages still lay scattered, with the cleanup far from complete. At Zhao Chen's request, Chu Changhe led 300 elite warships to the designated area. Kid, can you share your plan now? Chu Changhe asked casually, reclining in the captain's chair with an air of ease, as if he hadn't just commanded a grueling Tindai battle. I have 300 interstellar warships here, including 20 T4 class Northern Wind heavy battleships, and the rest are T3 class. My fleet and I are now at your command, Lord of Xiaolong. In the video feed, Chu Xian also looked on with curiosity. After learning of her father's agreement with Zhao Chun, she insisted on joining the mission, and Zhao Chun gladly agreed. The Princess Legion's 300 warships are ready, awaiting your orders, Lord Zhao Chun, reported Qin Xiaolei, with Zhao Ruiyue standing behind her. Stand by for now, Zhao Chun replied briefly, then turned to Lilith. Lilith immediately reported, the temporary task force is assembled, comprising 1,000 warships, including 50 T3 class Judge heavy missile ships. We are ready to depart at your command, Commander. Zhao Chun slowly lifted his gaze, eyes sharp like a hunter's. Begin warp. With the order given, 2 T4 interstellar warp ships that had been on standby activated. In a flash of light, over 1,600 warships vanished instantly. The remaining Xiaolong Legion fleet continued their battlefield cleanup, unfazed by the sudden disappearance. The Imperial Princess fleet also remained calm. However, the high-ranking officers of the Chu family fleet were left in awe. That's incredible. They just vanished in minutes. This is a strategic game-changer. If only our Chu family fleet had this capability. Wait, isn't it basically ours? The Lord of Xiaolong is set to marry into our family. Maybe in the future, the Lord of Xiaolong can equip us with these too. After a brief flash, Zhao Chen's fleet arrived in a dark starfield. Where are we? Chu Changhe asked, looking around as if still in the interstellar border space. We're in the interstellar border space between the central starfield of Xingyao and Chua Starfield, Zhao Chen explained. Why are we here? Princess Qin Xiaolei asked, puzzled. To bid farewell to Prince Qin Ming, of course, Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Chu Changhe and the others looked confused. Zhao Chen then sent a navigation path. Follow this route, and the answer will become clear. Chu Changhe and Qin Xiaolei ordered their fleets to follow the path. Minutes later, they saw numerous glowing objects. What are those? Isn't this the border space? How can there be glowing celestial bodies? Qin Xiaolei asked, puzzled. Behind her, Zhao Ruiyue suddenly spoke. Those aren't celestial bodies. They're warp interceptors. Hearing this, everyone realized the truth. Chu Changhe scanned the area, seeing thousands of evenly distributed warp interceptors. Exactly, they are warp interceptors, Zhao Chun confirmed. These are T3 class Ranger interstellar warp interceptors, developed by the Xiaolong Legion. There are 3,000 of them here. 3,000 warp interceptors. Chu Xian exclaimed. Chu Changhe's eyes lit up as he analyzed. If I'm not mistaken, this is between our battle zone and the White Swan starport in the central starfield of Xingyao. You're planning to intercept Prince Qin Ming's fleet here. Chu Changhe's words made everyone realize Zhao Chen's strategy. After their defeat, Qin Ming's fleet would likely retreat to the nearest stronghold, and the White Swan starport, being one of the top 10 starports in Xingyao Empire and the northern gateway to the central starfield, was the most probable target. By deploying warp interceptors here, Zhao Chun aimed to intercept the prince's fleet. But can our 1,600 warships handle the interception? Chu Xian asked, worried. After all, the retreating prince's fleet still had over 60,000 warships, albeit a defeated force, but still formidable. Who said I only have these? Zhao Chen replied, lounging in the captain's chair with a smirk. At that moment, a hidden fleet emerged from the distance. Shun Bing, commander of the 3rd Xiaolong Legion, reporting with 2,000 warships, ready for orders. Shin Bing's image appeared. At this moment, Chu Changhe and the others realized Zhao Qin's foresight. He had anticipated this move even before the battle began, deploying a Xiaolong Legion here in advance. Now, they only needed to wait for Prince Qinming to fall into their trap. Chu Xian suddenly raised a question. Why don't we first deploy the Xiaolong core fleet to other battlefields, and then call them back when we need to intercept the enemy fleet? Wouldn't that maximize the fleet's combat power? Zhao Qin rolled his eyes and shrugged. Do you think I have a lot of interstellar jump ships? Let me tell you the truth. The 2 T4 interstellar jump ships that brought us here are the last ones I have. We'll have to wait a week for the next ones. He laid it out plainly, as this information was no secret. Chu Changhe's eyes lit up, his eyebrows twitching as he asked, how much does this type of interstellar jump ship cost? And what is its production rate? Are there any plans to sell them? Zhao Qin smiled and replied, according to market trends, a T4 Huigang-class interstellar jump ship would cost at least 1 trillion star coins. How many do you want? He wasn't exaggerating. Although the T4 class starship didn't have a public price, the profit margin on a T3 class was already tenfold, let alone this strategic starship, which costs 50 billion star coins each to produce. After hearing this, Chu Changhe, though not thinking Zhao Qian was overcharging, knew that the Chu family couldn't afford it at the moment. He smiled warmly and said, come on, we're practically family. Talking about money hurts our relationship. He gave a knowing look. Chu Xian rolled her eyes, sensing the implication in their conversation, but she was also tempted by the starship. Zhao Chun, on the other hand, looked at Chu Changhe with disdain, thinking how shameless it was for an imperial marshal to consider trading his granddaughter for a starship. At that moment, Zhao Qin's interface lit up with alerts from 3,000 T3 Ranger-class interstellar warp interceptors, indicating they had detected an enemy fleet in warp. They're here, Zhao Qin muttered. Chu Changhe immediately dropped his smile, ready for orders. Zhao Qin quickly commanded, Lilith, relay my orders. Xiaolong 3rd Corps and the 1st Corps Task Force, form an ambush formation. Baishue's interstellar missile ships, prepare for combat. Zhao Riyue couldn't help but ask, what should we do? Beside her, Qin Xiaolei clenched her fists nervously, as they were about to ambush her father's murderer, Qin Ming. Zhao Chun continued his deployment. Chu family fleet and the princess fleet, stay in reserve, guarding the flanks and waiting for my further instructions. Zhao Riyue was surprised, not expecting Zhao Chun to assign Chu Changhe's elite fleet to the reserve. However, Chu Changhe didn't hesitate. Chu family fleet, roger that. As a marshal, he knew to follow whoever could bring victory. Zhao Riyue also followed suit. Princess fleet, roger that. Soon, all fleets were in position. The main force, consisting of the Xiaolong 2nd Corps and the 1st Corps Task Force, formed a three-dimensional crescent shape with nearly 4,000 starships. The reserve wings each had 300 starships. Zhao Qin's trump card was a small formation of over 300 specialized ships. Suddenly, the indicators on the Ranger-class interstellar warp interceptors switched from blinking to steady. Zhao Qin knew their prey was about to appear. With a flash of light, a massive enemy fleet suddenly appeared in the starfield, packed closely together. 5,000, 10,000, 30,000. Ultimately, a total of 60,000 starships crowded into a narrow area. The enemy fleet personnel were still disoriented, wondering how their warp journey, which should have taken several more hours, had abruptly ended. On AT-4 God of the North-class heavy interstellar battleship of the Princess faction, a recently awakened Imperial Major General Captain was still groggy when the piercing alarms sounded. Warning, warning, warning. Incoming interstellar missiles detected. 60,000 interstellar warships were abruptly pulled out of warp speed, and most were hit by a barrage of millions of missiles before they could even react. The battlefield was instantly engulfed in flames, with one ship after another consumed by the explosions. The scene was more brutal than the recently concluded major battle, with nearly half of the enemy fleet lost within minutes. Zhao Qin leaned back in the captain's chair, staring impassively at the rapidly declining enemy fleet data on the holographic display. Calmly, he issued an order. Tighten the encirclement, target the Princess faction ships. Have Princess Qin broadcast on the open frequency, offering surrender terms. Those who shut down their engines will be spared. The orders were swiftly relayed, and Qin Xiaolei began broadcasting surrender terms to the Princess faction ships. Her royal status, combined with the enemy's plummeting morale, had an immediate effect. Ships began to shut down their engines and surrender one by one. Meanwhile, the encirclement tightened. Missile ships that had completed the first wave of attacks were resupplying for the next round. The besieged loyalists of the Princess faction attempted to break through, but the cramped space and chaotic command led to friendly fire incidents. Report, multiple defense lines are critical. Lilith reported. Zhao Chun, having anticipated this, instructed, have Marshal Chu and my sister's fleet support those areas. Hold the lines for at least half an hour. After that, I'll make sure these stubborn loyalists are obliterated. Thus began a race against time to annihilate the encircled enemy. Within 30 minutes, the Xiaolong fleet had lost nearly 100 ships, and 2 of Marshal Chu's heavy battleships were damaged, while the Prince's faction was reduced to fewer than 20,000 combat-ready ships. 50 T3 Judicators have finished resupplying, awaiting orders. Bai Shui reported. Fire. Zhao Qin ordered. After the missile bombardment, all fleets launch a full assault and eliminate any remaining resistance. A dense barrage of missiles rained down again, turning the encircled area into a hellish inferno. The shockwaves even affected friendly ships. Everyone who witnessed the scene was both awestruck by the spectacle and fearful of Zhao Qin's power. Following the bombardment, the Xiaolong Corps, Chu's fleet, and the Imperial Princess's fleet launched a coordinated full-scale assault, hunting down the surviving enemy ships like a pack of wolves. The battlefield became a slaughterhouse. Zhao Qin sat on the bridge, downing his drink in one gulp. It's over, he said, stretching leisurely. He was already planning the gradual takeover of the Empire's territories in the coming months. Once he controlled the Imperial capital planet, the civil war would truly be over. A system notification sounded, indicating the completion of the quarterly mission. Zhao Qin claimed his reward, the blueprints for the T4 Banshee-class light stealth reconnaissance ship. However, as he awaited the annual mission completion notification, his brow furrowed suddenly. Report, the battle is essentially over. Awaiting your orders, Lilith requested, but received no response for a long time. Commander? Zhao Qin clenched his fist, his face darkening. Qin Ming isn't here. Qin Ming? Lilith froze for a moment, her eyebrows furrowing slightly. She quickly brought up the holographic screen and started searching for information. Her fingers flew across the virtual keyboard, but she couldn't find any intel about the Royal Fleet's flagship being destroyed. After a brief hesitation, she spoke with a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Maybe it was destroyed in the first wave of interstellar missile bombardments. The intense explosion might have left the wreckage unidentifiable. As soon as she said this, she realized how implausible it sounded. Qin Ming's command ship was a T4 Stellar Emperor-class medium-sized carrier, even larger than the North Wind-class heavy interstellar battleship. Even under heavy missile bombardment, its overall structure shouldn't have been beyond recognition. Zhao Qin's brows knitted tightly as he decisively ordered, "Forget about that for now. Clean up the battlefield immediately. We're too close to the stellar central sector. If the enemy sends reinforcements, we'll suffer unnecessary casualties. 5 hours and then we return." The system hadn't shown a mission update for killing Qin Ming, which meant he wasn't here. The reason was unknown for now, but it was a fact. No matter how much Zhao Qin wanted to kill Qin Ming, he had no choice but to retreat at this moment. Chu Changhe, Qin Xiaolei, and others nodded in agreement. 5 hours later, the 3 fleets began plotting their course and entered warp speed to return. Since all T4 interstellar jump ships were in cooldown, they had to rely on the long warp journey this time. News of this grand battle spread like wildfire throughout the Stellar Empire. No one had expected the victors of the Civil War to be the Chu Legion and the Soaring Dragon Corps. Even more shocking was that the long-missing princess had dispatched 120,000 interstellar warships. In the Su family mansion within the Zissou sector, the entire family gathered, fervently discussing the multi-day civil war and its outcomes. "Who would have thought?" a family member exclaimed. "The Soaring Dragon Corps fought so fiercely. I heard they bombarded the Royalist fleet with interstellar missiles like they were free, shattering them to pieces." "Indeed," another person said in a hushed tone. "I also heard that after Zhao Qin's victory, he looted the captured Royalist ships and sent all the women to his flagship. From 80-year-old grandmothers to, well, beast," someone gasped. "Hey, isn't that a bit exaggerated?" "Believe it or not," the person continued mysteriously, "haven't you heard? The Soaring Dragon Corps is entirely composed of female soldiers. Zhao Qin supposedly changes partners every minute, never repeating." As the gossip continued, someone ran in hastily, shouting, "Breaking news! On January 13th, the main fleet of the Blue Star was annihilated at the border of the North Wind sector by the North Wind Fleet, the Soaring Dragon Corps, and the Imperial Princess's fleet. Marshal Huang Zhixiang is dead. Additionally, the Chu Legion and the Imperial Prince's fleet have invaded the Blue Star sector, controlling 1/5 of its systems. The Su family estate used top-tier jamming devices, preventing communication network access. News often came through trusted messengers for security reasons. The family patriarch was always cautious, even keeping important information on paper. Upon hearing this, the gathered family members expressed their admiration without much surprise. The Royalist fleet's defeat meant the North Wind sector was a lost cause. Huang Zhixiang's Blue Star main fleet was likely gone for good. As for the Blue Star sector, while the Chu family couldn't yet conquer the Stellar Central sector, taking parts of the Blue Star sector was within their reach. This marked the first large-scale territorial shift in half a year of civil war. The Su family members all glanced at the closed inner room door. Despite their varied statuses within the family, the true decision-makers were inside, having deliberated for 3 days. During this time, the Su family made several moves, both openly and covertly. Everyone admired the patriarch's decision not to send their direct military forces to aid the royalists. Otherwise, they could have ended up like Huang Zhixiong, losing everything. Instead, they capitalized on the situation. Previously, the royalists had called for reinforcements from the Zhisu sector. Although the Su family didn't send their own forces, they allowed other regional powers to do so. Many interstellar factions hoping to gain favor with the royalists ended up losing everything. The Su family seized this opportunity to take control of these weakened factions. This was all part of the patriarch's strategy, proving the value of his wisdom. Suddenly, another messenger burst in. Breaking news, Qin Ming, the second prince, has returned to the capital and plans to ascend the throne in 5 days. Everyone was stunned. Someone blurted out, "Is Qin Ming crazy? He's lost so much military strength in this war. And now he wants to be emperor?" Qin Ming's ascension was no small matter. Its impact was as significant as the Civil War's defeat. Once again, all eyes turned to the inner room, anticipating the patriarch's response. Inside, the senior members and direct descendants of the Su family looked towards the patriarch, who sat with his eyes closed in contemplation. Qin Ming is taking a huge gamble, one of them analyzed. Although the Chu family and the Soaring Dragon Core won, their resources must be exhausted. They'll need months to regroup. By ascending the throne, Qin Ming aims to legitimize his control and mobilize military forces across various sectors. The power of an emperor far exceeds that of a prince. He wants to keep this game going. The patriarch slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. The chaos in the Stellar Empire is far from over. We mustn't get involved in this mess. From today, I will continue my seclusion. Do not disturb me for anything. Tell anyone from the capital that I am resting, and refuse all requests. His message was clear: stay out of the fray, and observe quietly. At a large starport on the border of the Chu River starfield, the aftermath of a fierce battle was evident. The port was in a state of frantic repair and resupply, with countless starships crowding the docks, causing severe congestion. Amidst this chaos, however, one unobstructed passage stood out. Every warship navigating this special lane bore the same emblem, the insignia of the Xiaolong fleet. The Xiaolong Legion had distinguished itself in the recent decisive battle, especially with its devastating barrage of 1,000,000 interstellar missiles, leaving a lasting impression as a firepower-dominant fleet. Chu Changhe had made sure to allocate a dedicated lane and dock for the Xiaolong Legion at this nearest starport as a mark of respect. Although Zhao Qin's own supply ships and T3 furnace-class heavy industrial starships could handle some of the repairs, he graciously accepted the gesture. Deep within this bustling starport, a crucial meeting was underway. In a secluded room, leaders from the Chu family legion, the Imperial Princess Fleet, and the Xiaolong Legion gathered. Chu Changhe, Chu Xian, Qin Xiaolei, Zhao Ruyue, Zhao Chun, and Lilith sat together, discussing the post-war situation. "I can't believe Qin Ming is still alive," Qin Xiaolei exclaimed angrily, her eyes flashing with rage. Chu Xian calmly explained, "According to our intelligence, at the last moment, Qin Ming diverted with 300 elite warships, taking a few extra days to return directly to the Imperial capital star. This information has been confirmed by the Xiaolong Legion's intelligence network." Zhao Chun could only sigh helplessly, acknowledging Qin Ming's luck in escaping under such circumstances. Chu Changhe took over the conversation, analyzing the current situation. "Regardless, the initiative in this civil war is now in our hands. Out of the 6 fleets of the Prince's party, we have completely annihilated 3, resulting in the deaths of 3 5-star marshals. The other 2 fleets are severely damaged, with only a few warships escaping. Only Prince Yan's fleet was spared due to its advantageous geographic position. The Prince's party has lost over 250,000 warships and will be hard-pressed to recover in the short term." He continued, "Once we finish resupplying, we can directly capture the central starfield of Xingyao. At that point, other starfields are bound to defect." Zhao Qin nodded in agreement and pointed out the significance of Qin Ming's decision to declare himself emperor at this time. This is his only chance to turn the tide. By claiming the title of emperor, he can mobilize more resources and forcibly requisition warships from various starfields. Given enough time, he might be able to assemble a new legion of 300,000 ships. As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes turned to Zhao Chun. Chu Changhe, Zhao Ruyue, and the others looked at him expectantly, as their strategic resources were nearly depleted and the next phase of military operations depended on his support. Zhao Chun asked directly, "How much strategic resources do each of you need to sustain the next phase of military operations?" Zhao Ruyue quickly responded, "The Imperial Princess Fleet needs 50 billion star coins." Chu Xian added, "We also need 50 billion star coins." Having already discussed the resource issue with Lilith, Zhao Chun announced, "Within a month, I will provide 50 billion star coins worth of strategic resources to each of you. along with an additional 50 billion star coins and discretionary funds to handle potential war expansions or prolongations. This generous commitment left the four leaders astonished. Zhao Qian added, "Don't get me wrong, these will be issued as loans and must be repaid." Qin Xiaolei rolled her eyes, thinking that as long as they could avenge themselves, the money was a minor concern. Chu Changhe felt secretly pleased, thinking that arranging his granddaughter's relationship with Zhao Chun was a brilliant move. Curious, Chu Changhe asked, "Xiao Zhao, how much can you actually extract from those 5-star fields each month?" Feigning a pitiful look, Zhao Chun replied, "Not much, just a few 100 billion star coins a month. This is all I've scraped together from my savings, and it will need to be repaid." Lilith almost burst out laughing. She knew that the commander's figures were missing a zero. The meeting concluded with the plan to launch the second phase of the offensive set for mid-February. Zhao Chun and Lilith returned to their flagship as the lift platform slowly ascended. Through the porthole, Zhao Chun observed the numerous warships awaiting repairs at the starport, his brow furrowed. Standing beside him, Lilith reported, "According to our statistics, the Chu family fleet currently has only 20,000 intact warships, though most are elite, including 50 T4 Bafeng-class ships. They lost half of their T4 Bafeng-class ships in the last decisive battle. Otherwise, Chu Changhe wouldn't have been able to handle multiple fleet assaults after suppressing the royal main force." She continued, "Governor Chu is procuring new ships and mobilizing warships within the star domain. It's estimated that their fleet could reach a maximum of 30,000 ships." Zhao Chun pondered for a moment and said, "Inform Governor Chu that the Beiyin Group is willing to sell a batch of T2 Zhanga-class destroyers at near-cost price. Additionally, we can sell a portion of the over 30,000 T2 Zhanga-class ships we captured at a low price to help them replenish their fleet." Though this would reduce profits, Zhao Chun considered the long-term benefits. The Xiaolong Legion, while elite, was limited in numbers and couldn't handle both combat and garrison duties simultaneously. The Chu family fleet and the Imperial Princess fleet could help consolidate occupied territories and even support the Xiaolong Legion on the battlefield. Lilith added, "The Imperial Princess fleet, despite experiencing battles, has fought hard. Though they lack T4 warships, they are equipped with a significant number of Xylongseries ships, making them formidable. They've lost fewer than 10,000 ships so far." Zhao Qian nodded in satisfaction and instructed, "Replenish the losses of the Imperial Princess fleet and ensure they are back to a strength of 120,000 ships before the second phase of the offensive. Consider increasing the variety of T3-class ships. Don't forget to have the princess sign off. She owes us." He emphasized the word owes. Lilith understood the commander's intention to groom Qin Xiaolei into a puppet, ultimately gaining control over the entire Xingyao Empire. Zhao Qian inquired about their own losses, and Lilith promptly responded, "In this campaign, we lost 570 warships, including 5 T4-class ships. We had over 200,000 personnel casualties and consumed 100 billion star coins." Hearing the consumption of 100 billion star coins, Zhao Qian's brow tightened. Although they still had 100 billion in reserves, to avoid unnecessary losses, allow the fleet to rest, and wait for the T4 Huageng-class jump ships to cool down, he couldn't take the central star domain in one go. They had to wait until mid-February to launch the second wave of the offensive. Zhao Qian emphasized, "Stick to the plan. Do not let military operations affect resource production and shipbuilding tasks within our territory. Remind Annie that if she fails to complete the production tasks, she'll have to answer to me." Lilith nodded in agreement. Zhao Qian then asked, "Can we replenish the lost warships before mid-February?" "No problem. The construction tasks have already been assigned to Annie. We will definitely replenish the 570 ships within 20 days. However, it will take some time for the 3rd Legion to reach a strength of 3,000 ships," Lilith responded. Zhao Chun was unconcerned. The Royalist Party lost over 300,000 ships this time. Qin Ming won't be able to turn the tide in a month. If it weren't for concerns about excessive losses, Zhao Chun could have directly attacked the Imperial Capital Star. But after weighing the pros and cons, the current plan was the most reasonable. However, the subsequent developments took everyone by surprise. Though Qin Ming was unable to retaliate, someone else aimed to overthrow his rule. On January 18, 3034, in the galactic calendar, the Imperial capital system was shrouded in a complex atmosphere. What should have been a joyous day for Qin Ming's ascension to the throne was overshadowed by the recent devastating civil war. The loss of 300,000 starships and the fall of 3 marshals dealt a heavy blow to the royal faction, stripping the succession ceremony of its celebratory mood. Qin Ming himself was weighed down by grief and decided to cut 2/3 of the ceremony. The royal palace, perched on the highest peak of the Imperial capital star, stood tall and imposing. Inside, a massive throne dominated the hall. The succession ceremony was underway. Dressed in his new imperial regalia, Qin Ming walked slowly towards a revered ceremonial officer. This elder, the most respected ceremonial officer in the Xingyao Empire, was in charge of the grand event. According to protocol, Qin Ming would recite an oath and then receive the scepter and crown, symbols of imperial power, officially becoming the new emperor of Xingyao. I, Qin Ming, as a member of the royal bloodline, take on the imperial power in times of crisis. I vow to lead the Xingyao Empire out of turmoil and restore its glory. Qin Ming placed his hand on his chest and proclaimed loudly towards the throne. Behind him, hundreds of officials knelt, awaiting this moment. Lady Zhen stood aside, her eyes blurred with tears. She had finally seen her son ascend the throne, but had lost another precious son. Silently, she prayed. Qin Ming, mother believes in you. You will avenge your brother. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the palace doors. Wait. The sudden shout interrupted the ceremony, drawing everyone's eyes to the entrance. Prince Yin walked in with a faint smile. He made his way through the stunned officials and stood between Qin Ming and the ceremonial officer. He glanced at the scepter and crown in the officer's hands before turning his gaze to the bewildered Qin Ming. Uncle Yin, you? Qin Ming looked at him in confusion. Do you think you're fit to be emperor? Prince Yan's words were followed by a resounding slap, sending Qin Ming sprawling to the ground. The sight left everyone in shock. What do you mean? Qin Ming clutched his swollen cheek, staring at Prince Yin in disbelief. I mean, you're unfit to be emperor. Prince Yin looked at him with contempt. I'm a prince. If I'm unfit, are you fit? Qin Ming pointed angrily at Prince Yin. Prince Yin sneered. You led nearly 400,000 starships against 200,000 and returned with only a handful. A failure like you, if made emperor, will ruin the empire. Stung by the truth, Qin Ming retorted. What do you want? What do I want? Prince Yin sneered. According to the royal edicts, if the heir is incompetent, his succession can be revoked, and a closer royal relative can take his place. That means I am the rightful one to sit on the throne. Lady Zhen rushed forward, grabbing Prince Yan's arm, pleading, Prince Yin, you can't do this. You promised to support Ming's succession. How can you go back on your word? Prince Yin, once tender towards her, now coldly shoved her away. Lady Zhen, I never promised you anything. And you, as a royal consort, have disgraced yourself by consorting with others after the late emperor's death, he accused. Lady Zhen was stunned, not understanding his words. If anyone, she had only consorted with Prince Yin. You want proof? I'll give you proof. Prince Yin waved his hand, and a holographic projection appeared, causing an uproar in the hall. The projection showed a scandalous scene with multiple men and Lady Zhen as the central figure. Her face turned pale as she vehemently denied. No, I didn't do this. I didn't. Realization dawned on her as she pointed at Prince Yin. It was you who set me up. She recalled their meetings, where he often brought substances that made her forget events. She had thought him exceptionally vigorous, but now she knew he had accomplices. Prince Yin grabbed her jaw, his grip crushing her bones, silencing her. Take this disgraceful woman away. Make her confess who she consorted with to avenge my brother, he commanded, leaving her glaring at him with bloodshot eyes. You dare. Guards, seize this traitor. Qin Ming stood and shouted, but there was no response from inside or outside the hall. Guards, can't you hear me? Qin Ming's voice wavered with panic, but the guards remained unmoved. Seize the second prince. Prince Yin ordered, and the guards swiftly subdued Qin Ming, their laser guns aimed at his head. Qin Ming realized too late that this had all been Prince Yan's plan. Where is the royal faction?
Protect the emperor.
Qin Ming's cries were desperate, but the officials were either indifferent, panicked, or hesitant. Save your strength, your highness, Prince Yin mocked. Qin Ming glared at him. You won't get away with this. The empire won't accept your treason. Prince Yin knelt before him, shaking his head. Didn't I tell you? I'll lawfully strip you of your title. No one will dare object. Huh? Strip me? It takes 2/3 of the current sector governors and marshals' support. Qin Ming retorted. Your memory serves you well, Prince Yin said, but with the rebellion in Beifeng and Chu River sectors, we're down 2 governors and a marshal. Plus, your newly appointed marshals don't count, and Huang Zhixiong is dead. That leaves 6 governors and 6 marshals, 12 votes in total. I need just 8 to strip you of your title. Turning to the officials, Prince Yin asked, who supports stripping the prince of his succession rights? The Pegasus sector governor supports Prince Yin. The second prince must step down, one governor declared. The Tsangyue sector governor supports Prince Yin. The Bailan sector governor supports Prince Yin. Marshal Zhong Yin supports Prince Yin. Marshal Liu Dafeng supports Prince Yin. As one distinguished figure after another voiced their support, Qin Ming broke into a cold sweat. The next 2 declarations shattered him completely. Marshal Qin Longcheng supports Prince Yin. Qin Longcheng stepped forward, fists clenched. Qin Longcheng, you betrayed me. Qin Ming shouted in disbelief at the smirking marshal. The Central Star Sector governor supports Prince Yin. Another supposed ally declared. 7 votes. Apologies, your highness, Prince Yin sneered. Snow Swallow Sector Governor supports stripping Qin Ming's succession rights. Qin Ming felt his world collapse. How could this happen? The atmosphere inside the Grand Hall was tense. Prince Yin, Qin Xiaotian, scanned the room with a powerful voice. Everyone agrees to revoke the second Prince Qin Ming's status as heir. But the nation cannot go a day without a ruler. Among the royal family of the Star Glory Empire, I am the most suitable to succeed and restore order to the empire. Who objects? The officials lowered their heads, avoiding Prince Yan's sharp gaze. Suddenly, one official knelt and shouted, "For the Star Glory Empire, let Prince Yan ascend to the throne." Like a domino effect, more and more people followed suit, and the entire hall echoed with the same call. Qin Xiaotian laughed heartily, rudely snatching the scepter and crown from the ceremonial officer and striding towards the throne. Qin Ming, restrained by the guards, glared angrily and cursed continuously. "Qin Xiaotian, you bastard! Damn you! MMPH. A guard swiftly gagged Qin Ming to silence him. Qin Ming watched helplessly as the uncle he once trusted, and who might have had improper relations with his mother, sat on the chair symbolizing supreme power. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, as if he wanted to tear Qin Xiaotian apart. Settling into the throne, Qin Xiaotian placed the scepter on his lap and then lifted the crown with both hands, placing it on his head. He looked down at the crowd, his heart racing with excitement. Years of patience had finally paid off. He had finally claimed the position.
Ha ha ha.
Qin Xiaotian laughed. "Brother, you were formidable, and father favored you. But alas, I outlived you. When you were alive, I couldn't best you. But now that you're dead, your wife and children can't best me." The officials shouted in unison, "Hail to the Emperor! May the stars shine upon His Majesty." This astonishing news quickly spread throughout the empire. Half a day later, in a dark, dingy room, Qin Ming hung disheveled. His hair turned white in just a few hours, his eyes vacant. He muttered to himself, I am the true emperor. It's mine, all mine." Footsteps echoed as Qin Xiaotian entered the room. Qin Ming instantly became enraged, roaring, "Qin Xiaotian, I'll kill you, I'll kill you." Qin Xiaotian looked at Qin Ming coldly, his tone calm. "Nephew, why struggle? You were never steady on that throne. Better to let me take it." Qin Ming's eyes were bloodshot, but he seemed to calm down a bit, questioning, "If you never intended to support me, why put on this charade? Why not just seize the throne directly?" Qin Xiaotian explained that he needed time to control various factions, especially loyalists like the Sun family. He also needed a banner to fight against Chu Changhe, and Qin Ming was that banner. By exhausting both sides in the civil war, he could reap the benefits. Qin Ming realized he had been a pawn in Qin Xiaotian's game all along. Suddenly, he thought of something, staring intently at Qin Xiaotian. "You helped me support the Crown Prince faction, but it all started with my brother's assassination. If he hadn't been attacked, none of this would have happened. So, it was you." Qin Xiaotian grinned wickedly, making a silencing gesture, confirming everything without words. Qin Ming sneered, "Do you think seizing the throne means you can control the entire Star Glory Empire? You haven't even dealt with Chu Changhe, Zhao Chun, and my sister's mess. Your throne is far from secure." Qin Xiaotian was unfazed. "No need for you to worry. If I could get you to bring nearly 400,000 starships, I have more pieces in play. Otherwise, why would I dare seize the throne now? I must thank you for delaying for half a year. The insignificant Jiaolong Legion is nothing to me, though I didn't expect Zhao Chun to grow so much. But I am confident in dealing with him." Qin Xiaotian's eyes flashed coldly as he pulled out a dagger. "You're familiar with this, right? You used it to kill your father. Now, I'll use it to send you to meet him. Consider it my way of avenging my dear brother." Before Qin Ming could react, Qin Xiaotian swiftly stabbed the dagger into his chest. In Qin Ming's terrified and angry eyes, his life came to an abrupt end. Qin Xiaotian wiped the blood from his hands and exited the room. He noticed a figure in a black cloak standing in the shadows outside. "Doctor, soon your creation will be revealed to the world. Don't disappoint me," Qin Xiaotian said to the cloaked figure. A strange voice, a mix of mechanical and rustling sounds, responded from beneath the cloak. "The Crown Prince was our experiment, and the Jiaolong Legion will be my first real prey. I will ensure your Majesty's satisfaction. Your army will unify the Star Glory Empire, sweeping away all obstacles. In the future, even the Holy Radiance Empire and the Warhammer Galactic Federation will fall into your hands. The former, Galactic Alliance, will become your strongest empire." Mission 1 of the annual tasks, the death of Qin Ming, is complete. The second phase of the task will update in 60 seconds. The sudden task alert jolted Zhao Chen awake. He sat up abruptly, his eyes not yet accustomed to the darkness, and instinctively glanced at the electronic clock on his bedside table. The glowing digits indicated it was just past 3 a.m., only 3 hours since he'd fallen asleep. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the high-hanging moon and the brilliant starry sky remained clearly visible. Rubbing his temples, Zhao Chun tried to clear his thoughts. Qin Ming was dead? This unexpected news snapped him into full alertness. Not long ago, Qin Ming had narrowly escaped his ambush, so how could news of his death come so suddenly now? Without hesitation, Zhao Qin immediately contacted Lilith, instructing her to come to his room at once and to thoroughly investigate everything related to Qin Ming. Lilith's schedule was perfectly synchronized with Zhao Qin's to better assist him with his work. Moreover, her room was right next door, ensuring a remarkably swift response. As soon as Zhao Qin got out of bed, there was a knock on the door. When he opened it, Lilith's sheer black nightgown immediately caught his eye. Her pale skin was faintly visible through the translucent fabric, and her alluring curves were on full display. The swaying tail and small wings behind her unmistakably marked her as a succubus, exuding an irresistible charm. "Commander, I've already arranged for an investigation into Qin Ming and the affairs on Imperial Capital Star," Lilith reported. According to our previous intelligence, Qin Ming was supposed to undergo his coronation ceremony today to become the Star Emperor. How could he be dead now? Zhao Qin shook his head. "I'm not sure either. This is just a rumor I picked up through some small channels, so I need you to confirm it." As he spoke, Zhao Qin walked towards the bathroom. The transparent glass partition didn't completely obstruct the view, and when he took off his nightshirt, Lilith couldn't help but swallow, her eyes involuntarily following his movements. Her rational side told her not to look, but the little devil inside urged her to continue. When Zhao Chen took off his pants, Lilith inwardly cursed the conveniently placed sink that blocked the critical view. "Seriously?" Lilith internally exclaimed, feeling embarrassed by her lapse in composure. Moments later, Zhao Chen emerged in casual clothes, and Lilith felt a pang of disappointment. Just then, her communication channel buzzed, and she immediately began handling the incoming information. Zhao Chen walked to the window and muttered softly. The scenery outside instantly transformed from moonlit night sky to lush green fields and a clear blue sky. A robot approached at the perfect moment, handing him a glass of water. Taking a sip, Zhao Chen noticed the change in Lilith's expression. "Got any news?" Lilith nodded, her face serious. According to the latest intelligence, there was an unexpected incident during Qin Ming's coronation ceremony a few hours ago on Imperial Capital Star. Now, Prince Yin, Qin Xiaotian, has taken control of the star and declared himself the Star Emperor. "Prince Yin? Qin Xiaotian?" Zhao Chen frowned, taken aback by the sudden turn of events. "Explain in detail what exactly happened." Zhao Chen sat down, and Lilith approached to give her report. However, the sight of Zhao Chen's faintly visible physique beneath his thin, casual clothes made her heart race, and her tail swayed subconsciously. Fortunately, her professional demeanor remained intact, allowing her to continue her report smoothly. "Qin Xiaotian betrayed Qin Ming and proclaimed himself emperor?" Zhao Chen remarked, finding the situation astonishing. "Several regional governors and five-star marshals are supporting Qin Xiaotian, including some who were originally loyal to Qin Ming." Lilith briefly mentioned rumors about Qin Ming's mother having affairs, but since it was not crucial, she glossed over it. Zhao Chun stroked his chin in thought. "I didn't expect Qin Xiaotian to have developed such a substantial force in secret. The Tsangyue Star region, the Pegasus Star region, and even the Xingyao Central Star region and the Blue Star region, right under Qin Ming's nose, have all sided with Qin Xiaotian. It's hard to say whether Prince Yin was hiding his strength or Qin Ming was just too incompetent." Lilith added, "Based on current intelligence, the faction supporting the prince is gone. Qin Xiaotian has taken control of most factions and will likely consolidate his power to counter our offensive." Zhao Chun raised his hand to display the map of the Star Empire. "The Shuiyan Star region is Prince Yan's own territory, so their loyalty is expected. By the way, what about the Zissou Star region that hasn't been mentioned?" Lilith responded, "After the civil war ended, the Su family of the Zissou Star region announced that the old master was in seclusion for health reasons, and the heirs have retreated under various pretexts, cutting off most external contact. Qin Ming invited the Su family, but they declined. It seems they intend to remain neutral." Zhao Qin analyzed. "The old master of the Su family is a shrewd figure who won't easily take sides. Initially, I planned to win them over after we secured victory in the Civil War, but now it seems Prince Yin has thrown a wrench in the works." He turned to Lilith. "Prince Yin must have some hidden cards. Otherwise, how could he so easily persuade so many factions to support him so soon after the Civil War? Isn't he afraid of our retaliation?" Lilith nodded. "Indeed, Prince Yin has some leverage. Intelligence indicates that after his ascension, he immediately redeployed forces, pulling 50 fleet corps from the Shuiyan Star region, totaling 150,000 starships. Additionally, he claims to have connections with the Holy Radiance Empire to procure more starships, offering purchasing channels to various factions. He promises to defeat the Rebelsis and Governor Chuan restore the Star Empire. 150,000 starships? Support from the Holy Radiance Empire? Zhao Chen muttered, pondering for a moment before saying, even with these assets, Qin Shaotian shouldn't be able to challenge us directly. I suspect he has an even bigger ace up his sleeve. Given how he has bided his time until now, it's possible he orchestrated the Crown Prince's assassination. Do we need to take any action? Lilith asked, her eyes reflecting a hint of worry. Zhao Chen slowly shook his head, his gaze serious. He succinctly analyzed, our current battlefronts are primarily divided into 3 areas: the Chu River Starfield border, the Northwind Starfield border, and the ongoing battlefield in the Northwind Starfield. We've just come out of a major battle and are in a recovery phase, with our combat resources not yet fully replenished. It's not advisable to engage in large-scale interstellar warfare at this moment. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, besides continuing to dispatch interstellar reconnaissance ships to monitor the enemy's main fleet and starports, we need to alert the Imperial Princess's fleet in the Northwind Starfield and the Chu family's fleet. They should slow down their previous combat plans and be especially vigilant about Prince Yan's movements. Lilith nodded solemnly. I'll notify them immediately. Zhao Chen added, if there are any movements from the Imperial capital or Prince Yan, inform me at once. Understood, Lilith responded. All right, that's all for now. Once you've passed on these orders, get some rest, Zhao Chen said, waving his hand as he turned to the window. He gazed out at the vast prairie landscape, his expression stern, clearly not intending to rest anytime soon. Please take care of yourself too, Lilith softly reminded before slowly exiting the room. As the door closed, Lilith felt a rush of warmth to her face. She leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, her cheeks flushed and heart racing. Zhao Chen, usually so imposing in his commander's uniform, had an undeniable allure up close. Tonight, I might have sweet dreams, she thought to herself, her legs trembling slightly as she returned to her room. Inside, Zhao Chen was deeply engrossed in thoughts about Prince Yan, Qin Shaotian. For him to make a move now, he must have something up his sleeve. Zhao Chen pondered, frowning. What could give Qin Shaotian the confidence to confront the Dragon Talon Corps? He analyzed the possibilities one by one. A large-scale interstellar battleship fleet? Unlikely, as it would be nearly impossible for Qin Shaotian to hide 50 fleet groups. Support from the Holy Radiance Empire? Considering the previous Holy War dual wager, they were unlikely to directly interfere in the Starshine Empire's civil war. Ultimately, Zhao Chen identified 2 main possibilities. First, Qin Shaotian had acquired advanced T4 interstellar battleship technology, or near T5 level technology. Second, he possessed a small but highly formidable interstellar corps, possibly around 3,000 ships. To counter this potential threat, Zhao Chen decided to continue strengthening his forces. Although he had the capability to construct T5 Hades-class interstellar dreadnoughts, the 3 trillion star coin cost was currently prohibitive. I'll have to keep accelerating the construction of the Dragon Talon Corps. If 3 interstellar corps aren't enough, then 5, 10, Zhao Chen resolved. With his thoughts clear, Zhao Chen opened the system interface to check the updated annual tasks. Task 2 required control of at least 4 starfields within the Starshine Empire, with the Chu River Starfield and Northwind Starfield already secured. After carefully studying the interstellar map of the Starshine Empire, Zhao Chen set his sights on the Tsangyue Starfield. He quickly drafted an order and sent it to Qitong and Shenbing, instructing them to simulate a viable combat plan for the Tsangyue Starfield within 3 days. This order was to be discussed only among a select few core members and kept confidential until finalized. After Qin Shaotian declared himself emperor, the news spread like an invisible wave, silently sweeping across the entire Xingyao Empire. Surprisingly, the various factions reacted with unusual restraint, as if an unseen force was suppressing the brewing storm. Many powerful families and factions were observing from the shadows, anticipating a second civil war and speculating on Qin Shaotian's true ace in overthrowing the puppet Qin Ming. Meanwhile, the war in the Blue Star region was progressing smoothly. In just half a month, the Imperial Princess fleet and the Chu family fleet had taken control of 2/3 of the area. The name of the young princess had become a powerful rallying cry, ensuring relatively stable management of the occupied territories. While it remained uncertain whether the conquered family forces were truly loyal, they at least maintained order on the surface. After all, only absolute strength could compel these families to submit. Zhao Chen was satisfied as he reviewed the report from Li Yaqi's Northern Goose Group. In just half a month, the Northern Goose Group had successfully filled the gaps for the Imperial Princess fleet and the Chu family fleet. He began to consider whether to hand over some T3 interstellar battleship technology to the Northern Goose Group so they could produce these warships for the 2 fleets. At that moment, a video window suddenly popped up, and Lilith's face appeared on the screen, looking serious. Report. Latest news from the Blue Star region. Part of Miss Zhao Ruyue's Imperial Princess fleet lost contact an hour ago while resting at a southern starport. Zhao Chen frowned. Eldest sister is missing? Could it be an attack? He immediately inquired about the positions and tasks of the 3 Xiaolong Corps. He learned that the first Xiaolong Corps was stationed at the southern end of the Chu River Star region. The second corps was at the junction of the North Wind Star region and the Blue Star region, and the third corps was resting and training in the Xiaolong system. Even more concerning was that 2 reconnaissance ships around the missing starport were also out of contact. Zhao Chen realized the unusual nature of the situation and suspected that this might be Qin Xiaoyan's ace. Not daring to be careless, Zhao Chen quickly issued a series of orders. The first and second Xiaolong Corps were to immediately enter combat readiness and prepare to jump to designated coordinates in batches. The third corps was to stand by after completing its training, and the remaining fleets of the Imperial Princess Fleet and the Chu family fleet were to hold their positions and prepare for battle. Zhao Chen hurried to the bridge, learning that all orders had been conveyed. He sat in the captain's chair, staring at the interstellar map of the Blue Star region, with the location of Blue Crystal Starport marked by a red dashed line. This semi-military starport had surrendered to the Imperial Princess Fleet just a week ago, becoming one of the frontline fortresses, manned by 30,000 warships. Suddenly, Zhao Chen thought of a possibility interstellar jump. Only this technology could explain the enemy's undetected appearance. If Qin Xiaotian had indeed mastered technology similar to the T4 Huigang-class interstellar jump ship, then his own stronghold could also be in danger. Zhao Chen immediately ordered the cancellation of the Third Corps' original plan, instructing them to stand by in the Xiaolong system, and place the Xiaolong system and surrounding resource star regions and dark reef star regions in a state of highest alert. Facing an opponent more threatening than Qin Ming, Zhao Chen's eyes were sharp. The chess game of the Xingyao Empire was becoming increasingly enigmatic. On the bridge of the T4 Zukla-class medium interstellar cruiser, Zhao Chen stared intently at the holographic display. The first batch of 1,000 warships from the Xiaolong First Legion had just completed their interstellar jump, vanishing into the vast expanse of space. Half a minute passed. Zhao Chen turned to his adjutant, Lilith. No response at all? Lilith shook her head gravely. None, Commander. The first batch of warships disappeared without a trace. She hesitated before continuing. Given the current unusual situation, perhaps you and your flagship should remain here. If you proceed and something happens... No way. Zhao Chen interrupted firmly. My sister is over there, and both the Xiaolong First and Second Legions have already gone. For the upcoming battle, I need to understand what kind of trump cards Qin Xiaotian has. Otherwise, we'll be at a severe disadvantage. Execute the original plan and proceed with the next 2 batches of interstellar jumps. Lilith took a deep breath and reiterated through the intelligent channel. Upon completing the interstellar jump, immediately enter combat status. No matter what happens, ensure the commander's flagship safety is the top priority. Xiaolong First Legion's second batch of warships prepare for interstellar jump. Coordinates confirmed. Lilith reported every step. Commence interstellar jump. As a T4 Huigang-class interstellar jump ship shimmered with dazzling light, the 1,000 warships disappeared from sight in an instant. The moment Zhao Chen's consciousness returned to his body, he immediately issued orders. All warships, maintain combat formation. Engage any threatening enemies on sight. Deploy unmanned scout drones and scan the surrounding space. Establish communication with the other batches of warships, Xiaolong Second Legion, Blue Crystal Starport, and Governor Qin Xiaolei. 1,000 warships quickly formed a tight combat formation centered around Zhao Chen's flagship, missile ships, carrier ships, and auxiliary warships. Report, no energy signatures detected around the fleet formation. Report, unmanned scout drones deployed, no suspicious targets found so far. Report, communication network is experiencing interference from an unknown magnetic field, unable to conduct long-range quantum communication. Attempts to contact the Imperial Princess Fleet failed. Attempts to contact Xiaolong system failed. Attempts to contact Chu River sector failed. Attempts to contact Xiaolong Second Legion failed. Listening to the communications department's reports, Zhao Chen's frown deepened. Quantum communication interference? Is that why my sister couldn't contact the outside world? He pondered. Although he knew some technological means could block quantum communication, the range was usually limited to a single planet. But now, it seemed the entire Blue Crystal System's communication was blocked. Blocking quantum communication for an entire star system? Even I can't do that. Zhao Chen was astonished. Could it be Qin Xiaotian? Does he have such advanced technology? At that moment, the communications department had reported, Commander, we've established contact through mid-range communication with several signals. Who did we contact? Zhao Chen immediately asked. Patch the communication through to me. Among the 3 received channels, only one was barely audible. The fragmented voice echoed on the bridge. This is Xiaolong First Legion First Detachment. We are under attack. Zerg. It's the Zerg. The transmission kept repeating. Zhao Chen turned to Lilith. It's the first detachment. Before departure, he had anticipated various scenarios and devised multiple contingency plans, one of which was to continuously broadcast messages across different communication channels if contact was lost. Zhao Chen opened the interstellar map, zooming in on the Blue Crystal System. and carefully examined the marked areas where he had designated the jump locations for the Xiaolong 1st and 2nd Legions. The 1st Detachment's location is about 20 minutes away at standard cruising speed. Zhao Chen quickly assessed. Relay the order to head towards the 1st Detachment's coordinates and broadcast our movements to try and contact the 3rd Detachment. Yes, sir. Lilith immediately began executing the orders. Sitting in the captain's chair, Zhao Chen repeatedly reviewed the earlier communication. Under attack? Zerg? How could there be a Zerg fleet here? He felt as if he were enveloped in a fog. What he initially thought was Qin Xiaoyan's ploy now involved the Zerg. Zhao Chen's fleet set sail towards the 1st Detachment's last known coordinates. 15 minutes later, the forward scout drones transmitted the first-hand intel. Report, based on the transmitted images, the Xiaolong 1st Detachment is under siege by what appears to be a Zerg fleet, an officer reported. Zhao Chen enlarged several key images. The display showed the Xiaolong 1st Detachment in a solid defensive formation, with carrier ships, missile ships, and auxiliary warships at the center. Despite the overwhelming number of enemy units, the battle remained orderly thanks to the formation. Lilith added, our radar scans indicate around 3,000 Zerg ships in this area. 3,000? Zhao Chen frowned. Such a large Zerg fleet was equivalent to the output of a level 4 cosmic Zerg nest. However, the composition seems unusual, Lilith pointed out. Among the 3,000 Zerg ships, there are 2,500 T1 motherships, 500 T2 motherships, and 50 T3 motherships. No T4 motherships detected. Typically, such a large fleet would have 1 to 3 T4 motherships.
This is quite strange.
No T4 motherships? Zhao Chen also sensed something amiss. Zerg fleets operated under strict hierarchical control. A fleet this large would require 1 or more T4 motherships to maintain order, or they descend into chaos. This situation was highly irregular. Let's not dwell on that now, Zhao Chen decisively ordered. Prepare for combat and eliminate the Zerg motherships ahead. Rendezvous with the 1st Detachment. Conserve our missile stockpiles. We need to be ready for the worst. Yes, sir. The 1st Detachment also noticed the arrival of friendly ships and began breaking through towards Zhao Chen's direction, aiming for a stronger combined force upon merging. As the combined fleet prepared for battle, Zhao Chen's mind raced, trying to unravel the mystery of the unexpected Zerg presence. Eliminating the Zerg fleet wasn't particularly challenging. Zhao Chen recalled past encounters with the Zerg when the Xiaolong Legion starships were few and far between. Now, he commanded an entire fleet of T3 interstellar warships, along with a considerable number of T4 class vessels, making his current strength incomparable to the past. The combat units deployed by the Zerg motherships T1 flyers, T2 hydralisks, T3 explosive beetles, and T3 corrupt dragons were reduced to cosmic dust by the Closian Defense Firepower Network, formed by T3 Triceratops-class heavy assault frigates and T4 Paladin-class heavy missile frigates. They couldn't even approach the Xiaolong fleet. The Zerg motherships that entered the firing range became targets for the other T3 interstellar warships, while those at a distance were hit by long-range strikes from the T3 Judicator-class heavy missile ships. Occasionally, a T4 Vermilion Bird-class medium cruiser would charge into the swarm alone, wreaking havoc. Under this fierce offensive, the 3,000 Zerg motherships were quickly annihilated. However, Zhao Chen keenly sensed that something was off about these motherships. In the hangar, a few shuttles dragged the enormous head of a T1 Zerg mothership corpse down to the ground. Zhao Chen stood on a corridor several meters up, looking down at the repulsive remains. Even from a distance, the stench of acid and decay was overwhelming. A few female researchers, clad in protective suits, cautiously approached, armed with various instruments. One of them took out a drill-like tool and began boring into the Zerg mothership's head. Green fluid spurted out, and the stench intensified. Suddenly, a detector in one researcher's hand emitted a piercing alarm. Zhao Chen's eyes narrowed as he watched a black object emerge from the hole. It resembled a spider but was covered in tentacle-like structures and coated in mucus, making it look revolting. 2 armed female researchers reacted swiftly. One stunned it with an electric discharge, while the other quickly restrained its body. What is this thing? Lilith asked, covering her nose in shock. Zhao Chen squinted. This must be the reason the Zerg fleet appeared here. It seems that Prince Yin is hiding a big secret. He paused. We'll find out exactly what it is soon enough. Order the fleet to rest for 5 minutes, then contact the other Xiaolong fleets and head for Blue Crystal Starport. Lilith immediately relayed the commander's orders. Half an hour later, Zhao Chen and Lilith arrived at the biolab inside the T4 Vermilion Bird-class medium cruiser. Through the glass window, they observed the restrained steel spider. A female researcher stepped out, saluted Zhao Chen, and reported. Commander, due to limited time and equipment, we can't fully understand this thing's structure and operational principles. However, we can infer that its function is to control target organisms, acting like an artificial brain. Although Zhao Chen had anticipated this, he still showed a look of surprise. Lilith, horrified, asked, Control target organisms? Isn't that like the mind control technology in sci-fi novels? The researcher shook her head and explained, it's not that frightening. It has several limitations. First, its size prevents it from entering small organisms. Second, it can't control high intelligence beings like humans, as forced intervention would cause its core to overload. Lastly, its construction materials are rare, making mass production difficult.
However, its technological level is already at the late T4 stage.
Hearing this analysis, Lilith sighed in relief. She couldn't help but imagine how terrifying it would be if this thing crawled into her brain and controlled her thoughts. So, these Zerg motherships are all being controlled, Lilith realized. Zhao Qin nodded in agreement, but then frowned. Does Qin Shoutian have this capability? How could a prince of the Xingyao Empire possess such advanced technology? He speculated that Qin Shoutian might have only recently acquired this technology, and it might still be immature or limited in number. Regardless, this dark technology was terrifying. But how did Qin Shoutian get these Zerg motherships? Zhao Qin pondered. He recalled the continuous, abnormal appearances of cosmic wormholes within the Xingyao Empire. A bold idea emerged. Could Qin Shoutian be behind those two? If he could control the appearance of cosmic wormholes, that would be another terrifying black technology. Collect more intact steel spiders and have our researchers study them thoroughly when we return to the Xiaolong star system, Zhao Qin ordered. For now, our priority is to secure Blue Crystal Starport. After another half-hour of travel, Zhao Qin rendezvoused with the third echelon of the Xiaolong First Legion. They had also encountered a Zerg fleet, but on a smaller scale and had suffered minimal damage. Thus, the Xiaolong First Legion successfully regrouped. Finally, Blue Crystal Starport appeared in Zhao Qin's sight. Inside the command center of the Blue Crystal Starport, the atmosphere was tense and bustling with activity. Zhao Ruyue stood before a massive interstellar map, her brow furrowed, eyes fixed on the constantly updating battle status. The defense line in Sector 3 has been breached. The entire T-011 fleet is lost. A communications officer reported, his voice trembling with barely concealed fear. Sector 6 has been reclaimed, but the T-088 fleet has suffered over 80 casualties, and the commander is dead, another officer added, exhaustion etched on his face. Sector 12 is under heavy swarm attack. The T-101 fleet is holding the line. T-103 and T-104 fleets have been dispatched for support. A third voice chimed in. Zhao Ruyue took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm. She had chosen to set up the command center in this semi-military starport, rather than on her flagship, to better coordinate this grueling battle. The interstellar map displayed the ferocious onslaught of the Zerg fleet, centering on the Blue Crystal Starport with a 360-degree view. The sheer number of enemy ships was staggering. Zhao Ruyue silently thanked the starport for being a solid stronghold and the exceptional performance of the Xylon-class starships, without which they might have already been obliterated. 5 hours. 5 hours of relentless combat. Zhao Ruyue wiped the sweat from her forehead, recalling the moment the battle began. Initially, it was just a small Zerg fleet, not enough to cause much concern. But soon, waves upon waves of Zerg ships swarmed in, surrounding the Blue Crystal Starport. At its peak, the Zerg numbers reached a staggering 100,000. This figure was suffocating equivalent to the full force of 30 level 4 cosmic Zerg nests. In any sector of the Star Empire, such a scale would pose a catastrophic threat. However, what was even more unsettling was the unusual composition of the Zerg fleet. Among the 100,000 Zerg, there were very few T-4 Zerg motherships, only 3 had been detected so far. This abnormal configuration and bizarre tactics set off alarm bells in Zhao Ruyue's mind. Some suggested breaking through the encirclement, but Zhao Ruyue only needed one glance at the interstellar map to know it would be suicidal. The 30,000 ships of the Imperial Princess fleet would be picked off one by the endless swarms. The only option was to hold the line and wait for a miracle. Report. A logistics officer rushed in. Our strategic resources are depleting too fast. At this rate, we can only hold out for another 5 hours. Zhao Ruyue gritted her teeth. Supplies that should have lasted 100 hours of conventional combat were melting away like snow under the Zerg onslaught. The warships on the front lines had not ceased firing, exhausting a year's worth of ammunition in just 5 hours. Hold the line. Zhao Ruyue raised her voice, try to contact the outside. Our reinforcements will come. Just then, a radar operator exclaimed, detected intense explosion energy waves on the perimeter of Sector 9. Zhao Ruyue immediately used the Deep Space Telescope. In the distance, fire clouds rolled, engulfing large swathes of the Zerg fleet. It's an interstellar missile strike. It's my brother's Xiaolong core. Zhao Ruyue shouted excitedly. We're saved. Almost simultaneously, a broken transmission came through the communication channel. This is Xiaolong. First. Please, hold on, stand by. Despite the weak signal, the familiar resonant male voice was undoubtedly Zhao Chun Xiaolong Corps' only male commander and Zhao Ruyue's younger brother. Zhao Ruyue sank into her chair, a relieved smile spreading across her face. This was the second time her brother had to come to her rescue. The last time was in the Tsangyue sector, when she and Princess Qin Xiaolei were trapped in a desperate situation, and Zhao Chun had appeared like a divine warrior, bringing them hope. And now, once again, he had become their savior. Patch me through to the entire fleet. I need to speak, Zhao Ruyue suddenly ordered. Taking a deep breath, she spoke into the communication interface. My brother, Commander Zhao Chun of the Xiaolong Corps, has come to save us. Did you hear that? Hold your ground. Our journey doesn't end here. The scan of the Zerg fleet is complete. There are approximately 100,000 ships. Lilith's voice rang out clearly in the command center, reporting the enemy situation. There are only 3 T4 Hive Mother ships. There are 90,000 T1 Hive Mother ships, 9,000 T2 Hive Mother ships, and over 1,000 T3 Hive Mother ships. They are currently besieging the Blue Crystal Starport. Zhao Chun stared at the stellar map. The dense swarm of Zerg ships around the Blue Crystal Starport was alarming. 100,000 ships. The number echoed in his mind. He couldn't help but wonder how Qin Shaotian had amassed such a colossal fleet of Hive Mother ships. By Shui, Zhao Chun ordered in a deep voice, don't fire all the T3 interstellar missile ships at once. Use a staggered attack to ensure our missiles can provide battlefield fire support when necessary. Facing such a massive Zerg army, the firepower of the interstellar missile ships alone could no longer achieve the overwhelming suppression of the past. If Bai Shui launched a saturation strike, there would inevitably be a significant period of insufficient firepower. If the Zerg fleet launched a fierce attack during this gap, the front lines without missile support could suffer severe losses. Implement Zerg Battle Plan 1, Zhao Chun continued, and don't disregard the surrounding environment. Deploy all our interstellar reconnaissance drones to broaden our scouting range. Yes, came the response. The 3,000 interstellar warships of the First Legion of the Soaring Dragon quickly formed a defensive battle formation. Even the interstellar battlecruisers and cruisers abandoned their usual offensive maneuvers and stood ready within the formation as support units. The interstellar fighters did not attempt to seize air superiority from the Zerg fleet. Such an idea was sheer fantasy. No matter how skilled Zhao Chun was, it was impossible. The interstellar fighters and drones launched by the T3 Phoenix-class heavy carriers were primarily tasked with defense, eliminating any Zerg units that broke through the fire net and approached friendly ships, thereby minimizing damage. Meanwhile, the supply ships occupied key positions within the formation, ready to provide continuous resupply during the Battlia critical strategy Zhao Chun had devised with Charlotte and Qitong for large-scale engagements with the Zerg. At that moment, the Zerg fleet besieging the Blue Crystal Starport seemed to smell blood, surging toward the First Legion of the Soaring Dragon like a pack of wolves. The 3,000 interstellar warships seemed like a lone rock amidst a black sea of 100,000 Hive Mother ships and their swarms. All units, open fire. Wipe out these bugs. Zhao Chun kept his eyes fixed on the battlefield displayed on the stellar map. 2,000 T3 Triceratops-class heavy assault frigates and 600 T3 Wolverine-class heavy armor destroyers formed the first line of defense. The Closian weapon systems created a fire net that obliterated the Zerg combat units, turning them into fleeting fireballs. The weapon modules on the T3 Wolverine-class heavy armor destroyers targeted some of the Hive motherships and higher-level Zerg units, providing additional firepower. Behind these combat ships, 30 T3 Emperor-class heavy battleships held the line, their main cannons continuously seeking high-level Hive motherships, ensuring each shot took down at least one T3 Hive mothership. The remaining interstellar warships played supportive roles, ready to assist any area in need of firepower. The T4 Vermilion-class medium cruisers and T4 Paladin-class heavy missile frigates were positioned at the front line, relying on their formidable firepower and defense to hold back the Zerg swarm. Zhao Chun watched the stellar map intently as the distance between the swarm and the defensive line shrank, a number beside him decreasing to show the current defense range. Once this number hit 0, the Soaring Dragon Legion would face its most perilous moment. Suddenly, Lilith reported, Sir, T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon-class heavy armored battleship number 02 has sighted a T4 Hive mothership within firing range, requesting permission to open fire. Zhao Chun frowned and opened a video link, looking at the young face on the other side. Wang Xiaoding, you and Shui Xiaoxiao were both students at the North Star Naval Academy. You both specialized in battleships, and your overall scores surpassed Shui Xiaoxiao's. But you know what? Right now, I think you're not as good as Shui Xiaoxiao. You fall far short. Huang Xiaoding was stunned, not understanding why the commander was suddenly criticizing her. Zhao Chun continued, Shui Xiaoxiao has many flaws, but she knows exactly what to do on the battlefield. For instance, she wouldn't be standing there asking me whether to fire after spotting a target. You're in charge of AT-4 Blue Eyes White Dragon-class heavy armored battleship, not just any ship. You must have the ability to make decisions on the spot. If you think you can't do it, I can replace you right now. Zhao Chun added coldly, because of your hesitation, We've wasted 30 seconds. Do you know what you should do now? Awakened by the commander's stern words, Huang Xiaoting stood straight and said firmly, I understand. Please allow me to continue commanding this battle. I am willing to accept any punishment for my negligence after the battle. Zhao Chen said nothing and closed the communication link. Huang Xiaoting was a crew member Zhao Chun had recruited from North Star, just like Xue Xiaoxiao. Both had a passion for battleships, and Huang Xiaoting had even outperformed Xue Xiaoxiao in overall scores. However, she had her shortcomings. Zhao Chun had noticed these and, under different circumstances, could have trained her slowly. She had the potential to become a new generation leader in the Soaring Dragon Legion. Unfortunately, the rapid development of the Soaring Dragon Legion did not afford them that time. She had to gain experience through battle. Captain. The vice captain looked at Huang Xiaoting, feeling that the commander's reprimand was somewhat unfair, as the academy had taught them to follow orders. No need to say anything. It's my responsibility, Huang Xiaoting interrupted. We've already wasted nearly a minute. Let's not waste any more precious time. Is the T4 Hive mothership still within our attack range? It's still there. We've been tracking and locking on. Huang Xiaoting coldly eyed the T4 Hive mothership and ordered, 12 main cannons, provide crossfire cover. The main gun, lock on and destroy the target. Execute the combat order. Yes, ma'am. The 12 main cannons on T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy armored battleship number 02 locked onto a direction, providing covering fire as the massive main gun fired a silver-white beam straight at the T4 Hive mothership. In the Xiaolong Galaxy, at Storm Fortress Port number 1, a massive starport stood tall. The once bustling scene had vanished, and the comings and goings of hundreds of interstellar warships were no more. Today, an eerie silence enveloped the area. The T3 Storm Fortress class large starport, built by the Xiaolong Legion, had entered a state of high alert. All non-essential travel was cancelled, and any non-Xiaolong Legion warships within a certain range were prohibited from navigating the area, under threat of immediate destruction. In the closest hover zone to the starport, part of the Xiaolong 3rd Legion's interstellar fleet was on high alert, including the flagship. Captain Shun Bing sat in her chair, her expression grave as she monitored several communication windows. This was an emergency briefing, attended by Deputy Commander Su Lan, Xue Xiaoxiao, Medusa, Secretary Marcy, and Governor Zhang Hong of the Xiaolong Galaxy. Zhang Hong provided a brief report on the galaxy's combat readiness. Full high alert, no unauthorized spacecraft allowed to leave the starport, space stations, or low planetary orbit. Major planets and resource planets were in combat readiness, with ground combat units and defensive weapons on standby 247. Additionally, a patrol fleet of 3,000 decommissioned T2 class interstellar warships from the Xiaolong Legion was in place. Still no contact with the commander? Su Lan asked worriedly. Xin Bing shook her head. I've ordered continuous contact attempts with the Xiaolong 1st Legion and the commander's fleet led by Big Sister, but so far, there's been no response. It's been nearly 10 hours since the commander went missing. A heavy atmosphere hung over the group. Zhao Chun was of immense significance to them. Even though he often seemed more like a mascot, his presence provided them with a sense of security and direction. Su Lan clenched her fists and said firmly, no matter what, we must follow the commander's orders. In his absence, it is our duty to defend the Xiaolong Galaxy. This is our home, and we can't afford any mistakes. Medusa silently observed everything. Although she was already a high-ranking officer in the Xiaolong 3rd Legion, she still felt like an outsider. However, she was determined to fulfill her duties, as Zhao Chun embodied her hopes for revenge. Suddenly, a piercing alarm shattered the silence on the bridge. What's happening? Everyone tensed up. Xin Bing quickly checked the report, her brow furrowing. Our T3 Silver Mouse-class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship, deployed to the outskirts of the Xiaolong Galaxy, has just detected multiple Zerg fleets. She marked the positions of the Zerg fleets on the star map, showing that they nearly encircled the Xiaolong Galaxy. How many? Medusa asked urgently. Each fleet consists of about 1,000 Zerg motherships. Their exact combat capabilities need further investigation. We've identified 5 fleets so far, and their trajectories suggest they are heading straight for the Xiaolong Galaxy. Xin Bing's gaze swept over everyone. It looks like the time for battle has come. Su Lan turned to Xin Bing. Give the orders. With the commander absent, you are the highest authority here. Xin Bing took a deep breath, feeling the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. She quickly evaluated several response plans in her mind, and chose the most suitable one. The enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. We must focus on defense, while closely monitoring any updates on the commander. Xin Bing decisively ordered, divide the Xiaolong 3rd Legion's 3,000 interstellar warships into 10 small fleets, each tasked with handling a different direction of the Zerg fleets. The primary objective is to protect key resource planets and inhabited planets while ensuring our own safety. She continued assigning tasks. Su Lan, Xue Xiaoxiao, Medusa U3 will each oversee one of the main battlefronts. I grant you the highest battlefield command authority, and you may act independently in emergencies. Marcy, you will coordinate the strategic resources, logistics, and intelligence for the entire Xiaolong galaxy. Governor Jiang Hong, please reassure the inhabitants of the main habitable planets and resource planets, minimizing any potential losses. We cannot let the commander return to a shattered Xiaolong galaxy. Understood. The women responded in unison, determined to protect the Xiaolong galaxy for Zhao Qian. Meanwhile, in the first industrial zone of the Xiaolong galaxy, numerous interstellar industrial ships hovered in space, with the core area housing the T4 twin star-class heavy industrial ship. As the highest authority, Annie, usually playful, now sat solemnly in the command seat, handling the sudden influx of tasks. All non-essential starship manufacturing projects are to be halted immediately. Focus all efforts on producing combat resources. Increase production efficiency. Annie commanded her subordinates. A deputy chief engineer cautiously asked, "Chief, I've heard that the commander is missing and that there are unidentified fleets threatening to attack us. Are we in danger? According to the wartime emergency plan, shouldn't we relocate to a safe place immediately?" Annie's face darkened. "I don't care where you got your information from or if you've been slacking off. Right now, we need to step up and do our part. Anyone trying to slack off now can get lost. We don't need people like that here. No matter what's happening outside, even if enemy ships are right on top of us, production lines are not to stop without my permission." "Yes, ma'am." The deputy chief engineer responded quickly. After giving her orders, Annie opened a drawer and looked at her favorite snacks, but she had lost her appetite. She muttered to herself, "You big idiot. Wouldn't it be better to just stay home? Leave the dangerous stuff to others. Why else did you train them so long? If you don't come back soon, I swear, I'll go on strike." Despite her inner worry and fear, Annie knew what she had to do. She resolutely carried out her duties, determined to fulfill her responsibilities. The frontier of the Xiaolong galaxy suddenly saw the appearance of multiple Zerg fleets, all clearly targeting key strategic locations. One fleet headed straight for the planet where Zhao Qian had settled the dwarves, merely dropping a few Zerg spores on other planets along the way before rapidly moving on. Shen Bing would never allow the Zerg to threaten the safety of the dwarven planet. After all, it was home to Zhao Qian's most crucial interstellar craftsmen. Over 90% of the interstellar dwarves worked in various industrial facilities of the Xiaolong Legion. Qualified female dwarves were assigned to interstellar industrial ships, while the rest worked in planetary industrial zones or on starships, producing related products and components. Target Zerg fleet spotted, 1,000 units strong, a subordinate reported to Shan Bing. There are no T4 Hive mother ships, and they haven't directly attacked the surrounding planets. They just deployed some Zerg spores and low-level combat units. Shin Bing issued the combat orders. Finish the battle quickly, but don't let your guard down. Although we only have 300 starships, I won't tolerate any losses. Execute the third Zerg combat protocol. 300 T3 class Xiaolong starships formed a battle formation, facing the 1,000-unit Zerg fleet. Despite being outnumbered, Shun Bing's side took the initiative in the frontal battle. Meanwhile, nearby inhabited planets also entered a state of combat. The city streets were deserted, resembling ghost towns. Dozens of shelters teemed with people, located tens of meters underground. The broadcast repeatedly announced, "Everyone, proceed to the designated rest area according to your assigned number. Do not wander around or create chaos. Follow orders." The emergency evacuation policy is now in effect. Violators may face expulsion from the Xiaolong galaxy. Residents filed in orderly lines toward the shelter's spacious communal sleeping areas with full facilities. Although the living conditions were not as good as on the surface, basic needs were well provided for. Suddenly, a massive tremor shook the ground, causing dust to fall. Some children began to cry in fear. "It's okay. The Lord will protect us." A mother comforted her crying child, holding them tight. Above ground, a building collapsed with a thunderous crash. Countless Zerg spores rained down like a storm. Ground defense systems fired continuously, creating a barrage that blocked most of the spores in midair, resembling a dazzling fireworks display. However, a few spores breached the defenses and fell into the city. One large spore hit the collapsed building's location directly. A scolding voice came over the communication channel. "Black Knight N991. What's going on? That was your sector, and you failed to intercept that Zerg spore." A T2 Black Knight-class light starfighter mech aimed at the Zerg spore on the collapsed building. The spore burst open, releasing a giant beast as tall as a 3 to 5-story building, along with numerous ant-like Zerg. Defensive cannons extended from the city walls, wiping out the ant-like Zerg but barely affecting the giant beast. The Black Knight pilot hurriedly explained, "Captain, there were several right above me." "Cut the crap," the captain interrupted. "Failing to protect the city is your responsibility. The loss of this building will be deducted from your salary." If there's more damage, you can kiss your job goodbye. The pilot wore a grim expression. He knew the captain wouldn't actually punish him that severely, but his mistake had embarrassed the squad in front of other mech teams, fueling his anger. Watching the giant beast charge at him, crushing public facilities and transportation equipment along the way, the pilot cursed, "Damn you, didn't your mother teach you to respect public property?" He then aimed the mech's cannons at the beast and unleashed a barrage of fire, launching 5 missiles as well. The beast's head was blown open, and its massive body began to topple toward a nearby park. The pilot quickly rushed forward, carefully placing the beast's corpse on the road. Seeing the park intact, he let out a sigh of relief. Looking up at the still falling Zerg spores, the pilot knew he couldn't afford to be careless anymore. Although they couldn't join the Xiaolong Legion as official mech pilots, at least they could defend their city, their home. Similar scenes played out in cities across various planets affected by the Zerg. Combat mechs, ground defense firepower, city defense turrets, and starships were all deployed. Fortunately, no Hive mother ships visited these planets. With only low-level Zerg units, they could handle the situation. A report came in indicating that Vice Commander Su Lan's defense zone was facing 5 fleets of Zerg, totaling 5,000 interstellar warships. The star map showed that these fleets were heading straight for the military-restricted area of the Xiaolong star system, where the interstellar industrial ships were concentrated. At that moment, the succubus secretary Marcy contacted Xinbing via video call. Xinbing's gaze was locked onto the star map, noticing a blue circle between the current position of the Zerg fleets and their destination. She smiled slightly and said calmly, "It's fine. Senior Su Lan knows what to do." Marcy reported, "All local battlefronts are progressing well. The damage rate of the small fleets is below 5, and resource consumption is under control. Chief Engineer Annie is fully redirecting factory production towards combat resources. As long as we don't face an overwhelmingly large Zerg fleet, the situation remains under control." Xinbing's expression turned serious. "Good, but we must remain vigilant. Until the commander returns, we can't afford to be complacent." Marcy responded, "Understood." On the battlefield, Su Lan had just destroyed a fleet of 1,000 Zerg motherships when she received intelligence about the incoming 5,000 Zerg ships. Her deputy expressed concern. 5,000? That's a lot of pressure. Our interstellar warships just went through a battle and need resupply. Without it, we might suffer significant losses in the next large-scale engagement. Su Lan scanned the star map calmly and ordered, "All ships except for the interstellar cruisers are to return to Storm Fortress number 3 for rest and resupply. The cruisers will form a distraction squad to lure the Zerg fleet towards Storm Fortress number 3. Immediately, Su Lan's fleet split into 2. She personally led 10 T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruisers and 1 T4 Vermilion Bird-class medium interstellar cruiser forward, while the rest of the fleet returned. Soon, Su Lan's squad encountered the massive Zerg fleet. Unfazed, she commanded, "Change course, with the stern facing the Zerg fleet. Keep harassing them to draw them in." Thanks to the superior speed of the T3 Blizzard and T4 Vermilion Bird, Su Lan's squad executed the kite tactic with ease. The Zerg fleets soon merged into a massive swarm of 5,000 ships, relentlessly pursuing them. Hours later, a gigantic blue spaceport T3 Storm Fortress-class large spaceport appeared before the Zerg fleet. The spaceport's commander, Fan Suzy, contacted Su Lan. "Commander Su Lan, this is Storm Fortress number 3. Corridor 17 is cleared, and Dock C-1701 to C-1730 are ready for your ships. Storm Fortress number 3 is entering level 1 combat status. Please advise." Su Lan responded decisively, 11 interstellar warships will dock for rest and resupply. Storm Fortress number 3 and my fleet will execute Combat Plan 5 against the Zerg. Following her orders, Su Lan's fleet entered the corridor and docked for resupply. Meanwhile, Fan Suzy closely monitored the radar scans in the spaceport's command room, watching as the Zerg signals surged like a tide. Weapons modules are 95 deployed. The Star Shield module is ready and can be activated at any moment. 10,000 T3 Storm interstellar drones and 300 T3 Phoenix-class interstellar fighters are on standby. Fan Suzy's deputy reported the readiness status. Storm Fortress number 3 had fully entered combat mode. Thick gates sealed the docking corridors, protecting internal facilities. On the surface of the spaceport, various defensive weapons were in position, targeting the approaching Zerg fleet. 10 weapons, equivalent to the main cannons of T3 interstellar battleships, showcased the fortress's might. Behind the fortress, over 200 interstellar warships that had previously retreated were poised to join the battle at a moment's notice. Report: Zerg units deployed by the motherships are within close-range artillery fire, the deputy shouted. Fan Suzy made a swift decision. Fire all weapons except the main cannons. Deploy interstellar drones and fighters. Activate the Star Shield on the front line to defend against the mothership's plasma cannons. In an instant, Storm Fortress unleashed an overwhelming barrage. Lasers, shells, beams, and missiles formed an impenetrable web of firepower. Simultaneously, 100 directional star shields deployed around the spaceport, providing robust protection for the front line. Su Lan issued her command. All ships, listen up. Target those Zerg motherships and prioritize destroying them during the assault. As the Zerg fleet engaged Storm Fortress Hedon, Su Lan's interstellar warships were ready for a decapitation strike. This was the meticulously planned tactic they had devised. Inside the command center of the Blue Crystal Starport, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Commander Zhao Ryue's eyes were fixed on the interstellar battle map, her expression grave as she listened to the status reports from her subordinates. Commander, we have only 30 of our combat resources left, and over 50 of our starships are damaged. The report came with a hint of tremor. Only 10,000 starships remain in good fighting condition. The rest have varying degrees of damage. Zhao Ryue nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping over the twinkling lights on the battle map. The fierce battle between the Xiaolong Legion and the Zerg fleet had been raging for over 5 hours, with heavy casualties on both sides. The Xiaolong Legion has lost more than 300 starships, the subordinate continued, but they've managed to destroy 30,000 Zerg motherships, including one T4 class. Currently, there are still over 60,000 Zerg motherships left. He paused before adding, the Xiaolong Legion's T4 warships remain undamaged. Zhao Ryue studied the battle map intently. The Xiaolong Legion's defensive formation had shifted from a single direction to an all-around defense, encircled by the massive Zerg fleet. However, a closer look revealed that the Xiaolong Legion was continuously maneuvering, maintaining an average speed of 100 knots around the Blue Crystal Starport, having already completed nearly half a circuit. This tactic had 3 clear advantages. First, it prevented battlefield debris from forming defensive cover. Second, damaged ships could retreat to the center of the formation. And third, it prevented the Zerg from forming an impenetrable encirclement. While the Xiaolong Legion appeared surrounded, the encirclement strength was uneven, with most of the Zerg fleet concentrated in one direction. Despite these advantages, Zhao Ryue's concern did not diminish. 100,000 Zerg motherships. The numbers are overwhelming, she muttered to herself. Even the Xiaolong Legion can't withstand such prolonged attrition without suffering severe losses. What worried her more was the Zerg fleet's apparent strategy of attrition, as if they were waiting for something. This sense of anticipation set off alarm bells in Zhao Ryue's mind. Suddenly, an alarm shattered the silence in the command center. Warning! Warning! Detecting a massive energy surge in the distance. The radar officer's voice was filled with fear. Zhao Ryue immediately brought up the visual feed. On the edge of the radar scan, a massive light was moving at an astonishing speed, heading straight for the Xiaolong Legion. Alert the Xiaolong Legion at once. Zhao Ryue ordered sharply. Almost simultaneously, the Xiaolong Legion detected the anomaly. A colossal green comet was speeding towards them, vaporizing Zerg motherships and units in its path. It was clearly targeting the interstellar missile ships at the core of the Xiaolong Legion's formation. At the defensive core, the Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile frigate 022 responded immediately. Captain Wu Chunner's voice came over the comms. This is Paladin 022, initiating emergency defense protocol. All nearby ships, coordinate defensive measures. Launch all missiles to intercept and deplete the incoming attack. 30 T4 Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile frigates activated their Paladin shield matrix modules simultaneously, creating a massive light shield over the Xiaolong 1st Legion. Surrounding frigates joined the defense, unleashing a barrage of missiles and Closian weapon systems to weaken the incoming green comet. However, the attack's penetrative power exceeded expectations. Wu Chunner felt the ship shudder violently as the shield matrix neared its breaking point. The shield will be breached in 60 seconds, and the enemy attack will directly hit our ship, a crew member reported anxiously. We still have time to evade. Wu Chunner was silent for a moment before issuing orders. Change course to face the incoming attack. Initiate abandoned ship protocol. All non-essential personnel evacuate immediately via escape pods. The bridge erupted in disbelief. An experienced crew member explained, if we evade, the attack will hit the missile ships behind us directly. The captain intends to take the hit with our ship. With tears in their eyes, the crew carried out their orders and evacuated. Wu Chunner stood tall, watching the approaching green comet and whispered, this is the duty of an interstellar frigate. Moments later, Lilith's report came in. Paladin 022 has been destroyed. The captain has fallen, 20 of the crew perished, the rest evacuated in time and are being rescued. Zhao Chun remained silent, his eyes locked on a distant window. The T3 Silver Mouse-class light, interstellar stealth scout ship had captured an image of an unimaginably colossal creature. Even the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship seemed insignificant by comparison. AT-5. Zerg mothership. Zhao Chen uttered the chilling truth. A massive shadow slowly emerged from the pitch-black cosmos, resembling a strangely shaped planet at first glance. Zhao Qian stared intently at the footage transmitted by the T3 Silver Mouse-class light stealth reconnaissance ship. Despite the vast distance, the colossal entity nearly filled the entire screen. Although neither the Galactic Alliance nor the Star-Shining Empire had records of a T5 Hive mothership, Zhao Qian immediately recognized the identity of this behemoth. Its size far surpassed that of the known Level 4 cosmic wormholes and T4 Hive motherships, exuding an intimidating presence that sent chills down one's spine. The front half of this mobile Zerg world resembled a mix between a giant whale and a crocodile, while the back half looked like an enormous squid. Its massive body was covered with numerous holes, through which countless Zerg units scurried. Even more astonishing was the multitude of T1 and T2 Hive motherships attached to its back and abdomen. At the very top of this giant, a glowing green nozzle stood out. It was evidently its main weapon, a bioplasma cannon. Zhao Qian recalled the devastating power of its previous shot and couldn't help but frown. "Commander," Lilith said worriedly, "since there's no record of a T5 Hive mothership, we have no intelligence to rely on, not even a name for it." Zhao Qian's sharp eyes caught some details. "Wait, have the reconnaissance ship zoom in on these areas," he instructed, pointing to specific parts of the screen. As the image zoomed in, Zhao Qian noticed extensive damaged areas and incomplete sections, resembling ruins. His frown deepened. "No, this can't be considered a true T5 Hive mothership," Zhao Qian declared. "I've observed its bioenergy intensity. Although it surpasses that of a T4 Leviathan-class Hive mothership, it falls far short of the T5 level." Lilith asked, puzzled. "But how do you explain its enormous size?" Zhao Qian's gaze swept over the Zoomedan areas again, finally finding the answer. This Hive mothership was already dead before it was controlled, the exact time of death unknown. As a result, many of its biological functions have significantly deteriorated. We can find similar clues from the T1 and T2 Hive motherships we've captured before. Some of the steel spiders were implanted while they were alive, and some after they died, with a significant difference in bioenergy between the two. He continued, "Qin Shaotian might have developed this control method, or even created a cosmic wormhole, but I don't believe he could control a living T5 Hive mothership. If he could, he wouldn't have had to bide his time until now. So, what we're looking at is likely a quasi-T5 Hive mothership." Lilith nodded thoughtfully as more research data appeared before them. "According to our observations, this quasi-T5 Hive mothership emits a special magnetic field that interferes with long-range quantum communication. Although short-range communication is still possible," Zhao Qian realized, "that explains why communication in the Blue Crystal Galaxy was cut off. It's not some black technology that Qin Shaotian mastered. It's the innate ability of this quasi-T5 Hive mothership." He sneered. "It seems this is the gift Qin Shaotian prepared for us. First, he lured us in with the Blue Crystal Starport, then used numerous Hive motherships to deplete our forces, and finally, he brings out this ultimate weapon to annihilate us." Lilith, recalling the earlier perilous situation, sighed in relief. "Thank goodness it's not a true T5 Hive mothership. Otherwise, our interstellar missile ships might have been hit. Such a loss would be unimaginable." Zhao Qian added, "We also have to thank the captain of Paladin 022. If it weren't for his timely actions, we would have lost at least a third of our interstellar missile ships." "Relay my orders," Zhao Qian said sternly. "Prepare to attack this quasi-T5 Hive mothership. If we don't eliminate it, its long-range attacks will be unstoppable, no matter how many paladins we have." Lilith immediately began coordinating the staff to develop feasible battle plans. However, each plan entailed significant losses and sacrifices. Zhao Qian scrutinized each plan carefully, his brow furrowed. Even the best plan required sacrificing at least 1,000 interstellar warships, roughly a third of their forces. The bigger question was whether the remaining fleet could fend off other Zerg fleets after destroying the quasi-T5 Hive mothership. At that moment, Lilith reported, "Commander, Captain Huang Shouting of Blue Eyes White Dragon 02 requests to execute the operation against the Leviathan King-class Hive mothership." Zhao Qian fell silent for a moment, clenching his fist. A commander must make tough choices in critical moments. He took a deep breath. "Relay my order. Execute Plan 3. Captain Huang Shouting will lead the attack, and will provide remote support. Also, contact Blue Crystal Starport and prepare for a forced breakout. Have them ready." Just as Lilith was about to execute the order, Zhao Qian suddenly shouted, "Wait." She froze and followed Zhao Qian's gaze to the footage from the Silver Mouse-class light stealth reconnaissance ship. The Leviathan King-class Hive mothership was under heavy attack. Intense firepower rained down on it, and explosions spread rapidly. Suddenly, a fleet emerged from the darkness. It was a squadron of T3 Phantom Stinger-class light stealth bombers. Their serial numbers clearly visible. It was the 2nd Legion of the Dragonclaw fleet. 60 T3 Phantom-class light stealth bombers launched a sudden assault. Although they failed to kill the Leviathan King-class Hive ship, their precise strikes on its existing wounds caused significant casualties. Nearby hive ships and swarms, sensing the attack, swarmed in response. Retreat. Full speed to the safe zone. Zhao Wanner, seated in the command chair, ordered with a calm and composed voice despite the fear of the colossal enemy before her. Her composure came from years of service in the T-3 Phantom-class bombers of the Xiaolong Legion, which had honed her psychological resilience. Suddenly, a video window popped up, revealing Qitong, the commander of the 2nd Xiaolong Legion. Wanner, you did well. Leave the rest to us. As the 60 bombers retreated, the female crew on the bridge witnessed a breathtaking scene. Countless interstellar missiles streaked past them like a meteor shower. Zhao Wanner knew this was a saturation bombardment launched by 50 T-3 Judicator-class heavy missile ships of the 2nd Xiaolong Legion, with over 1 million interstellar missiles roaring towards their target. At that moment, Zhao Qin's image appeared on the command channel. Commander. Brother.
Commander.
Qitong and Zhao Wanner both stood at attention and saluted. Zhao Qin directly inquired about the 2nd Legion's situation. Qitong briefly reported that the 2nd Legion had been delayed by multiple encounters with Zerg fleets and had just arrived on the battlefield. She had first dispatched T-3 Silver Mouse-class light stealth reconnaissance ships, which discovered the presence of the Leviathan King-class hive ship. Unable to prevent its attack, Qitong devised a 3-step battle plan. Zhao Wanner would lead the bombers to pinpoint the best attack spot, followed by a saturation missile strike. Well done, Zhao Qin praised, looking approvingly at his sister Zhao Wanner's growth. Zhao Wanner suddenly remembered her elder sister and asked anxiously, "How's our eldest sister doing?" "She's still at Blue Crystal Starport. Our 1st Legion managed to draw away most of the Zerg fleets, so the pressure isn't too great for now. But if the battle drags on, the situation might change," Zhao Qin replied solemnly, his gaze shifting to the constantly attacked Leviathan King-class hive ship. The intense missile bombardment continued for nearly 5 minutes, with significant effects. The massive body of the Leviathan King-class hive ship began to shift, and a colossal crater, hundreds of times larger than the original wound, was blasted open, revealing its internal biological structure. "Now, fire!" Qitong commanded sharply from her flagship, the newly commissioned T-4 Blue Eyes White Dragon-class heavy armored battleship. The main cannon of the Blue Eyes White Dragon No. 3 ship had been ready for this moment, firing a brilliant silver-white beam that pierced through the dust cloud created by the missile bombardment, striking the wound of the Leviathan King-class hive ship. The immense shockwave blew the dust away, forming a massive ring-shaped airwave. Zhao Chun held his breath, eyes fixed on the silver-white beam. This strike would determine the outcome of the entire battle. If they failed to severely damage or even kill the Leviathan King-class hive ship, the Xiaolong Legion would face heavy losses in the ensuing fight. However, Zhao Chun had full confidence in his Blue Eyes White Dragon-class heavy armored battleship. After all, the enemy wasn't a true T-5 hive ship, but merely a manipulated corpse. The report came in. Emperor Worm No. 1 has been attacked, with severe damage in some areas of the ship, reducing its control to 60. In a dimly lit command room, several glowing electronic displays served as the only sources of light. The staff operated the equipment with tense expressions, and the displays showed real-time footage of the Blue Crystal Galaxy battlefield. The most striking scene was the Leviathan King-class hive mothership under heavy attack. Qin Xiaotian stood in the center, his eyes fixed on the screen, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He roared, "Counterattack! Order the swarm to retaliate. We must annihilate the entire Xiaolong Legion here." A man in a black robe, with a mechanical voice, responded, "No, Your Majesty, we should withdraw now." "Withdraw?" Qin Xiaotian turned to glare at the black-robed man, his voice filled with disbelief. "No way. We painstakingly devised this plan and successfully lured the Xiaolong Legion into our trap. This is our once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How can we just let them go so easily?" The black-robed man maintained his mechanical tone, but a hint of urgency seeped through. "But, if we continue fighting like this, even if we win in the end, Emperor Worm No. 1 might lose its combat capability entirely." Qin Xiaotian sneered. "Don't we have 2 more? If we lose this one, we can still control the entire Starlight Empire with the other 2. The black-robed man shook his head, his tone filled with concern. "Your Majesty, Emperor Worm No. 2 and Emperor Worm No. 3 are still undergoing control experiments and won't be combat-ready anytime soon. If we lose Emperor Worm No. 1, we will lose our trump card for a long period. Additionally, you've seen our current losses. If we continue fighting, our 10,000-strong swarm might be reduced to less than 30%. Or even less." He continued, "Currently, our Worm Core No. 1 production efficiency is only about 3,000 units per month. If we incur too much loss in this battle, we will be at a disadvantage moving forward, and don't forget, besides the Xiaolong Legion, there are also the Chu Family Legion and the Imperial Princess Fleet, as well as the Holy Radiance Empire. Although we are currently in a cooperative relationship with the Holy Radiance Empire, after this battle, they will know our cards. If they find out that our mechanical swarm fleet has suffered such heavy losses, do you think they would miss the chance to eliminate us? There are no eternal friends in this world, especially not weak ones. After listening to the black-robed man's analysis, Qin Xiaoyan's expression grew solemn. He stared at the interstellar battleships of the Xiaolong Legion on the screen and said in a deep voice, "But I am worried about the threat posed by the Xiaolong Legion. They are growing too fast." The black-robed man spoke with a hint of confidence. "Please, rest assured, Your Majesty. My worm core number 2 is about to be developed. By then, our control over the Hive motherships will greatly increase. We can go to that world and find more T5 Hive mothership corpses. Once we gather enough, we might even capture a live T5 Hive mothership. With a true T5 class Hive mothership, the Xiaolong Legion, the Starlight Empire, the Holy Radiance Empire, and the Warhammer Interstellar Federation will all bow at your feet." With that, the black-robed man knelt on one knee, paying his respects to Qin Xiaotian. Qin Xiaotian took a deep breath and helped the black-robed man up. "Doctor, I believe in you. Let's do it your way. Now that I am the Emperor of the Starlight Empire, I will mobilize the entire nation's resources to support you. I will meet any of your demands. I have also designated several star systems in the Shuiyan star region for you to cultivate our mechanical swarm fleet." "Thank you, Your Majesty. I will not disappoint you," the black-robed man solemnly promised. At that moment, another report came in. "Report. The swarm fleet is retreating from the battlefield." "Report. The swarm fleet in the Blue Crystal Starport battle is also retreating." Zhao Chun, hearing the report, focused on the interstellar map. The swarm, which had been swarming towards the damaged Leviathan King-class Hive mothership like locusts, was now retreating in an orderly manner. Although the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon-class Heavy Interstellar Battleship No. 3 had inflicted serious damage on the Leviathan King-class Hive mothership, it was not fatal. Just as Zhao Chun was about to implement a risky battle plan, the swarm's unexpected retreat caught him off guard. This behavior was entirely different from the swarm fleets that had emerged from the cosmic wormholes before, which fought to the last and hunted all visible life forms. This situation indicated that these swarm fleets were under human control. "Commander, the swarm fleet is retreating. Should we pursue them?" Lilith asked. Zhao Qin pondered for a moment before issuing his orders. "Order the Xiaolong Second Legion to pursue them for a short distance, but be careful not to engage in prolonged combat. Ensure their safety first. After the Xiaolong Second Legion ends its pursuit, dispatch Silver Mouse-class light, interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships to follow them. Report any of their movements to me immediately. Also, send interstellar battleships to collect some special Hive motherships and investigate how they manage to perform interstellar jumps and appear here." "Yes, sir." Lilith immediately relayed the commander's orders. Zhao Chun sat back in the captain's chair, his previously tense body finally relaxing slightly. He knew this crisis was temporarily averted. It seemed that Qin Xiaotian, behind the swarm fleet, was unwilling to suffer too many losses in this battle and chose to retreat after weighing the pros and cons. Covering his eyes with his hand, Zhao Chun recalled the day-long battle. He felt an immense threat from the swarm fleet, far greater than the civil war with the royalist faction. In the war with the royalists, Zhao Chun was aware of their strength limits and was confident of victory. But against these swarm-related opponents, this unknown alien species with advanced biotech, everything was shrouded in uncertainty. If there was a T5 Hive mothership, could there be T6 or even T7 Hive motherships? And what about that powerful control technology? How did Qin Xiaotian develop it? Did he have other forces backing him? Just when I thought I had dealt with Qin Ming, now Qin Xiaotian shows up, Zhao Chun muttered to himself in frustration. However, Zhao Chun quickly devised a countermeasure. He would immediately increase the production capacity of interstellar battleships upon returning and expand the fleet aggressively. He firmly believed, all fear stems from the unknown, but another truth is equally worth remembering. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. In the deep reaches of the cosmos at Blue Crystal Starport, a colossal T3 Emperor-class heavy interstellar battleship slowly emerged, heading towards the resting grounds of the Xiaolong Legion. As it approached a T4 Vermilion Bird-class medium interstellar cruiser, a hatch on its side opened, releasing a small shuttle. At the same time, several other interstellar warships deployed their shuttles, which darted towards the Vermilion Bird-class cruiser's hangar like a swarm of hummingbirds. Inside the T4 Vermilion Bird's conference room, Zhao Riyue had just stepped in when a figure rushed to her and buried her face in Zhao Riyue's chest. "Sister." Zhao Wanner's voice was filled with concern. Warmth surged in Zhao Riyue's heart as she scanned the room and saw Zhao Qin smiling from the main seat. "All right, you're not a child anymore," Zhao Riyue gently chided. "You're now the deputy commander of the Interstellar Legion. Mind your demeanor." Despite her worries about her sister holding such a significant position, the battlefield scene she had witnessed earlier, especially the stealth bomber attacks, made her realize that Zhao Wanner had matured into a capable officer. "So what if I'm grown up? I'll always be your little sister," Zhao Wanner stuck out her tongue. The sisters rarely saw each other due to their respective duties, maintaining contact only through communication devices. Zhao Ruyue shook her head helplessly and gave an apologetic look to the others waiting around the conference table. Besides Zhao Qian and Zhao Wanner, there were Lilith, Qitong, and the 2nd Legion's secretary, Bessie. Carry on, we're not in a rush, Zhao Qian teased, earning a playful glare from Zhao Ruyue. She finally managed to get Zhao Wanner to sit down. Zhao Qian understood that Zhao Wanner was releasing her inner pressure. Facing the terrifying Leviathan King-class Zerg mothership, fear was inevitable. Sis, how's your fleet holding up? Zhao Qian asked directly. Zhao Ruyue's expression darkened. This battle took a heavy toll. The Zerg fleet's surprise attack caught us off guard. If it weren't for the support from your interstellar warships and Blue Crystal starport, we wouldn't have held out until your arrival. Out of the original 30,000 interstellar warships, less than 10,000 remain, most of which need repairs. As for personnel, over 7 million interstellar warriors were lost. Zhao Qian had anticipated this. Although Zhao Ruyue's fleet was equipped with advanced escape devices, other interstellar fleets, including his sisters, still lacked proper evacuation awareness. In contrast, Zhao Qian's Xiaolong Legion always emphasized preserving lives, ensuring high survival rates for crew members even if the ships were destroyed. And your side? Zhao Ruyue asked guiltily. You must have suffered significant losses to rescue us. Zhao Qian gestured for Lilith to answer. Lilith spoke. In this battle, the Xiaolong 1st and 2nd Legions lost nearly 1,000 interstellar warships, with a damage rate close to 20. The most severe impact was on strategic resources, consuming over 50 billion star coins worth of supplies in a single day. Zhao Qian covered his face. That 50 billion star coins were initially meant for the next phase of the offensive, now all used up. However, the expenditure was worth it. Otherwise, the warship losses could have been 3,000 or more. Among the losses were 3 T4 Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile frigates, Lilith added. Hearing this, everyone present became solemn. Such losses were rare even in previous internal conflicts. Given the suddenness of the battle and the unique tactics of the Zerg fleet, achieving this outcome was quite commendable. All right, everyone, cheer up, Zhao Qian reassured. Though we paid a price, we won this battle and uncovered Qin Shaotian's trump card. This will greatly aid us in the upcoming fights. Everyone nodded in agreement. Zhao Ruyue said solemnly, Qin Shaotian, the Prince of Yin, has hidden himself well. Not only did he kill Qin Ming to seize power, but he also revealed this technology to control the Zerg fleet. It's hard to believe without experiencing it firsthand. Isn't he afraid of this technology backfiring? Will others accept it? After all, the Zerg have a notorious reputation in the Galactic Alliance records. Zhao Qian explained, that's a different matter. Although I don't know how Qin Shaotian managed it, as long as he controls this trump card, his followers won't dare act rashly. Whether it's the Zerg or the Beast Fleet, holding them means wielding a weapon to intimidate others. Disobedience will be met with death. He paused briefly and continued. Back to the main topic. Although we narrowly won this battle, our losses were significant, especially in combat resources. The Xiaolong 1st Legion has less than 20 left, and the 2nd Legion has only about 50. Therefore, I suggest postponing your Imperial Princess Fleet's assault on the Azure Star region until we devise a new strategy. All right, I'll contact Her Highness as soon as communications are restored. Zhao Wanner agreed, understanding the immense threat posed by Qin Shaotian's Zerg fleet. At that moment, Lilith's communication device blinked. She looked at Zhao Qian and reported, long-range quantum communications have been restored. A message from the Xiaolong star system indicates that while Qin Shaotian attacked us, he also launched an assault on the Xiaolong star system. During the time when Zhao Qian and his team were out of contact, the Xiaolong galaxy suffered an unprecedented Zerg attack. Dozens of Zerg fleets poured in from all directions like a tidal wave, ranging in size from several hundred to a few thousand, totaling nearly 30,000. Another 30,000. Zhao Ruyue frowned. We've already wiped out half of the 100,000 Zergs here, and there's still another 30,000 over there. Just how many Zergs does Qin Shaotian have at his disposal? Zhao Wan'er asked anxiously. What's the current situation in the Xiaolong galaxy? Should we head back immediately to provide support? Lilith quickly reported the latest status. According to the current information, the battle is still ongoing, but the situation looks optimistic. Shen Bing, leading the 3rd Legion of Xiaolong, is fighting valiantly. With the help of 6 T3 Storm Fortress-class large spaceports and continuous supplies from the Interstellar Industrial Fleet, they've effectively slowed down the Zerg offensive. She continued with more details. The main battles are concentrated around Storm Fortresses number 2 and number 3 in the northern area of the Interstellar Industrial Fleet's base. The 3rd Legion has suffered a 20 loss rate, but thanks to ample combat resources, Shunbing starships can attack without hesitation. So far, we've spent 30 billion star coins in combat resources and destroyed over 20,000 Zerg fleets. Some planets were hit by Zerg spores, but no cities have fallen, and the situation remains under control with minimal losses. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the report. The Xiaolong Galaxy, meticulously built by Zhao Chun, has excellent military facilities. With the 3rd Legion stationed there, even facing 30,000 Zergs, the situation remains manageable due to the limited number of high-level Zerg motherships and their lack of top-tier combat strength. Zhao Chun immediately issued a series of orders. Although the situation in the Xiaolong Galaxy is currently stable, we cannot let our guard down. Lilith, relay the command to send a batch of T4 Hui Guang-class interstellar jump ships carrying supply ships and industrial ships to the Xiaolong Galaxy to facilitate the rapid repair and reorganization of our 2 fleet legions. Qitong, assess the combat-ready starships of the 1st and 2nd Legions, and form a temporary task force to return to the Xiaolong Galaxy and participate in the defense, minimizing losses. As the orders were relayed, the 2 fleets of the Xiaolong Legion, which had just taken a short break, quickly became busy again. Qitong, Lilith, and others swiftly went to arrange their tasks. Zhao Wan, looking at her sister reluctantly, realized her responsibilities and left the conference room in a hurry. Wan has really grown up, Zhao Ruyu remarked, watching her sister's departing figure. She turned to Zhao Chun and asked, "What about us? Do we need to help?" Zhao Chun replied, "The Zergs in the Xiaolong Galaxy are not many. Since the Zergs here have retreated, Qin Shaotian is unlikely to launch a large-scale operation again. We can handle the situation in the Xiaolong Galaxy. Big sister, your Imperial Princess fleet should stay here to clean up the battlefield and reorganize the fleet, but stay vigilant and deploy more reconnaissance and patrol ships. We can't let what happened before happen again." Zhao Ruyu nodded and, looking at her mature brother, said, "Then I'll leave the Xiaolong Galaxy to you, my lord." Zhao Chen added, "Also, please compile a report of the starships lost by your Imperial Princess fleet and submit it to Lilith. She will coordinate with the Bei Yin group to replenish the fleet as soon as possible, following the military aid loan process." He winked at Zhao Ruyu as he spoke. Zhao Ruyu chuckled, "You're quite the creditor now. Not only did you take over her little treasury of 300 billion star coins, but she also owes you several promissory notes." Zhao Chen shrugged, "Sis, we run a small business here, and I have a lot of people to support. So, even between siblings, we need to keep clear accounts." Zhao Ruyu nudged her brother's chest with her elbow. "You're quite sturdy. What about if she becomes your wife?" Zhao Chun was taken aback. Zhao Ruyu continued, "I know our princess admires you a lot, especially after her training at the Goddess Academy. She even has a bunch of your merchandise in her room. I used to be able to enter her room freely, but now she won't let me. She often asks about you. I think she's interested in you. What do you think?" Zhao Chun rolled his eyes and took a step back, firmly stating, "I can hear her schemes from the capital. She won't get away with this. Every single coin from those military aid loans must be repaid, with interest. No exceptions. She won't trick me." Zhao Ruyu gave her brother a sidelong glance, thinking to herself that he was a straightforward guy who didn't understand romance at all. Despite having so many female soldiers in the Xiaolong Legion over the years, he hadn't found himself a wife. The Xiaolong Galaxy had a vast estate, and it needed an heir, didn't it? The recent incident at the Blue Crystal Spaceport made Zhao Ruyu think about this more seriously. She decided that if her brother remained clueless, she would have to give him a push. The Zhao family lineage must continue. Meanwhile, the Chu family legion had been on high alert ever since receiving Zhao Chen's message a day ago. Chu Chong he paced back and forth on the bridge, his face grim. Zhao Chen's message had kept him from resting properly for 24 hours, making him realize Zhao Chen's importance. Zhao Chun being out of contact for 24 hours worried him more than facing an enemy fleet 20 times his size. Although the alliance between the Chu family legion, Xiaolong Legion, the Imperial Princess fleet, and the Bei Feng Legion seemed strong, it all revolved around one person, Zhao Chen. Without Zhao Chun, this seemingly solid alliance would crumble instantly. In a video call, Chu Xian anxiously asked her grandfather, "Chu Changhe, Grandpa, any news from Zhao Chen?" Her brow was furrowed, and her eyes were filled with worry. Chu Changhe hesitated before silently shaking his head. Chu Xian immediately understood his meaning, biting her lip as a look of determination crossed her face. "I will lead our troops to the Azure Star region to find Zhao Chen," she declared resolutely. "No way." Chu Changhe immediately objected. Before Zhao Chen left, he specifically instructed that neither our Chu family legion, the North Wind Legion, nor the Imperial Princess fleet should leave their designated defense areas. Who knows what schemes that cunning Qin Shaotian is plotting behind our backs? Unwilling to back down, Chu Xian retorted, "Zhao Chen hasn't contacted us. He must be in danger. He's helped us so many times. If it weren't for his Xiaolong Legion stepping up during the Civil War, our Chu family wouldn't be where we are today. Even if you don't let me take the Chu family fleet, I'll go myself. Even if I have to fly a shuttle, I'll go." Seeing his granddaughter's emotional state, Chu Changhe sighed inwardly. He recalled how she had once sworn that there was nothing between her and Zhao Chun, that they were just friends. But now, She was willing to venture into the Azure Star region alone for him. How could he believe she had no feelings for Zhao Chun? Chu Changhe knew his granddaughter's personality well. Once she made up her mind, no amount of persuasion would change her decision. Unless he can find her, but even then, she would find a way to escape and look for Zhao Chun. At that moment, a young communications officer suddenly shouted, "Report, we've received a message from the Xiaolong Legion." Chu Changhe's eyes lit up, and he immediately ordered, "Quick, connect the call." He turned to his granddaughter. "See? The Xiaolong Legion has news. I told you, that kid is tough. Nothing will happen to him. Stop talking and see what's going on." Chu Xian rolled her eyes, urging him. Ever since Zhao Chun went missing, she felt like she had lost half her life. Chu Changhe looked at his granddaughter's reaction and shook his head with a sigh. "Ah, you've found your lover and forgotten your grandpa. Keep talking, and I'll shave your beard off while you sleep." Chu Xian threatened unceremoniously. Chu Changhe immediately fell silent, recalling how she had done it once before, forcing his subordinates to stifle their laughter. He had to order everyone to shave their beards clean. The call connected, and Zhao Chun appeared on the screen. "Zhao Chun!" Chu Xian exclaimed involuntarily, her ears turning red. Watching the young couple, Chu Changhe thought, "Is that it? Why don't they take the initiative?" He realized that Zhao Chun was a bit dense, while his granddaughter was shy and stubborn. At this rate, he might never get to hold his great-grandchild. He needed to come up with a plan. "Chu Xian is here too? How are the defense lines? Did Qin Xiaotian cause any trouble?" Zhao Chen asked. Chu Changhe quickly interjected. "What's going on with you? Suddenly going off the grid and worrying Xian. All of us to death. I heard an unidentified fleet attacked the Xiaolong system. What happened?" Zhao Chen then detailed the events to Chu Changhe and Chu Xian, including the insect fleet and the Leviathan King-class hive ship. He concluded, "It seems this wasn't an action against my sister's Imperial Princess fleet, but a trap. I was the big fish Qin Xiaotian wanted to catch, but his fishing rod wasn't sturdy enough. He almost got himself killed instead. The Xiaolong system is stable now with minimal losses." Chu Changhe frowned. "Qin Xiaotian has the technology to control a hive ship? And a quasi-T5 Leviathan King-class hive ship? No wonder he dared to kill Qin Ming and declare himself emperor. This must be his trump card. Attacking the Imperial capital star won't be easy. Besides, Qin Xiaotian has many unknown assets, like the long-range troop deployment similar to your T4 Huigang-class interstellar jump ship. If we don't figure these out and put all our forces on the front lines, what if he hits us from behind? Even if we use your T4 Huigang-class ship to attack the capital, we don't know how many insect warships he has. You estimated fewer than 200,000, but you killed many, yet there were still over 100,000. What if? What if he has more? And that heavily damaged Leviathan King-class hive ship, a quasi-T5 hive ship if there's a second or third one. Acting rashly might backfire and give the enemy a chance." Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. "I understand your concerns. That's part of my thinking as well. We can't act rashly, but we also can't be passive. My idea is to engage in localized warfare within our controlled areas to probe Qin Xiaotian's capabilities. Meanwhile, I can continue expanding the Xiaolong Legion and prepare more combat resources." Chu Changhe nodded approvingly, growing increasingly impressed with Zhao Chun. If he didn't know better, he might have suspected Zhao Chun was his long-lost grandson. "I agree with your plans, but I have one request," Chu Changhe said. "Please, go ahead," Zhao Chen responded. "I want Chu Xian to join your Xiaolong Legion and learn from you," Chu Changhe stated. Crew member Chu Xian stood at attention, reporting to Commander Zhao Chun. She wore the latest black figure-hugging uniform of the Xiaolong Legion, paired with black stockings and leather boots, exuding a commanding presence. The Xiaolong Legion emblem on her chest gleamed, signifying her identity. As the Xiaolong Legion continues to grow, the uniform regulations have become increasingly refined. Currently, there are dozens of different uniform styles, differentiated by rank and job nature. Regular crew members wear primarily white uniforms, department heads wear blue, and bridge officers don black uniforms with gold trim. Additionally, there are unique uniforms for starfighter pilots, mech pilots, and hangar staff. Each type of uniform comes in at least 3 styles: a pencil skirt with stockings, a short skirt with over-thinny socks or pants. This variety not only meets individual preferences, but also makes it easier to identify personnel from different departments. Chu Xian, with her striking figure, looked exceptional in both her previous Chu Family Legion uniform and her current Xiaolong Legion attire. Zhao Chun, looking at the beauty before him, couldn't help but think of Chu Changhe, the old rascal, and smiled wryly. He had initially wanted to reject Chu Changhe's proposal to have Chu Xian join the Xiaolong Legion, feeling that her abilities were overqualified for his team. "What's this? Are you unhappy to see me?" Chu Xian, sensing Zhao Chen's hesitation, asked pointedly. Zhao Chen quickly explained. "What are you saying? You were the deputy commander of the Chu Family Legion. What could you possibly do in my small outfit?" Chu Xian narrowed her eyes and retorted. Small outfit? A place with hundreds of T4 starships, capable of defeating the Seraph Legion, producing thousands of starships monthly, and generating over 50 billion star credits in monthly revenue. Is that what you call a small outfit? A legion that wiped out tens of thousands of enemy ships in the First Stellar War with just a few thousand starships. Is that a small outfit? She then proposed, if you really think this is a small outfit, how about I tell my grandpa to make you the deputy commander of the Chu family legion? I'll be your deputy. How does that sound? Zhao Chun was stunned by Chu Xian's quick wit. This girl even wanted to poach him? He had to change the subject. Ahem, let's get to the point. What position do you want here? Chu Xian stood tall and confidently said, I can be your personal secretary. Lilith, standing nearby, looked startled, her expression a mix of innocence and confusion, as if wondering if this woman was here to take her job. After the Zerg attack, the four-party alliance held a video conference. Participants included Chu Changhe, Governor Zhu Kai of the North Wind, Princess Qin Xiaolei, Zhao Ruyue, Zhao Chun, Lilith, and Chu Xian. When Chu Changhe saw Chu Xian standing behind Zhao Chun in the video, he had a knowing smile on his face. Although Chu Xian had indeed taken on the role of Zhao Chun's personal secretary, this did not mean Lilith was replaced. In fact, Zhao Chun had long planned to establish a new department, and this was the perfect opportunity to confirm the commander's exclusive secretariat. Lilith would serve as the chief secretary, overseeing all Legion fleet secretaries and training future talent. The department already had nearly 100 members and would continue to expand. Chu Xian's role was to assist Lilith. During the meeting, strategic plans were outlined based on Zhao Chun's directives. The immediate plan was to halt the offensive on the Imperial capital star and establish a localized battlefield in the Azure Starfield to lure Qin Shoutian into committing more forces, thereby revealing his strategies. Meanwhile, the Xiaolong Legion would seek to open a second front to further pressure Qin Shoutian. Another crucial task was to sever any secret connections between the Holy Radiance Empire and Qin Shoutian. The Xiaolong Legion was tasked with devising specific plans for this, as other legions were too preoccupied. Finally, Zhao Chun, ever the businessman, added, by the way, if you have any interstellar procurement needs in the future, you can contact me directly. I'll arrange for North Yin Group to provide priority supplies at the best prices. Even if you don't have immediate funds, we can work out alternative payment methods. For Zhao Chun, nothing was more important than making money. The tranquil atmosphere of the Starshine Empire was abruptly shattered by unexpected warfare. The fierce battle that erupted in the blue crystal system of the Azure Starfield caught everyone off guard, especially with Qin Shoutian unveiling his trump card during the conflict, which sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of the Starshine Empire. After the battle, the mechanical insect fleet did not conceal its movements. Instead, it boldly navigated through the Azure Starfield, an area under Qin Shoutian's control. The sight of nearly 50,000 insect motherships accompanied by their swarms created a spectacular scene. Whether prompted by orders or acting on their own, some interstellar media ventured close to capture footage of these insect fleets, which quickly spread throughout the Starshine Empire. Eventually, the insect fleets stationed themselves on several strategic planets. The garrisons on these planets received orders to withdraw and transfer control to the insect fleets. Throughout the process, the insect fleets behaved obediently, like Qin Shoutian's backyard pets, without attacking any planets or interstellar ships. In the capital star, Qin Shoutian browsed discussions on the interstellar network. Half of the top 10 trending topics were about the insect fleets, while the rest covered the blue crystal system battle. The reports had two distinct tones. One depicted a fierce battle with losses on both sides, highlighting the significant losses of the Imperial Princess fleet. The other emphasized the dominance of Qin Zhaoshan's insect fleet, which had destroyed numerous Xiaolong Legion starships and caused substantial damage to the Xiaolong system. Descriptions of the Xiaolong system were mostly speculative, as it had remained mysterious in recent years, with most adventurers attempting to enter being sentenced to labor on mining planets for illegal entry. Marshal Qin Longqing reported to Qin Shoutian, Your Majesty, as per your instructions, we have been promoting the insect fleet positively to help the populace accept their presence. The results are quite promising so far. Qin Shoutian nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. In our future conquests, the insect fleet will be indispensable. I know there will be doubts and even attacks on my decision to keep the insects. Longqing, you know what to do. After Qin Longqing left, a video window popped up in front of Qin Shoutian. He asked the doctor with concern, Is Insect Emperor 1 severely damaged? The doctor's mechanical voice replied, Insect Emperor 1 has sustained significant injuries. As a corpse, its self-repair abilities are practically non-existent, making it difficult to recover on its own. I will find other means to restore its combat capabilities. Additionally, the insect fleet requires substantial battlefield supplies, and the current provisions will only last for half a month. Qin Shoutian frowned, realizing the critical issue of battlefield supplies for the insect fleet. He promised to find a way to allocate more supplies within a week, but emphasized the need to keep this situation concealed to avoid damaging the fleet's image. The doctor assured him that they would take strict precautions to leave no traces. Qin Shaotian instructed the doctor to prepare for combat, particularly highlighting the importance of the insects capable of creating wormholes. Despite their scarcity, the risk of death after use, and the month-long recovery period, these insects played a crucial role in the recent military operations. After the communication ended, the doctor turned to observe a planet modified to suit the insect swarm's habitat. One by one, interstellar transport ships towing old cargo holds landed continuously. As these ships departed, the cargo holds slowly opened, revealing a horrifying scene. Cages filled with numerous beasts and human corpses, emitting a foul stench. To the insect swarm, this was a feast, the battlefield supplies the doctor had mentioned. Meanwhile, on a planet in the Xiaolong system, Zhao Chen surveyed a war-torn city from his shuttle, with streets littered with insect corpses. Governor Jiang Hong reported the defensive battle's losses. Over 700 combat personnel and more than 30,000 civilians on this planet alone, along with the destruction of 300 T2 Black Knights. Across the entire Xiaolong system, nearly 10,000 combat personnel and 1.5 million civilians had perished, with 6,000 T2 Black Knights lost. Faced with these numbers, Zhao Chen's eyes burned with hidden rage. Jiang Hong hastily explained that the losses were relatively small, considering the Xiaolong system's population of over 2 billion and the assault by 30,000 insect motherships. Most civilian casualties occurred because they hadn't evacuated to shelters in time. Zhao Chen calmly issued instructions: distribute compensation according to regulations, commend outstanding personnel, and promptly arrange housing for residents of damaged properties. Then, with a sharp gaze, he declared, "Our home was attacked. Even if only a few windows were broken, it shows our weakness. This must never happen again. I will not tolerate anyone wreaking havoc in our homeland. Qin Shaotian will pay the price." The Xiaolong Star System, Code 021 Military Zone, is one of the highest classified areas of the Xiaolong Legion. Even the crew members delivering supplies are unaware of its true purpose. They are only responsible for transporting materials in and out, having no knowledge of the contents they carry. "Commander, the orders have been issued," Lilith reported, standing beside Zhao Chen. On-duty crew members are not allowed to leave their posts, and off-duty crew members must return to their quarters. Unauthorized actions are strictly prohibited. Additionally, jamming devices have been activated, blocking most communication networks. Zhao Chen nodded in acknowledgement. This was standard procedure for entering the area, and even his flagship was no exception, let alone ordinary interstellar transport ships. A special team would board these transport ships before they entered the restricted zone. During the voyage, the ship's crew was forbidden from communicating with the outside world. Only the special team's equipment could do so. When transferring cargo, the transport ship's crew was confined, and areas like the cargo hold were fully secured. The destination staff handled all operations. Even the captain had to remain on the bridge, waiting for the return order before leaving with the unknown cargo. "What exactly is this place? Why is it so mysterious?" Chu Xian asked curiously. Zhao Chen looked at her and smiled. "Do you want to know? According to regulations, you can't leave the ship with me, but if you really want to see, I can take you. However, you must not disclose anything you see, not even to your grandfather." Chu Xian immediately shook her head and obediently sat back in her secretary's seat, crossing her legs. "Then I won't go. I'll wait here for you. I'd rather know nothing than be burdened with secrets." Zhao Chen was a bit surprised. "Aren't you curious?" Chu Xian shrugged. "What's the point? Satisfying curiosity comes at a price, and I don't want to pay that price. Besides, I understand that everyone has their secrets, not just you, but my grandfather too. Even though we are close allies now, you can't expect complete transparency. Like how we only recently found out that the Bayan Group is your enterprise." Zhao Chen was surprised to see how much Chu Xian had matured. She was no longer the carefree girl who loved interstellar adventures. "One day, you'll know this secret. It's just a matter of time." He looked at her gently before following Lilith out of the bridge. On the shuttle, Lilith asked curiously, "Commander, if Miss Chu Xian really wanted to go, would you trust her?" Zhao Chen smiled. "If she wanted to see, I would take her. This is a test of trust for her and the Chu family. As our influence grows, we need to determine who is truly trustworthy. Sometimes, we need to use minimal risks to identify false allies." The shuttle soon approached a field of small asteroids. Hidden among them were various military facilities and several interstellar warships. The most striking was the T4 Rebirth-class clone starship, which Zhao Chen had only seen a few times. Lilith introduced the area. "We've modified this region, building temporary living quarters on some asteroids and retrofitting interstellar medical ships. These provide a good living environment for the crew." Suddenly, a video window appeared in front of Zhao Chen. On the screen was a woman in a white military uniform, with prominent white rabbit ears that required a specially designed hat. "CSC Special Zone Head Ayun, reporting to the commander. It's an honor to have you inspect our work." The rabbit-eared woman stood straight, clearly nervous. Zhao Chen nodded slightly. Lilith added, "The commander doesn't care for formalities. Please proceed with the schedule." "Yes, everything is ready." Ayun quickly detailed the planned itinerary, her voice filled with tension. After the communication ended, Zhao Chen asked Lilith, "Do I seem that intimidating?" Lilith laughed. "It's because the rabbit folk are naturally timid. They aren't suited for combat or stressful jobs, but excel as medics and in support roles. They mainly work on interstellar medical ships, Silver Eden-class starships, and in the CSC Special Zone. Their emotional comfort abilities are second only to us succubi." Lilith continued, "Ayun has a twin sister, Anna, whom you've also met. Anna is now the head of the Eden Grain Trade Group, working with people like Liyaki. Compared to her sister, Anna is braver, especially after working closely with Liyaki and others. She's now handling many significant trade tasks." Zhao Chen nodded. He vaguely remembered these details but wasn't fully aware. Most of the time, he delegated tasks, even personnel appointments, to Lilith. Given the vast scale of their operations, he couldn't oversee everything personally. He only needed to ensure loyalty, leaving Lilith to handle competence. Next, Zhao Chen once again boarded the T4 Rebirth-class clone starship. Zhao Chen stood in the incubation chamber area, where the numerous chambers operated in an orderly manner, resembling a beehive. He recalled his last visit when only a few chambers were running, but now, every single one was in full operation. Bodies of female crew members were being produced, with their original consciousness being injected into them. As he observed these female crew members, a heavy feeling settled in his heart. All of this was a consequence of the recent brutal battle. The three Jiaolong legions had lost nearly 500,000 female crew members in the fight. To resurrect these fallen heroes, the T4 Reborn-class cloning starship worked tirelessly day and night. The sheer scale of this operation was unprecedented. "How are things progressing?" Zhao Chen asked. Yun, the rabbit humanoid, trembled slightly, her ears standing upright. After a brief pause, she responded, "The resurrection process is going smoothly. We expect to revive all those who fell in the battle within half a day. Under normal circumstances, a Reborn-class cloning starship could complete this in a day. However, the biggest issue is the accommodation of these individuals. Half of the female soldiers revived from the first internal conflict half a month ago are still in recovery. Combining the two batches complicates the accommodation issue. Hence, we had to deliberately slow down the resurrection process." Thankfully, Secretary Lilith brought 30 T3 Andromeda-class interstellar medical ships, allowing all the chambers to operate at full capacity. "Have the numbers of the resurrected been tallied?" Zhao Chen inquired further. Ayun promptly pulled up a data file that detailed the records and current status of all the resurrected female crew members. These records were categorized into several groups. The first group consisted of those who had been resurrected and resumed work. They would join the Jiaolong Legion under new identities and were strictly prohibited from contacting their past friends and relatives. The second group included those who, despite having been resurrected, were in a poor mental state but still wished to return to combat roles. They would remain under observation for recovery. The third group comprised those deemed permanently unfit for combat roles. They could choose to retire and live on any planet within the Jiaolong star system with substantial wealth, or take up second or third line positions within the Jiaolong Legion. The fourth group was those currently recovering after resurrection. The fifth group was the ones awaiting resurrection. Looking at the total numbers, Zhao Chen murmured, "Over 1,000,000. The Jiaolong Legion had seen over 1,000,000 female soldiers sacrifice their lives on the battlefield. Without the Reborn-class cloning starship, these young lives would have been lost forever." Zhao Chen's gaze fixed on the most critical line of data. Nearly 500,000 crew members were either in recovery or awaiting resurrection. This was an astonishing figure. "Make sure these resurrected soldiers are well taken care of." Zhao Chen sternly instructed the rabbit woman, Ayun. "Whatever their needs are, we will meet them. They are heroes who sacrificed for the development of the Jiaolong Legion, and we must not let them down." The rehabilitation training and psychological counseling for these soldiers always required substantial resources, often costing more than maintaining a healthy soldier. But Zhao Chen never hesitated in this regard, always approving the necessary expenditures without a second thought. "Rest assured, Commander, I will complete the task." Ayun's eyes glistened with tears as she spoke, clearly moved. Ayun then led Zhao Chen on a tour of some recovery areas. Zhao Chen personally visited the resurrected female crew members, comforting those who were emotionally distressed. His shoulders bore the weight of many who leaned on him for support. After comforting one female crew member, Zhao Chen noticed a figure curled up under a blanket in the adjacent bed, deliberately turning away from him with her head buried in the covers. Zhao Chen knew her identity and had one of his purposes for coming here to see her. Bending down, Zhao Chen softly asked into the exposed ear, "Wu Chun'er, did I do something to make you dislike me so much that you don't want to see me?" The breath and words near her ear made Wu Chun'er shiver. She sat up abruptly, her eyes slightly red as she looked at the commander. "No, it's not that." I, I just feel ashamed to face you, Commander. At that moment, her ears were flushed red. Zhao Chen squinted and asked, ashamed? Why? My T4 Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile frigate was destroyed, causing significant losses to our Legion. Wu Chun'er lowered her head in shame. Losses? Who said that? Zhao Chen asked, feigning anger. I know. The Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile frigate is very important. I? Wu Chun'er's voice trembled. Zhao Chen gently patted Wu Chun'er's bowed head. The Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile frigate is indeed important. Even now, our Jiaolong Legion only has about 100 of them. This made Wu Chun'er lower her head even further. But Zhao Chen's tone then softened. But you are more important to me, and to the Jiaolong Legion. In that situation, if you hadn't used your ship as a shield, our losses would have been much greater. You have nothing to be ashamed of. You should be proud because you are a hero of the Jiaolong Legion. As he spoke, Zhao Chen glanced at Lilith behind him. Lilith understood and retrieved a small box, opening it to reveal a dragon-patterned petal medal. Raise your head. As the commander of the Jiaolong Legion, even in a hospital bed, you should maintain the demeanor of a soldier. Zhao Chen's tone became serious. Wu Chun'er instinctively straightened up, her chest out and head held high. If her legs weren't still weak, she might have stood up. Zhao Chen pinned the dragon-patterned petal medal on Wu Chun'er's chest. This is a special medal of our Jiaolong Legion. Every resurrected soldier receives one. It has no name, just like you will lose your real name for a while. This medal cannot be openly displayed on your chest. There will be no celebration, no public commendation, and even your family and friends are still in mourning. But rest assured, you will soon regain your identity. Then, you can proudly wear this medal and receive the admiration of all Jiaolong crew members. You are heroes. Tears streamed down Wu Chun'er's face as she looked at the medal. In the future, this medal became known as the Resurrection Medal. It became one of the most prestigious medals in the Jiaolong Legion and a source of pride for many Jiaolong crew members. In the galactic year 3034, early March, over a month had passed since the Battle of Blue Crystal Starport in the Azure Starfield. The two major interstellar factions led by Qin Shoutian and Zhao Chun had fallen into an eerie silence once again. Although minor skirmishes erupted, they were limited to engagements involving only a few thousand starships. From a broader perspective, Chu Changhe and his allies held the upper hand, controlling 2/3 of the Azure Starfield. Qin Shoutian's fleet adopted a defensive strategy, while beneath this surface calm, all parties were actively preparing for the next major confrontation. In the Xiaolong star system, within the leisure area of AT-3 Silver Eden-class starship, Zhao Chun was seated comfortably, enjoying the beautiful surroundings. A bunyered girl stood beside him, holding a peeled fruit. Commander, this is the sweetest fruit we have here, she said with a smile, offering the fruit to Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun took a bite. Thank you. He was surprised to find that this fruit was larger, juicier, and more flavorful than those served in the starship's dining hall. Just then, Lilith, unnoticed until now, appeared beside Zhao Chen's chair, also holding a peeled fruit. Commander, try this one, she said, pushing the fruit into Zhao Chen's mouth, her fingers brushing against his tongue. Zhao Chen hadn't even finished chewing the first fruit when Lilith pushed another piece into his mouth. He mumbled, I haven't finished the first one. Lilith shot a triumphant glance at the bunyered girl, who remained unfazed and gently offered a new variety of fruit. Zhao Chen chewed a few times, his eyes lighting up. It's really sweet. But soon he encountered seeds in the fruit and looked around for a place to spit them out. The bunyered girl immediately cupped her hands in front of him. Sorry, Commander, there's no trash can. Please spit them into my hands. She looked apologetic. Lilith frowned at this scene. For the first time, she felt her succubus status being challenged. What made her uneasy was that the bunyered girl did these things with an innocent demeanor, which was genuinely endearing rather than calculated. Zhao Chen hesitated, but, seeing her earnest eyes, spat the seeds into her hands. The seeds were small and numerous, with a cool touch. Most landed in her hands, but a few accidentally fell on her chest. The bunyered girl shivered, letting out a soft gasp, clearly startled by the seed's coolness. Zhao Chen quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Before he could finish, Lilith grabbed his hand. Commander, let me handle this. She smiled and blocked Zhao Chun from the bunyered girl, then began picking up the seeds. During the process, she deliberately squeezed the girl's chest. The bunyered girl winced, her watery eyes looking at Lilith. Lilith raised an eyebrow, as if asserting her dominance. The bunyered girl, however, stood her ground, puffing out her chest. This made Lilith glance at her own chest involuntarily. Although she wasn't small, she was slightly outmatched by the bunyered girl. Zhao Chun seemed oblivious to the undercurrents between the two. He looked at the bunyered girl and said, Anna, you really look a lot like your sister. When you greeted us earlier, I almost didn't recognize you. It turned out that this bunyered girl was not an ordinary attendant but Anna, the chief of the Eden Food Trading Group under the Xiaolong Legion. She was the younger sister of Ayun, the reborn clone starship commander Zhao Chun had met before. Anna replied softly, "Actually, my sister and I have many differences. Next time, Commander, you can observe closely." Lilith's body tensed at these words. Bunny girls, and sisters at that? This was a deadly temptation for any man. Not far away, Shui Xiaoxiao's frustrated voice could be heard. "Ugh, I lost again. One more round. I refuse to believe my battleship tactics can't beat your carrier tactics." It turned out Shui Xiaoxiao was engaged in a military simulation with Su Lan. Both used identical interstellar fleets in a simulated battle. Shui Xiaoxiao focused on battleships, while Su Lan favored carriers. So far, Shui Xiaoxiao had lost 3 times in a row. Qitong, Zhao Ruyue, Medusa, Zhao Wanner, and others were enjoying snacks and watching the match. At this moment, Zhao Chen noticed a suspicious figure in the distance. He stood up and walked over. Anna wanted to follow, but Lilith stopped her. Lilith squinted at Anna. "I see now why you insisted on personally attending to the commander. You had an ulterior motive." Anna remained unflustered. She shrugged and smiled. "Secretary Lilith, is there something wrong with that? Commander Zhao has always been the idol of all the young women in the Xiaolong Legion. Is there anything wrong with me liking and admiring him?" Lilith was momentarily speechless, not expecting Anna to be so direct. Her personality was entirely different from her sister Ayun. Anna suddenly became serious. "And haven't you noticed a potential crisis within the Xiaolong Legion?" "What?" Lilith asked. "The successor of the Xiaolong Legion. The continuation of the commander's bloodline," Anna said solemnly. "The Xiaolong Legion has been around for nearly 4 years. While we may not yet be the strongest interstellar force in the Star Empire, we are certainly formidable. In this situation, not only does the commander lack an heir, but he doesn't even have a woman by his side. This is the biggest crisis for the Xiaolong Legion." She continued, "It may sound harsh, but if the commander were ever in danger, what would happen to the Xiaolong Legion? I guarantee it would collapse instantly because, unlike older forces, we have no foundation. Everything is held together by the commander. He is the soul of the Xiaolong Legion." Hearing this, Lilith's eyes grew complex. She had considered this issue but had never brought it up, seeing how carefree the commander was. Anna leaned in and whispered in Lilith's ear, "The commander's life is destined to involve more than one woman. A man like him won't belong to any single woman. So, if you have any intentions, I'll step aside. But if you don't, please prioritize the Legion's interests and give the opportunity to others. 1 serving of premium beef brisket. 1 serving of premium beef shank. 1 serving of premium beef belly. Premium beef tendon." A small figure hurriedly darted past the table laden with barbecue ingredients, stuffing the food into a massive backpack. Suddenly, a hand reached out, offering a piece of premium food. Annie instinctively took it and shoved it into her backpack. But in the next moment, she froze. Looking up, she saw Commander Zhao Chen crouching beside her, a chilling smile on his face. Annie, feeling like a child caught in the act, nervously pushed the backpack behind her. Yet the backpack was nearly 2 meters tall, towering over her, and impossible to hide. Seeing the commander's outstretched hand, Annie closed her eyes, bracing for punishment. However, she only felt a large hand gently pinching her chubby cheeks. "I heard our chief engineer Annie stood her ground bravely during the invasion in the Xiaolong star system," Zhao Chun said with a hint of amusement. "You even ordered that all interstellar industrial ships must ensure the production of combat resources, and anyone leaving their post would be dismissed." Annie opened her eyes and cautiously looked at the commander. You're not angry?" "Why would I be angry?" Zhao Chen asked, pinching her cheek again. Annie pointed to the backpack and whispered, I took this food." Zhao Chen couldn't help but laugh. "You really think I'm a stingy boss? I was just joking before, or trying to motivate you. If you like this food, I'll have Anna prepare 10 times as much for you to take home." Annie's eyes widened, her mouth slightly open, as if witnessing a miracle. She couldn't believe this was the usually stern commander. Was she dreaming? Zhao Chen looked around and asked, "Where's Nana?" Annie, feeling a bit guilty, replied, "Nana is supervising the new T4 interstellar battleships. She's been dedicated to her post lately." She knew that in terms of work ethic, she couldn't compare to her sister. Normally, she didn't mind. But the commander's generous reward made her feel a bit undeserving. The new T4 interstellar battleships? Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. These were the models he had handed over to them at the end of last year. If they were ready in time for the last 2 battles, the Xiaolong Corps would have had a significant advantage. "When they're ready for deployment, let me know. If I have time, I'll come to see them," Zhao Chen said. "Okay." Annie agreed, not surprised by the request. However, Zhao Chen's next words left her stunned, staring at the commander. "By the way, I'll also hand over the technical blueprints for the T4 Golden Eden class starship. You can start planning the production," Zhao Chen said casually. "T4. Golden Eden? Annie repeated, swallowing hard in disbelief. Yes, the Golden Eden, Zhao Chun confirmed with a smile. Words of praise weren't enough. She needed to see the goal. We're vacationing here now, but once the Golden Eden is built, we'll move there. The supply of premium ingredients will increase, and we might even develop better varieties. Annie's eyes sparkled as she envisioned a bright future. I'll go help Nana with the overtime, she said excitedly, but her hesitant steps towards the food revealed her true intentions. Zhao Chen chuckled. Overtime can wait. Eat first, and take some to Nana. Remind her to rest. Okay. Annie nodded eagerly. Regarding the T4 Golden Eden-class starship, Zhao Chun had long prepared for its exchange. The T3 Silver Eden-class starship could no longer meet the expanding commercial needs. The Eden Grain Trade Group sales were constantly in short supply. Besides the Starshine Empire, there was the Holy Radiance Empire and the Warhammer United Interstellar Nations. Especially in the Warhammer United Interstellar Nations, where revolutions had made food a scarce resource. Zhao Chen walked over to the women engaged in a military exercise. Xue Xiaoxiao and Su Lan were in the middle of a drill, with Su Lan having the upper hand. Xue Xiaoxiao's strategic vision was poor, often relying on brute force with her interstellar battleships. While this could achieve good results, in a core battle, overall strategy was key. In contrast, Su Lan's approach focused on carrier-based starships, keeping them safe while her interstellar fighters conducted long-range bombings, gradually wearing down Xue Xiaoxiao's forces. Su Lan even set up fake carrier coordinates, leading Xue Xiaoxiao's fleet into traps where they faced relentless starfighter and drone attacks. Qitong, standing beside Zhao Chen, explained softly, Xue Xiaoxiao is excellent with interstellar battleships, but needs to improve overall command. Su Lan excels in carrier-based core combat, seeing the big picture but is too cautious and not good at seizing opportunities. Zhao Chen watched the two women thoughtfully. Qitong briefed him on the performances of others in the 2nd and 3rd Xiaolong Corps during recent battles, noting significant improvements. Qitong, with Charlotte absent, you're in charge of military affairs. I need you to quickly train them to become capable corps commanders, Zhao Chun said seriously. Qitong sensed the commander's intent and asked, Commander, are you planning to expand the army again? Our interstellar industrial ship production is up. Expansion is a natural step, Zhao Chen explained. We've established 3 Xiaolong Corps. Next is setting up new core fleets. Starships and personnel aren't major issues. The main challenge is finding suitable corps commanders. Qitong hesitated and said, I'll find a way to train suitable commanders. How much are you planning to expand? Zhao Chen held up one finger. 1 core fleet. Qitong sighed in relief, thinking it meant forming just 1 more leadership team. Expanding to 10 core fleets, meaning adding 7 more, Zhao Chun said calmly. Qitong gasped. Expanding by 7? That meant creating 30,000 Xiaolong starships. She imagined the scene. If 3 Xiaolong Corps were already formidable, what would 10 be like? Just then, Lilith hurried over and whispered in Zhao Chen's ear, Commander, we just received word. Charlotte plans to return in a few days to discuss something with you. 3 days later, 2 significant events took place simultaneously. The most notable of these was the official delivery ceremony for the new batch of T4 interstellar warships. Zhao Chen attended the event in person, standing in the spacious observation room. His gaze swept over the neatly arranged T4 interstellar warships in the distance. Surrounding him were other Dragon General leaders, each displaying expressions of excitement and anticipation. Xue Xiaoxiao pressed her face against the glass of the observation room, her eyes fixed on a warship bristling with heavy cannons. Wow! Is that the legendary T4 Medusa-class heavy interstellar assault ship? She exclaimed excitedly. With so many cannons, the sight of it firing must be spectacular. Standing beside her, Zhao Chen added, to be precise, it has 400 Medusa-type particle energy cannons. Observing Xue Xiaoxiao's excitement, he asked, interested? How about considering a switch? The question left Xue Xiaoxiao in a dilemma. Her gaze shifted between the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armor battleship and the T4 Medusa-class heavy interstellar assault ship. Finally, she bit her lip, suppressing her desire, and firmly said, No, I'm loyal. I won't leave my Blue Eyes White Dragon. Nothing can separate us. Despite her words, her eyes kept darting back to the Medusa, and she even swallowed a few times. Medusa, murmuring the name Medusa, had a peculiar gleam in her eyes. She wondered if this interstellar warship was specifically designed by the commander for the Serpent Clan. The ship's design philosophy, excellent long-range firepower, and relatively low energy consumption made her yearn for it. She couldn't help but imagine that if the Serpent Kingdom had possessed such interstellar warships, they might have avoided the tragic fate of having their homeland trampled and being forced into exile. Others were equally captivated by the various interstellar warships, their eyes glued to these technological marvels. Zhao Riyue admired the Tyrant-class heavy interstellar missile battlecruiser with envy, exclaiming, This battlecruiser is perfect. Its speed is barely compromised, and it's equipped with an astounding number of interstellar missiles. Its firepower rivals that of a conventional small fleet of the Empire. Noticing his sister's interest, Zhao Chen suggested, "Big sis, do you like the Tyrant? You can take one as your flagship along with Qin Xiaolei. Compared to the Vermilion Bird, this Tyrant is much more powerful. Don't refuse." Zhao Ruyue initially wanted to be modest, but seeing her brother's determined expression, she understood it was out of concern for her safety. "All right, I'll arrange for the handover later," she agreed readily. At that moment, Chu Xian's voice rang out, "Commander, why do I feel like your T4 Skeleton King-class heavy interstellar armor destroyer is superior to the T4 Skeleton Legion-class medium interstellar destroyer you gave to our Chu family?" She crossed her arms, her eyes filled with curiosity. Zhao Chen responded candidly, "You're right. The Skeleton King is indeed an upgraded version of the Skeleton Legion. However, its cost is 10 times higher, and the construction technology required is very advanced. Even if I gave you one, the starship industry in the Chu River sector would find it challenging to mass produce in the short term. Still interested? Each unit costs 1 billion. Chu Xian gasped, but looking at the imposing T4 Skeleton King-class heavy interstellar armor destroyer, she couldn't help but feel tempted. The destroyer's presence was so commanding that it could easily be mistaken for a medium battle cruiser. "Forget I said anything," she muttered, eyes filled with envy. Zhao Chen smiled and suggested, "You can mention it to your grandfather. I can sell him a few at a favorable price." While he wouldn't charge exorbitantly, the profit from a single T4 interstellar warship was substantial, comparable to selling hundreds of T3 interstellar warships. Chu Xian noted this information silently. Although the Chu family couldn't purchase many, equipping a few in their elite fleet was a feasible option. Just then, a massive figure slowly emerged. Although its speed was not fast, its size made the surrounding T4 interstellar warships look insignificant. Even the 13-kilometer-long T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon looked like a baby standing next to an adult in comparison. Everyone's attention was drawn to this giant ship. T4 Fallen Angel-class super heavy carrier starship, Annie proudly introduced, her tone filled with evident pride, as this was her personally overseen project, even though most of the work was done by Nana. As everyone marveled at the giant ship, Zhao Chun felt a keen gaze. He turned to see Su Lan. Her expression was hesitant, biting her lip, her eyes shifting between the massive warship and Zhao Chun, unable to voice her thoughts. Shui Xiaoxiao noticed this and directly asked Zhao Chun, "Commander, what are your plans for that carrier starship? I see only one was built in this batch. It would be great if there were more." Annie rolled her eyes and said, "Miss Shui, you make it sound easy. 1. Do you know how much labor it took to build just this one? Do you know how many raw materials it consumed? The materials used to build this carrier starship could construct 100 T4 Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile frigates." Zhao Chen noticed Su Lan's gaze and understood her thoughts. He announced, "This T4 Fallen Angel-class super heavy carrier starship, the first of its kind, will be assigned to the 3rd Dragon Corps as Su Lan's flagship. Su Lan excels in carrier starship combat systems and knows how to maximize its potential." Hearing this, Su Lan's eyes sparkled. If the occasion were appropriate, she might have rushed forward to hug Zhao Chun. She stood straight, placing her hand over her heart, and solemnly said, "Rest assured, Commander. I will ensure this fallen angel lives up to its full value." Chu Xian curiously asked, "How many interstellar fighters can this fallen angel carry?" Others also looked on with curiosity, as the number of interstellar fighters a carrier starship could hold was a key measure of its strength. About 100,000 or so. Su Lan was listening to Zhao Chen's explanation when she suddenly received a message from the commander. She glanced down at the document, and her expression changed instantly. Making sure no one noticed, she retreated to a corner and quickly skimmed through it. The document contained internal data on the T4 Fallen Angel-class super heavy aircraft carrier starship. The first page listed detailed information. Fallen Angel-class super heavy aircraft carrier starship. Ship type, aircraft carrier starship. Technology level, T4. Star shield energy value, 3 million units. Cruising speed, 160 star knots. Warp engine, level 8. Length, 39.68 kilometers. Mass, 91.88 million tons. Crew, 300,000. Weaponry, Fallen Angel SI Interstellar Fighter, 30,000 units. Fallen Angel SII Heavy Interstellar Stealth Bomber, 3,000 units. Fallen Angel SII Multifunction Combat Interstellar Drone, 300,000 units. Fallen Angel FI Electronic Warfare Interstellar Stealth Drone, 200 units. Fallen Angel FI Interstellar Reconnaissance Aircraft, 1,000 units. Fallen Angel FI Interstellar Stealth Reconnaissance Aircraft, 100 units. 1,000 medium fully automated high-density close-in weapon systems. 50 missile launch silos. 3,000 short-range intercept interstellar missiles for defensive fields. Hearing the number 100,000 or so, The women were astounded. This number rivaled the total number of interstellar fighters and drones in the entire Holy Angel Legion. However, they didn't notice Su Lan's even more shocked expression. Su Lan quickly closed the interface and tried to control her emotions, looking at the man with almost reverent eyes. He was right, but the data had been understated. In reality, there were 330,000 various interstellar fighters and drones. More importantly, the carrier was equipped with high-performance flight decks and hangars to ensure rapid deployment, return, resupply, and re-engagement of fighters. It even had multiple drone production lines that could replenish losses autonomously if raw materials were sufficient. This carrier's long-range deployment capability was comparable to a military starport, more than enough to firmly control interstellar air supremacy. While everyone was imagining the giant ship, Liyaki and Hong Meiguei started arguing over the T4 Tycoon-class heavy interstellar mining ship. I want 30 of this batch. Why? There are only 50 in total, and I want 32. The two were arguing heatedly. Zhao Qian stepped forward helplessly to separate them. You business people are more intense than soldiers. Liyaki and Hong Meiguei exchanged silent glances. They both knew the importance of the T4 Tycoon-class mining ship. If deployed in 5 resource-rich star regions, the extraction limit could increase by 30, or even more. The monthly extraction volume could significantly rise from 500 billion star coins. As businesswomen, how could they not fight over it? Zhao Qian announced the allocation plan. Each of you gets 20 ships, and Earth Dragon Mining Group gets 10. Don't worry, as production capacity increases, you'll be prioritized. Though unwilling, the two had to accept it. Under Zhao Qian's arrangement, they had always been in competition. Currently, aside from the starship manufacturing industry controlled by Liyaki, other areas were evenly matched with the Rose-Red Dragon Group. Liyaki had fully transitioned from the Bayan Group to the North Dragon Group. Despite Bayan Group's earlier start, North Dragon Group, as the favored child of the Xiaolong Legion, had a much brighter future. The Bayan Group would focus on low-end interstellar warship production with a significant scale but limited growth potential. Annie approached Zhao Qian and handed him a document. This is the list of T4 interstellar warships delivered this time. Please review it. Zhao Qian quickly went through it. Fallen Angel-class super heavy aircraft carrier starship, 1 unit. Gorgon-class heavy interstellar artillery ship, 5 units. Tyrant-class heavy interstellar missile battle cruiser, 5 units. Skeleton King-class heavy interstellar armored destroyer, 30 units. Vermilion Bird-class medium interstellar cruiser, 30 units. Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile frigate, 50 units. Blue Eyes White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship, 2 units. Tycoon-class heavy interstellar mining ship, 50 units. Whale-class heavy interstellar transport ship, 300 units. Moon Goddess-class heavy interstellar supply ship, 30 units. Gemini-class heavy interstellar industrial ship, 5 units. T4 Hui Guang-class interstellar warp ship, 5 units. The raw materials for these T4 starships alone cost 400 billion star coins. Without continuous supply from the 5 resource-rich star regions, it would be impossible to sustain such terrifying consumption, let alone the war expenses over the past 2 months. The Xiaolong Legion had become a massive war machine. Lilith softly reminded, Commander, General Charlotte has arrived. Zhao Qian's eyes lit up, and he turned to leave. Annie stood there dejectedly, her words unspoken. Lilith handed Annie a special briefcase. The commander asked me to give this to you. Swallowing hard, Annie touched the button, and a holographic projection of an interstellar warship appeared. T4 Golden Eden-class starship. At the entrance of the starship restaurant, Zhao Qian hadn't even stepped inside when he heard a familiar voice. He saw a figure excitedly pointing at the menu, their white tail wagging continuously, and the animal ears under their military caps standing upright. These, and these. Give me one of everything with fish, the voice said excitedly, their finger pointing at dish after dish. Zhao Qian quietly approached and grabbed those furry ears. Why is it that the first thing you do when you get back isn't to see me, but to find food? Is your commander less important than these fish? He said, feigning anger. Charlotte turned around and pouted when she saw Zhao Qian. I just missed the food from our restaurant, she explained, looking pitiful. Didn't we arrange for some interstellar transport ships to send food over? Zhao Qian raised an eyebrow. Charlotte sighed. Yes, but there are so many revolutionaries. I couldn't bear to see them eat only nutrient packs, so I shared the food. Besides, it wasn't very fresh, and the taste doesn't compare to our restaurant. Look, I've even lost weight. Without another word, Zhao Qian lifted Charlotte by the waist, causing her to blush deeply. The female crew members around them giggled and looked on enviously. You have lost a few pounds, Zhao Qian said seriously before setting her down. Put me down. Charlotte stammered, her feet flailing. Once on the ground, she bit her lip and looked at the commander with a mix of embarrassment and reproach. Zhao Qian turned to the head chef behind the counter. We have special ingredients these days, right? Prepare them all. And get the A3 private room ready. Got it, Commander. Don't worry. We'll make sure you and General Charlotte are satisfied. The A3 room has the best view in the restaurant, the head chef replied cheerfully. The two walked into the meticulously arranged A3 private room, with a holographic projection of the cosmos on one side, making it seem as if they were floating in the vast starry sky. Why did you come back so suddenly? Is everything going smoothly with the Warhammer situation? Zhao Chen asked directly, suspecting that Charlotte had important news. Charlotte's expression turned serious. There are some matters to report to you, Commander. I need your directive. She began to detail the changes in the Warhammer Interstellar Federation situation over the past 6 months. With Zhao Chen's continuous support of interstellar warships, the Revolutionary Army had grown significantly stronger, reaching its peak strength in history. They had occupied territories equivalent to an entire star region, though mostly in the periphery, with little actual value. The Black Wolf and Black Tiger tribes had suffered significant losses, with the former losing a third of their territory, leaving their position among the 20 major tribes precarious. Zhao Chen frowned. Something doesn't seem right. You guys are making quite a commotion. Aren't the 20 major tribes just going to watch you cause trouble? They're doing it intentionally, Charlotte explained. She displayed a boundary map of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation, clearly marking the actual control areas of various factions. The 20 major tribes have their internal conflicts and are currently divided into 3 factions. Charlotte detailed the Dragon faction, led by the Dragon tribe, the emerging faction, centered around the 4 giants, and the neutral faction, which stayed out of the fray. The Revolutionary Army had carefully avoided the neutral territories, focusing on the Dragon faction and the 4 giants. So, aside from expanding your territory, you must have gained something else recently, Zhao Chen mused. Charlotte nodded, revealing that they had secretly contacted multiple tribal forces, including marginalized and oppressed tribes within the Dragon tribe. She mentioned plans for a larger-scale revolutionary action, with some even proposing the establishment of a new Warhammer empire. Zhao Chen asked, how many of the 20 major tribes have you managed to win over? Charlotte admitted they had established connections with the Harpy tribe and the Spider Queen tribe and were working on the Centaur tribe, the Minotaur tribe, and others, including some declining old major tribes. But if you really declare independence and form a new nation, the Dragon tribe won't let you off easily, Zhao Chen said bluntly. Charlotte agreed and indicated they needed Zhao Chen's approval and more support. She hesitated, as if wanting to propose something. Zhao Chen guessed her thoughts and said, I'm not going to take on a role like king or emperor. That's too much trouble. Being a commander is much more carefree. Charlotte seemed unsurprised and not too disappointed. I'll need to discuss this with others, she said. How long do you plan to stay in the Jiaolong system? About a week. Things are relatively calm in Warhammer right now, nothing major, Zhao Chen replied. As they spoke, a robot arrived with a variety of delicious dishes, mostly fish and seafood. Charlotte's mouth watered at the sight, and she suddenly remembered something, looking expectantly at Zhao Chen, as if reminding him of a past promise. Charlotte had left the Xiaolong galaxy months ago, but she found herself already accustomed to life there, especially to being around that man. Unbeknownst to her, the Xiaolong galaxy had become her new home, and a certain feeling for the commander had quietly taken root in her heart. What's wrong? Not eating. Zhao Chen pointed at the array of fish dishes on the table, seemingly unaware of Charlotte's change in mood. Charlotte's heart sank as she looked at the table full of fish, losing her appetite. Has he forgotten? She wondered to herself. After all, he's the commander, with so many people around him. How could he possibly remember the little promise he made to me? Why aren't you eating? Zhao Chen noticed Charlotte's unusual behavior and asked again. Of course, I'm eating. Charlotte quickly grabbed various fish with both hands and started devouring them, as if in a battle with the food. Zhao Chen almost burst out laughing. This little one could never hide her thoughts. Her emotions were written all over her face. The fish over there looks good. Let me try it, he said, picking up his chopsticks and pretending to reach for the fish in front of Charlotte. With a small dried fish still in her mouth, Charlotte didn't notice the commander's actions. Suddenly, a familiar pair of eyes was less than an inch away from her, and she felt a warm touch on her lips. The commander bit me. Her heart raced, and she almost choked. Then, a force pulled the fish from her mouth. She shuddered, her tail stiffening, and her white fur standing on end. By the time Charlotte regained her composure, the fish was gone. Zhao Chen returned to his seat nonchalantly, wiping the corner of his mouth and looking at her with a faint smile. You, why did you steal my dried fish? Charlotte blurted out, sounding like an innocent white cat whose snack had been taken away. Why don't you try and steal mine? Zhao Chen put another piece of dried fish in his mouth, indicating that Charlotte could come and take it. Charlotte considered retaliation, but remembered the sensation from earlier and obediently sat back down. She continued to eat the food in front of her. Zhao Chen smiled without saying a word. Of course, he hadn't forgotten the promise he made to Charlotte. This was his unique way of fulfilling it. For the next few minutes, They ate in a peculiar silence, the awkwardness gradually fading. Eventually, they began discussing the development of the Xiaolong Legion. Charlotte proposed a brilliant idea, which Zhao Chen fully endorsed. She suggested forming specialized fleets to maximize the strengths of certain ship types and commanders. For instance, creating a long-range fire support fleet centered around interstellar missile ships, or an assassination raid fleet composed of thousands of interstellar stealth bombers. Zhao Chen found the idea highly feasible, allowing for clear divisions of labor on the battlefield and maximizing the combat effectiveness of each ship type. Discuss this with Lilith after this. It's best to draft a detailed plan before you leave. If needed, you can have Annie assist with production. Charlotte nodded in agreement. Although she had been away from the Xiaolong galaxy for a while, Lilith had been regularly updating her on the Legion's intel, which she studied diligently each time. After all, the Xiaolong Legion was ultimately her home. After the meal, Charlotte leaned back in her chair, patting her stomach contentedly and letting out a burp. Get some rest first. We can talk about work once you're well rested, Zhao Chen advised. Charlotte nodded, got up, and prepared to leave. Before she stepped out, she playfully turned back to the commander and said, "This time doesn't count. I've seen it. Others aren't like this. They use their tongues. Next time, you have to teach me that." She then quickly fled the room. Tongues? Zhao Chen was left stunned, wondering where this white cat had picked up such ideas. Meanwhile, at the Longhu Legion base of the Revolutionary Army in the Hammer Interstellar Federation, Maidaer sneezed. She looked at the mountain of work before her and complained, "When is sister coming back? It's only been a few days, and I already miss her. I used to think this work was easy, but now I realize it's not something a tiger can handle." As she grumbled, Maidaer watched her downloaded collection of romance dramas. Besides military life, this was her favorite pastime. She had recommended several dramas to Sister Charlotte, especially those featuring strong female leads paired with powerful male protagonists. I wonder if Sister Charlotte has learned anything from all those good shows. With her emotional intelligence, who knows how long it'll take her to win over her commander, Maidaer mused, folding her arms like a strategist deep in thought. Yes, all the quirky knowledge Charlotte had acquired came from Maidaer's recommendations. In Maidaer's eyes, it was clear that Sister Charlotte liked the Xiaolong commander, often sneaking glances at his photos and videos, praising his wisdom and valor at every chance, nearly deifying him. But Maidaer knew that with Sister Charlotte's personality, this affection would likely remain stagnant unless the other party took the initiative. For the future of the White Tiger clan, I, Maidaer, must find a way to get the Xiaolong commander into Sister Charlotte's bed. Maidaer clenched her fist with determination. This was not just for Sister Charlotte, but also for the future of the White Tiger clan. The Xiaolong Legion was powerful, and the Revolutionary Army owed its current strength to the support of the Xiaolong Legion. But this support was like a floating reed, always at risk of disappearing. The only solution was to establish a stable connection, and the relationship between Sister Charlotte and the Xiaolong commander was undoubtedly the most reliable bond. With this in mind, Maidaer began searching for a series of 18 films about women pursuing men and women taking the lead, occasionally letting out an ant-like chuckle. The T4 Fallen Angel-class supercarrier, the flagship of its series, has been fully prepared, and the combat personnel are all in place. Su Lan stood behind Commander Zhao Chen, her eyes filled with admiration as she reported the status of the carrier in detail. Her voice echoed through the spacious command room. "We are ready to join the operations of the Thunder Dragon 3rd Legion at any moment." Commander Zhao Chen, accompanied by Lilith, Charlotte, and Akame, personally inspected the interior of the supercarrier. Su Lan, the captain, accompanied them throughout the tour, her uniform crisp and her steps steady. As they ascended on a floating elevator, a breathtaking view unfolded before them. The internal space was incredibly advanced, with a futuristic design that was mesmerizing. Transparent hangar walls allowed a clear view of the neatly parked T4 Fallen Angel starships, layer upon layer. Charlotte exclaimed, "It's so huge." Her eyes swept across the hangar, seemingly endless. Su Lan added, "There are dozens of such hangars throughout the Fallen Angel, strategically placed for quick deployment. According to the latest simulation, we can launch all starships within 3 minutes and all drone swarms within 5 minutes." As the inspection continued, Su Lan's admiration for the commander grew even stronger. Eventually, the group arrived at the ship's dining hall, which was equally top-notch, offering first-class dining services for the crew. Su Lan had already reserved a private room, and once everyone was seated, Zhao Chen turned his gaze to Charlotte. "You plan to return to Warhammer tomorrow, right?" Zhao Chen asked directly. Charlotte nodded in confirmation. Zhao Chen continued, "Over the past few days, we have discussed Warhammer's situation extensively. With Lilith's coordination of the data, we have finalized our plan." Zhao Chen detailed the plan: expanding the Revolutionary Army's military strength, providing starships equivalent to the Imperial Princess Fleet standards, and increasing the Dragon and Tiger Legion to 90,000 starships. He promised that the Bayan Group would deliver this fleet of T2 series starships by June, along with an additional 1,000 T3 class starships of various models. Zhao Chun specifically highlighted the allocation of 30 T3 Judicator-class heavy missile ships, which would be under the direct control of the Thunder Dragon Legion, answering only to Charlotte. He also mentioned the possibility of military aid loans and the potential deployment of the Thunder Dragon Legion for support if necessary. The conversation shifted to deeper strategic considerations. Zhao Chun stated solemnly, "If we are to establish a new kingdom or alliance, the initiative must be in my hands. The leader could be you, your sister, or your father. But if it's anyone else," his expression grew serious, "I will withdraw all support provided to the Revolutionary Army." "Charlotte, you understand what I mean?" Charlotte nodded earnestly, fully grasping the commander's stance. Zhao Chun was willing to support them, but the control of the new power had to be in his hands. It was a non-negotiable condition. Suddenly, a flicker of hope appeared in Charlotte's eyes. She looked directly at Zhao Chun with her big, watery eyes. "Commander, have you ever considered becoming the leader on Warhammer? Even though you are human, if you were our leader, we would wholeheartedly support you." Zhao Chun gently patted Charlotte's head, his tone firm yet gentle. "Things are fine as they are now. If it weren't for protecting our current way of life, I wouldn't bother with all this Star Glory, Warhammer, or Holy Radiance." Charlotte sighed deeply, disappointed but understanding the commander's decision. The meeting concluded in a complex atmosphere, with everyone left contemplating and anticipating the future. Charlotte left for the second time, returning to the United Federation of Warhammer Stars, bringing back Zhao Chen's intentions. The chess game of the United Federation of Warhammer Stars was about to enter its second phase. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen received a crucial piece of information. Zhao Chen's gaze fell on Lilith, who promptly opened an intelligence file. She began to report, "Our T3 Silver Mouse-class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship, tasked with investigating the relationship between Qin Shaotian and the Holy Radiance Empire, has uncovered some clues through recent close surveillance." Lilith's voice was clear and concise. "A new starship manufacturing group has been established in the Shuiyan Star region, named Guangyan Group. It handles the majority of the Imperial Army's procurement orders, and also accepts starship orders from interstellar forces closely associated with Qin Shaotian. Evidence shows that the supply of starships has expanded several times compared to before the Civil War." Zhao Chen frowned slightly, pondering, given the current situation, how is Qin Shaotian able to establish a starship factory and maintain a steady supply? The resources from the territories he controls in the Xingyao Empire can at most meet the needs of his fleet. It's impossible to satisfy the demands of most of the Xingyao Empire and expand several times over. His eyes sharpened. The only possibility is that the Holy Radiance Empire has secretly established a connection with them and provided some level of assistance. Lilith nodded in agreement and added, "That's exactly the direction of our investigation." Zhao Chen pressed further. "Have we determined if the Holy Radiance Empire is transporting large numbers of interstellar warships? If they were directly providing warships, the transport of thousands of them, even in Qin Shaotian Shuiyan Star region, couldn't go completely unnoticed." Lilith responded quickly, "So far, we haven't found any finished interstellar warships flowing from the Holy Radiance Empire into the Xingyao Empire." Zhao Chen squinted, speculating, if not finished products, then it must be semi-finished or related components. Lilith nodded, pointing to a piece of information in the intelligence file. "According to our investigation, there are no direct traces of contact between the Shuiyan Star region and the Holy Radiance Empire. But we've examined all interstellar trade fleets entering and leaving the Shuiyan Star region and found some clues. Over the past quarter, trade between a neutral interstellar force and the Xingyao Empire has increased by dozens of times. 80% of the trade ships have entered the Shuiyan Star region." "Where exactly?" Zhao Chen inquired. "The Star Alliance," Lilith replied. Zhao Chun recalled hearing about the Star Alliance during his time at the Northern Star Military Academy. Lilith then pulled up detailed information, explaining the background, nature, and special status of the Star Alliance within the Galactic Union. Chu Xian suddenly interjected, "This reminds me of something from a few years ago. My grandfather had business partners in the Star Alliance who actually wanted to buy our T4 Northwind God-class heavy interstellar battleships." Zhao Chen asked curiously, "Did you sell them?" Chu Xian rolled her eyes. "That's top-tier technology. Of course, we didn't sell it. If it weren't for our good relationship with the royal family at the time, and their annual supply of military materials to us, we wouldn't have sold the T4 Northwind God-class heavy interstellar battleships to them." She sighed. "Who would have thought we'd end up falling out with the royal family?" Lilith continued her report, suggesting that the Xiaolong Corps dispatch senior officials under the guise of business trade to directly engage with the Star Alliance to gather more intelligence. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement but then expressed his confusion. "The Star Alliance? We don't seem to have any connections there." Chu Xian looked at Zhao Chun and reminded him, "You have one right under your nose." "Do I? How come I don't know?" Zhao Chun was momentarily puzzled. Chu Xian pointed out directly, "Don't you know the background of your starship captain, Shui Xiaoxiao?" Zhao Chun was stunned. He knew Xue Xiaoxiao had a complicated background, but never imagined she had connections with the Star Alliance. I won't go. I won't go. Kill me if you must, but I'm not going. Xue Xiaoxiao screamed at the top of her lungs, struggling against Chu Xin's grip. If it weren't for Chu Xin holding her down tightly, Xue Xiaoxiao would have bolted long ago. Zhao Chun watched the scene, bewildered. Chu Xin, being from a military family, easily subdued Xue Xiaoxiao with her agile moves. She had once boasted that she could take down 3 people like Xue Xiaoxiao with one hand. Is the Star Alliance really that terrifying? Zhao Chun asked, puzzled. When he had summoned Xue Xiaoxiao earlier to inform her about her assignment to the Star Alliance, she immediately showed a look of sheer terror, as if she would rather die than comply. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Xue Xiaoxiao, realizing she couldn't break free, looked at Zhao Chun pitifully. Commander, can't we just not go? She hoped to evoke some sympathy from Zhao Chun. Give me a convincing reason, Zhao Chun replied calmly. Xue Xiaoxiao was stunned and, after a long pause, finally blurted out, there's an old woman there who loves eating children. She looked dead serious, as if it were a proven fact. Seeing this, Zhao Chun waved his hand dismissively. Since Xue Xiaoxiao doesn't want to go, we won't force her. But I think it's time to consider replacing the captain of the T4 Azure-Eyed White Dragon-class heavy interstellar battleship. No way. Xue Xiaoxiao became agitated upon hearing that her prized ship might be reassigned, as if someone was about to steal her treasure. Zhao Chun shrugged, speaking lightly, so, it's up to you. Our Xiaolong Corps is always very democratic. Xue Xiaoxiao pouted and muttered something under her breath. Although the specifics were unclear, it was evident she was grumbling about Zhao Chun being an oppressive commander. The task you assigned is to investigate the trade relations between the Holy Radiance Empire and the current Starlight Empire under Qin Shoutian within the Star Alliance. So, as long as I complete this investigation, that's all that matters, right? Xue Xiaoxiao asked, seeking confirmation from Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun nodded. All right, I'll do it. Xue Xiaoxiao reluctantly agreed to the mission. As for her real reason for not wanting to go to the Star Alliance, she chose to keep it to herself. Zhao Chun didn't press further. He believed everyone had their secrets, and there was no need to dig deeper as long as it didn't pose a threat to him. Prepare yourself. Take your flagship with you, and I'll assign a small fleet to accompany you. You should be ready to depart by early April. Report back to me immediately if anything comes up, Zhao Chun instructed. Understood, Xue Xiaoxiao replied weakly. After confirming there were no other issues, she sighed deeply and left. Why does that girl remind me so much of Annie? Zhao Chun muttered. Lilith, standing nearby, explained. Those two often hang out together on their days off and have become quite close friends. This comment made Zhao Chun picture Xue Xiaoxiao and Annie causing trouble together, prompting him to think they were indeed birds of a feather. After arranging Xue Xiaoxiao's mission to the Star Alliance, Lilith reported another matter. Regarding our deployment to the Tsangyue starfield, all the war supplies are ready. The 3 Xiaolong Corps have fully recovered, and all previously lost interstellar warships have been replenished. We need you to decide who will lead this battle. Chu Xin's eyes lit up at the mention of a battle. Although she was familiar with combat, this would be her first real engagement since joining the Xiaolong Corps, offering her a chance to better understand and experience the power of their interstellar warships. Zhao Chun reviewed the relevant data, thought for half an hour, and then discussed it briefly with Lilith and Chu Xin before making a decision. Based on the current intelligence, the Tsangyue starfield is primarily controlled by the Zhou family, who have a fleet of 30,000 interstellar warships. Most were acquired in the last 6 months through purchases and the annexation of other lords' fleets. Their combined combat power is equivalent to a secondary imperial army. Given their strength, any one of our 3 Xiaolong Corps could handle them. The issue is whether Qin Shoutian will intervene, especially with his mechanical insect fleet. Their technology, similar to our Huigang-class interstellar jump ships, is a significant threat, Zhao Chun analyzed, rubbing his chin. Chu Xin added. But this is also an opportunity. Qin Shoutian has been quiet lately, ignoring our actions in the blue starfield. My grandfather is looking for a way to provoke Qin Shoutian into making a move. Our Xiaolong Corps attacking the Tsangyue starfield could be the bait. Zhao Chun nodded in agreement. I think so too. This civil war can't drag on indefinitely. We need a breakthrough. Lilith, prepare to relay my orders. He began issuing specific instructions. The 3rd Xiaolong Corps will carry out this mission, with Shen Bing as the campaign commander, overseeing the attack on the Tsangyue starfield. The 1st Xiaolong Corps will station at the border between the Tsangyue and Northwind starfields, ready to provide support. The 2nd Xiaolong Corps will stay on guard at the Xiaolong system. Although Qidong is the commander of the 2nd Corps, she will act as a military advisor to the 3rd Corps, assisting Shen Bing remotely. Shen Bing will have a budget of 100 billion star coins for battle resources. The strategic goal is to minimize fleet losses while destroying the main forces of the Tsangyue starfield and capturing key strategic points. If Qin Shoutian does not interfere, the ultimate objective is to control the entire Tsangyue starfield, Lilith noted down the commander's words, ready to pass them on. With this matter temporarily settled, Zhao Chen found himself with some free time. He opened his system interface to review various data. Host, Zhao Chen. Occupation, top-tier starship engineer. Special attributes, fleet luck boost, Eye of Insight. System points, 3.9 million. Monthly fleet income, 1.69 million points. Mission points, 850. Number of starships, 25,678. Mission, annual mission not completed. Inventory, T5 Hades-class interstellar dreadnought blueprint. Hades Matrix module, T5 Creator-class starship blueprint. Golden Eden-class starship blueprint. Previously, Zhao Chen had spent some mission points and system credits to redeem the T4 Golden Eden-class starship blueprint. However, due to the massive number of interstellar warships under his command, his passive income remained substantial. It's time to redeem the interstellar missile ship, Zhao Chen contemplated, rubbing his chin. The interstellar missile ship was the most crucial piece of the T4 series starships puzzle. It had always been the soul and mainstay of the Xiaolong Corps. Zhao Chen had his eye on a particular model for a while now. Zhao Chen was still basking in the joy of acquiring his new T4 Star missile cruiser when a sudden system notification amplified his excitement. Your T4 series ship collection rate has reached 90. T5 series store unlocked. Zhao Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the virtual interface in front of him. The T5 series store? This was the upgrade he had always dreamed of. He had thought the system store maxed out at T4, but it turned out the key to unlocking it was amassing enough T4 ships. Eagerly, he clicked to view the T5 series store. Bold text appeared. To access the T5 series store, please complete the specified task. Accept the task? Without hesitation, Zhao Chen accepted. The system immediately provided the task details. Congratulations on accepting the task. Follow the task prompts to make your choices. Your progress will increase as you complete each part. Once your progress reaches 100, the T5 series store will be unlocked. Zhao Chen frowned slightly. This task seemed unusual. The system then presented 3 options. Option 1. Travel to the Holy Radiance Empire and kidnap the Saintess. Progress, 30. Option 2. Travel to the Warhammer Interstellar Federation and kidnap the Dragon Clan chief's daughter. Progress, 30. Option 3. Travel to the Star Alliance and kidnap the fiancé of the Qian family's young master. Progress, 20. Seeing these options, Zhao Chen couldn't help but shake his head and laugh bitterly. Kidnapping women? Whether it was the Saintess of the Holy Radiance Empire or the Dragon Clan princess from the Warhammer Interstellar Federation, neither would be easy targets. It was like poking a hornet's nest. After some thought, Zhao Chen decided on the third option. Although it offered the least progress, it seemed to be the least difficult. I guess I'll have to offend the young master of the Qian family, Zhao Chen muttered to himself. Worst case, I'll just return his fiancée after cleaning her up. Having made his decision, Zhao Chen turned to Chu Xian, who was still working nearby, and asked, Chu Xian, can you help me investigate if there's a Qian family in the Star Alliance? Chu Xian looked up in surprise. The Qian family in the Star Alliance? Why are you suddenly interested in them? From what I know, they have a pretty bad reputation. You know about the Qian family? Zhao Chen was a bit taken aback. Are they well known in the Star Alliance? I've heard my grandfather mention them, Chu Xian said, beginning to pull up data. Hold on. I should be able to find some information. While Chu Xian was searching, Zhao Chen turned his attention to the newly acquired schematics for the Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar missile cruiser. The ship's specifications were astounding. Class: Interstellar Missile Cruiser. Technology level: T4. Star shield energy: 200,000 units. Cruise speed: 200 star knots. Warp engine: level 8 warp engine. Length: 3.9 kilometers. Mass: 4.9 million tons. Crew complement: 2,000. The weapon configuration was even more jaw-dropping. 300,000 Hell Angel I standard interstellar missiles. 50,000 Hell Angel II mid-range heavy interstellar missiles. 20,000 Hell Angel III long-range medium interstellar missiles. 5,000 Hell Angel IV mid to long-range cluster missiles. 1,000 Hell Angel V mid-range dark matter high-explosive interstellar missiles. 100 Hell Angel VI mid-range simulated black hole interstellar missiles. The staggering payload was enough to leave anyone in awe. A single ship like this could obliterate all habitable planets in an entire star system. The nearly 360,000 interstellar missiles were several times more than the previous T3 Judge-class heavy interstellar missile cruiser, and all were T4 level, making them even more powerful. The Hell Angel V and 6 missiles were particularly fearsome, reaching quasi-T5 technology levels. The 1000 type dark matter high-explosive missiles utilized advanced dark matter technology, boasting immense power and blast radius, earning the nickname Star Bombs. Most terrifying were the 100 VA-type mid-range simulated black hole missiles. These missiles could create a small black hole in the target area, causing devastating damage to nearby enemy starships. Although this attack was indiscriminate and could harm allies, the small black hole was temporary and would disappear after a period. At the end of the technical schematics, Zhao Chun noticed a line of text he had never seen before, seemingly the motto for the T-4 Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar missile cruiser. Where angels spread their wings, the cosmos becomes a purgatory, and silence means destruction. Zhao Chen's eyes scanned the text on the screen, and a terrifying image instantly formed in his mind. A single T-4 Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar missile ship could carry over 360,000 interstellar missiles. If 10, 30, or even more of these ships fired simultaneously, the scene would be akin to the apocalypse. However, this excitement was quickly doused by reality. Zhao Chen rubbed his temples, forced to face the harsh truth. Each T-4 Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar missile ship cost a staggering 50 billion star coins, comparable to the T-4 Fallen Angel-class super heavy aircraft carrier starship. Even more shocking, the construction cost of just the 360,000 plus interstellar missiles alone was 25 billion star coins. 25 billion star coins. Zhao Chen muttered to himself, that's 100 times more expensive than a single T-3 Judicator class heavy interstellar missile ship. The firepower of one is equivalent to the entire first month's consumption of the Chu Changha Civil War. He shook his head with a bitter smile. I thought opening up 5 resource star regions with a monthly output of 500 billion star coins was extravagant. But it turns out it's not even enough to cover the cost of a single volley from a squad of 30 T-4 Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar missile ships. Commander? Chu Xian's voice brought Zhao Chun back to reality. She looked at him with a puzzled expression and handed over a document. This is the information we've gathered about the Qian family. Zhao Chen quickly composed himself and took the document. Chu Xian continued, the Qian family is a trade giant in the Star Alliance, but they have a terrible reputation. They primarily deal in slave trade, selling and operating them themselves. They have established the most notorious den of vice in the Star Alliance, offering all sorts of unimaginable services. They also own factories and mines, all operated by slaves with extremely high mortality rates. Worse still, their interstellar fleet often disguises as pirates to raid planets and capture residents as slaves. Zhao Chen frowned as he browsed through the detailed information and video records, feeling a wave of disgust. Although he didn't consider himself a good person, the actions of the Qian family were still revolting to him. In that case, we won't hold back, Zhao Chun said coldly. The Qian family can blame the system for issuing the mission. Chu Xian, we need to change our plans, Zhao Chen suddenly announced. Inform Xue Xiaoxiao that will accompany her to the Star Alliance this time. The battle in the Tsangyue Star region will be left to Shunbing, and the Xiaolong Star system will be handled by Qitong. Chu Xian was taken aback. Commander, your departure has significant implications. The Star Alliance is far from us, and if Qin Xiaotian discovers your whereabouts. Zhao Chen interrupted her. Don't forget we have the T-4 Huagang-class interstellar jump ship. We can escape any time and summon reinforcements. Seeing that Chu Xian still wanted to object, he continued to explain his dual-purpose plan. This trip to the Star Alliance is partly to handle my personal affairs and partly for the situation in the Xingyao Empire. As you mentioned, attacking the Tsangyue Star region is to give Qin Xiaotian an opportunity. But if he continues to hide, we'll give him a strong dose, letting him know Zhao Qian is not in the Xiaolong Star system but in the Star Alliance. I don't believe he can resist. Chu Xian was stunned. While Zhao Qian's plan made sense, the risk was enormous. I need to discuss this with Secretary Lilith and the others. Zhao Qian's eyes turned steely. Chu Xian, you haven't been with the Xiaolong Legion for long, so there are things you don't understand. Although I usually act like a hands-off leader, once I've made a decision, no one can oppose it. Because the Xiaolong Legion belongs to the Zhao family. Chu Xian was stunned. It was the first time she had seen Zhao Chun so resolute. Usually, this commander was all smiles, mingling with the female crew members on the bridge, and even being driven away by their risque jokes. At this moment, Chu Xian bit her lip lightly and decided to inform Lilith and the others about the situation. When the news spread, Lilith and the others were surprised but unanimously supported Commander Zhao Chen's decision. They quickly formulated a response plan, with the primary objective being to ensure the commander's safety. Half a day later, Lilith found Chu Xian. Seeing the worry on Chu Xian's face, Lilith softly said, "You're worried about the commander's sudden travel plans, aren't you?" Chu Xian nodded, anxiety evident in her eyes. The commander's arrangement is too abrupt. As the commander of the Xiaolong Legion, it's too risky to head to the Stellar Union at this time. Lilith patted Chu Xian's shoulder and smiled. That's just how our commander is. Sometimes he's like a big kid who doesn't care about anything, and other times he's incredibly stubborn. Remember when you first met? He piloted a warship alone into the swarm to rescue the erudite fleet that everyone else had abandoned. Listening to Lilith, Chu Xian suddenly understood. Lilith continued, "We always believe in this man. No matter how outlandish his decisions may seem, we will steadfastly support him. Our job is to create the safest and most reliable plans for him. Chu Xian chuckled. It seems being his secretary is no easy task. Lilith nodded emphatically, and the two of them began drafting a detailed plan for Zhao Qin's trip. In the end, an impressive fleet was assembled. Sitting in the captain's chair, Zhao Qian was astonished as he looked at the list. I'm just going to the Stellar Union. Is all this really necessary? Absolutely. Chu Xian and Lilith replied in unison. Lilith pointed to the signature section of the document. Since you've decided to travel, we must ensure your safety. Please sign here to confirm the travel plan. Chu Xian gave a thumbs up behind Lilith, finally understanding the secretary's prowess. While she couldn't alter the commander's decisions, she excelled at safeguarding him. Zhao Qin reluctantly looked at the document listing 72 interstellar warships, including the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy armored battleship, the T4 Fallen Angel class super heavy carrier starship, and various types of frigates, destroyers, and artillery ships. The fleet strength was enough to intimidate an imperial fleet of 3,000 interstellar warships. Eventually, Zhao Qin signed his name, officially confirming the travel plan, which was moved up to the end of March. By the end of March in galactic year 3034, the development of 5 resource star regions was progressing smoothly, and various battles were advancing steadily. Before departing, Zhao Qin gave Lilith final instructions, including military arrangements and starship production plans. Lilith solemnly saluted Zhao Qin, reminding him, Commander, please be careful. Your importance to the Xiaolong Legion is irreplaceable. We're all waiting for your safe return. Zhao Qin nodded in agreement. Before parting, Lilith looked at Chu Xian with a serious expression, silently conveying a message. Starships can be lost, crew members can be sacrificed, but the commander's safety is paramount. Not a single hair can be harmed. The Alliance of Stars is a unique star region that gathers numerous galaxies. Similar to the Dark Reef sector, local resources here are scarce, but its strategic location provides unparalleled advantages for interstellar trade. Whether it's the forces from within the Galactic Union or the former territories of the Mech Clan, the Alliance of Stars boasts convenient trade routes. In this star region, interstellar merchants come and go, and sometimes you can even spot part-time adventurers. These adventurers risk venturing into the Mech Clan's territories just to complete those high-reward missions. The Alliance of Stars is an inclusive place where race and appearance don't matter. As long as you have enough resources, anything is possible. Although the Alliance has its own laws, their effectiveness often depends on how much you're willing to pay. Shui Xiaoxiao skillfully made a money-rubbing gesture with her thumb and forefinger while casting a discontented glance at Zhao Qin, who was sitting in her exclusive captain's chair. The chair was adorned with her favorite purple cushion, and the backrest featured her beloved cartoon plush toy. Seeing her spot taken, Shui Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of displeasure but held her tongue due to Zhao Qin's status. So, what's the currency here? Zhao Qin inquired. Anything of value can be used, Shui Xiaoxiao explained. But the most common currency is star ore. It's the most prevalent mineral and has wide applications. Half of the materials used to build interstellar warships depend on it. Star ore is also the raw material and benchmark for the Galactic Union's official currency, star credits. Due to its large production and stable price, it's widely used in interstellar trade. Chu Xian asked seriously, how powerful is the Alliance of Stars? Is there anything that could threaten our fleet? Shui Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. With our fleet's configuration, threatening us? As long as we don't go looking for trouble, we'll be fine. These 72 interstellar warships can easily dominate the Alliance of Stars. But the real strength of the Alliance lies in its network. Although there are frequent internal disputes and even small-scale wars, everyone understands the significance of the Alliance. If an external force attacks an Alliance faction without reason, they might not confront you directly, but they'll retaliate in their own way by blacklisting you. Shui Xiaoxiao elaborated on the consequences of being blacklisted. You would be unable to use the Alliance's trade channels, and your related trades would be mercilessly suppressed. They excel at trade wars. No one has ever won against them. The Alliance's network spans the entire Galactic Union. Even our Xiaolong Legion has numerous dealings with the Alliance. Zhao Qin nodded, recalling the reminder from his secretary, Lilith. He asked, where can we gather intelligence? Chu Xian answered quickly, according to the data collected by our T3 Silver Mouse-class light stealth reconnaissance ship, there's a neutral zone called Star City within the Alliance of Stars. It's a hub for all interstellar trade, and we should be able to find the information we need there. Shui Xiaoxiao added, that's right, in Star City, as long as you're willing to spend, you can find out most information. Then let's head to Star City first, Zhao Qin decided. At this time, Zhao Qin's small fleet, having arrived within the Alliance of Stars through the T4 Huigang-class interstellar jump ship, was heading towards Star City. To conceal their identity, the Xiaolong Legion insignia had been replaced with a nondescript emblem. Zhao Qin had also deployed T3 Silver Mouse-class light stealth reconnaissance ships around the fleet to avoid potential encounters with other fleets. Zhao Qin opened the Alliance of Stars star map and pointed to a marked area, asking, This is where the Qian family is located, right? Shui Xiaoxiao confirmed, yes, this area belongs to the Qian family. They are one of the largest interstellar traders in the Alliance, owning 13 star systems. She looked at Zhao Qian curiously. Why are you suddenly so interested in the Qian family? Zhao Qian deflected, just asking. Shui Xiaoxiao knew Zhao Qian well enough to understand he didn't ask irrelevant questions. If he was focused on the Qian family, it likely meant trouble. But for now, she was more concerned about her own situation, reassuring herself, it should be fine, just keep a low profile. The alliance of stars is vast. What are the chances of running into them? Complete the mission and leave quietly. Thinking this, a smile crept onto her face. Zhao Qian also fell into deep thought, clearly plotting something. Chu Xian, observing the two, felt that this journey to the alliance of stars was far from simple and sensed that something significant was about to unfold. Is this Star City? Chu Xian stared in awe at the colossal structure before her, while Zhao Qian couldn't help but gaze in amazement through the porthole. It was a massive steel construction, larger than a planet, but utterly devoid of beauty. It looked like a patchwork of mismatched parts, with architectural styles and materials clashing. European and Chinese elements jumbled together in a chaotic manner. Shui Xiaoxiao explained that Star City started as a small spaceport and, with the increase in interstellar trade, underwent countless expansions, resulting in its unique cultural blend. Zhao Qian continued to observe Star City. Countless interstellar ships were docked around it, ranging from the ant-like T1 class to the rare T3 class, but no T4s were in sight. About 70% were transport or auxiliary ships, with combat ships being few and far between. Suddenly, a voice came over the communication channel. This is Star City Administrator JK991. We have received and approved your docking request for the Little Skull. Please follow the designated route to dock. Zhao Qian glanced at Chu Xian, who had submitted the docking request earlier. They were traveling on AT-4 Skull King-class heavy interstellar armored destroyer, designed with a rugged, Warhammer-like appearance to avoid drawing too much attention. Chu Xian added that their other interstellar ships were hidden in the outer asteroid belt, ready to provide support within 5 minutes if needed. Let's not be so tense. Zhao Qian waved his hand. We're here for business, so let's be friendly. After the Little Skull docked in its berth, Zhao Qian and his group boarded a shuttle to enter the inner lanes of Star City. Shui Xiaoxiao enthusiastically described the surroundings. The dark circular lanes were lined with small passages, with shuttles zipping back and forth, resembling an intricate highway network. Where are we headed? Zhao Qian asked. The Star Tavern, Chu Xian replied. It's a landmark area controlled by the largest intelligence organization in the Star Alliance. Shui Xiaoxiao added. You can get any information there, as long as you can afford it. Chu Xian assured. Don't worry about the funds. Our Eden Food Trading Group has 10 billion star coins worth of goods in the Star Alliance account. After about 10 minutes, the shuttle arrived at the docking area. A group of people dressed in black leather armor and wearing black masks exited the cabin. The reception staff were unfazed, as they were used to seeing all sorts of strange creatures here. Chu Xian produced a badge with a barrel emblem and, using a voice altered by a mask, said, We're heading to the tavern. We have a reservation? The reception staff respectfully replied, Ah, tavern guests. This way, please. We've prepared a special vehicle for you. Have a pleasant visit to the tavern. Zhao Qian and his team boarded the special vehicle, passing through several districts with varying styles, until they finally arrived at the Star Tavern. The tavern was situated on an island in an artificial sea, with a projection of an artificial sun overhead, creating a picturesque scene. As Zhao Qian got out of the vehicle, he caught a glimpse of another car stopping nearby. A figure caught his attention. Golden eyes, white feathered clothing, skin as white as snow with faint light spots, and a face as cold and pure as an ice sculpture unforgettable. The other party noticed Zhao Qian's gaze. The ice-cold beauty's glance swept indifferently over Zhao Qian and his group. Zhao Qian discreetly paused, waiting for the neighboring group to enter the Star Tavern first, and then follow them inside. Shui Xiaoxiao's giggle came through the earpiece. Who would have thought we'd run into Saint Kana of the Holy Angel Legion here? We had quite a battle with them before, dismantling several of their interstellar warships. If that woman knew her archenemy, the commander of the Xiaolong Legion, was here, I wonder if she'd still keep that icy expression. The staff leading them remained oblivious, thanks to the masks Zhao Qian and his group were wearing. These masks had a voice shielding function, allowing for private communication through the earpieces. Chu Xian was surprised. She's the commander of the Holy Angel Legion, Saint Kana? I knew the Xiaolong Legion defeated them in the Holy War duel, but I never imagined I'd see her here. Zhao Qian analyzed. Since Saint Kana of the Holy Angel Legion is here, it seems likely that there are clues about Qin Shaotian and the Divine Glorious Empire's dealings here. Soon, the staff led Zhao Qian's group into a massive building. Inside, it resembled a colossal atrium, with a height of at least 100 floors, the top almost out of sight. Hundreds of elevators lined the sides, leading to various levels. The staff enthusiastically introduced. Is this your first time at the Star Tavern? We primarily offer intelligence services here, but we also provide accommodations and other services. However, you must book a room before using our services. The higher the floor, the more expensive and better the service. He then listed various room types and prices, asking, what kind of room would you like? Zhao Chun was slightly surprised, not expecting to have to book a room just to inquire about intelligence. But he had to admit, the tavern's business strategy was clever, charging for both the information and the room. He quickly scanned the price list, ranging from a few thousand star coins per night to tens of thousands, with the most expensive room costing as much as a T1 interstellar warship. Considering the large number of people in his group, Zhao Chen chose a large suite. We'll take this one. Besides Zhao Qian, Chu Xian, and Xue Xiaoxiao, there were over a dozen personal guards, making single rooms impractical. The staff's eyes lit up at this choice. A room costing tens of thousands of star coins per night meant a substantial commission. He quickly completed the check-in procedure and led the group to a higher floor via the elevator. Please come in. This is your suite, the staff introduced. All services can be enjoyed in the suite, and it's equipped with intelligent robots to assist you. Additionally, our suites have the highest level of privacy protection, ensuring none of your secrets will be leaked. Please feel at ease. At that moment, Zhao Chen noticed something and turned to look. Just a few meters away at the neighboring suite's door, he saw that familiar fair skin, the faint light spots on it, and that ice-gold, lotus-like face. What a coincidence to have them as neighbors. Changing rooms now would be too conspicuous, and it might even be an opportunity to investigate the divine glorious empire. Zhao Chun, unfazed, led Chu Xian and the others into their suite. Once the door closed, the staff remained smiling outside. Inside the suite, Zhao Chen's personal guards immediately got to work, taking out portable devices to thoroughly scan the room. Zhao Chen sat on the spacious sofa, surveying the surroundings. The suite was nearly 500 square meters, with several rooms, providing ample space. After a while, one of the guards removed her mask, revealing dark skin and pointed ears, and reported to Zhao Chun, Commander, the room has been checked, and no monitoring or eavesdropping devices were found. We've installed our security equipment, and are attempting to establish communication with our fleet outside. This guard was Zhao Chen's personal guard captain, a half-beast Black Panther, codenamed Pantheress. She was originally from Charlotte's side in the Warhammer region and had been responsible for personal guard duties. Her racial talent made her exceptionally skilled in security and had an innate sense of danger. After a series of assessments by the Goddess Academy-level starship, she became Zhao Chen's personal guard captain and formed the guard team according to her standards. Zhao Chen removed his mask and said casually, after all, it's the Star Tavern. These merchants value their reputation and wouldn't do something self-destructive. He turned to Chu Xian. Let's get down to business. Chu Xian nodded and walked to the bar area in front of the sofa, pressing a conspicuous button. Immediately, a female hologram appeared. How can I assist you, esteemed guest? The hologram asked. I want to purchase intelligence, Chu Xian replied. Please describe the information you seek. Chu Xian looked back at Zhao Chun, and after receiving his nod, she detailed the information they needed according to their prior preparations. Meanwhile, Zhao Chun opened the suite's electronic page, which was the tavern's intelligence webpage, listing various pieces of information and requests for specific intelligence. Zhao Chun thought for a moment and typed in Xiaolong. Soon, the dense options reduced significantly, leaving only those related to Xiaolong. Xiaolong Legion Development Information. Xiaolong Legion Commander Personal Information. Xiaolong Legion T4 Interstellar Warship Information. Detailed information on the Xiaolong Legion versus Holy Angel Legion Holy War Duel. Xiaolong Legion Interstellar Warp-Capable Warship Information. Zhao Chun chuckled. The existence of such information was not surprising. Given the Xiaolong Legion's current prominence, it was natural for people to probe into their details. Everything was within his expectations. At that moment, the AI system of the Star Tavern provided feedback. The information Zhao Chun needed required further searching. The system would calculate the necessary funds and verify the account. A confirmation window popped up on the screen, and Zhao Chun nodded in agreement. Chu Xian quickly clicked agree and entered the pre-prepared account information. Once the funds were verified, the system indicated that the relevant information would be sent to the room's mailbox within 3 days, costing anywhere from 10 million to 100 million star coins. Not bad efficiency, but this intel is really expensive, Zhao Chun thought, though he understood the price. After all, the information he sought involved the Holy Radiance Empire and was quite extensive, so naturally, it wouldn't come cheap. All right, let's just rest here for the next 3 days, Zhao Chun said, stretching as he turned and walked towards his room. Just as he stepped through the doorway, he turned back to see the leopard woman following closely behind and frowned. Why are you following me? The leopard woman responded seriously. According to security protocol, I must stay by the commander's side at all times in any area outside the Xylong-class starships. So, you're saying you have to follow me to the bathroom and shower too? Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow. Yes, the leopard woman answered without hesitation. The next second, the door slammed shut with a bang. The leopard woman stood there, stunned and unsure of what to do. Her eyes shifted between the closed door and the sofa where Xue Xiaoxiao and Chu Xian were sitting. Xue Xiaoxiao suppressed a laugh, placing a hand on Chu Xian's shoulder and teasing, "Leopard sister, the commander's fiancée is right here, and she didn't even go in. Are you planning to take her place?" Chu Xian rolled her eyes and brushed Xue Xiaoxiao's hand away. She looked at the embarrassed leopard woman and said, "We're all in the same suite, and you've done thorough checks. There shouldn't be any danger." Hearing the secretary's words, the leopard woman reluctantly gave up the idea of entering the commander's room. However, she still found a cushion and sat by the door, keeping her hand ready to draw her laser gun quickly. The other guards also took their positions, prepared to handle any sudden situations. Inside the room, Zhao Chun was oblivious to what was happening outside. Safety? He believed he could protect himself just fine. The leopard woman and her team were professional, but even combined, they weren't his match. Having them around was more about managing the schedule. Lying on the bed, Zhao Chun reopened the tavern's intelligence page and typed in, "Qian family young master." This piece of information was readily available for a fee, which was negligible for Zhao Chun. He paid and viewed the details. The information detailed Qian Dafu, the young master of the Qian family, 35 years old, primarily responsible for the family's factories on several planets. He had a violent disposition, reportedly killing several slave laborers in the factories daily. However, Zhao Chun did not see any mention of a fiancé. He then searched for Qian Dafu's fiancé, and another paid piece of information appeared. After paying, Zhao Chen learned that a year ago, the Qian family had arranged a marriage with the Star Shark Galactic Adventurers Guild. Qian Dafu was set to marry the guild leader's daughter, Gu Xiaoxiao, in half a month. The intel included photos of the couple. Qian Dafu grinned, revealing a mouthful of gold teeth, and even his hair was dyed gold. His body was adorned with numerous pieces of armor, and his obese frame made him look like a steel warrior. Gu Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, was a striking young woman, around 20 years old, with a beauty rating of 8 out of 10. "I'll wait until we have clear information on the Holy Radiance Empire and Qin Shaotian before dealing with Gu Xiaoxiao," Zhao Chen muttered to himself. He still didn't understand why the system targeted the Qin family and what made Gu Xiaoxiao so special that he had to snatch someone else's fiancée. After all, to outsiders, Chu Xian was considered his fiancée, while insiders knew it might just be a facade. If Chu Xian and Xue Xiaoxiao found out he was planning to take another fiancée to steal someone else's fiancée, the situation would be quite comical. Whatever, it's the system's task. Blame the system, not me, Zhao Chen shrugged off the thought. Now, he just had to wait for the information, hoping the Star Tavern wouldn't disappoint him. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Shang Kana was also looking for the information she needed. She, too, received a 3-day waiting period. Exhausted, Shang Kana sat on the sofa, rubbing her temples. "Ma'am, you've been overworking yourself. You need to rest," her subordinate advised. Shang Kana's eyes were indeed filled with fatigue, a stark contrast to her formidable presence during the sacred battle duel. "Ever since losing the sacred battle duel, those people have been finding reasons to criticize me. I've even been to the Holy Radiance Empire's military court several times." Shang Kana sighed. "Luckily, my family supports me, and my status protects me from serious consequences. But the funding for the Holy Angel Corps has been drastically cut, and it's hard to replace our lost starships in the short term. It's tough to sustain the Corps' procurement with just family funds." Thinking about these troubles made Shang Kana even more frustrated. In her frustration, she couldn't help but think of the man from the Xiaolong Corps who was behind all this. It's all because of that damn Xiaolong Corps. If it weren't for them, our Holy Angel Corps wouldn't be in this mess, her subordinate said angrily. Shang Kana waved her hand and calmly said, "The sacred battle duel was a fair fight. They won because they were stronger. We lost because we were too weak. Let's not dwell on that." She changed the subject. "This time, we're here to investigate what other private dealings the new emperor of the Xingyao Empire has beyond our interstellar trade. From the data I've reviewed, some people within our Holy Radiance Empire are doing more than just providing military aid to the Xingyao Empire." Shang Kana's expression turned serious. The latest intel indicates that the new emperor possesses black technology capable of controlling the Zerg mothership. "I have a feeling that if we don't thoroughly investigate this, it could threaten our Holy Radiance Empire. Some people are willing to risk everything to strengthen their own power. Dear guest, the intelligence you requested is ready. However, some of the details remain unverified. Given the sensitive nature of this information, we require you to come to the top floor of the tavern for a face-to-face transaction with our personnel." Zhao Chun and Shang Kana emerged from their respective rooms almost simultaneously. Zhao Chun, wearing a mask, glanced surprisedly at Shang Kana next door. For the past 3 days, Zhao Chun had been secretly monitoring Shang Kana, and according to reports from the leopard woman's subordinates, she had not left her room either, receiving all her meals through a dedicated mechanical channel. Shankana frowned as she scrutinized Zhao Qian and his group. 3 coincidental encounters, especially this simultaneous exit, seemed too fortuitous. She began to suspect Zhao Qian's identity, her instincts telling her that the masked man seemed familiar. This time, Zhao Qian did not avoid her and walked directly towards the elevator. Under the watchful eyes of Shankana and her team, they took the elevator upwards. "Madam," one of her subordinates asked, noticing Shankana lost in thought. "Investigate the identities of the people in the room next to ours," Shankana instructed. "I have a feeling they are somehow connected to us." Following this, Shankana's group also took the elevator up. Half a minute later, they arrived at the top floor of the tavern. It was a dome-shaped space, with a holographic projection of a blue sky above and lifelike birds, flowers, and insects. Scattered under the dome were several small wooden cabins. A staff member led Shankana's group towards one of the cabins. At that moment, Shankana noticed the group they had seen earlier, now standing in front of another cabin 10 meters away, but with 3 members missing. "Only 3 people can enter a cabin at a time," the staff member explained as he opened the door. Although the door was open, those outside could only see a layer of white mist, obscuring the interior. "I'll go in alone. The rest of you wait outside," Shankana signaled to her subordinates, indicating they should keep an eye on the suspicious group across from them. Inside the cabin, Zhao Qian sat in the only chair, with Shui Xiaoxiao and Chu Xian standing behind him. Opposite them was a screen-like device. "Honored guest," a gentle female voice began, "we have gathered part of the intelligence you requested. We estimate the value of this information at around 30 million star coins. Please make the payment first, and we will then share the findings. Pay before we even see the goods? And you haven't even completed the investigation. How do we know what you actually found?" Shui Xiaoxiao protested. "That's the tavern's policy," the female voice explained. "Pay first, then receive the information. Our reputation speaks for itself, as evidenced by the number of clients we have. Please make your decision, sir. Let's hope your information doesn't disappoint," Zhao Qian said coldly, signaling Chu Xian to make the payment. "You can ask me directly about the intelligence," the female voice continued. "We do not provide any data or documents. Additionally, you and your companions cannot use any devices to record this conversation." Chu Xian frowned as she checked her handheld terminal, finding that many functions were indeed disabled. "Has Qin Shaotian of the Sacred Radiance Empire had any dealings with the Starlight Empire?" Zhao Qian asked directly. "Yes," the female voice replied. "The Sacred Radiance Empire has been transporting semi-finished interstellar warship components via secret routes to the Starlight Empire through the Star Alliance. These parts are then assembled into complete warships by the Guangyan Group located in the Shuiyan Star region. Additionally, Qin Shaotian has some secret cooperation with the nobles of the Sacred Radiance Empire, but we were unable to uncover the specifics. If you require, I can detail the information about those semi-finished components." Zhao Qian nodded to himself. This aligned with his suspicions. Transporting semi-finished components, rather than entire warships, was more efficient. After the North Yin Group's T2 Mastiff-class medium interstellar destroyer incident, Qin Shaotian was unlikely to trust another starship technology easily. Procuring parts and semi-finished components for assembly in his own factories might increase costs, but would significantly enhance construction efficiency. As for the secret cooperation, Zhao Qian was intrigued. But if even the Star Tavern couldn't uncover it, he had no means to find out either. Which routes are they using? Who in the Star Alliance is responsible for the handover or transport? Is there a fixed schedule for these shipments? Zhao Qian pressed on. "To our knowledge, they are currently using 3 routes." The female voice began to detail the coordinates of these routes. Although Chu Xian remained silent, as a secretary, she had already started mapping out these routes in her mind. Zhao Qian already had a mental map of the 3 routes. The staff at the Star Tavern had completed this task in just 3 days, showcasing their expertise in this area. Following this, Zhao Qian inquired about other intelligence he had previously commissioned. Although some questions remained unanswered, such as the source of Qin Shaotian's technology to control the Zerg, he obtained most of the essential information he needed. Armed with the details of the 3 routes and knowledge of who in the Star Alliance was assisting Qin Shaotian and the Holy Radiance Empire, Zhao Qian felt confident. This information was like a complete chessboard, allowing him to clearly see his opponent's layout and guiding his next actions. Among the names he received, the Qian family caught Zhao Qian's attention. The intel showed that the Qian family had close ties with the Holy Radiance Empire and had recently increased trade with the Shuiyan Star region within the Xingyao Empire. This warranted further investigation. After the intel exchange, Zhao Qian and his team left the wooden cabin. Shui Xiaoxiao muttered, "Spending 30 million star coins for this info feels like a rip-off." Chu Xian rationalized, "Though it was costly, we saved a lot of time. If we had investigated ourselves, it would have taken at least 6 months. For the current Xiaolong Legion, time is money." Zhao Qian nodded in agreement. To him, a few million star coins were just the profit from one interstellar warship. The leopard woman cautioned, "Commander, Those people across the way have been watching us. They might have targeted us already. For your safety, please return to the starship immediately after we finish our business. She quickly directed the guards to surround Zhao Chun, blocking the view of the group outside the wooden cabin. Zhao Chun glanced at the door of the opposite cabin. Though curious about Saint Kana's purpose here, he knew that the priority was to complete his task and return to the Xiaolong system. Hands in his pockets, he walked towards the elevator. The group took the elevator to the first floor, checked out, and boarded a special vehicle to return to the hangar where their shuttle was docked. On the way, Chu Xian asked Zhao Chun about his next steps. After a moment of thought, Zhao Chun replied, "Going it alone is risky. As the saying goes, strike the snake at its 7 inches. Once we make a move, we need to completely destroy all channels, transfer stations, and interstellar transport ships between Qin Shoutian and the Holy Radiance Empire, as well as any interstellar forces assisting them. Our 70 interstellar warships are not enough." He turned to Chu Xian, "Contact the Xiaolong system and inform my sister, Zhao Wanner, that no matter the preparation, she must arrive at the Star Alliance within 10 days to join us." Chu Xian nodded and began drafting the communication. At that moment, Xue Xiaoxiao noticed a large advertisement window outside, featuring images of a man and a woman with a line of text. Her face changed dramatically. Zhao Chen followed her gaze and saw a hovercar paralleling them, with Saint Kana clearly visible inside the transparent cabin. Their eyes met, and Zhao Chen marveled at the coincidence of this encounter. The leopard woman immediately ordered, "Maintain level 1 combat readiness." She quickly deployed her team, preparing for any possible action Saint Kana might take against them. Just as Zhao Chun was about to say that their identities hadn't been exposed and Saint Kana wouldn't act rashly, he suddenly frowned. A new task was triggered by the system. Protect Saint Kana's safety to receive the T4 Shadow Demon Class Light Interstellar Stealth Bomber's blueprints. Almost simultaneously, Zhao Chun noticed a figure in black at the checkpoint ahead, holding a weapon resembling a shoulder-launched rocket launcher aimed in their direction. "There's danger. Protect the commander. Activate the defense field," the leopard woman shouted. Four guards quickly surrounded Zhao Chun, activating buttons on their arms to instantly envelop them in an energy shield. At the same moment, the man in black fired a missile, trailing flames toward them. The leopard woman and her team assumed the target was them, but Zhao Chen knew from the system task that the real target was the adjacent vehicle carrying Saint Kana. He noticed that Saint Kana's guards also initiated defensive measures, and combined with the vehicle's own protection system, the missile shouldn't pose a significant threat to her. However, if this was an assassination attempt, the attack wouldn't be so simple. Sure enough, as the missile neared its target, the warhead split into several smaller projectiles. "It's a cluster bomb," Zhao Chen thought in shock. With a deafening explosion, although the primary target was Saint Kana's vehicle, the wide area of effect from the cluster bomb also hit Zhao Chen's vehicle. Both vehicles' energy shields shattered in an instant, and the vehicles themselves took the brunt of the blast. Losing its hover capability, Zhao Chen's vehicle began to plummet. System has detected multiple program failures in the vehicle, initiating emergency landing procedure. "Passengers, please remain calm. The nearest rescue team is en route," a gentle female voice announced inside the vehicle, soon drowned out by the loud crash as they hit the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Fortunately, the vehicles weren't far from the ground, and no injuries occurred on Zhao Chen's side. "Stay alert and watch for enemy attacks," the leopard woman ordered as she took a case handed to her by a subordinate. In an instant, she was clad in a lightweight exoskeleton combat suit, wielding a multi-barrel Gatling gun. The other guards also geared up, ready to defend the commander at all costs. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the sound of fierce fighting erupted from the position of the Saint Kana convoy next door. Zhao Chen looked over warily, only to see dozens of black-clad figures wielding laser guns, fiercely attacking the Saint Kana stronghold. Saint Kana's subordinates used their convoy as cover, forming a solid defense line with energy shields. The firefight seemed to be at a stalemate, but suddenly, 3 deafening explosions shattered the balance. 3 massive containers crashed precisely around the Saint Kana stronghold and were immediately torn apart from within. From them emerged 3 colossal figures. Zhao Chen instantly recognized them as T3 class hunter combat mechs. These 3 hunters were clearly the main assault force. They immediately launched a ferocious attack on the Saint Kana position. The leopard woman and her team breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that their commander was not the target. However, at that moment, a shadow darted out like lightning. "Stay here and protect Chu Xian and Xue Xiaoxiao," Zhao Chen ordered, leaving only his mask lying on the ground. The 3 hunter mechs formed a pincer formation around the Saint Kana group. 2 of them activated their cannons, firing relentlessly at the damaged convoy's defensive position. Despite the valiant efforts of Saint Kana's guards, their individual weapons were no match for the firepower of the T3 class mechs. Fortunately, the energy shields held, or else Saint Kana would have been dead by now. "Watch out! One of the hunters is closing in on us, preparing for a direct attack," Our energy shields can't withstand such physical force, a guard shouted in terror as one of the hunters advanced, ready to crush them to dust. St. Kana's brow furrowed. The situation was dire. The enemy was clearly well prepared, with two mechs providing cover fire while one advanced directly. They were trapped, unable to stay and fight or retreat. She hadn't expected the enemy to be so desperate as to resort to assassination. "My lady, we'll cover your retreat." A subordinate gritted his teeth and said. "Retreat? To where?" St. Kana gripped her weapon calmly. "We have to fight to the end and hold out until the rescue team arrives." Her eyes showed no fear, only concern for their unfinished mission. At this critical moment, a mechanical voice suddenly rang out. St. Kana looked up to see the advancing hunter mech's right hand extend a massive iron hammer, ready to smash their cover. "Attack! Attack!" St. Kana ordered sharply. She and her subordinates fired simultaneously, launching several small rockets. Boom, boom, boom. The rockets hit their target, raising a cloud of dust. However, as the smoke cleared, a massive shadow still loomed. The iron hammer was unscathed. St. Kana closed her eyes in despair, silently apologizing to the holy light. Yet, the expected pain did not come. She opened her eyes in confusion, her pupils contracting sharply. A figure in black, full-body portable armor stood before her, having caught the hunter mech's iron hammer with his bare fist. Even more astonishing, the black-armored warrior's hand armor was shattered, but his fist remained intact. St. Kana watched in disbelief, a wild thought flashing through her mind. Could this man be a war machine? The next scene defied all logic. The massive iron hammer visibly cracked, fragments falling away until most of it disintegrated. Before St. Kana could recover from her shock, the black-armored man shot towards the hunter mech's chest like an arrow. The pilot, still in stunned disbelief, had no time to react before the cockpit was forcibly torn open, and a hand gripped his head. The pilot felt excruciating pain as his skull was crushed, realizing in horror that this man was a monster. Before he could respond, the hand's owner began dragging him out of the cockpit. With a blood-curdling scream, the pilot, now a mangled mess of flesh, was thrown to the ground, his limbs broken and twisted from the forceful extraction, his skin almost entirely flayed. The hunter mech collapsed to its knees without its pilot. St. Kana stared in shock at the black-armored man standing atop the mech. His right arm's armor was in tatters, covered in blood, clearly that of the unfortunate pilot. This sight sent a chill down her spine. This was no man. It was a monster capable of tearing apart a mech with his bare hands. The black-armored warrior calmly cracked his neck, his gaze shifting to the remaining two hunter mechs. Two left, his voice chillingly calm, as if the previous earth-shattering scene was just another day for him. Two hunter mechs locked onto the sudden threat with heightened alertness. In mere seconds, the mysterious black-armored warrior had destroyed one of their mechs, showcasing a terrifying strength that compelled them to aim their weapons at this unknown enemy. The black-armored warrior stood expressionless, an energy shield shimmering around him. A barrage of machine gun fire rained down, yet the shield absorbed every hit. The system's warning blared. "Shield under attack. Estimated failure in 30 seconds. "More than enough," the black-armored warrior muttered, disappearing from the kneeling mech in an instant. His speed was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Only a few with specialized visual equipment could barely track his movements. The pilot of the left hunter mech watched the rapidly approaching life signal on his radar, heart pounding. Recalling his comrade's fate, he swiftly raised his round shield to protect the cockpit. Boom! The black-armored warrior's foot slammed into the shield, causing a deep dent and spiderweb-like cracks to spread across its surface. He then leaped, appearing above the mech's head. In midair, the warrior raised his right leg high and brought it down like an axe on the mech's head. Another deafening crash echoed. The hunter mech collapsed to its knees, its head completely obliterated, torso severely dented, and electrical sparks flying, rendering it useless. The black-armored warrior's gaze fixed on the last remaining mech. The pilot, trembling with fear, stammered, "No, don't come any closer." He activated all his weapons, launching several small missiles. However, the black-armored warrior was too fast. The missiles couldn't lock onto him. Explosions erupted one after another, smoke and debris clouding the radar signals. The pilot clung to a sliver of hope. Maybe he's dead. Suddenly, a heavy thud sounded from outside. The impacts grew more frequent and closer. Alarms screamed. "Warning! Shield weapons severely damaged. Frontal armor under attack." The panicked pilot switched to external cameras, seeing the black-armored warrior relentlessly attacking the shield. The shield was nearly shattered, and the mech's armor was taking a beating. "Retreat! Retreat immediately!" The pilot frantically tried to operate the controls but found the mech unresponsive. Errors flashed across the system. Circuit malfunction, transmission failure, control system offline. The cockpit began to deform, the space compressing. The pilot felt excruciating pain in his chest, his ribs breaking. But the twisted cockpit left him no room to even look down. Outside, the black-armored warrior's fists rained down like a storm. In mere seconds, the hunter mech's torso was crushed and deformed, with oil and blood seeping from the cracks. Saint Kana and her group watched in stunned silence, as if witnessing an unbelievable monster. The black-armored warrior shook his hand, the armor on it already fallen off. He twisted his neck, feeling the power of his body after injecting the T4 super soldier serum. This was his first time fully utilizing this enhanced body in combat. Zhao Chen thought, I'll need to ask Annie to improve this when we get back. Maybe skip the armor on the fists? He surveyed the area. Most of the assassins had either retreated or were dead. To ensure the mission's success, he returned to St. Kana's side. St. Kana's group was in disarray. Originally 15 strong, 6 were dead, and half of the survivors were injured. The black-armored warrior tersely said, "Come with me." Without waiting for a response, he hoisted St. Kana onto his shoulder, a rather humiliating position. "What are you doing?" St. Kana's subordinates aimed their weapons at Zhao Chen with caution. Zhao Chen coldly replied, "At this distance, I can take you all out in 5 seconds." No one doubted the words of someone who could crush mechs with his bare hands. "Lower your weapons and do as he says." Despite the embarrassing position, St. Kana issued the order. Though her face was flushed, she understood that following this powerful stranger was the wisest choice at the moment. After all, who knew if there would be another attack? Seeing Commander Zhao Chen return, Leopard Woman and her team still wore worried expressions. The commander's sudden charge earlier was incredibly risky. While Leopard Woman had heard of Zhao Chen's impressive solo combat skills, witnessing them firsthand made her realize his prowess far exceeded that of her elite guard squad. Carrying Shang Kana over his shoulder, Zhao Chen ordered Leopard Woman, "Calculate the fastest evacuation route. We're heading back to the starship immediately." At that moment, Shang Kana weakly spoke, "We have a starship too." Before she could finish, Zhao Chen slapped her on the butt. "Don't talk." Zhao Chen interrupted sternly. "Those people are targeting you. If I'm not mistaken, there might be issues within your starship. Right now, you have no other choice." Light spots flickered on Shang Kana's face as she glared resentfully at the man in black armor. "Can you speak without hitting? And if you must hit, can't you avoid my butt?" Her subordinates watched helplessly, knowing that ensuring Shang Kana's safety was their priority. Leopard Woman quickly reported, "Commander, I've arranged for a shuttle. It will enter this corridor directly. We can reach it on foot in about 15 minutes. Then, we'll board the shuttle and reach our starship in another 10 minutes. Begin evacuation." Zhao Chen ordered succinctly, then addressed Shang Kana's subordinates, "Follow us." Leopard Woman immediately directed her elite squad to form a protective formation around the commander, ensuring his safety as they moved quickly. Although they encountered some resistance, it was only from individual soldiers without mech support. The combined efforts of Leopard Woman's squad and Shang Kana's guards easily neutralized these threats. Without further incidents, they arrived at the shuttle. A female crew member, weapon in hand, was already on high alert. The shuttle's weapon systems continued to scan the surroundings, and a defensive perimeter was set up to ensure a safe boarding process. "Retreat," Zhao Chen ordered curtly, boarding the shuttle with Shang Kana in tow. Her guards followed reluctantly, making the previously spacious shuttle feel cramped. "Hey, can you put me down now?" Shang Kana asked as all eyes turned to Zhao Chen and the woman on his shoulder. Without a word, Zhao Chen dropped Shang Kana to the floor. She winced in pain, glaring at the strange man in black armor. She couldn't understand why he had saved her yet treated her with such disrespect. "Who are you? And why did you save us?" Shang Kana demanded, frowning. "Don't you recognize me, Shang Kana? We fought each other not too long ago," Zhao Chen replied mockingly. "Fought?" Shang Kana was even more confused. At that moment, Zhao Chen pressed a button on his neck, causing his helmet to retract and reveal his face. Shang Kana stared at the familiar man with a faint smile. She had only seen him once, but his face was etched in her memory. She had even dreamed of him multiple times since their encounter the commander of the Xiaolong Corps, Zhao Chun, who had defeated her in the sacred battle duel. Instinctively, Shang Kana reached for her weapon, and her guards did the same upon recognizing Zhao Chen's face. "Don't move." In the blink of an eye, Leopard Woman and her team disarmed and subdued Shang Kana's guards. Zhao Chen personally handled Shang Kana, pinning her upper body against the shuttle window and securing her weapon-wielding hand. "Quite the elasticity," Xue Xiaoxiao remarked, noticing certain compressed areas, her mouth forming an O shape. "Let go of me," Shang Kana shouted in humiliation and anger. Despite previously blaming her defeat in the sacred battle on her own lack of skill, facing Zhao Chen now made her lose control. "Is this how you treat your savior?" Zhao Chen smiled. "I didn't ask for your help," Shang Kana retorted stubbornly. "I didn't want to save you either, but you're worth AT-4 interstellar stealth bomber." Zhao Chen pointed to Shankana's subdued guards. You can die if you want, but do you want them to die with you? Shankana's expression changed as she bit her lip. Zhao Chen's words hit her weak spot. She could disregard her own life, but not her subordinates. What do you want? Shankana asked, staring at Zhao Chen. I don't want anything. Remember, I am your savior. Is this how the Holy Brilliance Empire treats its saviors? Never mind. I don't expect gratitude or anything like that. Just stay put here. Zhao Chen released her. This time Shankana didn't resist but watched Zhao Chen warily. Leopard woman, secure them. Just ensure they're no threat to us, Zhao Chen instructed. Yes, sir. Leopard woman quickly restrained Shankana and her subordinates with handcuff-like devices and scanned them for weapons before assigning guards to watch over them. Minutes later, the shuttle exited the city's corridor, revealing the vast expanse of space and their waiting starship. Is that AT-4 starship? I've never seen this model before, Shankana exclaimed, recognizing the rugged design but unfamiliar with the specific type. You should be grateful. If I had this during our sacred battle, your defeat would have been even worse, Zhao Chen said nonchalantly. And this is just one of the new T-4 series starships, T-4 Skull King-class heavy interstellar destroyer bridge. Zhao Chen stepped onto the bridge, the metal door silently sliding shut behind him. He walked straight to the captain's chair in the center, and as he sat down, it was as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Taking a deep breath, he murmured, There's nothing like breathing on our own starship. Saint Kana followed closely, her eyes scanning everything around her. From the moment she set foot on this interstellar warship, she had been capturing every detail, trying to gather information about this mysterious vessel. However, the more she observed, the more astonished she became. By the time she reached the bridge, her sense of awe had peaked. The scale and advanced technology of this destroyer far exceeded her expectations. Although the Holy Radiance Empire also possessed T-4 Apostle-class medium interstellar destroyers, the difference was staggering. Saint Kana tried to reassure herself. Perhaps this destroyer was prohibitively expensive and limited in number. But even she found that hard to believe. Chu Xian turned to Zhao Chen and asked, Commander, what are our next steps? After a moment's thought, Zhao Chen issued his orders. Get the starship moving, away from Star City. Clearly, this decision was to guard against potential threats, as being too close to Star City could spell trouble, even for a Skull King-class destroyer. Yes, sir. Chu Xian immediately set about executing the command. At that moment, Saint Kana's handheld terminal suddenly flashed, emitting an urgent alert. She hesitated, glancing at the terminal before looking to Zhao Chen, as if seeking permission. Zhao Chen replied calmly, Answer it, put it on speaker. After a moment's hesitation, Saint Kana accepted the communication request. A blurry video window popped up. Ma'am, our starship is in trouble, came a frantic voice from the other end. Some soldiers have suddenly rebelled, attacking other crew members and seizing multiple ship departments. We're still fighting for control. Fortunately, the bridge is still under our control. Ma'am, what's your status? Saint Kana's face darkened, realizing it was the same group that had tried to assassinate her. She hadn't expected them to go to such lengths, not only targeting her but also trying to destroy her flagship. Danina, I'm safe for now, Saint Kana said, trying to sound composed. I'm entrusting you with full authority over the starship. Ensure it remains under our control. Don't worry about me. If you get the chance, steer the ship away from Star City and contact our Holy Angel Corps. But ma'am, it's too dangerous for you out there. Should I send someone to protect you? Danina asked, her concern evident. Without visual contact, she had no idea of Saint Kana's current situation. No need. I'm probably very safe right now, Saint Kana said with a bitter smile, glancing at Zhao Chen sitting in the captain's chair. At this moment, she was both a prisoner and a protected individual, a contradiction that left her feeling deeply conflicted. Understood. I will ensure the safety of this starship. Please rest assured, Lady Saint Kana. The communication cut off. Zhao Chen looked at Saint Kana with interest. You really trust your subordinates that much? Saint Kana replied calmly. She's my adjutant and one of the deputy commanders of the Holy Angel Corps. She stared into Zhao Chen's eyes, her tone carrying a hint of accusation. Tell me, why did you bring me here? To save me. What's your real purpose? Purpose? Obviously, for the mission rewards, Zhao Chen answered nonchalantly, though he was puzzled. The system hadn't shown the mission as complete, leaving him unsure of how to handle this woman. As Zhao Chen was about to issue further orders, a notification sounded in his mind. Quarterly mission update. Quarterly mission content. Increase Saint Kana's trust level in the host. A trust level of 60 is considered passing, with a basic reward. A trust level of 70 grants a bronze chest. A trust level of 80 grants a silver chest. A trust level of 90 grants a gold chest. Zhao Chen was stunned, checking the time. It turned out it was just the start of April, coinciding with the quarterly mission refresh. To his surprise, this mission was related to Saint Kana. Is the system messing with me? Zhao Chen muttered internally. I just fought her holy angel core, and now I'm supposed to earn her trust? That's like poking a tiger and expecting it to cuddle you. Commander, what did you say we should do with them? Chu Xian asked, noticing Zhao Chen's odd expression. Zhao Chun snapped back to reality, focusing on Saint Kana. As for them, apart from Saint Kana, detain the others. As long as they don't pose a threat, ensure their basic living conditions. As for Miss Saint Kana, she'll stay on the bridge with me. At this moment, a prompt box showing Saint Kana's trust level appeared before Zhao Chun. To his surprise, it was in the negative. And this is after I saved her. It must have been minus 70 or 80 before, Zhao Chun thought to himself. Well, take it slow. There's no punishment for this quarterly mission, so I'll do what I can. Besides, I have 3 months. Understood, Chu Xian replied, puzzled as to why Zhao Chun wanted to keep Saint Kana on the bridge, but she followed his orders. As Saint Kana's subordinates were escorted out of the bridge, they began shouting, "Let go of me! What are you planning to do to Lady Saint Kana? Lady Saint Kana! Lady Saint Kana! I warn you, if you harm Lady Saint Kana, the Holy Radiance Empire will not let you off." With the subordinates taken away, the bridge finally returned to calm. Zhao Chen instructed, "Get a seat for our Miss Saint Kana. Don't make her stand all the time."
And unlock her cuffs.
A chair was quickly placed not far from Zhao Chen's captain's chair. The cuffs on Saint Kana's wrists were also removed. However, a leopard woman stood within a meter of Saint Kana, her eyes sharp, ready to subdue her at any moment. Saint Kana gently rubbed her wrists and sat down, her eyes full of doubt. She stared at this mysterious man, filled with confusion and vigilance. What exactly did he want? The commander stood on the bridge of the little skeleton, his gaze sweeping over the receding outline of Star City. Just then, Xue Xiaoxiao approached Zhao Chun with a complicated expression, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. Sensing her unease, Zhao Chun turned to her and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something you need?" Xue Xiaoxiao bit her lip, still hesitant. Zhao Chun recalled how everyone was too busy to notice anything else during the attack on Star City. Now that they had safely returned to the starship, Xue Xiaoxiao's unusual behavior was even more evident. "If there's something on your mind, just say it," Zhao Chun said seriously. "You're a member of the Xiaolong Legion now. If you need help, we'll support you fully." Taking a deep breath, Xue Xiaoxiao finally spoke. "I would like to request some leave." Zhao Chun raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Leave? At a time like this?" "I have some personal matters to attend to," Xue Xiaoxiao explained. "I'll return as soon as they're resolved." Zhao Chun looked her in the eye. "I can approve your leave, but as your commander, I hope you'll tell me the reason." Xue Xiaoxiao's expression grew more conflicted, as if she was debating whether to reveal the truth. Zhao Chun remembered the moment her demeanor changed was when she saw the special vehicle of Shankana. His gaze then fell on a nearby giant billboard that read, "The young master of the Qian family to marry the daughter of the Star Shark Interstellar Adventurers Guild president." Is it because of the Qian family and Star Shark marriage? Zhao Chen asked tentatively. Xue Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered, clearly flustered. Zhao Chen pressed on. "Is the young master of the Qian family your first love? Are you planning to crash the wedding? That pervert from the Qian family? No way." Xue Xiaoxiao retorted in disgust. "If he were my first love, I'd rather get hit by a starship." "Then what's the reason?" Zhao Chen asked again. Chu Xian, standing nearby, tried to calm her. "Xiaoxiao, you haven't been with the Xiaolong Legion for long, but you're Zhao Chen's classmate from the Northern Star Military Academy. You know his character. If it's a personal matter, he won't pry. But if you're in trouble, he won't ignore it either. The Xiaolong Legion has a saying. Once you join, this place becomes your home." Taking a deep breath, Xue Xiaoxiao finally made up her mind. "Actually, I'm the daughter of the president of the Star Shark Interstellar Adventurers Guild." Both Zhao Chun and Chu Xian were shocked. Chu Xian quickly pulled up the image from the billboard. "But the woman in the photo is named Gu Xiaoxiao, and she looks nothing like you." "Xiaoxiao is my childhood friend," Xue Xiaoxiao explained. "I don't know why she's marrying into the Qian family under my name, but I am indeed the daughter of the Star Shark Guild president. Seeing my mother will prove it." Chu Xian quickly checked the records. "Commander, all information about Gu Xiaoxiao only appeared a year ago. Before that, there were only rumors, no actual data, not even high-resolution photos. It seems like someone was deliberately creating her identity." Zhao Chen pondered for a moment. "If your identity is true, there's only one possibility. Your mother must marry into the Qian family for some reason, but doesn't want you to marry their young master. Taking advantage of your undisclosed identity, she let Gu Xiaoxiao take your place." Xue Xiaoxiao suddenly realized, yes, that must be it. My mother would never let Xiaoxiao marry that jerk. She urgently grabbed Zhao Chen's hand. "Commander, I must go back to see my mother. The Star Shark Guild must be in big trouble. I can't let Xiaoxiao suffer in my place." Zhao Chen asked, "What can you change by going back alone?" Shui Xiaoxiao was stunned. Zhao Chen continued, you can't change anything, but the Xiaolong Legion can. Moved, Shui Xiaoxiao looked at Zhao Chen, her eyes welling up with tears. Zhao Chen immediately issued an order. Change our course to the Star Shark Interstellar Adventurers Guild headquarters. Inform Su Lan to follow us, but keep our movements discreet. Yes, sir. Chu Xin quickly went to carry out the orders. Turning to Shui Xiaoxiao, Zhao Chen said, stop the tears. As a member of the Xiaolong Legion, keeping your troubles to yourself means you're treating yourself as an outsider. I'll dock your pay for a month. Pouting, Shui Xiaoxiao agreed. But her eyes couldn't hide her joy, and her earlier gloom was gone. The little skeleton changed course towards the Star Shark Guild headquarters, setting off on an unexpected adventure. The Star Shark Interstellar Adventurers Guild is one of the largest interstellar adventurers organizations in the Star Alliance. Although it doesn't have any actual interstellar territory, its headquarters is well known within the asteroid belt of the giant shark galaxy. This asteroid belt is not only the largest and most complex terrain in the Star Alliance, but also a natural maze due to its unstable magnetic fields that render starship radars useless. Standing on the bridge, Shui Xiaoxiao pointed towards the dense cluster of asteroids in the distance and explained to Zhao Qian and the others, unless you're familiar with the terrain here, most starships will get lost once they enter. That's why the Star Shark Guild chose this place as their base seats, easy to defend and hard to attack. Chu Xian curiously asked, so what do people do if they need to deal with the Star Shark Guild? Shui Xiaoxiao raised 2 fingers and explained, there are 2 methods. First, online transactions. Tasks are posted and bounties are paid online, but this usually only applies to small deals. Second, offline transactions. There's a planet near the asteroid belt with scarce ecological resources, where the Star Shark Guild has established an office.
Over time, that place has gradually become prosperous.
Zhao Chen frowned and asked, so why are you taking us here instead of that planet? Shui Xiaoxiao's expression turned serious. My mother isn't there. We don't have much time before Xiaoxiao's arranged marriage with that scoundrel. I need to see my mother directly. I'm very familiar with this asteroid belt. I could navigate a shuttle here when I was 8 and even lost a group of pursuers here when I was 12. Ignoring Shui Xiaoxiao's bragging, Zhao Chen gave the order. Then you'll be in charge of navigation. Chu Xian. Inform Su Lan and the others to wait outside and keep the fleet hidden. Nearby, St. Kana grumbled. Hey, what do you want from me? You won't kill me, but you won't let me go either. She had been on this starship for 3 days, treated no differently than the regular crew, which left her feeling confused and uneasy. Zhao Chen just shrugged and replied nonchalantly, I don't know either. He then ignored the alien beauty, treating her as a special mascot. Under Shui Xiaoxiao's command, the little skeleton slowly navigated into the complex asteroid belt. Suddenly, Shui Xiaoxiao shouted, slow down, we've arrived. Chu Xian looked around in confusion, seeing only desolate asteroids with no signs of life or artificial structures. Shui Xiaoxiao smiled mysteriously and approached the communications department, instructing the crew to send a string of encoded messages on the public frequency. A few minutes later, several T-1 class starships silently appeared, surrounding the little skeleton. A deep male voice came through the communication system. Identify yourselves. Why have you intruded here, and how do you know our Star Shark code? Shui Xiaoxiao excitedly shouted, Uncle Go. It's me, Xiaoxiao. The voice hesitated. You're Xiaoxiao. Shui Xiaoxiao continued, Uncle Go, you can't recognize me. Your favorite thing is to eat chocolate that tastes like poop. If you still don't believe me, switch to video communication. The video call was established, and a yellow dog head appeared on the screen. Uncle Go looked at Shui Xiaoxiao in surprise. It's really you, Miss Xiaoxiao. Why have you returned? Shui Xiaoxiao put her hands on her hips. What, you're not happy to see me? Uncle Go looked away. Miss Xiaoxiao, now is not a good time for you to be back. Shui Xiaoxiao became serious. Uncle Go, I know about Xiaoxiao's situation. Why is my mother arranging for her to marry that scoundrel from the Qin family under my name? It's like pushing her into a fire pit. Uncle Go sighed. It's because the guild leader has her difficulties. I need to see my mother right now and find out what's going on. Shui Xiaoxiao said firmly. Uncle Go glanced at Zhao Chen behind Shui Xiaoxiao. She quickly explained. This is my current boss, someone I trust? All right then, Uncle Go said. Miss Xiaoxiao, your ship is a bit large. Dock at Bay 071, and then transfer to a shuttle to meet the guild leader. As they followed the instructions, Zhao Chen finally saw the true nature of the area. A massive asteroid slowly opened up, revealing an internal dock. It dawned on Zhao Chen that these seemingly ordinary asteroids hid entire facilities within. The little skeleton slowly entered the dock, its enormous size forcing several T-3 class starships to vacate their positions and relocate to other areas. The sight of this unprecedented giant ship caused quite a stir, even making the experienced Uncle Go suspect it might be a rare T-4 class battleship. Through the shuttle's window, Uncle Go's gaze lingered on the little skeleton, filled with curiosity but reluctant to ask too many questions. He turned to Xue Xiaoxiao, who was seated inside the shuttle, his peripheral vision catching the man and woman behind her. That man must be the boss the young lady often mentioned. Young lady, why didn't you give us any notice before coming back? Uncle Go's tone carried a hint of reproach. In Xiaoxiao's marriage, you didn't inform me in advance either. Marrying her off to that pervert from the Qin family. You know what kind of people the Qin family are. Yet you're pushing Xiaoxiao into the fire pit. Xue Xiaoxiao's face was full of anger, clearly upset about the situation. Seeing this, Uncle Go explained awkwardly, well, we had our reasons. Humph. Xue Xiaoxiao crossed her arms and said coldly, if my mother doesn't give me an explanation, I won't let this go. Uncle Go sighed helplessly and decided to change the subject. He performed a traditional interstellar adventurer's salute to Zhao Chun and said, our young lady must have received a lot of care from you. On behalf of Starshark, I thank you. May I ask which faction you are from? Zhao Chun returned a standard military salute and calmly replied, the Starshine Empire, just a minor lord, nothing worth mentioning. Xue Xiaoxiao's lips twitched slightly at his words, but didn't expose Zhao Chen's lie. She thought, here he goes pretending to be humble again. Starshine Empire. Uncle Go nodded thoughtfully. He had heard that the young lady went to the Starshine Empire, but her exact whereabouts were kept secret, probably known only to the president. The shuttle gradually came to a stop, and the door opened. Uncle Go made a pleased gesture, signaling Zhao Chun and the others to disembark. They stepped out and found themselves in a simple and old hangar. Not far away, a group of people stood waiting quietly, led by a tall, elegant woman. Xue Xiaoxiao's body visibly tensed upon seeing the woman. Her previous assertiveness inside the shuttle vanished. The woman walked gracefully towards Zhao Chen and his group, her height close to 1.8 meters. If not for Zhao Chen's enhanced physique, he might have been shorter than this woman. She wore a black and red cheongsam with golden threads, the high slit revealing black garter stockings. Her every movement exuded a complex charm, sometimes seductive like a temptress, sometimes shy like a maiden. Her delicate eyebrows and snow-white skin made her a woman of timeless allure. The woman walked straight up to Zhao Chun, ignoring the frozen Xue Xiaoxiao. She smiled slightly, extending a hand clad in black lace gloves, her voice soft and alluring, Lord of Xiaolong. My apologies for the lack of welcome. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gue Ji, president of the Star Shark Interstellar Adventurers Guild of the Star Alliance. Zhao Chun maintained his composure and shook her hand. The touch was so soft that he could hardly believe such a delicate-looking woman was the president of the largest interstellar adventurers guild in the Star Alliance and Xue Xiaoxiao's mother. If someone said she was Xue Xiaoxiao's sister, no one would doubt it. I've heard much about you, Sister Guiji, Zhao Chen responded politely. Sister? Xue Xiaoxiao looked astonished. What are you doing? Calling my mother sister? What should I call you then? You're taking advantage of me. Ignoring her daughter's protest, Guiji continued speaking to Zhao Chun. Xiao Xiao has been well taken care of by you, Lord. I am immensely grateful. Zhao Chen replied courteously. We are classmates. Her coming to help me is something I should be thankful for. We came to the Star Alliance for some business and thought we'd visit. As for me, you don't need to worry too much. You and your daughter haven't seen each other for a long time. You should talk. Guiji then turned her gaze to her long-lost daughter, her eyes cold but with hidden complex emotions. You still know how to come back. Her tone was completely different from when she spoke to Zhao Chun. Mother. Xue Xiaoxiao nervously clutched her clothes, looking like a child who had done something wrong, far from the commanding captain of AT-4 starship. Guiji said coldly, if it were before, I would have locked you in a dark room for a year. But this time, for the sake of Lord Xiaolong, I won't punish you. Since you like staying outside, I'll fulfill your wish. From now on, you are no longer part of the Star Shark Interstellar Adventurers Guild. You can go back to the Xiaolong Legion and be your captain. Uncle Go, see them out. With that, she turned to leave. Xue Xiaoxiao was clearly unprepared for her mother's decisiveness. She had imagined various scenarios, but never expected her mother to sever her ties with the guild so abruptly. At that moment, she felt her world collapse, doubting whether her decision to leave was a colossal mistake. She wavered, almost unable to stand. Just then, a warm hand pressed against her back. Zhao Chen's voice whispered in her ear, if you don't understand something, find out for yourself. Even if you made a mistake, don't let it be a confused one. Remember, you are now the captain of the Xiaolong Legion. No matter what mistakes you make, the Xiaolong Legion will back you up. If there's a punishment, it's the Xiaolong Legion's right to deal with you. So, show the spirit of the Xiaolong Legion now. These words were like a wake-up call, reigniting Xue Xiaoxiao's courage. She rushed forward, blocking Guiji's path, spreading her arms wide, and said righteously, Mother, I know the Star Shark Guild must be facing some issues. Otherwise, you would never marry Xiao Xiao to that scumbag from the Qin family. You can hide it from me now, you can drive me away, but you know my temper. I will find the answers myself, and no one can stop me. In the president's office of the Star Shark Interstellar Adventurers Guild, an attendant quietly approached, placing exquisite refreshments in front of Zhao Qian, Chu Xian, and Xue Xiaoxiao. President Giji's sharp eyes swept over the well-trained guards behind Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian got the hint and turned to the leopard woman, ordering, "Wait outside." The leopard woman hesitated for a moment, but, recalling the commander's strength, respectfully said, "We'll be right outside. If you need anything, just call us." With that, she led her subordinates out of the room in an orderly fashion. The attendant then closed the heavy door, leaving only President Giji, Zhao Qian, and the other three inside. As silence began to spread, Xue Xiaoxiao couldn't hold back any longer. "Mother, why are you making Xiao Xiao marry that scoundrel from the Qian family?" President Giji responded sternly, "Everything must be for the greater good. I don't recall a time when our Star Shark Guild needed to trade a woman for the so-called greater good." Xue Xiaoxiao retorted, unyielding. President Giji gave her daughter a deep look, thinking to herself, "She has truly grown during her time away, likely due to the courage given by this man before us." She hesitated, wanting to speak but unable to find the words. Zhao Qian intervened at the right moment. "Xiao Xiao, you're misunderstanding President Giji." Both Giji and Xue Xiaoxiao turned their eyes to him. Zhao Qian calmly analyzed, "Originally, the Star Shark Guild was doing well, but about 2 years ago, when the Met clan retreated, it directly caused a significant drop in the guild's revenue. If I'm not mistaken, the current income is less than 1/3 of what it was at its peak. The guild has many people to support. According to your guild's rules, any registered adventurer injured during a mission will be taken care of by the guild based on certain standards. This increases cohesion, but also incurs considerable expenses. Previously, the guild could sustain this, but now, it's on the brink of collapse. Why?" Xue Xiaoxiao still hadn't fully grasped the connection. Chu Xian took over, explaining in detail, "Based on our collected intelligence, the rise of the Star Alliance was significantly influenced by the Galactic Union and the Met clan. Now, with the Galactic Union being a mere shell and the Met clan having retreated for various reasons, the industries of the Star Alliance have been rapidly declining over the past 2 years. The Star Shark Guild is a prime example. Previously, half of the guild's missions were related to the Met clan. The star regions now being developed by the 3 major empires were once controlled by the Met clan. These regions sometimes contain materials or remnants needed by the empires. Sending large-scale imperial forces isn't feasible, so organizations like the Star Shark Guild step in. The empires pay, and the guild completes the tasks, forming a supply chain. Now that the chain is broken, the guild is at a critical juncture." Chu Xian continued, "If I'm correct, the Star Shark Guild has 2 options. First, cut unnecessary expenses, such as the care for injured members or those too weak to carry out missions. Second, find new sources of income. The Qian family might be the guild's new opportunity." Xue Xiaoxiao was stunned, looking at her mother in disbelief. "So, Xiao Xiao is just a bargaining chip?" President Giji, seeing no point in hiding the truth, admitted, "It's as Lord Zhao and Miss Chu said. The Qian family promised resources to help our guild through this crisis but had conditions, one of which was to marry my daughter. To protect Xiao Xiao, I've always kept her existence a secret. No one knows what she looks like or her age. They don't know she secretly went to the Starshine Empire years ago to study at the Northern Star Starship Military Academy." President Giji sighed and continued, "It might be fate. When I was struggling with this decision, Gu Xiaoxiao, the girl to be married, who I adopted and raised as my own, volunteered to pretend to be Xiao Xiao. She said she was also my daughter and would honor the agreement with the Qian family." Xue Xiaoxiao, filled with guilt, murmured, "Xiao Xiao took my place." Zhao Qian spoke up, "Xiao Xiao, there's still a chance to fix this." Xue Xiaoxiao urgently asked, "Where is Xiao Xiao now?" President Giji replied, "She should be nearing the Qian family's main planet. She left 2 days ago. The wedding is set for 5 days from now, so the Qian family wanted the bride to arrive early for preparations." Xue Xiaoxiao wavered and bit her lip, making up her mind. "No matter what, I will bring Xiao Xiao back. I can't let her fall into this trap. I'll find a way to solve the guild's crisis. If worst comes to worst, I'll marry." President Giji sighed deeply, sitting wearily in her chair and rubbing her temples. Her sudden vulnerability triggered the protective instincts of the men present. Zhao Qian cleared his throat and stood between Xue Xiaoxiao and President Giji. He spread his hands and smiled at them. "Ladies, aren't you overlooking something? Solving the Star Shark Guild's crisis isn't something only the Qian family can do. Why look far when help is right here?" Zhao Qian's hint was clear. "Want a strong backer? There's one right here, ready and capable. Whatever the Qian family can offer, the Xiaolong Legion can match. And what the Qian family can't provide, the Xiaolong Legion certainly can. In fact, the Xiaolong Legion can offer things beyond your imagination." President Giji and Xue Xiaoxiao both turned their gazes to Zhao Qian, and the atmosphere in the room instantly grew tense. Zhao Chun had a thorough understanding of the strength of the Xiaolong Legion. During the civil war in the Starlight Empire, this emerging military force, with its advanced interstellar warships, became a key player in the rise of the empire. Guild leader Giji first praised Zhao Qin's Xiaolong Legion, then shifted her tone. However, this is the Star Alliance. Military strength alone is not enough to change the current situation. Zhao Qin sensed the implication in Giji's words, suggesting that the Xiaolong Legion was an outsider, not as influential as local forces. He smirked confidently and retorted, "Who says the Xiaolong Legion can't influence the Star Alliance? The situation here may be different from the three major empires, but it's just a matter of money." Gigi shook her head lightly, believing the Lord was oversimplifying things. She explained, "If it were just about money, the three major empires would have controlled the Star Alliance long ago. There are unique rules at play here, my lord." "You're oversimplifying." Zhao Qin shrugged indifferently. "Don't be so quick to judge, guild leader. Let's see what cards I have up my sleeve." With that, he gestured to Chu Xian beside him. Chu Xian raised her hand, and 5 video windows appeared in the air, each showing a different figure: 3 men and 2 women. Giji's eyes changed visibly upon seeing them. Zhao Qin smiled and asked, "I believe guild leader Giji recognizes these 5 individuals?" Giji certainly knew who they were. They were prominent figures in the Star Alliance: 3 grain traders, 1 raw materials purchaser, and 1 starship dealer. Especially the 3 grain traders, who were highly sought after within the alliance. Wherever they went, they received numerous invitations daily. Grain trade involved massive profits and could drive an entire industry chain. The 5 greeted Zhao Chun in unison. "Greetings, Lord." Zhao Chun continued, "What if I told you that all their interstellar trade operations, including cargo escort, agency, and sales, could be handed over to your Star Shark Guild? How does that compare to what the Qian family offers you?" Giji trembled slightly at his words, a flicker of excitement flashing in her eyes, but she quickly composed herself, turning her gaze back to the 5 video windows. The 5 responded in unison, "We follow the Lord's orders." Giji looked at Zhao Qian in disbelief, astonished that these influential figures in the Star Alliance were so submissive to the Lord before her. Zhao Qian remained silent, thinking to himself, Li Juqi and Red Rose's trade group, as well as Anna from the Eden Grain trade group, were all collaborating with the Star Alliance. To protect the Xiaolong Legion's identity, they had arranged dozens of people disguised as traders to conduct business within the alliance. The 5 before Giji were merely a third of his forces within the Star Alliance. Giji realized she needed to reassess the strength of the Lord before her. She said, "Lord Xiaolong, it seems I need to reevaluate your power." Zhao Chen smiled in response, "If we establish a partnership, you'll have a clearer understanding of my strength." As their conversation ended, the room fell into a brief silence. Zhao Chen waited for Giji's decision, while she weighed her options, knowing that this choice could determine the future of the Star Shark Guild. At that moment, the straightforward Xue Xiaoxiao rushed to Giji, excitedly saying, "Mother, the commander is truly formidable. He's done so many incredible things. If you visit the Xiaolong star system, you'll see its power. Collaborating with the Xiaolong Legion far surpasses working with the Qian family. The commander also mentioned that you'll gain more by partnering with the Xiaolong Legion. We don't have time to hesitate. Xiao Xiao might be in danger any moment, and we must rescue her quickly." Seeing her daughter's eagerness, Giji sighed deeply and turned her beautiful eyes to Zhao Chun. "Since Xiao Xiao trusts you so much, I'll take a gamble this time. I'm willing to abandon our cooperation with the Qian family and partner with the Xiaolong Legion. But there's one condition. The resources held by these 5 must be shared with the Star Shark Guild. Of course, within the Star Alliance, the Star Shark Guild will assist the Xiaolong Legion." Zhao Chen understood that this partnership would benefit the Star Shark Guild more than the Xiaolong Legion. However, once the Star Shark Guild was integrated into his system, he would have ample time to gradually assimilate it. By then, would the Star Shark Guild still be the same? "All right, we'll do as guild leader Giji says." Zhao Chen agreed without hesitation. Giji then added, "There's one more small request. Regarding the Qian family, the Star Shark Guild cannot openly break ties with them for now. I know this may seem unprincipled, but the Qian family has significant influence within the Star Alliance. We need time to stabilize and can't confront them directly. So, the matter of Xiao Xiao must be handled by the Xiaolong Legion. This way, the Qian family won't blame the Star Shark Guild." Zhao Chen understood Giji's concerns. He never intended for the Star Shark Guild to openly support him immediately. He needed to build them into a formidable force within the Star Alliance first. Only then would he have them hunt down his targets. "Then I'll leave Xiao Xiao in your capable hands," Giji said sincerely, bowing to Zhao Chen. After a brief conversation with guild leader Gu Ji, Zhao Chen returned to the Skull Starship with the anxious Xue Xiaoxiao. Standing on the bridge, Zhao Chen furrowed his brow, pondering the recent discussion. "Gu Ji doesn't fully trust us," Chu Xian whispered to Zhao Chen. "She's cunning. By letting us deal with Gu Xiaoxiao, she's testing our strength within the Star Alliance. After all, this isn't the Xiaolong Galaxy or the Xingyao Empire. Zhao Chen nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the busy bridge. Xue Xiaoxiao was at the front, plotting a course. She was most familiar with the Star Alliance and knew the fastest route to the Qian family's main planet. No matter, Zhao Chun said calmly. Someone like Gu Eiji wouldn't fully commit to a partnership based on a few words. Her concerns are valid. This is the Star Alliance, not the Xingyao Empire. A year ago, we might have been powerless here, but now? A confident smile played on Zhao Chen's lips. The Star Alliance is just a marketplace for intermediaries in the face of the Xiaolong Legion. The three major empires can't control this place, but the cards we hold are enough to make a significant impact within the Star Alliance's rules. Chu Xian understood. The rules of the Star Alliance revolved around interstellar trade and money. The Xiaolong Legion's current strength was supported not only by powerful starships, but also by a robust economic foundation. Beiyin Group, Beilong Group, Rose Red Dragon Group, and Dilong Mining Group, these giants were enough to drive the locals of the Star Alliance wild. For Zhao Chun, any problem solvable with money was no problem at all. At this moment, he was the biggest moneymaker in the galaxy. Using the Qian family as a stepping stone, we can demonstrate our strength to the Star Shark Guild, prompting them to genuinely cooperate with us, Zhao Chun said with a smile. He had used such tactics skillfully in both the Xingyao Empire and the Reef Starfield. He didn't need others to be loyal, just to see his value. Interests were always the strongest bond. Commander, the route is set. We can reach the Qian family's main planet within a day. Xue Xiaoxiao reported urgently, stepping up to Zhao Chun. Let's head out then, Zhao Chun ordered. Also, inform Su Lan to keep following us from a distance and avoid exposure. Chu Xian immediately went to carry out the order. The energy contained within Zhao Chen's elite fleet was astonishing. Revealing this trump card would surely shock the entire Star Alliance. The longer they could delay its reveal, the better. On the Qian family's main planet, a grand wedding was being prepared. As a major power within the Star Alliance, the Qian family had risen rapidly after the Machine Clan's withdrawal, leveraging their connections with the Holy Radiance Empire and the Xingyao Empire. At this rate, the Qian family could become the strongest interstellar force in the Star Alliance within a few years. The Qian family owned several star systems, with their main planet being their stronghold and one of the few highly prosperous planets in the Star Alliance. Outside the main planet stood a magnificent palace called Sky City, modeled after Star City. It served as the Qian family's business hub, guest house, and venue for important ceremonies. Today, Sky City was preparing for an important event, the wedding of the Qian family's young master. This marriage symbolized the cooperation between the Qian family and the Star Shark Guild. An area of Sky City had been meticulously decorated a week in advance for the occasion. In a luxurious room, Gu Xiaoxiao was trying on her wedding dress. Standing in front of a holographic mirror, she had to admit she looked beautiful. While not a stunning beauty, she was considered one of the prettiest girls at the Northern Star Starship Military Academy. After being carefully groomed, she looked like a blooming flower. However, her eyes conveyed a sense of despair. Miss Xiaoxiao, you will definitely be the most beautiful bride tomorrow, the makeup artist praised. Absolutely, and your groom is the young master of the Qian family, the most eligible bachelor in the Star Alliance. A maid chimed in. You're so lucky. If it's so lucky, why don't you marry him? Gu Xiaoxiao retorted coldly. The maid's expression stiffened, her face conflicted. She knew the unsavory rumors about the Qian family's young master, but she also understood the family's powerful background, leaving her torn. At that moment, the door was flung open. A drunken man staggered in, clutching two seductive women. Where's my bride? Where's my bride? He slurred, looking around the room. Everyone except Gu Xiaoxiao lowered their heads in fear, mumbling, Young Master Qian. Gu Xiaoxiao immediately tightened her grip on her wrist terminal, her sharp eyes fixed on the Qian family's young master. She was on high alert, ready to make him regret any rash moves. My bride, you're so beautiful. Come on, let's get cozy, the young master leered, stumbling towards her. A maid quickly stepped in front of him. Young Master Qian, according to our Star Shark customs, the bride and groom shouldn't have contact before the wedding. It's bad luck and could lead to financial loss. Upon hearing bad luck and financial loss, the young master's hand paused. Whether in ancient times or now, business people of all star systems were particularly superstitious about these things. No problem. We'll be married tomorrow. Then I can get as cozy as I want, he grinned. All right, let's have some fun next door. With that, he left the room, still clutching the two women. Gu Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief, as if she had survived a disaster. The maid who had intervened looked at her with concern. Sister Xiaoxiao? She knew she had only delayed the nightmare. She was close to Gu Xiaoxiao and didn't want to see her fall into despair. If only someone could save Sister Xiaoxiao, the maid silently prayed. But in the current Star Alliance, who would dare oppose the Qian family for a woman? The report just came in. The representative fleet from the Xingyao Guild has arrived in the vicinity of the Qian family's main star. The fleet hasn't docked at the Sky City of the Qian family but is hovering in the outer regions, clearly planning to use shuttles to reach the wedding venue. Many factions are attending the Qian family's wedding banquet, and the docking bays of Sky City are almost full. Reconnaissance shows that the Qian family has deployed a fleet of 300 starships around Sky City. The flagship is a T3 class battleship, accompanied by 20 T3 starships, with the rest being T2 starships. This intelligence was relayed to Zhao Chun, who sat calmly in the captain's chair, his expression serene. Commander, when are we going to storm in and rescue her? Shui Xiaoxiao asked anxiously, her tone filled with urgency. Every second my sister stays in that hellhole, I feel sick. Zhao Chun replied unhurriedly, no need to rush. Your mother, Gu Aiji, has already arranged for people around Gu Xiaoxiao. The latest intel shows that she's safe. That Qian family's son hasn't even touched a finger of hers. He paused briefly before continuing. If we storm Sky City now, the rescue team will inevitably suffer losses. After all, we can't just bombard Sky City, can we? Zhao Chun calmly laid out his plan. I plan to carry out the rescue tomorrow, on the day of the Qian family's grand wedding. Although there will be the most people at the venue then, it's also when the Qian family's guard over the bride will be weakest. It's the most convenient time to act. He added, Leopardess is in charge of this rescue mission. She has already infiltrated Sky City. You just need to wait here for your sister. Despite her eagerness to see Gu Xiaoxiao, Shui Xiaoxiao chose to trust Zhao Chun, seeing the confidence in his eyes. All right, I'll leave it to you, Commander, she said, standing straight and expressing her gratitude to Zhao Chun. At this moment, Chu Xin's voice came from the side. Don't you feel like you're getting more and more experienced at rescuing bridestobe? Zhao Chun was taken aback and instinctively replied, it seems like it, but he quickly realized something was off and looked at Chu Xin, who was glaring at him. Well, I'm just doing what I have to. I can't just watch girls jump into the fire pit, right? Zhao Chun explained. Chu Xin teased, oh yes, you're the savior, a great hero. So impressive. Last time, you rescued Su Lan in the Zissou sector. This time, you're rescuing Gu Xiaoxiao in the Star Alliance. Who's next on your list, Commander? Zhao Chun was momentarily speechless and could only defend himself. It's a coincidence. Really, just a coincidence. The next day, Sky City of the Qian family was brilliantly decorated, filled with a festive atmosphere. To publicize this marriage alliance, the Qian family not only lavishly decorated Sky City but also bought a large number of advertisement slots in Star City. Although the Star Shark Guild had been on a downturn recently, their influence in the Star Alliance was still considerable, especially in the realm of interstellar adventurers. For the interstellar merchants of the Star Alliance, connections were crucial, and having enough connections could create immense wealth. The Qian family had risen rapidly in a short time, relying on their two powerful backers. Gu Xiaoxiao, already dressed in her wedding gown, stood quietly in her room, waiting. A woman from the Qian family reminded her, Miss Gu, it's almost time. We need to head to the wedding venue. Gu Xiaoxiao looked at her beautiful reflection in the mirror, but there was no joy in her eyes. Her expression was lifeless as she silently walked towards the door. The Qian family woman, seeing this, whispered, our eldest young master may not have the best character, but once you marry into the Qian family, you'll surely have a bright future. Today is your big day. You should be happy. Gu Xiaoxiao showed no reaction to these words. In her heart, from today on, Gu Xiaoxiao was already dead. Seeing that her words had no effect, the Qian family woman fell silent. The door was pushed open, revealing a guard of honor already waiting outside. They escorted Gu Xiaoxiao and her maids toward the wedding venue. The Qian family's eldest son and the guests were already waiting there. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance of the banquet hall. The attendants opened the doors, revealing a lavishly decorated wedding scene inside. At the head table sat the Qian family patriarch, Qian Feng, and his son, Qian Dafu. Below them were several invited guests from the Star Shark Guild, including Gu Aiji, the president. Qian Feng laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, Gu Aiji president's daughter is truly as beautiful as a flower, just like Gu Aiji president herself. I wish we could have double the joy today. His gaze unabashedly roamed over Gu Aiji. In the Star Alliance, there were many beautiful women, but none more charming than the Star Shark Guild's president, Gu Aiji. Many men had long coveted her. In the past, Qian Feng wouldn't have dared to be so rude. But now that the Qian family had risen in power, he naturally felt emboldened, even harboring thoughts of taking both mother and daughter into his fold. If that happened, wouldn't the Star Shark Guild become the Qian family's puppet? Even the groom, Qian Dafu, was eyeing Gu Aiji. Compared to Gu Aiji, Gu Xiaoxiao seemed a bit lacking. He thought to himself, if I could enjoy both mother and daughter, it would be worth living 10 years less. With that thought, a wicked desire surged within him. He believed that as long as the Qian family continued to rise, he would eventually have the chance to fulfill this wish. For now, he would settle for Gu Xiaoxiao as an appetizer. Faced with the Qian family's rudeness, the Star Shark Guild members suppressed their anger. Gu Aiji remained composed. her eyes showing a hint of apology as she looked at Gu Xiaoxiao, who was slowly approaching. Gu Eiji felt guilty for arranging Gu Xiaoxiao's marriage to the Qian family. Fortunately, there was now a chance to change everything. She wondered how that person planned to act. Gu Eiji had thought he would make a move in the days leading up to the wedding, but he hadn't. The only possibility left was to act on the wedding day itself, a move that would undoubtedly be the most humiliating for the Qian family. Gu Eiji pondered, wondering what expressions the Qian family would have once the upcoming events unfolded. At this moment, under the gaze of many guests, Gu Xiaoxiao walked forward in a daze. Suddenly, a maid arranged by the Qian family silently approached her and whispered, "Miss Gu, Captain Xue Xiaoxiao has sent us to take you away. Please cooperate with us. We will ensure your safety." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoxiao's expression changed dramatically. She glanced at the maid out of the corner of her eye, her heart pounding with shock. "Xue Xiaoxiao is back? And wants to save me?" But the crisis of the Star Shark Guild hasn't been resolved, and the Qian family is currently at its peak. Such an action is akin to digging one's own grave. Just as Gu Xiaoxiao was about to dissuade the maid from proceeding, a Qian family matron noticed something amiss. She frowned at the maid, who was close to Gu Xiaoxiao, and scolded in a low voice, "What's wrong with you? Don't you have any manners? And what are you whispering to the bride about?" The maid, flustered, bowed her head repeatedly in apology and stumbled, even bumping into Gu Xiaoxiao. The Qian family matron, enraged, rushed forward with a raised hand, ready to strike. However, in that instant, the maid swiftly grabbed the matron's arm, and a short blade shot out from her sleeve, pressing against the matron's neck. "Nobody move!" the maid shouted sternly. "One move and she dies." This sudden turn of events shocked the entire wedding venue. The nearby ceremonial guards froze, weapons in hand, but dared not act rashly due to the hostage situation, their eyes turning toward the distant Master Qianfeng. Master Qianfeng's face darkened as he strode forward, shouting angrily, "Who are you to dare ruin my family's wedding? Do you have a death wish?" The maid replied coldly, "I will leave here alive, and I'll be taking this beautiful bride with me." My master said, "How could such a lovely woman be ruined by the Qian family's scum? My master loves to play the hero, so today, we are taking Miss Gu Xiaoxiao with us." Master Qianfeng sneered disdainfully. "Ha! You think you can take someone from my family? Know your place. Guards, seize this intruder." At his command, more guards appeared, their laser guns aimed at the maid. The maid pressed the blade against the matron's neck, threatening, "Do you not care about her life?" The matron, terrified, pleaded, "Master, save me, save me." However, Master Qianfeng snorted coldly, showing no concern, and ordered, "She's just a woman. I, Qianfeng, do not lack women. Seize them." Just when everyone thought the maid would be shot down, an unexpected scene unfolded. Several figures burst out from among the guests, swiftly taking down the guards. At the same time, the ceremonial guards near the maid were also eliminated. Several energy shields formed around Gu Xiaoxiao, protecting her and the maid. The maid pressed a button on her neck, and her disguise fell away, revealing a new facete was none other than Zhao Qin's personal guard captain, Panthera. While Panthera directed the operation, Master Qianfeng's bodyguards realized the danger and immediately shielded him. The surrounding guests had already retreated to safety, fearing collateral damage. Master Qianfeng, furious, ordered, "Relay my command. Get the nearest armed units here immediately. Take all these intruders down." The order was quickly relayed, and the nearest armed units began to move. Master Qianfeng glared at Panthera and coldly said, "My armed units will be here in under a minute. By then, you won't escape, no matter how skilled you are. I'll give you one chance now. Surrender and tell me who sent you. I might spare you for what you've done." Panthera sneered, "Do you think we're children to believe such lies?" Master Qianfeng threatened ominously, "Then prepare to die. Or worse, pray you die quickly. If you fall into my hands, you'll wish for death." Gu Xiaoxiao, anxious, asked, "You're insane. What do we do now?" Panthera whispered, "Wait. Wait for what?" Gu Xiaoxiao asked, puzzled. "Wait for someone," Panthera replied curtly. A minute passed quickly, and the ground of the banquet hall started to shake. A drink cup placed on the edge of a table fell and shattered from the tremors. At that moment, several black figures entered the venue from all directions. 3T3 Hunter-class light combat mechs, 18 T2 Raven medium combat mechs, and nearly 100 armed guards. Panthera scanned the area, quickly assessing the enemy's scale, which matched the intelligence she had gathered and her contingency plans. Master Qianfeng sneered, "Let's see what you can do now. Take them down." The groom, Qiandafu, also stepped forward, shouting, "Capture them alive. Especially that half-beast woman. I want to have some fun with her." Using the combat mechs as cover, the armed squad began to advance. Gu Xiaoxiao's heart pounded, but Panthera remained calm, a slight smile on her lips. "They're here," Panthera whispered. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from above. A massive shadow descended from the sky. A T-3 Templar-class medium starship combat mech. A magnetic male voice resonated from within the mech. This bride is mine. The wedding venue was located at the very top of the Qian family sky city, beneath a magnificent glass dome. Suddenly, the dome shattered, and a powerful suction force instantly pulled everything in the banquet hall into the sky. Fortunately, the guests' personal bodyguards were prepared and quickly activated defensive barriers, preventing any casualties. Though the venue was in disarray, an even greater shock was yet to come. With a deafening roar, a massive pure white mech descended from the sky, landing heavily in the center of the banquet hall. This colossal machine stood 20 meters tall, towering even in the spacious venue. Its identity was unmistakable: T-3 Paladin-class medium interstellar combat mech. Red warning messages flashed overhead. Warning, warning, warning. Barrier breach detected. Initiating emergency measures in this area. Immediately, an energy membrane covered the dome's breach, and the raging wind ceased. Leopardess, Zhao Chen's personal guard captain, instantly recognized the mech pilot's voice. She inquired over the internal communication channel. Commander, why are you here in person? According to the original plan, another mech pilot was supposed to be piloting the T-3 Paladin. Zhao Chen briefly responded, I have my reasons. Now is not the time to explain. Continue with your combat plan. In reality, Zhao Chen considered the system mission and took over personally as a precaution. Of course, it wasn't just to indulge in piloting the combat mech. Master Qian Feng, hiding behind his bodyguards, roared, attack! Destroy that piece of junk! The surrounding armed forces and combat mechs immediately aimed their weapons at the massive white mech. Zhao Chen's voice echoed through the entire banquet hall. Stay safe. This was both a reminder to Leopardess and her team and a warning to the guests. The guests' bodyguards, upon hearing this, quickly employed their skills to protect their masters. Guild leader Ghost Princess stood at a distance, placed within an energy defense field by her subordinates. She frowned as she observed the situation, thinking that the Lord's rescue plan was too risky, with no clear escape route and at a disadvantage. After all, this was the Qian family's main star, not the Starshine Empire's territory. The surrounding guests speculated about the origins of these audacious invaders. Meanwhile, the Qian family's T-3 Hunter class and T-2 Raven class combat mechs launched a fierce attack. Machine guns, laser cannons, and even small missiles were fired, confident that their numerical advantage would easily subdue a single T-3 mech. However, they were gravely mistaken. Zhao Chen's T-3 Paladin deployed 452-barrel Gatling-style mini-beam cannons. By the time everyone saw this terrifying weapon, it was already too late. Open fire, Zhao Chen ordered, and the 4 cannons began spinning rapidly, unleashing a torrent of dense blue beams. Leopardess led her team to crouch at the feet of the T-3 Paladin while activating their energy barriers for protection. She personally shielded Gu Xiaoxiao with her body. Despite being from the Starshine Guild, Gu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but be awed by the spectacular scene before her. The white mech stood like a war god, fearlessly absorbing the enemy's firepower. Most attacks were neutralized in the crossfire, and the few that hit the mech only left shallow dents on its surface. For the more threatening small missiles, the white mech intercepted them with precision, all while continuing to attack enemy positions. In just a minute, the battle dust settled, and the ventilation system quickly restored clear visibility to the venue. The white mech stood unscathed, with only minor dents on its body. The 4 killing cannons slowly stopped spinning, their barrels glowing red-hot. The surroundings, however, were in ruins. The Qian family's armed forces positions were reduced to rubble. All T-2 Raven-class combat mechs were completely destroyed, leaving only unrecognizable fragments. The T-3 Hunter-class mechs fared slightly better, with at least identifiable wreckage. Zhao Chan turned towards Master Qian Feng's direction. By now, the Qian family had retreated into a transparent shelter, protected by thick, blast-proof panels. Other guests also had their protective measures, realizing they were not the invaders' targets. Otherwise, with the firepower displayed earlier, they wouldn't have survived even with protection. Do you want to continue? Zhao Chen taunted. Inside the shelter, Master Qian Feng glared at the white mech, gritting his teeth. So what if your mech is strong? This is the Qian family's main star. Our territory. You and your people won't escape from here. Zhao Chen calmly replied. Looks like there's no one left. I'll be taking the bride then. And before I go, here's a parting gift for you. With that, he activated the remaining interstellar missiles, all aimed at the shelter. Boom. The deafening explosion filled the entire wedding venue, shaking the very foundation. The epicenter of the blast was undoubtedly the shelter where the Qian family had taken refuge. As the smoke gradually cleared, the faces of those inside the shelter were etched with terror. Those closest to the nearly half-meter-thick, transparent blast-proof barrier could see the spiderweb-like cracks spreading across it. This was the best material the Qian family could find. The power of the combat mech on the other side was truly overwhelming. A chilling thought crept into everyone's mind. What if the enemy had launched all their mini-missiles at once? Where are they? Where did they go? Master Qian Feng's momentary look of panic quickly turned into a furious roar. They seem to have broken through over there, someone shouted, pointing to the spot where the white mech had breached earlier. During the interstellar missile attack on the shelter, the white mech had once again broken through that gap. Although the gap was protected by an energy shield, it was only meant to counteract the effects of the outer space environment, not as a defensive shield. After the white mech broke through, the energy shield reappeared. At this moment, people looked up at that spot and saw a small white with a fiery tail heading towards a distant, unfamiliar interstellar battleship. The battleship's hangar door was wide open, clearly the accomplices of those who had snatched the bride. Just then, guild leader Giji stepped forward, glaring at Master Qian Feng. Master Qian Feng, I demand an explanation. My daughter, your family's fiancée, was brazenly taken from your Sky City. Are your people all useless? The surrounding guests looked at the Qian family with a mix of anger and schadenfreude. They were furious at almost being caught in danger, yet secretly delighted to see the usually proud Qian family suffer such a blow. Guild leader Giji. Let me explain. I didn't expect. Master Qian Feng tried to explain, but guild leader Giji cut him off with a cold snort. If your family can't even protect a woman, then this marriage is off. The Star Shark Guild will rescue my daughter ourselves. With that, guild leader Giji led her people through the wreckage of the wedding venue and left. As she departed, guild leader Giji noticed the only survivor in the center of the venue, Master Qian Feng's concubine. She was huddled on the ground, eyes filled with terror, and a wet patch beneath her. Guild leader Giji gave her a fleeting glance before striding away. In the floating elevator leading to the shuttle hangar, guild leader Giji gazed at the Little Skull interstellar battleship in the distance. She pondered. That man caused such a commotion. But relying on a single interstellar battleship, they wouldn't escape easily. The Qian family wouldn't let them go without a fight. If he's so confident, his Xiaolong fleet must be lurking outside. This is a chance to see just how powerful the legendary Xiaolong interstellar battleships really are. The departure of the Star Shark Guild was like salt in the wound for the Qian family. Normally, Master Qian Feng would retaliate, but he knew this time the blame lay with them. The guests whispered among themselves, their words filled with mockery and disdain for the Qian family. Father, we can't let them go. My bride is still with that guy. How will I face anyone if they know my bride was snatched in front of everyone? How will our family face anyone? Qin Dafu suddenly shouted at his father. Shut up and get out of my sight. Master Qian Feng glared at his son. Though Qin Dafu shrank back, he still muttered defiantly under his breath. Master Qian Feng raised his hand, and an electronic screen appeared before him. He issued an order without hesitation. Issue my command. Gather all available interstellar battleships around our main star, and surround that damned battleship. Attack and bring it down. But father, my bride is still on board, Qin Dafu hastily reminded. Master Qian Feng kicked him. You're still thinking about your bride. This is about our family's honor. There will be plenty of women in the future. We don't need just this one. Qin Dafu shrank back, regretting that he hadn't yet experienced Gu Xiaoxiao. Rest assured, master. We will annihilate that interstellar battleship, the fleet commander replied resolutely. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen piloted the T3 Templar into the hangar of the Little Skull. The two disposable rocket boosters on its legs detached and fell to the ground. These devices had allowed the T3 Templar to maneuver in space for short distances. Zhao Chen carefully placed a birdcage-like device on the ground, containing Leopard Girl and the rescued Gu Xiaoxiao. Commander, the Qian family's fleet is attempting to surround us. Chu Xian's image appeared before Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen scoffed. Then let's make the Qian family pay a bit more before we leave. Relay my order, Little Skull. Enter combat mode and destroy any enemy ship within range. Yes. Prepare for battle. Chu Xian responded firmly. The systems of the Little Skull began to operate intensely, gearing up for the imminent fierce battle. In the hangar, Gu Xiaoxiao stood in a lavish gown, her expression dazed. Suddenly, a figure darted out like an arrow and tightly embraced her. Xiaoxiao. The familiar voice and iconic ponytail instantly revived Gu Xiaoxiao's memories. Xiaoxiao, she exclaimed, hugging her long-lost best friend tightly. After they parted, Xue Xiaoxiao looked Gu Xiaoxiao up and down, her eyes filled with concern. Xiaoxiao, are you all right? That creep from the Qin family didn't do anything to you, did he? If he bullied you, just tell me. They'll make sure he pays. Hearing these familiar words of concern, the barriers in Gu Xiaoxiao's heart melted away. She chuckled softly. Don't worry, the eldest son of the Qin family didn't dare to touch me. She lifted her wrist, displaying a handheld device. I have this. If he had tried anything, I would've. Xue Xiaoxiao understood immediately, guessing that the device contained some sort of hidden weapon or virus. But she also knew it was just a comforting lie. If Gu Xiaoxiao actually married into the Qin family for the sake of the Star Shark Guild, she would have no choice but to endure. Thinking of this, Shui Xiaoxiao's eyes welled up with tears as she said guiltily, Xiaoxiao, I'm so sorry. It's my fault for selfishly leaving the Star Shark Guild, leaving you to bear this marriage contract. If it weren't for me. Gu Xiaoxiao quickly covered her mouth, speaking softly, Xiaoxiao, it's not your fault. Even if you were there, I wouldn't have let you do this. Remember when we were kids? Even though you're younger than me, you always protected me. Without you, I would have been lost in the Star Alliance long ago. Even if you were here, I would have taken your place. Shui Xiaoxiao was stunned, surprised at the inner strength of the sister she once needed to protect. At that moment, Zhao Chun leapt down from the cockpit of his T3 Paladin and landed beside them. He overheard their conversation and asked, puzzled, Xiaoxiao is younger than you? Then why does she always call you Xiaoxiao sister? Gu Xiaoxiao looked at the man in his tight-fitting combat suit, feeling a bit nervous as she explained, actually, I was adopted by Lady Gigi and don't know my exact age. Xiaoxiao and I have similar bone ages, so we might have been born the same year. But ever since we met, she has always called herself the older sister. She glanced at Shui Xiaoxiao, who was noticeably shorter by half a head, making the contrast quite apparent. Shui Xiaoxiao interrupted. Enough about that. Xiaoxiao, let me introduce you. This is my boss, the commander of the Xiaolong Corps and the lord of the Xiaolong star system. It's thanks to him that we could rescue you. She turned to Zhao Chun, giving him a grateful salute. Commander, I, Shui Xiaoxiao, owe you one. Zhao Chun thought to himself that what he cared about was the access to the T5 level interstellar mall. Even without it, he might have helped, but he wouldn't have been so proactive. Out loud, he said, Xiaoxiao is my classmate, and you're her sister, so you're my friend too. I'm Zhao Chun, always happy to help. Gu Xiaoxiao's cheeks turned slightly red, too shy to meet Zhao Chun's gaze. After all, being snatched away as a bride left her with mixed feelings. Suddenly, the voice of Leopard Woman rang out angrily. What's the matter with you? Weren't you supposed to be piloting the combat mecha to cover us? How could you let the commander take such a risk? If something happened, could you bear the responsibility? A female mecha pilot in scanty clothing muttered resentfully. The commander told me to undress. What could I do? Leopard Woman was about to scold further when Zhao Chun intervened in time. Leopard Woman, this is my responsibility. I'm the commander. She wouldn't dare disobey my orders. It was my rash action. If there's blame, blame me. The female pilot's eyes shone with admiration upon hearing this. Leopard Woman sighed helplessly and warned, I'll let it slide this time, but no more next time. She then turned to Zhao Chun, advising earnestly, Commander, I'm concerned for your safety. General Charlotte specifically instructed that your safety is paramount. Next time you have such ideas, please notify me. Otherwise, I really can't answer to General Charlotte. Zhao Chun nodded like an obedient student, promising repeatedly. Whether he would remember it in the future, though, was another matter. He handed his discarded combat suit to the female pilot. Sorry for getting you scolded. Here's a special discount voucher for the Starship restaurant as compensation. With that, he turned and walked away. The female pilot clutched the combat suit, took a deep breath when no one was looking, and showed a look of intoxication. Just then, Gu Xiaoxiao saw through the hangar window the approaching fleet of the Qin family, and she panicked. That's the Qin family's interstellar fleet. We're doomed if we don't retreat now. Shui Xiaoxiao, however, placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and smiled mysteriously. Don't worry. Let me show you the power of our Xiaolong Corps' little skull. Little skull? Gu Xiaoxiao was stunned upon hearing the name. She quickly turned to Zhao Chun, her voice filled with concern. Commander, the Qin family's fleet is incredibly powerful. They boasted to me earlier that they have several T3 class interstellar battleships and 300 T2 class warships around the main star. We only have one ship. We can't possibly hold them off. You should retreat immediately before it's too late. At that moment, the Qin family's fleet had already surrounded the little skull. However, Zhao Chun remained unusually calm, arms crossed as he admired the view outside the window. Don't worry, everything will be fine, he said nonchalantly. Seeing the commander so composed only made Gu Xiaoxiao more anxious. Just then, Zhao Chun suddenly asked, anyone have any beef jerky or duck neck? No sooner had he spoken than a female crew member rushed over with a cart full of snacks and drinks. A leopard woman even brought a portable sofa for Zhao Chun. He sat down comfortably, picked out a duck neck from the pile, and told the crew member, put these on my tab. I'll transfer the money to you later. The crew member waved her hands frantically, her cheeks turning pink. No need, no need. Sharing snacks with the commander is more than enough for me. Shui Xiaoxiao also made herself at home around Zhao Chun, using both hands to pick out snacks and even handing a bag of shrimp chips to the stunned Gu Xiaoxiao. Zhao Chun leisurely remarked, I've always watched from the bridge. Today, Watching from the hangar offers a nice change of perspective. Gu Xiaoxiao held the shrimp chips, feeling close to a breakdown. Meanwhile, the 300 Qian family warships had already aimed their weapons at the unassuming little skull. The Qian family captains, furious over the recent events at Sky City, bellowed. The people on that ship dare to kidnap a Qian family fiancé. They're slapping us in the face on our own turf. Fire. Destroy this insolent little skull. In an instant, a barrage of attacks surged toward the little skull lasers, solid projectiles, interstellar missiles, energy beams, and more. The Qian family members within Sky City watched eagerly, already imagining the destruction of the little skull. However, the next second, a circular energy shield enveloped the little skull, blocking all incoming attacks and leaving the ship unscathed. That's a star shield. A full-spectrum star shield. Oh my god, this is a T4 class interstellar battleship. The Star Alliance has a T4 battleship? What on earth is this? Guests buzzed with shock, and the Qian family members were in disbelief. Guild leader Gu Eiji, seated in her shuttle, stared in astonishment at the ship covered by the energy shield. None of her intel on the Xiaolong Legion had ever mentioned a T4 class destroyer, piquing her interest in the mysterious commander. Inside the hangar, Zhao Chun sipped his drink and munched on duck neck, watching the sparkling points of light on the shield. Quite pretty, he remarked casually. And they call these little guns interstellar battleships? They can't even break a shield. Shui Xiaoxiao, her mouth greasy and devoid of any ladle-like demeanor, demanded, "Pass me that chicken claw and pig trotter." Gu Xiaoxiao finally snapped out of her shock and asked, This is a T4 interstellar destroyer?" Zhao Qin nodded in confirmation. Gu Xiaoxiao questioned further, "Then why is it called Little Skull?" implying that the name seemed unworthy of a T4 battleship. Zhao Qin explained, "Its model is the T4 Skull King class heavy interstellar armored destroyer. As for the name, I just thought it sounded nice. It's time to fight back." Shui Xiaoxiao exclaimed excitedly. "Let's show these Qian family guys what the Little Skull is capable of." The Little Skull's over 300 ship cannons began targeting the enemy. Following the captain's order, it launched a counterattack. Qian family warships were destroyed one after another, the explosions resembling fireworks, fitting the celebratory atmosphere of the Qian family event. However, the cost of these fireworks would likely make Qian Feng, the family head, bleed with heartache. The massacre lasted just 5 minutes, and the Qian family's fleet of 300 interstellar warships was reduced to debris in space. In the final moments, some of the Qian warship captains sensed the impending doom and ordered a retreat. However, facing a T4 interstellar destroyer, their fate was already sealed. Inside the Qian family Sky City, an eerie silence prevailed. The little skeleton starship departed, turning into a distant star, silently mocking the Qian family's folly. As the terrifying ship left, the Qian clan members cautiously emerged from their shelters. Everyone present, whether from the Qian family or their guests, was rendered speechless by the 5-minute massacre. Exclamations of disbelief echoed. "Oh my god!" The Qian family's 300 interstellar warships, including several T3 class ships, were destroyed in mere minutes. Who on earth owns that starship? How can it possess such immense firepower? I've never seen a starship of that model. It must be a T4 class. The guests were filled with shock, envy, and amazement. In contrast, the Qian family members felt as though their hearts were bleeding. The destroyed warships were bought with real money, and worse, all of them were T2 class or above, including a few precious T3 ships. For the Qian family, the loss from this battle was astronomical. Even for them, the total number of T2 class or above interstellar warships across all their territories barely exceeded 1,000, with T3 ships being extremely rare. This massacre equated to the Qian family losing nearly half of their military strength instantly. Qian Feng, the family head, stood with bloodshot eyes, looking utterly devastated. He muttered, How could this happen? This must be a dream. It has to be a dream." To prove his point, he suddenly turned to his son, Qian Dafu, and slapped him without warning. "This must be a dream," Qian Feng muttered. Qian Dafu, knocked to the ground by the slap, stared in shock at his father. "Father, why did you hit me? Does it hurt?" Qian Feng asked blankly. "Of course it hurts. I think my teeth are loose," Qian Dafu replied, aggrieved. "So, this isn't a dream?" Qian Feng muttered, looking once more at the remnants of their fleet in space. His heart skipped a beat. He then began kicking the fallen Qian Dafu. "It can't be. This must be a dream. All of this is a dream. Father, why are you kicking me? Not there. Oh, stop. At this moment, the scene turned bizarre. Qian Feng was inexplicably kicking his son, who was wailing in pain, though his cries gradually took on a strange tone. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the Star Shark Guild's flagship, Guild leader Giji stared in shock at the remains of the Qian family's fleet. It wasn't until her lieutenant spoke that she snapped out of it. The lieutenant reported, "Guild leader, we have been informed that the Qian family had lost control and began beating his son, Qian Dafu. The family intervened, and a physician is treating him. It appears the head suffered a mental breakdown. Qian Dafu is injured, and it seems his injury is in the lower body. The situation is quite serious." Hearing this, guild leader Giji couldn't help but laugh. Who would have thought that the Qian family's meticulously planned wedding would turn into such a spectacle? Qian Feng's ambition to overshadow our Star Shark Guild backfired spectacularly. His preparations have become his own downfall. The lieutenant struggled to suppress a smile. This incident will soon be known throughout the Star Alliance. Originally, the wedding embarrassment could have been overlooked, but the destruction of 300 interstellar warships will escalate the situation. It will significantly downgrade the Qian family's standing. Their previous rise had built a strong image, but this debacle will tarnish it. It might even make their business partners question the Qian family's competence, and most importantly, whether their two major backers will continue to trust them. What seems like a minor incident could have unimaginable repercussions for the Qian family. They've suffered a significant loss. Guild leader Giji nodded. All right, let the Qian family clean up their own mess. However, we must respond appropriately. Prepare several statements condemning the Qian family for the bride-snatching incident and demand a satisfactory explanation. Meanwhile, suspend all our trade with the Qian family. Suspending all trade? Won't that be a huge loss? The lieutenant murmured. Guild leader Giji raised her hand, bringing up several files. The business here far exceeds what we get from the Qian family, and it's sustainable. This is just a portion of what the Lord has offered. Now that he has fulfilled his promise, we must show our stance. If we maintain a tenuous relationship with the Qian family, it will affect our standing with the Lord, regardless of Xiao Zhao's good relationship with him. The lieutenant nodded, then hesitated. Guild leader, the Lord came all the way from the Xiaolong territory to help us and provided us with such benefits. Do you think he and Xiao Xiao have a special relationship? Otherwise, why would he go to such lengths? Guild leader Giji's eyes flickered, and she coughed. Ahem, ahem. Don't pry into matters that aren't your concern. Let everything take its course. The lieutenant quickly shut her mouth, but she noticed a slight smile on the guild leader's lips. The video communication initiated, and the bridge of the little skeleton starship appeared on the screen. Guild Master Giji couldn't help but recall the astonishing scene of this battleship decimating 300 ships of the Qian family fleet, marveling at its formidable power. Sitting in the captain's chair, Zhao Chen remained as steady as a mountain, with his secretary officers Chu Xian, Xue Xiaoxiao, and Gu Xiaoxiao standing behind him. Upon seeing Guild Master Giji appear on the screen, Xue Xiaoxiao and Gu Xiaoxiao waved excitedly. Giji's eyes gleamed with joy, but she maintained a stern demeanor. Act your age. Show some restraint. She then turned her gaze to Zhao Chen. My lord, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have some matters to discuss. Zhao Chen smiled and responded. No problem at all. In fact, I wanted to chat more with you, Giji. Our previous meetings left some unresolved tensions. Hearing Zhao Chen call her mother sister again, Xue Xiaoxiao made a playful fist pump and stuck out her tongue behind Zhao Chen, but quickly straightened up under her mother's stern glance. Giji beamed. You're too kind. Our Star Shark Guild is eager to be your most loyal ally. There will be no tensions in our cooperation. Zhao Chen understood the subtext of her words, knowing it stemmed from witnessing his power. He chose not to expose it, merely smiling. Indeed, we will be the best partners. So, I wonder if my recent performance has met your expectations, Giji? Very much so, Giji praised. The prowess of the Xiaolong Legion starship is undeniable, having defeated the Holy Angel Legion in the Holy War duel. Just one ship annihilated the Qian family's 300 starships. It's hard to imagine what it would be like if the entire Xiaolong Legion were here. Zhao Chen detected the probing nature of her words and chuckled. The Xiaolong Legion will not come to the Star Alliance. To be honest, besides the little skeleton, we only brought a dozen or so other starships. My intention with the Star Alliance is to seek cooperation, not to intimidate with force. Giji sighed in relief. She had feared that the Xiaolong Legion might try to control the Star Alliance by force, putting the Star Shark Guild in an awkward position. She assumed the accompanying starships were just ordinary T3 class ships, which seemed reasonable given Zhao Chen's status. The two then delved into detailed discussions about their cooperation. Giji was eager to seize opportunities that could determine the future of the Star Shark Guild. After an in-depth conversation, they reached a preliminary cooperation agreement. Giji felt confident that with these trade resources, the Star Shark Guild could become the most prominent entity in the Star Alliance within 3 months, potentially transitioning from an adventurer guild to a comprehensive interstellar trade guild, encroaching on the Qian family's trade domain. As the conversation drew to a close, Giji asked, My lord, how long do you plan to stay in the Star Alliance? During your stay, if there's anything the Star Shark Guild can assist with, we are at your service. If you wish, I hope to host you again with a grand reception. Zhao Chen politely declined. No need for a reception. We will stay in the Star Alliance for a while longer, as there's another matter to attend to. However, it's something you can't help with, and I don't wish for you to get involved. Gigi, I hope we can keep our cooperation confidential. Besides us, no one else should know. For now, you're only working with 5 interstellar traders, not the Xiaolong Legion. Gigi solemnly agreed. Understood. We will follow your instructions. But please remember, whenever you need us, the Star Shark Guild will be your most loyal ally. She then stood and gave Zhao Chun the most respectful bow. Zhao Chun was momentarily taken aback, feeling as if he were on the peak of Mount Tai, and then returned the gesture. After the communication ended, he sat in the captain's chair, muttering to himself, "Why do I feel like we forgot to discuss something?" As he pondered, his gaze fell on Gu Xiaoxiao, and he suddenly realized he had forgotten to talk about his newly acquired fiancée. "You look fantastic in that outfit," Shui Xiaoxiao exclaimed with genuine admiration, her eyes sparkling. Standing in front of the transparent mirror in the corridor, Gu Xiaoxiao scrutinized her new Black Dragon Fleet female officer uniform. The reflection showed a poised and gallant figure, though tinged with a hint of unease. Shui Xiaoxiao's joy was palpable, not just because of Gu Xiaoxiao's appearance, but because she was about to become a part of the Black Dragon Fleet, even if only temporarily. This arrangement stemmed from negotiations between Zhao Qian and President Gu Aiji. President Gu Aiji suggested that Gu Xiaoxiao stay temporarily with the Black Dragon Fleet to handle liaison matters as a representative of the Star Shark Guild. She explained that given the recent widely known kidnapping incident involving Gu Xiaoxiao, returning to the Star Shark Guild would only draw unwanted attention and put the guild in a difficult position. Faced with President Gu Aiji's reasoning and Shui Xiaoxiao's hopeful gaze, Zhao Qian agreed to the plan. Gu Xiaoxiao would temporarily serve as the Star Shark Guild's representative, enjoying the treatment of a Black Dragon Fleet officer and wearing the fleet's uniform to better integrate. Next, I'll take you to the most important place in the Black Dragon Fleet, Shui Xiaoxiao announced solemnly. Hearing this, Gu Xiaoxiao tugged at Shui Xiaoxiao's sleeve uneasily and whispered, "Is it really appropriate to take an outsider to such an important place? If the commander finds out, he might punish you." Shui Xiaoxiao waved her hand dismissively. "Don't worry about it. You'll understand once you see it." With that, she led Gu Xiaoxiao towards the mysterious, most important place. As they walked, a tantalizing aroma filled the air. Around them, female officers were constantly coming and going, ordering food from floating menu displays. Gu Xiaoxiao stopped in her tracks, incredulous. "Xiaoxiao, this most important place is here? Isn't this just the starship's dining hall?" Shui Xiaoxiao put her hands on her hips and replied earnestly, "Yes, this is the most important place in the Black Dragon Fleet. Let me tell you, every starship in our fleet is supplied with only natural ingredients for the dining hall. We even have dedicated chefs. You can have different dishes every single day for an entire month if you want." Natural ingredients? That's impossible. The cost of natural ingredients is several times higher than synthetic ones, Gu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. "Just order something and you'll see," Shui Xiaoxiao said, showing her ID card. "You can order at the counter or from your seat, and just swipe your ID card." Gu Xiaoxiao remembered that her handheld terminal had a similar function. She opened it and indeed found the same interface. "Take a look and see what you want to eat." Shui Xiaoxiao excitedly browsed the daily specials. "Let's see. Today's set C has vegetable salad, zhajiamian, and spicy frog pot. Not bad. Xiaoxiao, what do you want?" She was already salivating. Gu Xiaoxiao timidly ordered a few dishes and followed Shui Xiaoxiao to a corner seat. "Xiaoxiao, isn't this too much food?" she asked quietly, realizing they had ordered far more than what was standard in the Star Shark Guild. "Don't worry, I'll treat you," Shui Xiaoxiao said proudly. "I'm now the captain of AT-4 class starship in the Black Dragon Fleet. My salary is quite high." Shui Xiaoxiao then enthusiastically described the many advantages of the Black Dragon Fleet, praising it in almost every other sentence. Soon, their food arrived, filling the air with mouth-watering aromas. Gu Xiaoxiao had ordered wonton noodles, spicy kimchi, and sliced meat. In contrast, Shui Xiaoxiao's portions were at least twice as much. "Can you really finish all that?" Gu Xiaoxiao asked, astonished by Shui Xiaoxiao's appetite. "This is nothing," Shui Xiaoxiao laughed. "I have a good friend in the Black Dragon Fleet, Annie, the chief engineer of the starship. During our downtime in the Black Dragon system, we often dine together. With our clearance, we can board any T3 class starship and most T4 class ones. On our days off, we explore different starship dining halls. Though the ingredients are similar, each dining hall chef has a unique style. For example, this white-cut chicken I ordered is good, but not as good as the one on Emperor 077's third dining hall. And your wonton noodles are best on Vermilion Bird 16's first dining hall." Gu Xiaoxiao listened in awe, and as she tasted her food, she finally understood why Shui Xiaoxiao called the dining hall the most important place in the Black Dragon Fleet. The flavors were indeed extraordinary. Just then, Gu Xiaoxiao noticed some peculiar diners at the next table. Their skin was white, with glowing spots appearing with their emotions. These are Holy Light Empire Celestials. Gu Xiaoxiao thought, why are they on a black dragon fleet starship? As she pondered this, a tall, stunning woman with a cold expression approached with a tray. The Celestials immediately fell silent upon seeing her. Hey, Saint Kana, want to join us? Xue Xiaoxiao called out, waving. The woman glanced coolly at Xue Xiaoxiao but said nothing, heading straight to her companions. Saint Kana. Gu Xiaoxiao stood up abruptly, staring at the woman enjoying a dish with a strong aroma. Is she really Saint Kana? The commander of the Holy Angel Corps. Yes, that's her, Xue Xiaoxiao said between bites. Our commander saved her and her guard unit in Star City, so they've been with us since. Despite her icy demeanor, I never expected her to have such a strong palate. She loves stinky tofu. Gu Xiaoxiao was stunned. As she continued to eat, the thought of sharing a meal with such distinguished company made the dining hall seem even more remarkable. Gu Xiaoxiao stared in astonishment at the commander of the Holy Angel Corps enjoying a bowl of snail noodles. This ice-cold beauty, named Shenkana, had a surprising fondness for such a pungent dish. Her subordinates from the Holy Spirit Corps also glanced cautiously at their commander, recalling the scene when they first arrived at the starship's dining hall. That day, Commander Xiaolong had recommended and even dared Shenkana to try the snail noodles. To everyone's surprise, she couldn't get enough of it. Recently, half of her meals consisted of snail noodles. If she didn't shower and change her clothes after every meal, she would probably reek of snail noodles by now. Snail noodles, huh? A familiar male voice broke the silence. On the Xiaolong starship, the only man present was Zhao Chun. He looked around and spotted Xue Xiaoxiao and Gu Xiaoxiao at a nearby table. There's a free seat here. If you don't mind, I'll join you, he said, sitting down next to them, diagonally across from Shenkana. Shenkana paid no attention to Zhao Chen's arrival, focusing solely on her meal. However, her subordinates were soon captivated by the spread on Zhao Chen's tablia feast of crayfish in various flavors, amounting to at least 10 pounds. Several Holy Spirit members couldn't help but swallow their saliva, reminiscing about the delicious crayfish they had tasted before. Despite its high price, the flavor was unforgettable. Gu Xiaoxiao curiously eyed the red bugs in front of Zhao Chun, feeling a bit hesitant. Meanwhile, Xue Xiaoxiao had already sneaked a taste and exclaimed excitedly, "This is amazing. The size is huge. Is this a special supply of crayfish?" Zhao Chun didn't respond, instead continuing to peel and savor the succulent meat. Xue Xiaoxiao enthusiastically recommended to Gu Xiaoxiao, "Xiaoxiao, you have to try this. It's one of my favorite midnight snacks, though it's a bit pricey. But since the commander is treating us today, give it a shot." When did I say I was treating? Zhao Chun glanced at Xue Xiaoxiao but, in a good mood, decided not to argue. Encouraged by Zhao Chun, Gu Xiaoxiao carefully picked up a crayfish and mimicked Xue Xiaoxiao's peeling technique. As the tender meat touched her tongue, she felt as though she had discovered a new culinary world, amazed by the delightful taste of this seemingly ordinary little bug. At that moment, Zhao Chun suddenly spoke. "Xiaoxiao, you and Su Lan should start preparing. We might have some military operations soon. Be ready with your combat plans." Xue Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up with excitement. Finally, some action? Who's the target? Su Lan and I need to draft the operational plan. Zhao Chen nonchalantly replied, "The Holy Lance Corps." His words hit like a bombshell, instantly changing the atmosphere. Gu Xiaoxiao looked at Zhao Chen in shock, and Shenkana and her subordinates at the next table visibly paused, some staring at Zhao Chen with wide eyes. They, too, realized that their emotions had become increasingly unstable since joining the Xiaolong fleet. Xue Xiaoxiao exclaimed, "You mean the Holy Lance Corps, one of the 10 Holy Light Corps of the Divine Radiance Empire?" Zhao Chen nodded, continuing to peel and eat the crayfish. "Chu Xian will send you and Su Lan the detailed combat information later. You two will be in charge of the plan, and the operation is expected in 3 days." Just then, a figure suddenly appeared and sat down opposite Zhao Chen, unceremoniously. Gu Xiaoxiao was startled to see Shenkana sitting beside her, feeling a bit nervous. This legendary commander now sat next to her, emanating an indescribable aura. Shenkana glared at Zhao Chen and demanded, "What are you up to?" "Discussing an attack on the Holy Lance Corps right in front of us." Zhao Chen smiled, "Because I want to cooperate with you." "Cooperate?" Shenkana frowned. "We were enemies in the Sacred War duel. How can we possibly cooperate? Are you joking?" Zhao Chen calmly replied, "In my view, there are no permanent enemies. Besides, we now have a common enemy. The Holy Lance Corps?" Shenkana scoffed. "One of the Holy Light Corps is my enemy? That's absurd." Zhao Chen licked the sauce off his fingers and said meaningfully, "What if I told you that the Holy Lance Corps is out to get you?" Shenkana's pupils dilated as she processed the sudden information. "What do you mean?" she demanded, eyes fixed on Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen swallowed a mouthful of crayfish meat and, after a satisfied burp, continued, "According to our intel, the forces behind the Holy Lance Corps want you dead. As for the reason, I think you know it relates to your mission in the Stellar Alliance. The presence of the Holy Lance Corps in the Stellar Alliance interferes with one of my plans. Hence, they have become our common enemy. So, I believe we can cooperate. Shinkana pondered deeply, weighing the truth of Zhao Qin's words. She knew that her recent attack must have been orchestrated by internal factions within the Divine Radiance Empire, and the families behind the Holy Lance Corps fit the profile. With a bit of thought, she could gauge the accuracy of Zhao Qin's intel. Even if they want to kill me, it's an internal matter of the Divine Radiance Empire. What does it have to do with you? Shinkana scrutinized Zhao Qin, trying to discern his true intentions. And what do you want out of this cooperation? Upon hearing Zhao Qin's words, the light on Shinkana's face flickered, revealing her inner turmoil. The Holy Spirit beings at the next table all perked up their ears, sensing some juicy gossip. Gu Xiaoxiao, who was enjoying her meal, nearly choked on her food, while Xue Xiaoxiao widened her eyes in surprise at Zhao Qin. However, she quickly showed a look of sudden realization, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Zhao Qin had been talking while eating, and a piece of shrimp got stuck in his throat. He coughed a few times, trying to ease the discomfort. Shinkana glared at him with a mix of anger and embarrassment, her voice filled with obvious displeasure. Do you think this is funny? Trust? Why should I trust you? Her anger seemed to stem not just from Zhao Qin's words, but also from the implied meaning behind them. Zhao Qin took a deep breath to calm himself, and then spoke earnestly. Your trust is very important to me. Currently, the Xingyao Empire is in the midst of a civil war. After it ends, will you really adhere to the 3-year peace period following the Holy War duel? I believe that after 3 years, your Holy Radiance Empire will launch an invasion, and the war-weakened Xingyao Empire will be the perfect target. Shinkana listened to Zhao Qin's analysis without immediate denial. She countered, that's not an invasion. It's about bringing more star races under the protection of the Holy Light. Despite the Holy War duel's loss halting the Holy Radiance Empire's invasion plans, their actual losses weren't as severe as imagined. Zhao Qin shrugged, avoiding a debate on beliefs, and got straight to the point. But what if something bad happens within the Holy Radiance Empire during these 3 years? For example, what if the Xingyao Empire's internal strife happens in your empire? Shinkana, you are here in Star City because you fear this. You worry that your internal collaboration with Qin Xiaotian is not as simple as it appears. Moreover, Qin Xiaotian now has technology to control the Zerg from who knows where. Zhao Qin squinted at Shinkana, his tone serious. This is a ticking time bomb for both of us. Shinkana fell into deep thought, processing Zhao Qin's words. Seeing this, Zhao Qin continued, our cooperation doesn't require you to betray the Holy Radiance Empire's interests. On the contrary, it benefits you by helping to eliminate the parasites under your great holy light. First, I can tell you my plan. My primary goal this time is to disrupt your cooperation with Qin Xiaotian. Xue Xiaoxiao looked at the commander in surprise, not understanding why he would openly reveal his strategic intentions. But Shinkana had already guessed why Zhao Qin and his team were here. Zhao Qin elaborated on his plan. During this process, I will investigate what kind of cooperation Qin Xiaotian has with some of your Holy Radiance Empire's nobles. If I uncover the truth, I will provide this information to you for free. Then you can use this intelligence to expose and eliminate the corrupt elements within your empire. After finishing, Zhao Qin let out a satisfied burp, clearly pleased with the meal. Shinkana stared at Zhao Qin and bluntly pointed out, you want to incite internal chaos within the Holy Radiance Empire. Zhao Qin admitted frankly, you could say that. Shinkana's face darkened, but she didn't outright reject Zhao Qin's proposal. It was an open plot, but she couldn't find a reason to refuse because she was someone who wouldn't tolerate any actions against the holy light within her empire. Zhao Qin pushed another serving of crayfish towards Shinkana and said, finish these crayfish, and once you've made your decision, come find me on the bridge. With that, he got up and left the starship's dining hall. Xue Xiaoxiao pouted, clearly unhappy with the commander's favoritism. Shinkana looked at the delicious food in front of her, her emotions conflicted. At this moment, the Holy Spirit beings at the next table looked at her with hopeful eyes. Shinkana sighed and said, let's share it. Everyone thanked her joyfully and quickly divided the crayfish. On the bridge, Zhao Qin leaned back in the captain's chair and let out another burp. Chu Xian, standing nearby, smelled the lingering scent of crayfish in the air and asked, did she agree? Zhao Qin, brimming with confidence, replied, she will soon. Chu Xian pulled up a file and reported, I found some intriguing clues about the Qin family. It might be related to what we're investigating. Zhao Qin carefully reviewed the file, his brows furrowed. After a moment of silence, he said, there's still some time before the next transaction between the Holy Radiance Empire and Qin Xiaotian. We can use this time to check out the place mentioned here. Chu Xian immediately responded, understood. I'll arrange the course. Zhao Qin leaned back in the captain's chair and closed his eyes. This proposal to cooperate with Shinkana might not yield immediate benefits, but in the long run, it could plant a seed that might eventually topple this powerful empire. Of course, whether it would succeed depended on the opportunities. The main reason, however, was to complete the system task. During this time, the positive influence on Shang Kana had been effective. Although it hadn't reached a positive number, it had increased significantly. Zhao Chen believed that once Shang Kana agreed to cooperate, the trust value would turn positive. Zhao Chen took a moment to check another task status. The T5 system store had reached a 20 activation completion. A new task was being updated. Zhao Chen had taken Gu Xiaoxiao, the Qian family's fiancée, which completed part of the system store task. However, the next stage of the task hadn't been refreshed yet. It seemed he would need to wait a bit longer. The Qian family holds a special position within the Star Alliance, commanding multiple territorial star systems. Unlike other interstellar powers, the Qian family has established basic industries on these barren planets, using cheap slave labor to drive production. At this moment, a stealthy T3 silver mouse-class light interstellar reconnaissance ship is quietly lurking above one of the Qian family's barren planets, recording ground footage. In a spacious command room, Chu Xian stands before a large screen, with Shui Xiaoxiao, Gu Xiaoxiao, and Shang Kana behind her. The screen displays real-time images transmitted by the reconnaissance ship. Chu Xian points to the screen and explains, "These are the latest data sent back by our reconnaissance ship." Shang Kana's presence confirms that Zhao Qin's earlier proposal for cooperation has been accepted, although she insisted on retaining the right to terminate the partnership at any time. Zhao Qin is confident, believing that once Shang Kana joins, she won't easily withdraw. Suddenly, Shui Xiaoxiao points to an image on the screen in surprise, asking, "What are they doing? Why are they herding the elderly, women, and children onto the interstellar transport ships?" Zhao Qin remains silent, his expression grim. Chu Xian pulls out a highly classified intelligence report and begins to explain, "Our reconnaissance ship has discovered that the Qian family has been frequently transporting slaves onto these interstellar transport ships recently. These ships are bound for the Shuiyan star region of the Starshine Empire. It is estimated that at least hundreds of billions of people have been transported. However, we haven't found such a large population in the Shuiyan star region." Shui Xiaoxiao exclaims, "Hundreds of billions? It's impossible for that many people to just disappear." Zhao Qin coldly replies, "Who says it's impossible? Doesn't that Prince Yin have such partners? They can devour all life on a planet in just a few days." Shui Xiaoxiao immediately realizes, the interstellar insect race. She mutters in disbelief, This can't be true. Qin Xiaotian, how could he do such a thing?" Zhao Qin calmly analyzes, "Some people will do anything to achieve their goals. He has to feed that massive insect swarm somehow. Where else would all that meat come from?" Shang Kana comments with disdain, "Humph, this is the filth of your Starshine Empire, devoid of humanity. That's why it needs the cleansing light of the holy radiance." Chu Xian adds, "We also discovered that since last month, the Qian family has started shipping some goods to the Holy Radiance Empire." Upon hearing this, Shang Kana's expression shifts from shock to anger, and finally to silence. She wants to refute it, but is at a loss for words, knowing deep down that it could very well be true. Just then, Chu Xian suddenly exclaims, staring at a video image. She immediately orders the reconnaissance ship to zoom in. The image shows a group of slaves, just disembarked from the interstellar transport ship. Chu Xian points to several figures in the image, her voice trembling. These people are wearing clothes from the border regions of the Chu River Star region. Some have tattoos of the Chu family legion on their arms, a mark of retired soldiers. Zhao Qin instantly understands the reason for Chu Xian's agitation. The Qian family has extended its claws into the Chu River Star region to capture slaves. Chu Xian's eyes are bloodshot, about to speak, when Zhao Qin waves his hand and says, "The command of the little skeleton is now yours. Do whatever you need to do." Chu Xian gives Zhao Qin a grateful look, then steps onto the command platform and issues an order, "Little skeleton, enter combat mode. Head to the target planet and destroy any Qian family interstellar warships within attack range. Remember, only Qian family interstellar warships, excluding the transport ships. Destroy them all." With Chu Xian's furious command, the T4 Skull King-class heavy interstellar armored destroyer, carrying her overwhelming anger, begins its descent onto the planet. Although lowering a T4 interstellar warship to the planet's surface will greatly deplete the engine's energy, Zhao Qian doesn't care. He thinks, "Messing with my secretary? Not a chance." On this planet, the environment is extremely harsh, with nothing but desert as far as the eye can see. The yellow sand fills the air, obscuring the sky that should have been a clear blue. Yet, amidst this hostile landscape, industrial zones have sprung up. This is the slave industrial planet owned by the Qian family, providing only the bare minimum for biological survival. A slave transport ship slowly descended, and as the hatch opened, it revealed a dense crowd of people inside. The crew, wearing breathing masks, handed over the new batch of slaves to the local supervisor. The slaves, chained and without any such protection, were forced to march down the gangway in a long line. Overseers wielding electric batons mercilessly shocked those who lagged behind. "These are the new slaves we captured," the crew member said. "Lately, the higher-ups have been demanding more, so we had to go all the way to the Chu River system in the Xingyao Empire to get these. We almost got caught by the Chu family's fleet." The local factory supervisor sighed deeply. "Yeah, especially with the recent orders to ship out more goods. We don't even have enough slaves for our own jobs. Before, they only wanted the deceased, the severely ill, the disabled, and the old, weak, and women. Now, they've broadened the criteria to include anyone under 15, over 50, or anyone with a poor attitude, or who doesn't meet their work quotas." The factory supervisor hesitated before quietly asking, "I just can't figure out where they're sending all these slaves. Just at my factory alone, the number of dead and living slaves shipped out has exceeded 1 billion. Slaves used to work here for about 30 years on average. Now, it's hard for anyone to last even 20 years. The transport ship crew member shot him a glare. "Remember the rules. Don't ask questions you shouldn't, especially about this." My bad, my bad." The factory supervisor quickly apologized and discreetly handed over a small box. "This batch is quite decent, should give you a real high." The crew member glanced at the box and smiled with satisfaction. "What you wanted is in container 077. They secretly exchanged contraband, such as psychoactive substances, to cope with the long and monotonous life on the spaceship." Lowering his voice, the crew member continued, "We don't know either. During transport, all external networks are shut down, and even the internal network is off limits. For half a month, I'm confined to my own little corner. Even during unloading, we have to stay in our quarters. But I've heard some strange noises, definitely not human." The crew member shivered at the thought. At that moment, a ragged girl stumbled and fell, causing the line of slaves to halt. An overseer rushed over with his electric baton. A boy shielded the girl with his body, but he was also shocked, trembling violently. "Please, don't shock my brother. I can walk," the girl cried, pleading. The overseer kicked the boy. "Quit playing dead. Get up and keep moving." He then noticed something sticking out of the boy's pocket and greedily reached for it. "You little brat, hiding stuff, are you?" The boy struggled to retrieve it, but was pinned under the overseer's foot. The overseer examined the small tag, which read, "Chu Family 9th Fleet, Songdashu." "Give it back, that's my father's," the boy shouted angrily. "My father is a star warrior of the Chu family. When the Chu family finds out you attacked our planet and enslaved us, they won't let you get away with it. The Chu fleet will come and destroy you." The overseer laughed. "The Chu family? Ha ha ha. Kid, you have no idea. This is the Star Alliance, far from the Chu River system. The Chu family won't come all the way here for you lowly civilians. So just work until you die, squeezing every bit of value out of you." He leered at the girl. "Still a bit young now, but when you grow up, we'll have some real fun. Hopefully you live that long." The girl shivered in fear. Suddenly, a strong wind picked up outside. "What's going on?" "The weather report didn't mention a sandstorm today," the overseer said, frowning at the slaves being blown around. "Damn, what is that?" the transport ship crew member exclaimed, pointing at the sky in terror. Everyone looked up to see a colossal object descending through the sandstorm. Though still some distance from the ground, its massive form resembled a floating fortress. "A starship? That's a starship," the overseers cried out. "Could it be the Qian family's starship? But it doesn't look like a T3 class starship." Despite the obscured view, the ship's immense size, stretching for kilometers, was imposing. "Look, it seems to be deploying drones," someone noticed, as numerous drones were released from the ship's belly, spreading in all directions. At that moment, the factory's alarm blared. "Why's the alarm going off?" someone asked in surprise. "It only sounded during emergencies." A drone hovered above them, and a woman's voice came through. "I am Chu Xian, granddaughter of Marshal Chu Changhe, governor of the Chu River system. I am here to bring the people of the Chu River system home." Such announcements echoed throughout various factory bases on the planet. Some people looked up in confusion at the drones, having never heard of the Chu He Star domain or the Chu family. However, others already had expressions of disbelief on their faces. A middle-aged man, busy with his work, froze upon hearing the names Chu family, Marshal Chu Changhe, and the promise of being taken home. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, covering his face with his hands and sobbing. "The Marshal is here to save us. The Marshal is here to save us," he choked out. "Father, if only you could hold on a bit longer, it would be fine." "Chu Xian, it's Miss Chu," someone shouted excitedly. "I saw her in the newspapers before. She's Marshal Chu's granddaughter." The people around began to weep. "This is wonderful, we're saved. I knew Marshal Chu wouldn't forget us." The people from the Chu He Star domain on this planet erupted with intense emotions. Some even began attacking the overseers, sparking a rebellion. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the T4 Skull King-class heavy space destroyer, Zhao Chen watched as Chu Xian delivered her speech. He had allowed her to speak on behalf of the Chu family, considering it the best course of action. Not only would it elevate the Chu family's prestige, but it was also a free gift to the old man of the Chu family. Suddenly, Zhao Chen noticed flashes of light in the footage surrounding the ship. "Were we just attacked?" he asked, although he hadn't felt any vibrations. "Reporting, Commander," the ship's defense officer quickly responded. 6 ground-based anti-aircraft guns targeted us and hit the ship, but they caused no significant damage. The radar operator then reported, "Commander, we've detected multiple T-1 class space battleships approaching. Ground forces, including mech units, tactical squads, and both manned and unmanned aerial vehicles, have also appeared. Energy readings indicate that most are T-1, with a few T-2 class weapons. The guns that attacked us are also T-2 standard." Shui Xiaoxiao chuckled disdainfully. "T-2 level weaponry? That's like toothpicks to us. Not even enough to scratch an itch. No need to activate the Star Shield. This is a T-4 class heavy space destroyer. At most, those attacks will just scratch the paint." Zhao Chen said calmly, "Don't waste time. Finish this quickly." Although using the Skull King against such opponents was overkill, he agreed to it to appease his secretary's anger. Besides, Zhao Chen felt a bit annoyed himself. Despite being a transmigrant, he had developed some feelings for the Starshine Empire over time. After all, it was his starting point in this new world, equivalent to his territory. Stealing people from his territory was like courting death. "Yes, sir." Chu Xian received the order and immediately began planning the battle. She first targeted all armed units and defensive facilities on the planet. The earlier deployed drones had not only announced her arrival but also scouted for intelligence. Now, this information was displayed before her, with red crosses marking the targets on the planetary map. Following Chu Xian's command, the steel behemoth launched its attacks on those audacious enough to strike it. Boom after boom, massive explosions erupted across the planet. In the sky, beams of laser light descended like divine retribution. The Qian family's T-1 space battleships, responsible for the planet, were all destroyed. Some exploded midair, while others plummeted to the ground. On the ground, the slaves looked up at the sky, witnessing the nearby explosions. Initially, they felt fear, worried about being caught in the crossfire. But soon they realized that as long as they stayed put, they were safe. At that moment, tears streamed down their faces, and they began to vent their long-suppressed rage. Some shouted, some laughed, and others cursed the fallen Qian family ships, requesting reinforcements. Requesting reinforcements. The planet's panicked administrator, rudely awakened from sleep, rushed to the control room and stared in terror at the massive space battleship. "Immediately call for reinforcements from the Qian family. Deploy all our armed forces to attack that enemy ship." Reporting, "Our ground forces are being wiped out." A trembling subordinate reported, "That space battleship is too powerful, and there are thousands of drones. They can even precisely target and kill our ground troops. We have no means of resistance." Reporting, "We have requested reinforcements from the Qian family, but it will take several hours for them to arrive." Another subordinate added, "Several hours?" While that might not seem long, everyone present knew that given the current situation, they would be annihilated in mere minutes. "Retreat. Prepare the shuttle for immediate evacuation." The administrator made a swift decision. Since the planet couldn't be defended, the priority was his own safety. But in the next second, the corridor behind him was suddenly severed. Dust and sand blew into his face. Struggling to open his eyes, the administrator saw a massive white mech. 4 cannons were aimed directly at their position. Inside the mech's cockpit, the pilot was scanning the identities of the people before him. Earlier, the T-3 Silver Mouse-class light space stealth reconnaissance ship had infiltrated the planet's internal network, gathering information on the Qian family's personnel stationed here and distributing it to all combat units. Identity confirmed. Target is the planet's administrator. A mechanical voice announced in the pilot's ear. The next second, the pilot pressed the fire button. The 4 cannons fired simultaneously, reducing the administrator to dust. The pilot's expression remained unchanged, as if he had merely squashed a few bugs. She continued her mission, as there were still plenty of bugs left on the planet. 10 minutes later, Zhao Chen received a report. Reporting, "With the assistance of the T-4 Fallen Angel-class super heavy carrier ships drones, we have neutralized all armed forces on the planet. The planet is now under our control," the subordinate reported. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction and asked, "What are our losses?" "No personnel casualties, no drone losses, no mech losses," the subordinate replied, then hesitated for a moment. Commander, does a bit of scratched paint count?" In a slave settlement square, Chu Xian stood on a floating disc, hovering above the crowd. This unique position allowed the hundreds of thousands gathered below to see her clearly. This was the most densely populated slave settlement in the Chu River Star region, with nearly 80% of the crowd below forcibly taken from there. Chu Xian's gaze swept over the people of the Chu River Star region, and her heart ached. The sight before her was heartbreaking. Emaciated figures, dirty and ragged, some even bearing obvious marks of torture. "I'm sorry I came late." Chu Xian bit her lip and bowed deeply to everyone. These simple words acted like a fuse, instantly igniting the emotions of the entire square. Men, women, young, and old alike broke down in tears. Holding back her own tears, Chu Xian raised her voice. "Please rest assured, I, Chu Xian, am here to bring you all home today. I've arranged for interstellar transport ships that will arrive shortly. Once they do, you can board and return to the Chu River Star region, back to your homeland." This announcement brought joy to many, but some faces remained filled with sorrow. Suddenly, a man cried out in agony. "What home do we have left? Those beasts attacked our towns and burned our homes to the ground. Anyone who resisted was slaughtered. We have no home to return to." Clenching her fists, Chu Xian replied with determination. "As long as we are alive and the Chu family stands, we can rebuild our destroyed homes. We will provide for all your needs. Moreover, the Chu family fleet vows to avenge those who set foot on our homeland. We will settle this score, no matter what." Chu Xian's promise calmed the people from the Chu River Star region. However, those not from the Chu River Star region began to worry. Many knelt and pleaded, "My lord, please take us with you. We can't survive here. Those beasts don't even see us as human. We'll do anything if you take us away from this hell." Turning to these non-Chu River Star region people, Chu Xian reassured them, "Rest assured, we will take everyone from this planet. However, your destination will not be the Chu River Star region but the Xiaolong Star system. There, a lord will take care of and resettle you. As long as you follow his arrangements, I believe you will live comfortably. This lord has also promised that if you wish to leave later, he will not stop you." Hearing this, those people were relieved and waited patiently for their relocation. Chu Xian tirelessly visited several more slave settlements in the Chu River Star region. Each sight of the suffering Chu River Star region citizens fueled her anger towards the Qian family. If the Chu family fleet were here, she would have immediately sought vengeance. Unfortunately, this was the Star Alliance, not the Star Shining Empire, so she had to restrain her fury. After completing her visits, Chu Xian returned to the bridge of the T-4 Skull King-class heavy interstellar armored destroyer. She approached the captain's chair and reported to Commander Zhao Chun, "Our statistics are complete. There are 300 billion slaves on this planet. Of these, 50 billion are from the Chu River Star region, mostly from small border planets. These places are remote, with little contact with the core of the Chu River Star region, allowing those bastards to secretly capture the residents for slavery." 300 billion? Zhao Chun was shocked. He hadn't expected such a small, barren planet to house such a massive population. Initially, he estimated that the planet could support 10 billion people at most, given its poor living conditions. But upon reflection, he understood why. The Qian family had placed these people here not to let them live comfortably, but to make them work. The living conditions were atrocious, with everyone crammed into overcrowded settlements. Slaves died in large numbers daily, but with 300 billion people, the Qian family didn't worry about losses. They simply replaced the dead with new slaves. Chu Xian continued, "Additionally, we obtained crucial information from several slave interstellar transport ships. These ships are responsible for transporting the corpses of some slaves, or those unfit for labor, to a designated location. Each transport mission is highly secretive, and all navigation data is deleted after completion. However, we were lucky. One slave transport ship had just begun its mission, inputting the coordinates but not yet deleting them. A navigation map appeared before them. Chu Xian glanced at the nearby Saint Kana, who was stunned and then quickly approached to examine the map. Saint Kana's expression turned from disbelief to horror. Zhao Chen asked calmly, "Is this the territory of the family behind the Saint Spear Corps?" Chu Xian replied, "That seems to be the case. Otherwise the Saint Spear Corps wouldn't have joined the Star Alliance at this time." "No," Saint Kana whispered. Zhao Chen's eyes widened in surprise. "Not the territory of the family behind the Saint Spear Corps? Then where is this place?" Saint Kana remained silent, seemingly unwilling to believe the evidence. Chu Xian began investigating the coordinates and soon found the answer. These coordinates point to a military-restricted area within the territory of the Saint family. Chu Xian also looked shocked. "The Saint family? That name sounds familiar." Zhao Chen pondered. Saint Kana explained, "The Saint family is the most powerful family in the Holy Radiance Empire. 2 of the current 5 imperial governors are from the Saint family. Additionally, 1 governor's mentor is from the Saint family. Over half of the seats in the Imperial Senate are influenced by the Saint family. The Saint Spear Corps, though bearing the family name, is actually a hunting dog raised by the Saint family, known to the high echelons of our Holy Radiance Empire." Zhao Chen keenly noticed that the matters involving the Shangtu family had a profound impact on Shang Kana's inner world. After all, she always referred to them as the most powerful family within the Sacred Radiance Empire. Are you scared? Zhao Chen asked, looking directly at the dazed Shankana. Shankana instinctively wanted to retort, but found herself unable to speak. She had to admit she was indeed afraid. Despite her Shengxianqi family's considerable power, including an entire angelic legion, they paled in comparison to the Shengtu family. You probably don't understand just how powerful the Shengtu family is, Shankana said softly. Among the top 10 divine legions, at least 5 are openly associated with the Shengtu family. Nobody knows how much influence they wield behind the scenes. She continued, in the Sacred Radiance Empire, there are 3 types of families. The third-rate families, the ones like my Shengxianqi family, and then there's the Shengtu family. Zhao Chen frowned, realizing the Shengtu family stood in a league of its own. Shankana added, some even say the Shengtu family commands more military power than all other families combined. She bit her lip, staring at Zhao Chen. It was the first time he had seen such an expression on this otherwise formidable woman. So, you were scared? Zhao Chen asked bluntly once more. Shankana felt a surge of irritation, thinking this man didn't understand her point. Did you even listen to what I said? The Shengtu family. So, you were scared, Zhao Chen repeated, this time with a firm tone. He continued, earlier, you were adamant that there should be no corruption within the Sacred Radiance Empire. Now, you find out the most powerful family, the Shengtu family, is involved, and you're scared, you're backing down. If this is the extent of your conviction, then I must say, you are not fit to cooperate with me. You and your people can leave now. Zhao Chen made a please gesture. Chu Xian stepped aside, coldly watching Shankana. Shankana looked at the open bridge door, then back at Zhao Chen, who sat with his back to her. She had been desperate to leave earlier, but now that this man was offering her an out, she hesitated. Clenching her fists, she struggled internally. Zhao Chen casually reviewed the data in front of him, contemplating how to mobilize enough interstellar transport ships to carry the slaves from this planet. His move to dismiss Shankana was a calculated risk, meant to provoke her fighting spirit. Over the past few days, Zhao Chen had been studying Shankana, the commander of the Angelic Legion. He discovered she was a person of extreme conviction, almost to the point of obsession. Knowing about the Shengtu family's hidden dangers within the Sacred Radiance Empire, she couldn't possibly ignore it. Her personality and pride wouldn't allow her to back down. Zhao Chen presented Shankana with an apparent choice, but in reality, she had only one path. If she returned to her family and proposed investigating the Shengtu family, her elders would think she had lost her mind. Losing a sacred duel could be forgiven, but challenging the Shengtu family would be risking the entire Shengxianqi family's fate. Alone, she could never uncover the truth within the Sacred Radiance Empire, as evidenced by her near assassination. In this scenario, Zhao Chen became her only option. He had a fleet, the capability to gather intelligence, and most importantly, he had once defeated Shankana. Besides her faith, Shankana deeply respected strength. Suddenly, Shankana rushed to Zhao Chen, her eyes resolute. You can't send us away. We had an agreement. We are partners now. You can't go back on your word. Zhao Chen looked at her mockingly. But you must realize, continuing this investigation will touch the Shengtu family. If, and I mean if, the Shengtu family is indeed involved in something that crosses the Sacred Radiance Empire's boundaries, what will you do? Or rather, what can your mere Shengxianqi family do? Shankana clenched her fists and answered firmly, if I uncover that the Shengtu family has violated the sacred faith, I will expose their actions and ensure they face the Empire's judgment, even if it costs me my life. Zhao Chen glanced at the system task showing Shankana's trust level, 10. Finally, a positive number. Raising her trust level further would be simpler now, especially with the quarterly task deadline at the end of June. He had ample time to guide this Angelic Legion commander. Since you've decided, let's continue our partnership, Zhao Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Shankana stepped back, silent but troubled. She felt like the man beside her was a devil, baring his fangs, tempting her down a path of no return. But she had no choice. For the sacred light, for her faith. Chu Xian looked at Zhao Chen with concern. Commander, on other Qian family slave planets, there might be many Chuha Star region citizens. Zhao Chen replied, we have time. If we are to deal with the Qian family, we must be thorough. They thrive on the slave trade. I want to see how they'll manage without slaves. Besides, you said it yourself, the Qian family's actions demand retribution. No mercy. Our Jiaolong Legion stands for integrity. We mean what we say. This time, the Qian family must perish. Zhao Chen smirked. The head of the Qian family, Qian Feng, sat in the main seat with a face as dark as thunder, his eyes like daggers sweeping over the subordinates before him, who stood with their heads bowed and faces pale. In the spacious command hall, a large holographic star map flickered with glaring red alerts, each marking an area the Qian family had lost control over. Report, a subordinate's voice trembled. 3 more planetary industrial bases have been attacked and communications have been lost. Report, another one quickly followed. The planetary industrial base responsible for building the Starship energy blocks has lost contact. The losses are severe, critically impacting our order deliveries. Report. A third subordinate, sweating profusely, added. The fleet of 30 interstellar battleships sent to investigate has all gone missing. Before the words had even settled, yet another subordinate rushed into the hall, panting heavily. Report, Master Qian. We've arrived at the first planet that went dark and discovered. All the slaves there have vanished. Qian Feng's expression grew even darker. He stared intently at the ever-expanding red areas on the star map, as if trying to burn holes through them with his gaze. For the Qian family, slaves were wealth. This was as if someone was cutting flesh from their bodies. Who is it? Qian Feng roared, his voice echoing through the hall. Who dares to oppose the Qian family? A bold subordinate cautiously spoke up. Master,
I suspect it might be related to that mysterious interstellar destroyer, the Little Skull.
The Little Skull. Qian Feng gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. He had been investigating this enigmatic starship for some time but had found no records, as if it had appeared out of thin air. Just then, another Qian family member hurried into the hall. Report, Master. The Starlight Tavern has just sent back intelligence suggesting the attackers might be linked to the Chu family. It seems they are retaliating because we raided people from the Chu River sector. The Chu family. Qian Feng's heart sank. He hadn't expected such a powerful entity to be involved. Qian Dafu, standing nearby, quickly advised, Father, the immediate priority is to contain the situation within our territory. Those industrial planets have significant orders. The penalties for breach of contract are one thing, but the orders from those two major clients, that's a different story. Qian Feng frowned deeply. His son was right. Those two clients' orders were crucial and could not be compromised. He took a deep breath and ordered Qian Dafu, make arrangements immediately. The next 3 batches of slave transport ships must be delivered on time and in full. This concerns our families standing in the Star Alliance. Yes, Father. Qian Dafu acknowledged and departed to carry out the orders. Qian Feng looked again at the war-torn star map. Controlling the situation was no easy task. The enemy was like a hidden assassin, with combat capabilities far beyond their imagination, leaving the Qian family at a severe disadvantage. At that moment, Qian Dafu spoke up again. Father, if you're worried about our military strength being insufficient to handle the Chu family's wrath, perhaps we can use another strength to strike. Qian Feng narrowed his eyes, waiting for his son to continue. Qian Dafu slowly uttered 5 words. The Holy Spear Legion. Qian Feng's eyes lit up. The Holy Spear Legion, one of the 10 sacred legions of the Holy Radiance Empire, would be a formidable ally. With their help, those troublemakers would be as good as fish on a chopping board, ready to be dealt with at any time. But he quickly frowned. The Holy Spear Legion won't take orders from us. Qian Dafu smirked. Father, don't forget what we merchants excel at: persuasion. And why is the Holy Spear Legion in the Star Alliance this time? We just need to. Qian Feng raised a hand to stop his son. I understand. At that moment, Qian Feng's eyes gleamed with a hawk-like sharpness. He snorted coldly. Chu family. No matter how powerful you are in the Starlight Empire, this is the Star Alliance. This time, I'll make sure you pay. No matter how strong you are, can you possibly stand against the Holy Spear Legion? He waved his hand to dismiss everyone, leaving him alone in the hall. Qian Feng composed himself, adjusted his attire, and then opened the most confidential communication software, selecting a special contact to leave a message. Qian Family Master, urgent matters to discuss. A few minutes later, a video window opened before him. The screen showed a bright ship's bridge, where a haughty-looking Holy Spirit Commander sat in the captain's chair. Qian Feng, what is it? The Holy Spirit Commander asked bluntly. Qian Feng bowed slightly and respectfully said, I apologize for disturbing you, Commander, but I find myself at a dead end. To be frank, a group seems to have discovered your purpose here and has dispatched a large fleet to attack our territory to gather related information. Although the Qian family fights to the end without yielding, we are merely an interstellar merchant family with limited military strength, which could jeopardize your important mission. Moreover, this group appears to be from the Chu family. You know, the Chu family is currently at war with your allies. The Holy Spirit Commander frowned upon hearing this. What? The Chu family from the Starlight Empire is investigating our affairs. Exactly so. Qian Feng cautiously continued. I dare to request the commander to dispatch the Holy Spear Legion. With their intervention, clearing out these Chu family fleets would be a breeze. Furthermore, I suspect the same group was responsible for the abduction of Saint Kana in Star City. If the Saint clan learns that you have handled all these matters, they will surely appreciate your capabilities. Qian Feng did not forget to paint a rosy picture for the Holy Spirit Commander, while also pinning the blame for Saint Kana's disappearance on the attackers to make the request more appealing. He had no idea that he had hit the mark. Sure enough, the Holy Spirit Commander showed interest immediately. You're right. I must eliminate potential threats at the root. As for Saint Kana, she only has herself to blame for investigating matters she shouldn't have. The Holy Spirit commander sneered and then frowned. However, the Chu family is currently unaccounted for. I can't stay in the Star Alliance indefinitely. Once my mission is complete, the Holy Spear Legion must return. Qianfeng quickly responded, you needn't worry about that. I will ensure those people walk right into our trap. All you need to do is... After listening to Qianfeng's plan, the Holy Spirit commander nodded. Very well, we'll proceed as you suggested.
But remember, my primary mission must not be compromised.
It won't be, I guarantee it. Qianfeng vowed confidently. The Holy Spirit commander suddenly stared sharply at Qianfeng. And, you're using me and my Holy Spear Legion as a tool, aren't you? Qianfeng froze, swallowing hard. He quickly replied, of course not. We are friends, and I've even prepared some gifts for you, Commander. I like gifts. The Holy Spirit commander smiled knowingly. Qianfeng silently accepted the inevitable financial hit. But for the future of the Qian family, this investment was absolutely necessary. A report came in. The fleet of interstellar warships had completed their mission and returned to base. Through the video link, Su Lan reported to Zhao Chun. For the slave planets that have not been fully evacuated, our interstellar traders have stationed appropriate warships. They can provide support if any threats arise. Zhao Chun nodded. Good work. Completing so many tasks in such a short time is no small feat. Order all warships to rest and replenish combat supplies for 3 hours, preparing for the main operation ahead. Understood, Su Lan responded. Turning to Chu Xian beside him, Zhao Chen's tone softened. Due to time constraints, we've only attacked a tenth of the Qian family's slave planets. Once our main mission is complete, I promise we will bring back all the people from the Chu He Star region. Chu Xian, understanding the bigger picture and grateful for Zhao Chen's efforts, bowed deeply. On behalf of the Chu family and the people of the Chu He Star region, thank you. Now, let's get down to business, Zhao Chen said, activating the interstellar map to analyze the intelligence. Based on the information gathered by the T3 Silver Mouse-class light stealth reconnaissance ship, combined with previous intel, we know this. The Holy Lance Legion is here not only to assassinate Shankana. Additionally, a group from the Xingyao Empire's Shuiyin Star region, disguised as Qian family slave transport crew, is returning to the Star Alliance. It seems the Holy Lance Legion intends to conduct an important technology transaction with them. Shang Kana's eyes flashed with sharp determination upon hearing this. Zhao Chen noticed and reassured her, don't worry. If there is any intel related to the Holy Radiance Empire, I will inform you. After all, we are allies now. He casually placed a hand on Shang Kana's shoulder, but she coldly brushed it off. At that moment, a crew member urgently reported, important intel. The Qian family is massing slaves from the Chu He Star region on various planets and transferring them to one location. It's rumored they intend to execute all these slaves. Chu Xian's eyes widened in anger. Gu Xiaoxiao immediately analyzed. This is a trap. The Qian family somehow learned about the Chu family, but since they set such a big trap, how can we not go? Zhao Chen smirked. As I suspected, the Qian family wants to use the Holy Lance Legion to eliminate us. He turned to Chu Xian, relay my orders. Once the fleet has rested, we will attend this feast, set by the Qian family, and take the opportunity to eliminate the Holy Lance Legion. Yes. Chu Xian clenched her fists, her anger barely contained. Zhao Chun then turned to Shang Kana with a teasing look. I heard my fleet will be engaging your Holy Lance Legion. As a comrade, you show no emotional reaction? Shang Kana coldly replied. The Holy Lance Legion, though one of the top 10 Holy Light Legions, is the weakest and often relies on the Holy Family. If they act improperly, it might be divine retribution. But you think you can take on 3,000 of the Holy Lance Legion's warships with just a few dozen? That's arrogance. This is a battle, not a duel between you and me. In the Star Alliance, anything can happen. I advise the Dragon Commander to be cautious. I don't want to die on someone else's warship. Zhao Chen chuckled. You could die anywhere, but you won't die on a Dragon Legion warship. Anyway, when the Holy Lance Legion is destroyed, at least you'll have a comrade to see you off. Shang Kana couldn't help but sneer. While she acknowledged Zhao Chun and the Dragon Legion's strength, she doubted they could annihilate the Holy Lance Legion. Meanwhile, on a slave planet within the Qian family's territory, batches of slaves from the Chu He Star region were being transported to concentration camps. This was a scheme by Qianfeng, the head of the Qian family, to lure the Chu family's fleet into a trap. Not far away, 3 Holy Lance Legion fleets, totaling 900 warships, lay in ambush, ready to annihilate the incoming enemy. The commanding officer arrogantly believed that 900 warships were more than enough to crush the Chu family's fleet without needing to engage personally. The Holy Spirit Commander, sitting on his flagship, ordered, you 3 assist the Qian family in destroying the incoming enemy. If Shang Kana is found, kill her on sight. Understood, responded the 3 fleet leaders. unaware that they themselves were already appetizers at this deadly feast. Around the third slave planet of the Qian family, a state of highest alert has been initiated. A dense formation of battle satellites encircles the planet like an iron barrel, with countless combat personnel poised to repel any potential enemy attack. Qian Dafu lounged lazily in the captain's chair of the T3 interstellar battleship, his eyes glinting with anticipation and disdain. He surveyed his surroundings. This warship, one of the few T3 class vessels owned by the Qian family, was now the command center for this operation. Will the Chu family really come? Qian Dafu murmured to himself, a cold smile playing on his lips. Standing beside him, the deputy commander responded gravely, anyone with half a brain can see this is a trap. But the Chu family has a stubborn streak that, to us businessmen, seems downright foolish. Qian Dafu nodded in agreement. Indeed, why would they come all this way to save the lowly inhabitants of these remote planets? We've only taken a few 100 billion people, an insignificant fraction of the total population of the Chu River Star region. Besides, these people aren't even skilled workers. Why go to such lengths? The deputy commander sneered. It shows that the Chu family has qualities we can't comprehend. They might know it's a trap, yet they'll still come. Fools! Qian Dafu spat in contempt, his eyes turning icy. But if that damn little skeleton is really connected to the Chu family, today I'll make them pay for humiliating me. How dare they make me a laughingstock of the Star Alliance? Thinking about the recent events, Qian Dafu's anger flared. He didn't even dare to look at the mocking comments about him on the Alliance's internal network. The deputy commander confidently reported, "Rest assured, young master. We have 300 interstellar battleships prepared, along with corresponding defense installations. Combined with the Holy Spear Legion's 900 battleships, if the Chu family dares to come, they'll be marching to their doom." As Qian Dafu was reveling in the anticipation of his impending revenge, the radar operator suddenly shouted, detected a possible sighting of the little skeleton interstellar destroyer at coordinates. Qian Dafu instantly sat up, his eyes fixed on the radar image. At the edge of the scan, a red energy signal flickered, astonishingly similar to the energy signature previously captured from the little skeleton. Switch to deep space telescope images. I need to confirm if it's that damn little skeleton, Qian Dafu ordered urgently. A blurry image soon appeared on the screen. Despite its lack of clarity, the familiar silhouette unmistakably belonged to the culprit that had previously wreaked havoc on Qian Sky City. It's definitely it. Qian Dafu clenched his fists, his eyes glaring at the ship that had brought him shame and destroyed 300 of the Qian family's battleships. The deputy commander calmly suggested, "Young master, I recommend deploying as many interstellar reconnaissance drones as possible to determine the enemy fleet size. Also, instruct our fleet that has detected the enemy to hold off on attacking, allowing them to advance deeper, making it easier for us to encircle and annihilate them later." "Fine, do as you say." Qian Dafu's eyes remained locked on the image of the little skeleton, like a hunter watching his prey about to fall into his trap. He licked his lips, revealing a twisted satisfaction. "I can't wait to see that ship torn apart before my eyes, just like those slaves I've dismembered." Meanwhile, aboard the flagship of the Holy Spear Legion's 5th Fleet, the fleet commander sat expressionless in his captain's chair. On either side of him, video windows displayed the faces of 2 other fleet commanders from the Holy Spear Legion. As the overall commander assisting the Qian family in this operation, the 5th Fleet commander bore a heavy responsibility. Report, the Qian family has detected enemy fleet traces. Relevant intelligence and radar data have been shared with us, an officer reported. The 5th Fleet commander scrutinized the shared battlefield data, his face gradually showing signs of surprise. 1, 3, 5, 10, only 19 starships? He couldn't help but laugh. Not even enough for a small fleet of 30. Just 19 interstellar warships, and the Qian family's incompetence can't handle it. The 9th Fleet commander interjected through the video window. "I heard the enemy has a T4 interstellar destroyer, quite formidable in combat." The more cautious 10th Fleet commander analyzed the data carefully. "I checked, and it seems many of those 19 interstellar warships are T4 class. They appear to be the same types used by the Draconic Legion in their previous engagements with the Holy Angel Legion." He shared his findings with the other 2 commanders. T4 Vermilion Bird-class medium interstellar cruiser, T4 Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile frigate, along with 2 other unidentified but suspected T4-class interstellar warships. The 9th Fleet commander frowned. "So, at least 17 of those 19 warships are T4 class?" The 10th Fleet commander added, "I suspect the remaining 2 unidentified ships are also T4 class. Judging by their shapes, one could be an interstellar battlecruiser, and the other a probable interstellar gunship. We should report this to our superior." The 5th Fleet commander stared at the data indicating the presence of 19 likely T4 interstellar warships. After a brief hesitation, he nonchalantly said, "So what if they're all T4 class? Don't forget, we have 3 T4 Divine Envoy-class medium interstellar destroyers and 900 T3 interstellar warships, along with the Qin family's cannon fodder fleet. Are you suggesting we can't handle a mere 19 interstellar warships? Relay my orders. Have the Qin fleet launch the first strike. Our 3 fleets will encircle and annihilate the 19 enemy starships from 3 sides. The commander of the 5th Fleet decisively issued the command, his voice brimming with confidence and urgency. The commander of the 10th Fleet furrowed his brow and hesitated before speaking. I think we should report this. What if? Before he could finish, the 5th Fleet commander spun around, a flash of anger in his eyes, and sharply interrupted, "Don't forget, I am the highest authority in this operation. You will follow my orders." He stepped closer to the 10th Fleet commander, his tone dripping with disdain. "And let me remind you, do you know why I became the commander of the 5th Fleet even though I joined the Holy Lance Corps later than you? Because you were too cowardly. I don't even know how you got into the Holy Lance Corps. Now, just execute my orders, commander of the 10th Fleet." Faced with such a harsh rebuke, the 10th Fleet commander, though still filled with apprehension, had no choice but to comply. His gaze was drawn involuntarily to the radar, where 19 blips flickered ominously, filling him with an indescribable sense of foreboding, as if something terrible was about to happen. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the T4 Tyrant-class heavy interstellar missile battlecruiser, Chu Xian was intently analyzing the strength of both sides. The data from the T3 Silver Rat-class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship clearly showed the disparity. The Qin fleet had 300 starships, only 3 of which were T3 class, with the rest being T2 class. Whereas the Holy Lance Corps had 900 starships, including 3 T4 Divine Envoy-class medium destroyers, with the rest being T3 class. Despite the numerical disadvantage, Chu Xian's fleet had 6 times as many T4 starships as the opposing side. As she pondered their strategy, a communication window from Commander Zhao Qin suddenly popped up. "Chu Xian, follow the mission plan I've laid out. A batch of interstellar transport ships will arrive in 5 hours. Your task is to evacuate all the slaves from that planet." Zhao Qin instructed succinctly. "Understood." Chu Xian nodded solemnly. Turning to the captain beside her, Chu Xian earnestly said, "Captain, I'm counting on you for the upcoming battle." The captain smiled confidently. "Don't worry, Secretary Chu. Even though they have over 1,000 starships, they are no match for our Xilong-class starships. You haven't seen our Xiaolong Corps in action before. Today, just sit back and enjoy the show. Once we've wiped out the enemy fleet, you can safely go and rescue the people trapped in the Chu River Star region." Despite the captain's confidence, Chu Xian couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy about the overwhelming numerical disparity. On the other side, Zhao Qian had just ended his communication with Chu Xian when Shang Kana confronted him with shock. "You seriously sent just a dozen starships to face the Holy Lance Corps' 900 starships?" She stared at Zhao Qian in disbelief, clearly not expecting such a bold move. Zhao Qian chuckled and turned his gaze to a nearby display screen, which was showing real-time footage from the T3 Silver Rat-class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship. The screen revealed a bustling starport surrounded by numerous interstellar transport ships, with the main fleet of the Holy Lance Corps concentrated nearby. "Those small fry are enough. Our main course is over here." Zhao Qian pointed to the screen with a hint of contempt in his voice. Shang Kana frowned and pressed on. "How many starships do you have, exactly?" Feigning a count, Zhao Qian replied, 10, 20, 30, 42 combat starships. Hearing this, Shang Kana's face twisted in disbelief. Pointing at the dense enemy fleet on the screen, her voice shook. "Are you kidding me? You plan to attack the Holy Lance Corps with just 42 starships? Even though the Holy Lance Corps isn't that strong, they still have 2,000 starships. And you're telling me you want to attack them with just 42? She covered her face, as if questioning her own judgment. "God, you're insane. How did I end up working with you?" Zhao Qian flashed a sly smile and corrected her. "I'm not going to attack them. I'm going to annihilate them." Faced with Zhao Qian's audacious claim, Shang Kana looked at him as if he were a fool. Unfazed, Zhao Qian countered, "And by the way, is the Holy Light Corps really that strong?" Taking several deep breaths to calm herself, Shang Kana replied seriously, "You must be joking. Your Xiaolong Corps will arrive soon to join this operation, right?" Zhao Qian shrugged indifferently. "If thinking that makes you feel better, go ahead." Shang Kana squinted at Zhao Qian, growing more convinced that he was just toying with her. She thought to herself, what a joke. 42 starships to destroy the Holy Light Corps? Unless this guy is some kind of super lucky hero blessed by the Holy Light. Ignoring Shang Kana's doubts, Zhao Qian glanced at the time. His operation was scheduled to start 15 minutes after Chu Xian's, meaning her mission should have already begun. Meanwhile, in the dark expanse of space beyond the Qin family's radar detection range, a massive carrier starship lay in wait. The Qin family had no idea that the enemy had deployed not 19, but 20 starships. The last starship was stationed far beyond their reconnaissance range, with a T3 Silver Rat-class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship providing cover. rendering the Qian family completely unaware of this hidden behemoth. Standing on the bridge's command platform, Su Lan raised her hand slowly, like a conductor about to begin a symphony. Commence the operation. Deploy all drones and starfighters. As her command echoed, all the hangar doors of the T-4 Fallen Angel-class super heavy carrier starship swung open. A swarm of drones poured out like a tide, followed closely by a multitude of starfighters. Their sheer numbers and density were as terrifying as a swarm of bees, ready to overwhelm anything in their path. Qian Dafu gazed excitedly at the 19 unsuspecting interstellar warships slowly entering the trap he had set. His eyes gleamed with confidence, though a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Were these fools genuinely unaware of the ambush, or simply too stubborn and foolish to care? At that moment, his adjutant approached briskly, voice tinged with nervousness. Report. The commander of the 5th Fleet of the Holy Spear Legion has issued orders. Our battle positions will commence firing in 1 minute, and the fleet will feign an attack in 3 minutes. The 3 fleets of the Holy Spear Legion will encircle and annihilate all enemy warships in 5 minutes. A shadow passed over Qian Dafu's face. He knew well that the commander of the Holy Spear Legion was using the Qian family fleet as cannon fodder. However, as long as the Qian family's standing in the Sacred Radiance Empire was secured, the lost interstellar warships could be replenished in the future. The stakes were clear, even to Qian Dafu. Transmit my orders. Qian Dafu commanded in a deep voice. All battle positions, prepare to fire on the enemy warships in 1 minute. All fleet warships, launch a frontal assault on the 19 enemy warships in 3 minutes. After giving the order, Qian Dafu discreetly issued another directive to his adjutant. Several T-3 interstellar warships, including his flagship, were to remain on standby, providing only long-range fire support. T-2 warships could be sacrificed, but the loss of T-3 class ships was too great a cost to bear. As the Qian family fleet hurriedly carried out its military deployment, a sudden, piercing alarm echoed from the radar edges of all interstellar warships. The radar screens showed a swarm of red dots, like a tidal wave approaching. Report. The adjutant's voice rose sharply. A massive number of enemy drones and starfighters have appeared behind the enemy fleet. Their numbers are still increasing, now over 70,000. No, 100,000. Qian Dafu frowned, about to dismiss the threat, but as he rushed to the adjutant's side and stared at the ever-increasing numbers, his face turned pale. Current estimates indicate the presence of around 130,000 enemy drones, the adjutant said gravely. Based on their appearance and energy fluctuation data, they are likely T-3 class, possibly even T-4 class drones. Qian Dafu was thunderstruck. T-4 class carrier starships? How could this be? To his knowledge, the 3 major empires each had only one T-4 class carrier starship in active service. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. Qian Dafu vehemently denied, swiftly altering the battle plan. Transmit my orders. Cancel the initial attack plan. All fleet units switch to anti-aircraft mode and prepare to intercept the incoming drones. Deploy all reconnaissance starships to locate the enemy carrier starships. The adjutant hesitated for a moment, worriedly eyeing the blurred images of the enemy drones. Qian Dafu fixed his gaze on the radar system as the number of enemy drones surged past 200,000, rapidly approaching 300,000. Over 200,000 drones? Qian Dafu muttered, his face ashen. How many T-3 class carrier starships would it take to launch such a force? Even the largest T-3 heavy carriers would need at least 100. An unknown fear began to gnaw at him, the adjutant's earlier speculation of T-4 class carrier starships haunting him like a specter. Desperately, he tried to banish the terrifying thought from his mind. No, it can't be. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Report. The adjutant's voice rang out again. The number of unidentified drones has reached nearly 300,000, all within radar range. They are positioned behind the 19 enemy warships, and at their current speed, will enter the initial combat zone in 50 seconds. Qian Dafu's voice trembled. We can't wait any longer. Immediately notify the 3 fleets of the Holy Spear Legion that the enemy has a massive drone swarm, and request reinforcements. Our battle positions. Commence firing to intercept the incoming drones. Meanwhile, in another command room, Chu Xian watched the radar display in awe as it showed the friendly drone swarm. She knew Zhao Qian commanded a T-4 carrier starship named Fallen Angel, captained by her former classmate Su Lan. Yet the sheer number of 300,000 drones still left her astonished. A video window popped up before Chu Xian, revealing Captain Su Lan. Secretary Chu, Su Lan began. My carriers, drones, and starfighters have been deployed and are entering the combat zone. Chu Xian nodded. Understood. We will provide the first round of fire support. She smiled. Captain Su, your secrecy is impressive. 300,000 drones. Unbelievable. Su Lan looked slightly embarrassed. It wasn't intentional, Secretary Chu. The data on this carrier was classified. known to fewer than 5 people in the Draco Legion. No need to explain, I understand. Chu Xin smiled. Now, let me enjoy Captain Su's performance. With that, Chu Xin activated the command network for the 19 interstellar warships, issuing the first phase fire order. The cannons of the warships aligned in unison, ready to face the imminent fierce battle. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.